The awakening of the martial spirit was imminent, yet an unexpected twist of fate transported Xu Qiu to this parallel world brimming with martial arts and mythical beasts. As he wandered the streets, an array of advertisements caught his eye. Sanqing Creation Pill, White Cloud Martial Arts School Enrollment, 7-colored divine cow milk powder, each one hinting at the unique characteristics of this world. The technology here was on par with his previous life, but it was enriched by the presence of martial arts and exotic beasts. Xu Qiu clenched his fists, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. According to the memories of this world's original inhabitant, mythical beasts roamed freely, and even cities weren't entirely safe. History had recorded powerful beasts destroying entire cities. Martial arts were humanity's only defense against these creatures. Today marked the Martial Spirit Awakening ceremony at Qingyun Third High School. As a prominent figure in the school, known for his exceptional talents in both academics and martial arts, Xu Qiu naturally attracted a lot of attention. As soon as he reached the school gate, a cheerful voice called out, "Ah Qiu, over here." It was Xiao Mei, the school beauty, waving at him with a radiant smile that drew envious glances from those around. People began to murmur, "Xu Shan has arrived. He'll surely awaken at least a level martial spirit this time." Level? You're underestimating Xu Shan. It's going to be at least a level. He might even awaken its level spirit. The ceremony began with Li Ziyang, who awakened an 11 beast martial spirit, the Snow Wolf King. A longtime rival of Xu Qiu, Li Ziyang glanced provocatively at him, clearly showing off. When it was Xiao Mei's turn, she nervously placed her hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, it emitted a brilliant light, and the instrument hummed as a cerulean trident appeared, radiating waves of blue light. The principal of the third high school couldn't help but exclaim, "An S-level weapon martial spirit. The Sea King's trident. S-class martial soul. Xiao Mei has awakened her S-class martial soul." Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and all eyes were fixed on Xiao Mei. The emergence of an S-class martial soul sent waves of excitement through everyone present. The principal beamed with delight, while other students looked on enviously. Xiao Mei excitedly boasted to Xu Qiu, who calmly offered his congratulations. When it was Xu Qiu's turn to step onto the stage, the entire audience held their breath in anticipation. However, the crystal stone remained unresponsive, leaving everyone bewildered. Mocking voices rose, yet Xu Qiu's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, a system appeared, offering 3 choices. Xu Qiu was secretly pleased. With the system at his disposal, what was there to fear without a soul? On the high platform, a sudden chill filled the air as the phantom of an ice phoenix soared into the sky. Luo Qingxue had awakened an SSS-class martial soul, leaving the audience in awe once more. She descended the stage and offered words of encouragement to Xu Qiu. Seizing the moment, Li Ziyang stirred up trouble, prompting Xiao Mei to break up with Xu Qiu on the spot. Amidst the crowd's ridicule, the system options appeared before Xu Qiu's eyes. Hesitating for even a second would be a disrespect to the 10 great beasts. Xu Qiu glanced at the options and, without a moment's hesitation, walked straight up to Xiao Mei and slapped her across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed throughout the room. Xiao Mei clutched her reddened cheek, staring at Xu Qiu in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me?" Xu Qiu let out a cold laugh and began to berate her mercilessly. "A year ago, when your father was critically ill, I sold the top-ranking gene potion to save him. 9 months ago, when you failed in body refinement, I worked for 3 months to buy you a meridian pill. 6 months ago, when your brother got into trouble and was kidnapped, I went alone to rescue him and ended up bedridden for half a month. Have you remembered any of these favors?" Xiao Mei's face turned pale, and she was at a loss for words. The people around them, upon hearing this, looked at her with disdain. Xu Qiu continued, "The new clothes you're wearing are bought with my hard-earned money, and your improved grades are thanks to my countless nights of tutoring. Just slapping you once is already showing great restraint on my part." Overcome with shame and anger, Xiao Mei screamed, "Xu Qiu, I'll fight you to the end." A brilliant blue light erupted from her body, and a trident appeared in her hand, which she swung fiercely at Xu Qiu. At that critical moment, a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from Xu Qiu. A dazzling divine light shot up to the sky, with the apparitions of 10 mythical beasts swirling above him, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The likes of Taotai, Kuanpeng, Thunder Dragon, and Nether Phoenix appeared, stunning everyone present. Countless mythical creatures prostrated themselves, and the newly awakened students trembled with fear. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. "Congratulations to the host for awakening the 10 mythical beast spirits. You can now harness the power of Taotai to devour all things and rapidly enhance your abilities." Everyone was dumbfounded, whispering among themselves, "Wasn't he supposed to be without a spirit? How is this possible?" Xiao Mei was even more ashen-faced, filled with regret. The principal of the third high school hurriedly asked Xu Qiu to retake the test. Xu Qiu placed his hand on the crystal ball, which instantly glowed brightly, transforming into a fearsome beast apparition. The next second, the crystal ball shattered with a bang. The principal excitedly announced, "This is an SS-level beast spirit, Taotai, one of the most elite spirits, rare throughout history." Xiao Mei was on the verge of collapse, her ex-boyfriend's astonishing transformation leaving her utterly humiliated. The crowd's gaze towards her became even more peculiar, as if to say, "Did your ex-boyfriend rise to greatness because you broke up with him?" No matter what, Xu Qiu's awakening of an SS-level martial spirit is an undeniable fact. Even if Xiao Mei regrets it, she can't change this reality. Luo Qingshue's eyes were sharp as she stared at Xu Qiu. "I knew it. You wouldn't fall. You were like this in the past, and it's the same now. You truly are my only rival." Xu Qiu smiled in response. "Perhaps it will be the same in the future." Everyone was amazed, marveling at how the two best students at Qingyun High had both awakened SS-level martial spirits. It was simply unbelievable. The students excitedly discussed, and some began to ship them, a power duo. "They're such a perfect match, Luoshan and Sushan." Xiao Mei was filled with regret, feeling as if her guts were twisted. If she hadn't been so heartless, if she had appreciated Xu Qiu, she would be the one basking in glory now. After the awakening ceremony, classes were divided based on the martial spirit levels for the third-year students into 7 classes. Due to their exceptional level, Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue were placed in a special class with only the two of them, where the school planned to provide Uniantuo tutoring a first in Qingyun High's history. After school, as Xu Qiu was about to head home, Xiao Mei caught up to him, pleading to rekindle their relationship. "Ah Qiu, please forgive me. Let's start over." Xu Qiu sneered. "Get lost." Xiao Mei persisted. "I know you're angry, but I was just confused for a moment. Don't you bear some responsibility? If you had awakened your martial spirit earlier, I wouldn't have treated you that way." Enraged, Xu Qiu shouted, "Everyone, come look. The heartless girl is begging to get back together." The crowd was startled, and someone even took out their phone to capture the scene for social media. Xiao Mei's face turned pale, and she glared at Xu Qiu before leaving in a huff, covering her face. When Xu Qiu returned home, his sister Su Xiaoshuang came out in her wheelchair to greet him. After some playful banter, Su Xiaoshuang asked about the awakening ceremony. Xu Qiu first mentioned his breakup with Xiao Mei, and Su Xiaoshuang immediately assumed her brother might have awakened a low-level martial spirit and tried to comfort him. "Bro, do you know who I admire the most? The Phantom King. The only one who became a king within a level martial spirit. So don't be discouraged. As long as you don't give up, you can still have a good life." Xu Qiu laughed. "You're right. By the way, I awakened the SS-level martial spirit Taotai." Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed. "What? An SS-level martial spirit? Bro, you're not kidding me, are you? Brother, give me back the encouragement I just gave you." Su Xiaoshuang stared at Xu Qiu, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had thought he had awakened a low-level martial spirit, or perhaps none at all, leading to his breakup, and had prepared words of comfort. But now, Xu Qiu claimed he had awakened an SS-level martial spirit. What was there to encourage now? However, on second thought, Su Xiaoshuang felt puzzled. "Wait a minute. If you awakened an SS-level martial spirit, why did Xiao Mei break up with you? Could it be you dumped her?" Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up with a hint of glee. "I knew that woman wasn't any good. Finally, you came to your senses. With an SS-level martial spirit, what kind of woman can't you get?" Xu Qiu shook his head helplessly and briefly explained what had happened. After listening, Su Xiaoshuang was dumbfounded. "What? There's actually such a melodramatic storyline? TSK. I thought you only see these face-slapping plots in novels. It's a pity I wasn't there. I would have loved to record her expression. It must have been priceless." Xu Qiu lightly tapped her forehead in exasperation. Shortly after, he prepared a simple dinner in the kitchen: 2 dishes and a soup, enough for the siblings. Su Xiaoshuang pouted. "Brother, you awakened an SS-level martial spirit. Aren't we going to celebrate with something special?" "What's there to celebrate? We're low on funds, we need to be thrifty," Xu Qiu replied helplessly. Since their parents passed away, he had been responsible for all the household expenses. Fortunately, their parents left them a house, so they didn't have to worry about accommodation for now. Xu Qiu excelled in his studies and had a scholarship, along with part-time jobs, barely managing to cover daily expenses. "It's different now," Su Xiaoshuang said excitedly. "With an SS-level martial spirit, the Education Bureau won't overlook you. Scholarships and subsidies will soon follow, and our lives will improve. And when I awaken my martial spirit next year, maybe it'll be another SS-level one. We'll both make it to the Qingyun honor roll, living a life of luxury and power," Su Xiaoshuang imagined, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Xu Qiu rolled his eyes. "You think SS-level martial spirits are as common as cabbages? Why not? If you can awaken one, why can't I?" Su Xiaoshuang retorted, unconvinced. Plus, I've been having this recurring dream where I'm an unparalleled empress, renowned across the universe. Maybe I'm the reincarnation of an empress. Xu Qiu's mouth twitched. Reincarnation of an empress. Sounds like you've been reading too many novels. Get a grip. You used to sneak novels under the covers too, and when mom and dad found out, they confiscated your phone. You have no room to talk. Su Xiaoshuang shot back. The siblings bantered over dinner. Afterward, Xu Qiu returned to his room, sitting cross-legged to sense his martial spirit. Upstairs, a dog barked, making Xu Qiu frown. The neighbor's dog was always barking, driving him crazy. He took a deep breath, ignoring it, and focused on his martial spirit. With a thought, the Taotai martial spirit emerged from his body, hovering above his head, its terrifying presence spreading, causing all the neighborhood animals to tremble. Even the dog upstairs fell silent, staring at the Taotai martial spirit, which nearly filled the room. Xu Qiu gulped, wondering if it could shrink a bit. Sensing his thoughts, the Taotai martial spirit began to shrink rapidly, transforming from a massive beast to a palm-sized creature hovering above him. Its greedy eyes fixed on Xu Qiu, seemingly wanting to devour something. Xu Qiu recalled the description of the Taotai martial spirit. It could devour anything, absorbing items rich in spiritual energy. But right now, with their home barren of such treasures, he had to let the martial spirit endure. He retracted the martial spirit back into his body, filled with anticipation for the future. The Taotai martial spirit was just one of the 10 legendary beast martial spirits. As his cultivation improved, he could master the others one by one. If the Taotai was SS level, the others should be at least that level too. With all 10 legendary beast martial spirits, who could rival him? He had never heard of anyone possessing 10 martial spirits, let alone 10 SS level ones. With these hopeful thoughts, Xu Qiu drifted into sleep. In another room, Su Xiaoshuang lay sprawled out, fast asleep. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "I am the empress here. Who dares defy me?" In that moment, her demeanor exuded intense authority. Gradually, she surveyed her surroundings, yawned, and lay back down, staring at the ceiling, recalling her dream. Lately, she had been having the same dream repeatedly. In it, she was an unparalleled empress, her fame echoing throughout the universe, commanding countless life-bearing stars like Blue Star. With a single thought, she could decide the fate of billions of beings. A single thought, and the sun and moon would darken, stars would shatter. Such power and authority were beyond the imagination of Blue Star's warriors. She felt that even the most supreme of 10th-level beings were no match for her. That feeling was intoxicating. But upon waking, she was just the ordinary, albeit beautiful, Su Xiaoshuang. Is it really just a dream? If it's a dream, it's way too realistic, Su Xiaoshuang muttered to herself. She yawned, her eyes watering from exhaustion, and soon she was softly snoring, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, the alarm clock rang. Su Qiu got up on time, prepared breakfast, ate his share, and left some for Su Xiaoshuang. "I'm off to school. Breakfast is on the table. Make sure you get up and eat." "Bye." Su Qiu called out to the still sleeping Su Xiaoshuang. Without opening her eyes, Su Xiaoshuang waved her hand. Su Qiu chuckled, shaking his head as he left the house. Boarding the bus, Su Qiu felt particularly eager about the day's classes. As was customary, after awakening their martial spirits, students would be taught formal martial arts techniques by their teachers. This marked the beginning of their journey into martial arts and becoming warriors. As the bus filled with more passengers, Su Qiu found himself squeezed into a corner. Suddenly, he noticed a girl beside him blushing deeply. Looking closer, he saw a sleazy-looking young man standing next to her, pressing his thigh against her. Damn, a bus pervert. Ding. Faced with a pervert on the bus, you have the following choices. 1. Turn a blind eye. Reward. 100. 2. Take the girl's place. Reward. 1,000. 3. Stand up for her. Reward. 10,000 plus a healing potion. Su Qiu's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3 options before him. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. 100 yuan could be ignored. 1,000 was tempting, and 10,000 was an irresistible lure. Plus, with the added benefit of a healing potion, it was like a windfall from the heavens. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and discreetly recorded the young man's lewd behavior. As the bus made a sudden stop, Su Qiu used the momentum to knock the creep away. The man got up, cursing, but Su Qiu sneered and retorted, "For a pervert like you, being knocked away is getting off easy." Unexpectedly, the victimized woman bravely stepped forward to accuse the man of harassment. The disdainful stares from the crowd were like arrows, and the young man turned red with embarrassment. He attempted to argue, but Su Qiu showed the recording and threatened to call the police. The man, enraged and humiliated, lunged at Su Qiu. However, Su Qiu was quick and agile, subduing him with a swift countermove. The onlookers gasped, "This young man is really strong." Could he be a martial artist? The mention of martial artists scared the young man into begging for mercy. Xu Qiu released him, and the man took the opportunity to flee in panic. The system notified Xu Qiu of his reward, and he was secretly delighted. Not only did he receive a substantial sum of money, but he also felt a surge of strength. He wondered if it was due to the awakening of his martial spirit. The victimized girl thanked him repeatedly, calling him Su God. It turned out she was also a student at 3rd High School and admired those with SS-level martial spirits. They chatted briefly and soon arrived at the school. As Xu Qiu entered the special class, he saw Luo Qingxue bathed in the morning light, exuding an ethereal aura. Their eyes met, and Luo Qingxue suddenly suggested, Xu Qiu, let's arm wrestle. The system presented options again, and Xu Qiu chose to provoke without hesitation. He scoffed, with those skinny arms and legs, you think you can match my strength? However, as soon as they started, Xu Qiu was dumbfounded. Luo Qingxue, though seemingly delicate, was incredibly strong. She defeated him in less than 3 seconds. Xu Qiu was puzzled. Luo Qingxue explained that after her martial spirit awakened, her physical abilities greatly increased. She deliberately tested Xu Qiu to highlight the difference in their martial spirit types. Xu Qiu suddenly understood and couldn't resist teasing her as the eternal runner-up. Luo Qingxue, embarrassed and indignant, was eager to teach Xu Qiu a lesson. Just then, a stunning female teacher walked into the classroom, her high heels clicking on the floor. The stunning woman paused for a moment when she entered the classroom and saw Luo Qingxue about to do something. Am I interrupting? No, you're just in time. Xu Qiu quickly stood up to welcome her, a sly gleam in his eyes. I don't think I've seen you around school before. What brings you here? Lady. The woman's lips curved into a slight smile, her gaze filled with admiration. My name is Mu Qingkong. I've been sent by the Education Bureau. From today onward, I'll be your teacher. Mu Qingkong. Luo Qingxue exclaimed, the youngest award-winning teacher from the Qingyun City Education Bureau, and one of this class martial soul holders? Xu Qiu's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, you're really amazing. Calling her lady all the time, Luo Qingxue scoffed. I never realized you were such a sweet talker. As if you've ever tasted it, Xu Qiu teased with a raised eyebrow. You. Luo Qingxue's face flushed as she turned away with a huff. All right, that's enough fooling around, Mu Qingkong said seriously. You both possess SS-class martial souls, and today I'm going to teach you the first lesson in martial arts meditative breathing. She took out a parchment depicting a peerless female sword immortal holding a long sword. The martial arts meditation diagram. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up. Exactly, this is the moonlit sword immortal diagram, Mu Qingkong explained. Memorize it within half an hour, then begin your meditation. The two focused intently and soon entered a meditative state. The headmaster of 3rd High School approached to check on their progress. Mu Qingkong praised, as expected of SS-class martial souls, they've entered a trance so quickly. The martial arts monthly exam is in a month, the headmaster remarked with a smile. I'm really looking forward to their performance. They should comfortably become first-year middle-grade martial artists, Mu Qingkong mused. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wait, what's happening? They watched as spiritual energy swirled wildly around Xu Qiu, forming a vortex. The school's spiritual energy was being aggressively absorbed by him. What's going on? Where's my spiritual energy? It's all being sucked away. Who has such powerful absorption abilities? The crowd exclaimed as they rushed to the special class's door. It's Su Shun. He's absorbing all the school's spiritual energy by himself. How are we supposed to practice now? Xu Qiu opened his eyes to find everyone staring at him with various expressions. He twitched his mouth and asked, Can someone explain what's happening? Xu Qiu, you can't stay at the school anymore, the headmaster of 3rd High School stated. Xu Qiu was bewildered. Headmaster, are you expelling me? No, no, no. The headmaster quickly shook his head. How could I bear to expel you? You're such a promising student. I'd rather treasure you. The principal of 3rd High briefly recounted what had just happened. Xu Qiu suddenly realized that his ability to absorb spiritual energy was so exaggerated that it had drawn in the energy of others around him. But if he couldn't stay at the school, where else could he train? There were no teachers at home to guide him. Mu Qingkong asked, Xu Qiu, your rate of absorbing spiritual energy is astonishing. I will report this to the Education Bureau and let the director decide. For now, tell me how you feel after absorbing so much energy. Xu Qiu felt the power within him and smiled slightly. I feel fantastic. Full of energy. The principal ordered someone to bring a strength assessment device. Xu Qiu stepped onto it. The machine lit up, and various data appeared on the screen. Overall evaluation. First grade warrior. Everyone gasped. Becoming a warrior on the first day of training? Unbelievable. Luo Qingxue was also stunned. How could Xu Qiu, with the same SS-level martial soul, be so much more extraordinary than her? Mu Qingkong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Taotai martial soul was indeed remarkable. The principle of third high also found it unusual. Others needed months to reach the first-grade warrior level, yet Xu Qiu did it in an hour? Mu Qingkong explained, the greatest advantage of the Taotai martial soul lies in its cultivation speed, especially in the early stages. However, in martial training, speed isn't everything. Other aspects, like martial skills, are important too. The Taotai martial soul offers no special benefits in learning martial skills. Moreover, as one progresses in martial arts, advancement becomes more difficult, requiring talent and insight. Historically, there have been Taotai martial soul holders who were surpassed by others. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Luo Qingxue felt better. Only Xu Qiu knew that the Taotai martial soul was just the beginning. He had 9 other martial souls of the same level. When they all awakened, it would truly be despairing. Mu Qingkong didn't dare let Xu Qiu continue training, fearing it would affect others. Xu Qiu also didn't want to continue, as his body had reached its capacity. Mu Qingkong marveled at the Taotai martial soul's power, reaching in 1 hour what others took a full day to achieve. Xu Qiu asked what to do next, and Mu Qingkong decided to teach him martial skills. She had awakened the fire attribute martial soul, the blazing fire gauntlet. Xu Qiu's Taotai martial soul was non-attribute, allowing him to learn any martial skill, but at the same efficiency as ordinary people. Mu Qingkong took Xu Qiu to the field to teach him the drank martial skill, blazing blast punch. She demonstrated it once, launching a massive fireball that created a deep crater. Xu Qiu was amazed that she used only a fraction of her strength. Mu Qingkong calmly stated that at full power, she could level the school. Xu Qiu was shocked. Could Mu Qingkong's cultivation have reached the 7th grade marquee level? This was the gold standard of a top teacher? Mu Qingkong, pleased with Xu Qiu's admiration, encouraged him. Keep working hard, and one day, you will reach my level. Xu Qiu began practicing the blazing thunder fist from Mu Qingkong's teachings. Xu Qiu's punches were like thunder, and sweat poured down like rain. Although this level martial art seemed simple, it required consistent practice over time to reach even a basic level of mastery. After an entire afternoon of intense training, he could only manage to produce a few sparks, barely enough to light a cigarette, let alone create a crater with a single punch like Mu Qingkong. However, Mu Qingkong was secretly impressed. This kid had remarkable comprehension skills, managing to grasp the basics within just a few hours. If he were to be granted a fire attribute martial spirit, he might soon reach the initial mastery stage. Martial arts techniques and martial spirits are graded similarly, with proficiency levels categorized as superficial, initial mastery, mastery, peak, and perfection. The higher the level, the greater the power. Xu Qiu, haste makes waste. Take a break, Mu Qingkong said, handing him a towel. Wiping his sweat, Xu Qiu asked, Mu Laoshi, how long did it take you to learn this technique? 3 days. 3 days to initial mastery? No, 3 days to peak mastery. Xu Qiu was thunderstruck. He hadn't even scratched the surface in an afternoon, while she had reached the pinnacle in 3 days. Comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. I possess an S-level fire attribute martial spirit, so my learning speed is naturally exceptional. You're doing well? You could match my 3-day progress in about a month, Mu Qingkong reassured him. Thank you, Xu Qiu said, his expression a mix of disbelief and gratitude. As the bell rang, Xu Qiu bid farewell and left. A promising talent indeed. Given time, he'll achieve greatness, Mu Qingkong mused. How long until he becomes a noble? Luo Qingxue asked. At the earliest, 3 years. At the latest, 10. What about me? You, at least 10 years. How can I lag so far behind him when we're both SS-level martial spirits? Luo Qingxue was indignant. His Taotai martial spirit is unique, allowing for rapid early progress. Of course, cultivation requires more than talent. It demands opportunities, resources, and even family background. As a daughter of the Luo family, you probably have access to all sorts of martial resources. With such support, you might advance more quickly. He, after all, lacks such a background, Mu Qingkong explained, revealing the harsh realities of the cultivation world. An SS-level martial spirit is enough to make him highly sought after. If he chooses, there will be factions ready to support him, Luo Qingxue remarked. Well, such support comes with conditions. It depends on the choices he makes, Mu Qingkong said softly, watching Xu Qiu's retreating figure. Outside the school gates, luxury cars arrived one after another, and people in suits emerged. The Sansheng Group, Zhao Yuan Enterprises, Tianshan Genetic Engineering, Laojun Pharmaceuticals, Tianlei Martial Hall. All the prominent forces in Qingyun City were vying to extend their olive branches, offering to sponsor his education, provide genetic potions, elixirs, and martial arts manuals. As everyone marveled at the allure of an SS-level martial spirit, the roar of a helicopter filled the air. A figure leaped down from 100 meters high, landing gracefully. Su, I'm from the Zishao Martial Hall, here to invite you to join us. The mention of Xiao Martial Hall stunned everyone. It was the top-ranked martial hall in Qingyun City, and its master was the rare 7th-tier Marquis-level powerhouse Xiao Marquis. Joining Xiao Martial Hall could be summed up in 4 words: a meteoric rise. The crowd buzzed with excitement, amazed that even Xiao Marquis had sent someone personally to recruit him. Some lamented how great it would be to join Xiao Martial Hall, while others noted its stringent assessment criteria. One must become a 3rd-tier martial artist before the age of 25. Xu has just started his cultivation journey. How could he possibly become a 3rd-tier martial artist so quickly? Aren't you stating the obvious? Xu is an SS-level martial spirit. Becoming a 3rd-tier martial artist before 25 is a piece of cake for him. Even the people from the Xiao Martial Art School have come. Xu Qiu was slightly surprised. The young man with the crew cut looked directly at Xu Qiu, speaking with confidence. Our master said that if you join us, you can become his personal disciple. This statement caused those around to gasp. Being a personal disciple of a marquis-level master meant Xu Qiu could walk around Qingyun City with unparalleled prestige. Xu Qiu's heart stirred, and system options appeared before him. 1. Join the Xiao Martial Art School and receive a reward of 1 million yuan. 2. Decline the invitation and receive one of the top 10 fierce beast martial spirits. Without hesitation, Xu Qiu chose the second option. He gave the young man an apologetic smile. Sorry, I don't plan on joining any factions for now. The young man was stunned, finding it hard to believe he had been refused. After all, he represented Marquis Xiao. Xu, please reconsider, he urged desperately. But Xu Qiu had already slipped through the crowd and boarded a bus. To him, luxury cars and helicopters couldn't compare to the bus ride home. Mu Qingkong, who witnessed the whole scene, chuckled. Interesting. I must see Marquis Xiao's reaction tomorrow. Xu Qiu got off the bus and headed home, eager to explore the newfound power of his awakened martial spirit. As he reached his doorstep, incessant barking from upstairs greeted him. Xu Qiu sighed, having tried to reason with the owner to no avail. Inside, Xu Xiaoshuang was engrossed in a video game. Xu Qiu checked her homework, surprised by his sister's diligence. As they ate and chatted, Xu Xiaoshuang wasn't surprised by her brother's rejection of the martial arts school, teasing, once I awaken my martial spirit, I'll wipe them out in 2 or 3 years. Xu Qiu playfully knocked her head. Stop reading those over-the-top novels. After dinner, Xu Qiu took out a healing potion for his sister. The doorbell rang, and he brought in a roasted kiln chicken. Xu Xiaoshuang was astonished by her brother's sudden generosity, but Xu Qiu just smiled without explanation. Back in his room, Xu Qiu eagerly summoned his new martial spirit. A majestic white tiger appeared before him, with a glowing king symbol on its forehead, exuding an aura of ferocity. System notifications flooded his mind. White tiger, one of the top 10 fierce beasts, SS-level martial spirit. It wields the power of slaughter, allowing martial techniques to be imbued with killing intent, greatly enhancing their strength. It can also be summoned for battle, dominating the battlefield with unmatched prowess. White tiger, the embodiment of ultimate destructive power. Xu Qiu was deeply shaken as the fierce aura of the white tiger spirit washed over him. This was a supreme spirit that had once dominated an era. Paired with the gluttonous beast spirit, it was a match made in heaven. A slight smirk appeared on his face as he deliberately released a hint of its deadly aura. The dog upstairs instantly fell silent, and an eerie quiet enveloped the entire neighborhood. Even the insects seemed to vanish, as if sensing the oppressive presence of a natural predator. Brother, I'm all better. Xu Xiaoshuang's exclamation broke his concentration. His sister leaped from her wheelchair, hopping around joyfully. Xu Qiu quickly held her back. Take it easy, you just recovered. Don't hurt yourself again. I'm really all better. Xu Xiaoshuang excitedly showed off her perfectly healed legs. Then you'll go back to school tomorrow, Xu Qiu decisively declared. What? I don't feel completely ready. Xu Xiaoshuang's excitement deflated instantly. None of that. You're going, Xu Qiu insisted. The next day, as the siblings left their building, they encountered their neighbor from upstairs, who was weeping over a dead dog. Feeling guilty, Xu Qiu quickened his pace, while Xu Xiaoshuang gleefully remarked, serves them right for barking all the time. At school, Xu Xiaoshuang saw 2 senior students bullying a younger girl and immediately stepped in to help. Xu Qiu faced a choice: ignore it or stand up for his sister and earn a martial arts insight card as a reward. He chose the latter without hesitation, swiftly resolving the situation with a show of intimidation. Xu Shun. The 2 bullies recognized Xu Qiu and fled in terror. Satisfied, Xu Qiu walked away, leaving Xu Xiaoshuang and her friend Xiao Yu whispering to each other. In the special class, Luo Qingxue asked Xu Qiu why he turned down the Xiao Martial Arts Hall. I refuse if I want to. There's no need for a reason, Xu Qiu replied nonchalantly. Luo Qingxue informed him that the hall had accepted Xiao Mei and Li Xiang as disciples. Xu Qiu remained indifferent and began his cultivation. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the world surged towards him like a tide. The other students couldn't compete and reluctantly stopped their own training. The principal announced over the intercom, Xu Qiu is currently cultivating. Please refrain from absorbing spiritual energy for now. In Class 2A, Su Xiaoshuang heard the school's announcement and couldn't hide her pride and joy. She turned to her classmates and said, "Do you know who Su Qiu is? That's my brother." As soon as she finished speaking, her classmates' eyes filled with envy. "Xiaoshuang, your brother is amazing. I'm so jealous you have such a brother. An SS-level martial soul. That's unbelievable." The praises came one after another. Many students secretly decided to build a good relationship with Su Xiaoshuang. Even the teacher's gaze softened towards her. Time passed. Su Qiu practiced for over an hour until the spiritual energy within him was saturated. Then he stopped. The spiritual energy throughout the school had noticeably thinned due to his absorption, prompting several teachers to mutter "monster" under their breath. "Done with your practice?" Luo Qingxue asked softly. Su Qiu rubbed his nose. "Yes, you can practice now. By the way, why hasn't Teacher Mu arrived today?" "Not sure. But she mentioned yesterday she wanted to visit the Zixiao Martial Hall to see the look on Marquis Zixiao's face after being rejected." This? Su Qiu was stunned, not expecting Mu Qingkong to be so bold as to mock a powerful marquis. With Mu Qingkong absent, Su Qiu practiced martial techniques on his own. He sensed his internal spiritual power was still at the initial stage, which was normal since rapid progress in just 2 days was unlikely. He went to the playground to practice the level martial technique, blazing fire punch. After half an hour with no progress, he realized his martial technique talent seemed average. Then he remembered the insight card he had obtained and decided to use it. System, how do I use this card? Just crush it. Su Qiu crushed the card, and star-like particles entered his body. As he practiced the blazing fire punch again, his understanding rapidly advanced from basic to proficient, then to mastery, and finally to perfection. With one punch, flames gathered and exploded on the ground, creating a crater. The principal of 3rd High School, passing by, gasped. How can his martial technique be this powerful? Su Qiu's punch was nearly at the high initial stage, yet he had only reached the initial stage yesterday. Is it martial technique perfection? But where did he learn it? The principal was puzzled, as ordinary students were still at the stage of refining spiritual energy, far from learning martial techniques. Yet Su Qiu had perfected one. The gap was immense. "I taught him the martial technique." Mu Qingkong approached slowly, her eyes complex. "I taught it just yesterday." She was shocked. Taught yesterday, perfected today? Unbelievable. Standing before Su Qiu, Mu Qingkong said, "Su Qiu, try hitting me with a punch. Isn't that inappropriate?" "Don't worry, with your current level, you can't hurt me. Go ahead, full strength." "Well, apologies, Teacher Mu." Su Qiu didn't hold back, delivering a full-strength punch to Mu Qingkong. Bang! His fist hit her chest. Flames roared. Mu Qingkong remained unmoved, nodding slightly. Indeed, the power of a perfected martial technique. "Also, young man, where exactly were you aiming?" Her body trembled slightly, causing Su Qiu to step back. Momentarily dazed, he thought he saw a ripple on her chest, surprising him with its elasticity. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts. Blazing fire punch may be a level martial technique, but perfecting it in a day is remarkable. How did you manage that? "I just practiced, and suddenly it clicked," Su Qiu said, keeping the system his biggest secret. Mu Qingkong seemed to understand, her eyes brightening. "I see. You must have had an epiphany." "An epiphany? Oh yes, that's it." Su Qiu sighed in relief internally. It's said that some people can suddenly have an epiphany while practicing martial techniques, achieving rapid mastery. Such chances are extremely rare. Even I've only experienced it once. For you to have an epiphany on your first practice, your luck is unmatched. Indeed. There's another thing. Due to the unique nature of your gluttonous martial soul, the Education Bureau has prepared a martial arts artifact for you. Mu Qingkong took out a silver necklace adorned with a blue gemstone. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. A martial arts artifact, as the name suggests, serves martial arts purposes and can be used for attack, defense, or support. This necklace seemed to be a supportive martial arts artifact. Even the most basic martial arts artifact costs millions. The Education Bureau actually provided him with such an item. This is the Blue Spirit Necklace, a martial arts artifact. It stores a large amount of spiritual energy, which you can absorb directly during practice, and it will automatically replenish. This artifact should suffice until you advance to the 3rd stage. Mu Qingkong handed the necklace to Su Qiu. The principal of 3rd High School felt a twinge of envy. Even he wasn't equipped with such an auxiliary artifact. The Education Bureau providing a student with an artifact was unprecedented, indicating their high regard for an SS-level martial soul. "I won't let the Education Bureau down." Su Qiu took a deep breath and put on the necklace. "Great, let's begin today's lesson." What are we learning today? Combat. Mu Qingkong's words were barely out when she launched a punch at Xu Qiu's face. Caught off guard, Xu Qiu took the hit directly, yelping in pain as a lump formed on his forehead. Combat is the most crucial course for martial artists. Only in actual combat can they apply what they've learned. A martial artist without combat experience is useless, regardless of their cultivation level. Mu Qingkong continued her assault as she spoke. Xu Qiu was forced to dodge frantically. Are you just going to keep dodging? Teacher Mu, you're bullying with your strength. Nonsense, I've suppressed my level to the first stage. We're on equal footing now. Then take this, teacher. Xu Qiu used his newly mastered blazing fire punch. Unfortunately, despite his technique being perfected, his lack of combat experience led to him being easily overpowered by Mu Qingkong. Your punch is too slow. Who taught you to punch like that, leaving your center open, asking for trouble? Lift your leg higher. TSK. Did you skip breakfast? Your punches are so weak. On the playground, Mu Qingkong was rigorously training Xu Qiu. In his first combat session, Xu Qiu ended up battered and bruised. She was a bit too ruthless. Students passing by shivered at the sight. If Xu the god could be beaten so badly, what chance would they stand if it were them? Xu Qiu endured a grueling morning. Mu Qingkong's practical combat class was like a hellish ordeal, leaving Xu Qiu sore all over, grimacing in pain. His sister, Xu Xiaoshuang, felt sorry for him and glared at Mu Qingkong. The teacher is too harsh. Mu Qingkong raised an eyebrow and handed over a healing potion. We'll continue training tomorrow. Xu Qiu shivered but chose to face it bravely, earning a practical experience card. Back home, he took the potion, and his injuries vanished. Xu Qiu crushed the experience card, significantly boosting his combat skills. The next day, when he sparred with Mu Qingkong, his techniques had improved dramatically, leaving her astonished. What a prodigy! Observing from the shadows, Luo Qingsno refused to be outdone and decided to purchase the expensive Zhao Yuan Dan. Half a month later, Xu Qiu reached the middle rank of a first-tier warrior. One day, while taking a bus home, they were attacked by blood demon rats. The bus overturned, and passengers panicked. Xu Qiu led his sister to safety, but heard cries for help from inside the vehicle. Xu Xiaoshuang urged him to run, but Xu Qiu found himself at a crossroads. Ding! Faced with lives about to be lost to the beast, you have the following choices. Xu Qiu gazed intently at the high-grade gene potion, his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed. This miraculous elixir, worth millions, promised to enhance genes, elevate skills, and strengthen the body. Yet, the blood demon rat before him could not be ignored. As warriors, our duty is to eradicate these beasts and protect the people, Xu Qiu declared, stepping forward resolutely. Brother, Xu Xiaoshuang called out anxiously. Xiaoshuang, you must leave. I promise I'll return. Xu Qiu shouted as he charged toward the blood demon rat. Tears filled Xu Xiaoshuang's eyes. Why are you all like this? Father was the same, and now you. Can't you think about me for once? The blood demon rat closed in on the bus, drooling at the prospect of a feast. Inside, cries and despair filled the air. Just as the rat was about to strike, Xu Qiu stood firm. He braced himself, forming a fist with flames swirling around it. Beast, get out of my way, he roared, landing a fiery punch straight into the rat's chest. Boom! The blood demon rat howled in agony, tumbling backward and rolling on the ground. Hope reignited in the eyes of the bus passengers. A warrior! A warrior has come to save us. Yet, the blood demon rat slowly rose again, growling defiantly at Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu narrowed his eyes. No wonder it's a beast, with such tough skin. He knew this mid-tier first-level beast was not something an ordinary first-level warrior could defeat. Having just advanced to mid-tier himself, his Taotai martial soul was strong but not suited for offense. But I have more than just the Taotai martial soul, Xu Qiu thought to himself. With a single thought, he connected with the white tiger martial soul within him. Instantly, a terrifying aura of killing intent erupted, transforming him into a human-like beast of fury. Sensing the threat, the blood demon rat hesitated to approach. Beast, watch me destroy you. Xu Qiu unleashed another fiery punch, the flames on his fists growing even more intense. With the white tiger's killing aura, the power was magnified. Boom! The blood demon rat's claws shattered, and a massive bloody hole appeared in its chest. Bang! In the next moment, the blood demon rat exploded into a mist of blood. Its remains scattered across the ground, staining Xu Qiu's white school uniform red. This punch not only pierced its chest but blew its entire body apart. Xu Qiu was both shocked and exhilarated. The white tiger martial soul is truly terrifying. Brother, Xu Xiaoshuang stood frozen, wide-eyed and speechless. Xu Qiu turned and grinned. Xiaoshuang, wasn't that punch awesome? Hurried footsteps approached as a graceful woman arrived at the scene. wielding a giant club. Where's the beast? She scanned the area, her expression turning curious upon seeing the blood-covered Xu Qiu. Is that beast blood? Did you kill it? Xu Qiu nodded.
Yes.
Which hunting team are you with? I'm not with a hunting team. I'm a student from 3rd high school. A student. The woman was taken aback. Are students this skilled these days? Big sister, since the hunting team is here, we'll be on our way, Xu Qiu said, turning to leave with Xu Xiaoshuang. The woman scratched her head, watching them go. What a peculiar kid. But we'll meet again, she mused with a playful smile. If it really was that kid, that's quite something. A mother carrying her child approached Xu Qiu, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Big brother, thank you. I want to be strong like you when I grow up, the child said in a sweet voice. Xu Qiu smiled warmly. Study hard and keep it up. After defeating the beast, Xu Qiu turned away with Xu Xiaoshuang, leaving behind a striking silhouette. It was reminiscent of a master who, having completed his task, disappears into obscurity. Xu Qiu walked away gracefully, taking Xu Xiaoshuang with him, his posture as straight as a pine tree, like a grandmaster. However, on the way back, Xu Xiaoshuang remained silent, her eyes still showing traces of fear. Back home, after freshening up, Xu Qiu found Xu Xiaoshuang sitting alone on the sofa, silently shedding tears. His heart tightened, and he hurried over. Xiaoshuang, what's wrong? Are you still scared? It's not that, Xu Xiaoshuang shook her head. I just thought of Dad. Xu Qiu was slightly taken aback. Their father had passed away several years ago, also a martial artist, who died saving others from a beast. He paused, realizing that his actions today had stirred his sister's painful memories. You're just like Dad. Both of you are fools. Xu Xiaoshuang accused, her eyes red. Why do you have to help others? What if something happened to you? Are you going to leave me alone? You never thought about me. Xu Qiu gently stroked her hair and said solemnly, how could I not think of you, Xiaoshuang? Both Dad and I put our family first. But in situations like today, I had to step in. Those people, like you, also have brothers and sisters and family. Behind them are families too. What does that have to do with us? Xiaoshuang, if everyone thought that way, humanity would have perished long ago. Xu Qiu's tone was serious. The reason we can still live safely in Qingyun City is because our ancestors fought for it with their blood and flesh. We don't expect to be as selfless and brave as our predecessors, but at the very least, when disasters occur in front of us, we should try to resolve them. If everyone remains indifferent, humans will eventually be wiped out by the beasts. Eliminating beasts is everyone's responsibility. It's something that concerns every martial artist, even every person. Xu Xiaoshuang was at a loss for words. She knew she was being selfish, yet she didn't want Xu Qiu to take risks. She feared that one day, Xu Qiu would meet the same fate as their father, falling to a beast. After all, he was her only family left. Seeing her worry, Xu Qiu smiled and reassured her. Xiaoshuang, you're a good kid. You surely understand what I'm saying. I also know you're worried about me. I promise you, I will never put myself in danger. Whatever I encounter, my safety will always be my top priority. Like today, that blood demon rat was no match for me. I took it down with one punch. Where was the danger? I only stepped in because I knew I could handle it. Upon hearing this, admiration sparkled in Xu Xiaoshuang's eyes. Brother, you were amazing today. You've only been a martial artist for a few days, and you can already take down a blood demon rat. Is the SS-level martial soul really that powerful? Of course. Xu Qiu grinned with pride. Seeing his sister's mood improve, he took out a vial of Jean's serum. It was a test tube filled with a pale blue liquid, crystalline and containing starry specks, mysterious and captivating. High-level Jean's serum. It's my first time using it. Hope it doesn't disappoint. Xu Qiu thought to himself. He shared half of the serum with Xu Xiaoshuang. Although she hadn't awakened her martial soul yet, the serum could still benefit ordinary people. Unaware of the serum's origin, Xu Xiaoshuang assumed it was a health supplement and drank it with Xu Qiu. As the serum entered his body, Xu Qiu immediately felt his spiritual power increase, more effective than 10 days of hard training. Eagerly, he asked, Xiaoshuang, do you feel anything? The taste is nice. Do you have more? Xu Xiaoshuang licked her lips. Besides the taste, do you feel any stronger? Xu Qiu's mouth twitched. This was $1 million high-grade serum. Well, not really. Xu Xiaoshuang shook her head. Xu Qiu was stunned. Why was there no effect on her? Could it be that it only worked on martial artists? He wondered silently, but, seeing Xu Xiaoshuang unharmed, assumed the effects would manifest gradually. That evening, the siblings ordered takeout. For Xu Qiu, now flush with cash, this had become routine. After dinner, they each retreated to their rooms, Xu Qiu to continue his training, while Xu Xiaoshuang fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Xu Xiaoshuang dreamed again. In her dream, she was still the empress traversing the universe, but faced an unprecedented crisis. Several emperor-level strongmen attacked her. The battle raged on, dimming the skies and shattering stars. Gravely injured and on the brink of death, the empress chose to self-destruct. The terrifying energy exploded like a star, illuminating the silent universe. Her attackers were wounded. Some even perished on the spot. The empress used a secret technique to send her remnant soul to the depths of the universe, eventually landing on Blue Star. Xu Qiu awoke with a start, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, murmuring to herself, "So that's it. My past life was ambushed and killed. When I regain my strength, I'll seek revenge. Give me 18 years to train, and I'll send those emperors to the underworld. Just you wait." As she envisioned the future, her fighting spirit ablaze, a calm voice suddenly spoke beside her. "The person you dreamed of is me, not your past life. Besides, even in 1800 years, you wouldn't reach the emperor level, let alone leave Blue Star." Su Xiaoshuang turned to see the empress from her dream, standing by her bed, and gasped. "What on earth? Isn't that my past life? Did my past life come to life? How did you get out of my dream?" Su Xiaoshuang's mind was full of questions. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a stunningly beautiful woman standing by the sill. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin was as smooth as porcelain, and her features were so exquisitely crafted that they seemed to be the work of the world's finest artisan. Her almond-shaped eyes held a hint of pride. The moonlight, as gentle as water, highlighted her unparalleled beauty. With her eyes slightly raised and a proud stance, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Su Xiaoshuang was entranced, silently admiring her. This is what a true beauty looks like. Those so-called celebrities pale in comparison. I am the one you've seen in your dreams. You may call me Empress Qiao. The woman spoke softly. Su Xiaoshuang was taken aback. Empress Qiao? How did you end up here? As you saw in your dreams, after being besieged, I self-destructed and used a secret technique to preserve a fragment of my soul, which landed on Blue Star and merged with you. The dreams of my past were because I began to awaken. The genetic potion you drank tonight provided the final energy for my awakening, Xiao explained calmly. Su Xiaoshuang gasped. You're not going to take over my body, are you? Xiao rolled her eyes. Stop reading so many novels. I'm not going to take over your body, but we have indeed become one. What do you mean? I've become your martial spirit. Su Xiaoshuang was stunned. A human martial spirit? And once an empress who ruled countless galaxies. Human martial spirits are rare but not unheard of, Xiao replied nonchalantly. No need to be so surprised. What can you offer me? Su Xiaoshuang pressed further. With an empress as her advantage, she wanted to make the most of it. Xiao smiled slightly. Though you're a bit naive, your ability to accept things is not bad. Now that I'm your martial spirit, I'll assist you in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. A martial spirit and its master are one. As you grow, so do I. With my help, you have the chance to become an emperor, and leaving Blue Star will be the least of your worries. What level of cultivation do I need to leave Blue Star? Su Xiaoshuang asked curiously. Xiao explained the cultivation levels in detail, from the 9th tier sovereign to the 12th tier saint realm, even hinting at an even higher emperor tier. Su Xiaoshuang listened in awe, excitement evident in her expression. That's amazing. With you and my brother's SS-grade martial spirit, Blue Star will be ours to rule. Your brother has potential, and with some luck, he might lead Blue Star. But the galaxy is vast, and geniuses are as common as rain. Compared to them, your brother still has a long way to go, Xiao said candidly. Don't underestimate my brother, Su Xiaoshuang retorted, dissatisfied. Xiao shook her head helplessly, unwilling to argue further. I'll teach you a meditation technique that will ensure you surpass your brother within 3 months. With that, she touched Su Xiaoshuang's forehead, and a mysterious starry map appeared in her mind. This is the Supreme Meditation Map, a 10th tier technique, the strongest on Blue Star. By meditating with it and using my power to absorb spiritual energy, your cultivation speed will surpass even those with SS-grade martial spirits, Xiao stated calmly. That's incredible. Let me try. Su Xiaoshuang sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Instantly, spiritual energy from the surroundings converged towards her. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu, who was also cultivating, suddenly sensed the disturbance in spiritual energy and was puzzled. Is someone else absorbing spiritual energy? A system prompt immediately appeared, offering 3 options. Without hesitation, Xu Qiu chose the third. Unleash the power of the gluttonous beast. Instantly, spiritual energy from miles around surged, forming a massive vortex. Sensing the terrifying devouring force from Xu Qiu, a flicker of surprise appeared in Xiao's eyes. As expected of a gluttonous beast, but still immature. And I am an empress who once roamed the star seas. Spiritual energy, come to me. She, too, began to compete fiercely for the spiritual energy. Xiao quietly harnessed her own power, while Su Xiaoshuang was fully engrossed in meditation. Unbeknownst to them, the siblings had inadvertently initiated a contest for absorbing spiritual energy. Their astonishing efficiency turned the entire building into a hub for spiritual energy, drawing it in from several blocks around. This commotion caught the attention of nearby martial artists. Damn, who's absorbing all the spiritual energy? Mine's been snatched. Who's this freak? The martial artists on the surrounding streets grumbled, their cultivation severely disrupted. Xu Qiu, who was meditating, suddenly sensed someone competing with him for spiritual energy. He focused his gaze and realized it was coming from Su Xiaoshuang's room. He was taken aback. What's going on? How is Xiaoshuang absorbing spiritual energy? And at such a terrifying rate. It's almost on par with my Taotai martial soul. A slight smile played on Xu Qiu's lips. Humph. No matter what, you dare to compete with your brother for spiritual energy? You've got some nerve. Let me show you how formidable your brother is. Just as he finished speaking, a brand new meditation diagram appeared in his Minda celestial diagram of an immortal holding the sun and moon. This was the 11th level meditation diagram rewarded by the system. In the diagram, a white-robed immortal sat cross-legged in the starry sky, holding the sun in one hand and the moon in the other, exuding immense power. Xu Qiu quickly imprinted the diagram in his mind and immediately put it to use. With the celestial diagram's aid, Xu Qiu's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy skyrocketed. Not only did he outmatch the martial artists on nearby streets, but he also outperformed those from several blocks away. In a martial arts dojo, the master was cultivating when he suddenly noticed all the surrounding spiritual energy being devoured by someone else. This 6th-level martial artist desperately tried to reclaim the energy, but to no avail. He was shocked. How terrifying. Who's absorbing the spiritual energy? Could it be a 7th-level Marquis Realm expert? Or even an 8th-level King Realm? That night, the Su siblings united to devour spiritual energy, shaking the area for miles around. Inside the room, Empress Xiao opened her eyes, a look of disbelief in her beautiful gaze. My spiritual energy is being gradually siphoned away? I can't believe I'm losing to a mere 1st-level martial artist. Even with a Taotai martial soul, this is too outrageous. Could he have a meditation diagram above the 10th level? Impossible. There's no such treasure on Blue Star. She glanced towards Xu Qiu's room, a peculiar expression on her face. This young man seemed shrouded in mystery. Unable to absorb spiritual energy, Su Xiaoshuang opened her eyes, puzzled. What's going on? Why can't I absorb the energy anymore? Xiong Xiao replied calmly. Your brother absorbed it all. Ah. Su Xiaoshuang was initially stunned, then slightly raised her chin. See, I told you my brother is amazing, even you can't outdo him. Xiong Xiao's mouth twitched, momentarily left speechless. She silently vowed to prove to Su Xiaoshuang that she was far superior to her brother. Otherwise, she would never win this girl's respect. Empress Xiong Xiao, reflecting on the situation, shook her head with a wry smile. To think that I, the mighty Xiong Xiao, have been reduced to competing with a girl and a mere 1st-level martial artist. With that thought, she felt somewhat dispirited, her body dissolving into light and returning to Su Xiaoshuang's body. Xu Qiu also absorbed spiritual energy to the point of saturation. His body filled to capacity. Stretching lazily, he touched the blue spirit necklace around his neck. This martial artifact was emitting a faint glow, automatically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Moments ago, Xu Qiu not only absorbed the surrounding energy but also drained a significant portion from the necklace. If Mu Qingkong knew, she would be utterly shocked. The blue spirit necklace could store enough energy for a 1st-level martial artist to absorb for a month. Yet Xu Qiu had consumed over half of it in an instant. The efficiency was simply astounding. Sensing that his cultivation level had stabilized at the top tier of the 1st level, just a step away from the 2nd, Xu Qiu was pleased. But he was more concerned about what had happened to Su Xiaoshuang, wondering how she suddenly started absorbing spiritual energy. He immediately headed to her room. Su Xiaoshuang wasn't surprised by his arrival. Xu Qiu looked at her seriously. Su Xiaoshuang, what was that just now? Did you awaken a martial soul? Brother, do you remember the dream I told you about? Su Xiaoshuang asked. Yes, I remember. Why? It turns out it wasn't a dream. It was real. Su Xiaoshuang didn't hide the matter of Empress Xiong Xiao and recounted the story. Xu Qiu was taken aback. Empress Xiong Xiao? A humanoid martial soul? What kind of nonsense is this? Have her come out and meet me. Xiong Xiao, come out and meet my brother. No, I'm tired. I need to rest. Empress Xiong Xiao's voice echoed in Su Xiaoshuang's mind. Hey, don't be coy, come out, Su Xiaoshuang urged, but no matter how she called, Empress Xiong Xiao remained unresponsive. Scratching her head, Su Xiaoshuang said, Brother, she seems to be upset. How did I upset her? Well, a dignified empress losing to a 1st-level martial artist? I'd be embarrassed too. Su Xiaoshuang shrugged. In the martial soul space, Empress Xiao ground her teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Who talks about their martial soul like this? How did I end up with such a brother-obsessed girl? Xu Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshuang, pondering for a moment. Knowing she wouldn't lie to him, he said, just be careful. If anything strange happens with her, let me know immediately. I'll deal with her for you. Deal with me? Empress Xiao was even more annoyed, fuming within the martial soul space. If I weren't just waking up, and if Su Xiaoshuang weren't so attached to her brother, I'd like to see who deals with whom. How dare a first-level martial artist think of dealing with me? Am I, an empress, not to be respected? Ignoring Empress Xiao's frustration in the martial soul space, Su Xiaoshuang patted her chest and assured, don't worry, brother. I can feel she's truly a part of me and won't harm me. Besides, with her around, I believe it won't be long before I catch up to you. Then, I'll be the one protecting you. Su Xiaoshuang said earnestly. Though she often bantered with Xu Qiu over the years, she knew that her safety and well-being were due to his care, as both a father and a mother figure. In her heart, she always wanted to grow stronger, to turn the tables and protect her brother in return. And now, Empress Xiao was her opportunity. Hearing Su Xiaoshuang's words, Xu Qiu affectionately patted her on the head and said, not bad, not bad. I'll be waiting for you to grow up. Su Xiaoshuang smirked, don't worry. Once I become the empress who rules the universe, I'll gift this blue star to you. Xu Qiu rolled his eyes. All right, all right. He thought to himself that by the time she becomes an empress, he wouldn't be lagging behind either, and wouldn't need her to gift him the blue star. But he didn't want to dampen his sister's enthusiasm, so he yawned and went back to his room to sleep. After Xu Qiu left, Empress Xiao appeared again, looking at Su Xiaoshuang with approval. Very good. Having ambition is a good thing. However, if you want to protect your brother, you at least need to be stronger than him, right? Otherwise, how can you protect him? From now on, as long as you listen to me and train well, I guarantee you can surpass your brother. Xiao thought smugly. By then, let's see if that little man dares to talk about beating me. Su Xiaoshuang, unaware of the rivalry between Xiao and her brother, only knew she had to grow strong enough to protect him. Yes, Empress Master, please train me well. The next day, Xu Qiu arrived at school and found Luo Qingxue sitting cross-legged, looking like she had just finished training. Seeing him, Luo Qingxue said directly, Xu Qiu, spar with me? Xu Qiu refused. It's too early for a spar, no thanks. Go find someone else. Others aren't my match, Luo Qingxue replied. This was true. In the entire number 3 high school, only the two of them were SS level, and no other students could beat them. Just as Xu Qiu was about to refuse again, a system prompt appeared in front of him. 1. Refuse. Reward. 1 bottle of advanced gene potion. 2. Accept, defeat her, and show her who the real king of number 3 high school is. Reward. 2 bottles of advanced gene potion. 3. Accept, but have her massage your shoulders first, then defeat her. Reward. 1 charm fruit. Xu Qiu smiled slightly and said to Luo Qingxue, sparring with you isn't out of the question, but my shoulder got a bit stiff while I was sleeping yesterday. I'm afraid I won't be able to perform well. If only someone could give it a little massage. You wouldn't want to win unfairly, would you, Miss Eternal Second? Hearing the nickname Eternal Second, Luo Qingxue's lips twitched, and she clenched her fists. Xu Qiu, don't push it. Hey, I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to, forget it. Xu Qiu shrugged. Being second isn't bad. It's impressive to consistently be second. Luo Qingxue, provoked, walked over and said, sit down. She actually started massaging his shoulders. Xu Qiu closed his eyes, enjoying it. A little higher. A bit more pressure. Yes, that's perfect. Ah, so relaxing. Luo Qingxue was both embarrassed and annoyed. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, she had never done something like this. But thinking about defeating Xu Qiu and shedding the Eternal Second title, she looked forward to it. After 10 minutes, Luo Qingxue said, is that enough? Xu Qiu, still not satisfied, replied, a little more. Frustrated, Luo Qingxue pinched his shoulder hard. Ouch. Xu Qiu gasped in pain. At that moment, Mu Qingkong walked into the classroom and, seeing the scene, smiled teasingly. Oh, a little love quarrel early in the morning, huh? Ah, young love. Love, my foot. Ms. Mu, she's bullying me. Xu Qiu protested. Stop whining. Are we sparring or not? Luo Qingxue pressed. Yes, I'll show you that as long as I'm in number 3 high school, you'll always be the Eternal Second. Xu Qiu declared confidently. Mu Qingkong chuckled. Then let's head to the field. We can see the difference in your strengths. The news spread quickly, and students gathered to watch. Someone commented, who do you think is stronger, Luoshan or Sushan? It has to be Sushan. When he trains, the entire school's spiritual energy gets exhausted. I think Luoshan has a good chance. Don't forget her martial soul is of the strong attack type. But Su Shin's cultivation level should be higher, right? Hey, don't you know? The Luo family recently bought a batch of creation pills, each costing 1 million. Those pills are definitely for Luo Shun. Wow, I almost forgot about Luo Shun's financial power. Her cultivation might not be weaker than Su Shun's. So overall, Luo Shun might have the upper hand. Su Xiaoshuang, hearing the discussions around her, was a bit displeased and shouted, "Go, brother!" Su Qiu looked up at his sister on the balcony and gave her an okay sign, full of confidence. Luo Qingxue no longer held back, stepping forward as her spiritual power surged, releasing a chilling aura that froze the ground with a layer of frost. Mu Qingkong watched, her eyes showing surprise. This aura, first tier high grade. Such great progress. She had thought it would be impressive for them to reach first tier mid grade within a month, but Luo Qingxue had reached first tier high grade. Her progress was astounding. TSK, the Luo family really invested heavily in her. Mu Qingkong marveled. Looking at Su Qiu again, she thought his chances seemed slim. Yet Su Qiu remained calm. Could he have some hidden trump card? Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu with pride. Su Qiu, I admit, your talent is exceptional, and your grades at school have always been better than mine. But that's all in the past. From now on, I am the top student at third high. Witness my true power. Before her words even finished, Luo Qingxue shot towards Su Qiu like an arrow. Cold air gathered in her palms, forming spiraling ice crystals. Mu Qingkong exclaimed. In a great ice attribute martial skill, the ice spiral palm, Su Qiu narrowly dodged, feeling a chill in his heart. His opponent's skills had clearly improved, and her martial arts were impressive, a sign of the Luo family's significant investment. In comparison, ordinary students rarely even glimpsed at grade martial skill. Onlookers started to murmur, Su Qiu is sure to lose. However, as Luo Qingxue's fierce attacks continued, Su Qiu dodged left and right, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, he unleashed a blazing fire blast punch. The clash of flames and ice was intense. Luo Qingxue scoffed, how can a grade skill compare to my grade? Su Qiu smiled, oh, really? As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed his first-tier peak cultivation. His continuous fire blast punches were overwhelmingly powerful, matching the ice spiral palm blow for blow. The crowd was stunned. He's also first-tier peak? How can a grade skill hold its own against an grade? Mu Qingkong explained, it's all about mastery. Luo Qingxue's ice spiral palm is strong, but she's only scratched the surface. Su Qiu's fire blast punch, however, is perfected. As fire and ice intertwined, the field transformed into a unique battleground. The spectators watched, both envious and admiring. Luo Qingxue was shocked. How could he match her? With no backing, purely through talent, reaching such heights truly exceptional. After several exchanges, Luo Qingxue found herself at a disadvantage. Mu Qingkong observed, it's the gap in combat experience. The principal smiled and asked, is Su Qiu going to win? Mu Qingkong shook his head. The odds are still slim. Upstairs, Su Xiaoshuang cheered for her brother. But Empress Xiao remarked, his chances are small. Why? The martial soul. Your brother's martial soul is more supportive, while that girl has an offensive type. Once she uses her martial soul, your brother will surely lose. Su Xiaoshuang was unconvinced, yet she understood the truth in the Empress's words. On the field, Su Qiu managed to strike Luo Qingxue in the chest, causing her to stagger back. Su Qiu rubbed his fist and teased, quite resilient. Luo Qingxue was both embarrassed and angry. You pervert. With a low shout, she unleashed a burst of cold air, summoning the SS-grade Ice Phoenix. Go. The Ice Phoenix breathed icy breath, narrowly missing Su Qiu. The ground froze instantly. Luo Qingxue, this is attempted murder. Don't worry, even if I freeze you into an ice sculpture, the Luo family can save you. Do you need me to hold back? Not at all. Su Qiu charged forward again. Luo Qingxue controlled the Ice Phoenix while attacking herself, creating a Tugaganstone scenario. Su Xiaoshuang was indignant. This isn't fair. Empress Xiao smirked. A martial soul and its user are one. Seeing Su Qiu in a dire situation, Empress Xiao suddenly noticed something unusual. This aura, could this boy be? Su Qiu closed in on Luo Qingxue, his fingers clenched, releasing a torrent of wild flames that formed a massive fire fist. Luo Qingxue was alarmed, hastily summoning the Ice Phoenix for protection, but was knocked back. She felt as if a beast was targeting her, frozen in place. The fiery fist roared towards her, only to dissipate at the last moment. Su Qiu's fist halted before Luo Qingxue's forehead, giving it a gentle flick. Do you concede? Su Qiu grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. In that moment, Luo Qingxue felt a flutter in her heart. Blushing, she retracted the Ice Phoenix. I concede. Luo Qingxi admitted defeat, and Su Qiu smiled slightly. Su Qiu was secretly pleased. With two SS-level martial spirits in hand, dealing with Luo Qingxi was more than manageable. At the last moment, he used the White Tiger martial spirit to enhance his blazing fist, securing victory with a single strike. The Empress Qiongxiao within Su Xiaoshuang noticed this and praised Su Qiu's prowess. Mu Qingkong also sensed that Su Qiu was harboring secrets, but chose not to delve further. Everyone marveled at Su Qiu's might, while Luo Qingxi vowed not to be outdone and promised to surpass him. Just as Su Qiu lazily responded, a broadcast suddenly summoned him to the principal's office. Pushing the door open, Su Qiu was surprised to see members of the hunting team he had encountered the previous day. The principal introduced them. This is Olay, the captain of the violent bull hunting team from District 16. She's here to give you a reward. Olay heartily patted Su Qiu on the shoulder and handed him a banner and 100,000 in cash. She then extended an olive branch. Kid, interested in joining my hunting team? The principal frowned and tried to dissuade her, but Olay insisted. Letting him train step-by-step in school is a waste of his talent. The strongest warriors are forged on the brutal battlefield. Just as the two were at an impasse, Mu Qingkong suddenly burst in and, without a word, punched Olay out the window. Su Qiu was dumbfounded as he watched Olay land steadily, giving Mu Qingkong a challenging smile. The two powerhouses immediately engaged in a fierce battle on the playground, their blows resonating with force. The principal intervened reluctantly, fearing that the school would be torn apart. Before leaving, Olay reminded Su Qiu once more, think it over. Your stage belongs on the battlefield. Su Qiu fell into deep thought as the system timely presented him with three choices. Continue studying peacefully, attend the interview but fail, or join the hunting team. Each option came with its own rewards, testing Su Qiu's wisdom and decision-making. Ding! Faced with Olay's invitation, you have the following choices. 1. Refuse and continue growing steadily at school. Slow and steady wins the race. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced gene serum. 2. Attend the interview but fail, just for fun. Reward, 10 bottles of advanced gene serum. 3. Attend the interview, pass, and join the hunting team. Showcase your skills on the battlefield and grow rapidly. Reward, a grade martial skill, Thunder King Spear. In a level martial skill, Thunder King Spear? Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Su Qiu felt a surge of excitement. He had already experienced the power of an A-level martial skill. Luo Qingxue only grasped the basics and could still match his perfected level skill. If he could learn an A-level skill, his strength would skyrocket. Unfortunately, such divine skills are rare, and in Qingyun City, an A-level martial skill costs at least 100 million. Only powerful families like Luo Qingxue's could afford them. Su Qiu didn't make a hasty decision and returned to class deep in thought. Mu Qingkong noticed his dilemma and straightforwardly asked, are you thinking about joining the hunting team because of Olay? I'm considering it. Can you give me some advice, teacher? Su Qiu asked sincerely. Mu Qingkong took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, although Olay is rough and violent, her strength is undeniable. You could learn a lot from her. With your current abilities, you have an 80% chance of passing the martial arts college entrance exam. Staying at the high school won't teach you much more. Joining the hunting team is a good choice, and Olay, knowing you're an SS-level martial soul, will definitely pay extra attention to you. Surprisingly, Mu Qingkong supported Su Qiu's decision to join the hunting team. After hearing this, Su Qiu made up his mind. I want to join the hunting team. Well, I'm not surprised by your decision, Mu Qingkong nodded. However, the martial arts newcomers competition is coming up soon. This time, it's different. It's hosted jointly by the 13 high schools of Qingyun City, where all senior students with awakened martial souls will compete. The first prize is a set of advanced genetic potions. A set of advanced genetic potions? Su Qiu was shocked. A set means 12 bottles. One bottle costs hundreds of millions, so a set is worth over 1 billion. With your current strength, you have a good chance of winning. Just remember to come back for the finals, Mu Qingkong advised. Finals? Su Qiu was puzzled. Yes, you're exceptionally strong, so there's no need for you to compete against regular students. I can apply to have you directly enter the top 8. Su Qiu was amazed by this convenient arrangement. That evening, after dinner, Su Qiu asked Su Xiaoshuang to do the dishes while he went to his room to take out the reward he received to dye a charm fruit. The fruit was a bright red, about the size of a baby's fist, resembling a small tomato. He popped it into his mouth and chewed. It tasted sweet and sour, much like a tomato. Looking in the mirror, Su Qiu felt he seemed more handsome, but couldn't pinpoint what had changed. This thing, is it useless? He scratched his head, practiced for a while, and then went to bed. The next morning, Su Qiu got up yawning to make breakfast. Su Xiaoshuang, who had also woken up, paused when she saw him in the kitchen, rubbing her eyes. The sunlight cast a glow on Su Qiu, making him appear gentle, elegant, and undeniably charming. Brother, did you use some skincare product? Your skin looks better, and you seem more handsome, Su Xiaoshuang asked curiously. Xu Qiu rolled his eyes. I've never used any of those things. They had never had money for such luxuries before. Can cultivation make you more handsome? Su Xiaoshuang wondered, touching her chin. I'm already naturally beautiful. If I cultivate, won't I become even more alluring? Oh no, what if too many people start pursuing me? Zhongxiao, the empress in the martial soul space, rolled her eyes but also looked at Su Qiu with a hint of admiration. This boy was indeed quite handsome, with a unique charm. Could this be what they call a domestic god of cooking? After breakfast, the siblings took the bus. As soon as Su Qiu boarded, several women noticed him, sitting up straighter. One girl tapped the seat next to her. Hey handsome, there's a seat here. Su Qiu let Su Xiaoshuang sit down and was about to take a seat himself when he saw an elderly man with white hair board the bus, so he offered his seat. The girl looked disappointed. Young man, take my seat. A middle-aged woman stood up to offer him her spot. Su Qiu was surprised. This was a first? No need, ma'am, I can stand. Don't be shy. You must be a student, right? Students are the future of our country, so sit down, the woman insisted, almost forcing Su Qiu into the seat, chatting with him all the way, laughing heartily. Other girls looked on enviously, thinking, that woman wants to rob the cradle. I'm so annoyed. I wish I could chat with that handsome guy too. After arriving at school, Su Qiu, as usual, first dropped Su Xiaoshuang off at her classroom. Along the way, many underclassmen looked at him with stars in their eyes. It's Su Shun. He's so handsome. He seems even more handsome than before. Is it just me? I'm so jealous of Su Xiaoshuang. Living with such a handsome guy every day must be a joy. It must add at least 10 years to your life. Back in his class, Su Qiu felt that Luo Qingxue was distracted, frequently sneaking glances at him. Are you looking at me again? Su Qiu suddenly turned around. Luo Qingxue met his gaze, blushed, and turned her head away. Nonsense. I wasn't looking at you. You've looked at me over a dozen times. If you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? Su Qiu was at a loss for words. He couldn't argue with that logic. Mu Qingkong, who was teaching, felt a vein throbbing on her forehead, crushing a piece of chalk into powder. I'm here to teach, not to watch you two flirt. Who's flirting with him? Luo Qingxue huffed, turning her head. Mu Qingkong massaged her temples. This class can't go on like this. Starting tomorrow, you two don't need to come. Study at home. Teacher, we're sorry. Su Qiu quickly apologized. Mu Qingkong shook her head. It's not really your fault. Or maybe it is. To be honest, your progress has exceeded my expectations. What takes other senior students a year to learn? You two have mastered in less than a month. There's not much more I can teach you. Improving your cultivation, gaining combat experience, and mastering martial skills are things you'll have to figure out on your own. After listening to Mu Qingkong's words, Su Qiu was deep in thought. Su Qiu carefully pondered Mu Qingkong's words, and suddenly, everything became clear. The path of a martial artist is ultimately one that must be explored individually. Each person's martial spirit and martial path are unique, and only through proactive exploration can one carve out their own path. What the school teaches is merely the foundation. I understand now, Teacher Mu. Thank you for all your guidance during this time. Su Qiu stood up and bowed respectfully to Mu Qingkong. Luo Qingxue followed suit. Mu Qingkong smiled slightly, then his expression turned serious. You both have great talent, but remember, martial spirit talent isn't everything. S-level and S-level martial spirits may be rare, but they do exist. Battles aren't solely dependent on martial spirits. They also rely on martial skills, combat experience, cultivation, attributes, spiritual tools, terrain, timing, strategy, and mindset. There are countless factors that determine the outcome of a battle. Throughout history, there are numerous examples of the weak defeating the strong. So never become arrogant or complacent. Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue nodded earnestly. We understand. Good. As your final lesson, I plan to have a real combat session with you. Both of you, come at me together. Mu Qingkong said with a playful gesture. The battle began in earnest. However, the gap between them and Mu Qingkong was too vast. Mu Qingkong didn't even summon his martial spirit, yet he still managed to leave them battered and bruised. Before long, both of them were on the ground, while Mu Qingkong remained unscathed. That was refreshing. Serves you right for flirting in front of me all the time. Mu Qingkong laughed heartily. I wasn't. Su Qiu weakly protested. Neither was I. Luo Qingxue chimed in. Keep denying it. Anyway, you two lovebirds, I'm too lazy to say more. Goodbye. Mu Qingkong left with a carefree wave, leaving behind a powerful impression. Su Qiu declared with determination. As long as we continue to advance in our martial arts, we'll stand on the same level as teacher one day, and naturally, we'll meet her again. He firmly believed that day was not far off. 2 days later, Su Qiu arrived in Qingyun City for the Wild Bull Hunting Group's interview. The building was packed with people. Xu Qiu found a corner to sit in. Looking around, most were young or middle-aged martial artists, with a few elderly ones. He was the only teenager there. Look at that kid holding a number card. He's here for the interview too? Tisk, has that kid even grown up? Won't he wet his pants at the sight of a beast? Yeah, what are these youngsters thinking? Instead of studying, they come here to make trouble. Amidst the chatter, Xu Qiu remained unfazed. Number 66. Xu Qiu stood up and walked into the interview room. The interviewer, a young man with delicate features, was taken aback upon seeing Xu Qiu. So young? Show us your martial spirit first. Xu Qiu summoned his Taotai martial spirit, and immediately, the detection equipment sounded a sharp alarm. An SS-level martial spirit? The young man stood up in shock. You've passed. Wait outside for further notice about your acceptance. Xu Qiu left the room, leaving the crowd bewildered. That was quick. Not even a minute, and he's already out. TSK, I knew it. A kid like him couldn't possibly pass the Wild Bull Hunting Group's interview. The young man exited the room, announced a pause in the interviews, and left. The crowd exchanged confused glances, and someone approached Xu Qiu to inquire. Kid, do you know why the interviews are paused? No idea. What did the interviewer ask you inside? He asked me to show my martial spirit, then told me to wait for notification. That's it? What's your martial spirit? SS level, Xu Qiu replied calmly. The crowd paused, then burst into laughter. Kid, you're quite the joker. Haha, young man, you're really entertaining. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Do you know how rare SS-level martial spirits are? In the entire history of Xia, there have been fewer than 10. Meanwhile, the bespectacled youth rushed into the office, shouting at Olay, who was dozing at the desk. Captain, something big happened? Olay groggily woke up. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Did the beasts attack? No, there's an SS-level martial spirit applicant for the interview. SS level? Is his name Xu Qiu? Olay's eyes lit up. Hey, how did you know? Haha, I knew I wasn't wrong about him. This kid is destined to shine on the battlefield. Olay laughed. Shaolin, no need for further interviews. Just bring this kid into our Wild Bull group. Join the Bullstorm team without an interview. That's the allure of an SS-level martial soul. Olay had high hopes for Xu Qiu, confident he wouldn't disappoint. Inside the building, everyone waited eagerly, only to see a young man with glasses step out and casually announce, "The interview is over." The announcement caused an uproar. Someone questioned in confusion, how can it be over when not everyone has been interviewed? Who got selected? The young man with glasses fixed his gaze on Xu Qiu in the corner. Number 66, you've been accepted? All eyes turned towards Xu Qiu, gasping in disbelief. This guy? Could there be a mistake? Wait, could he really be an SS-level warrior? This thought made everyone swallow hard, utterly stunned. Number 66, follow me, the young man said. Xu Qiu nodded and followed. His mind suddenly filled with a system notification. Ding! Choice completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the A-level martial skill Thunder King Spear. A profound spear technique instantly flowed into his mind. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up, his hands itching to wield it. This technique, perfected to its peak, gave him the confidence to challenge a second-tier warrior. In the office, Olay laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. I knew you'd come. Captain O, long time no see, Xu Qiu replied with a smile. Turning to the young man with glasses, Olay said, Lin Jian, you'll be responsible for Xu Qiu for the time being. Lin Jian was taken aback. Captain, he's an SS-level martial soul. Is it suitable for me to guide him? No problem, I trust you, Olay insisted. Xu Qiu extended his hand. Brother Lin, I'll be counting on you. Just call me by my name, Lin Jian replied, shaking hands before introducing the Bullstorm team's rules. We don't have many strict rules. We live our own lives and only gather when there are beasts to hunt. There's a monthly assessment, and if you fail, you either undergo the captain's special training or leave the team. Speaking of the special training, Lin Jian couldn't help but shiver. After listening, Xu Qiu felt the team was quite free. He curiously asked, how many people are in our team? Including you, only 20, Lin Jian replied. If it weren't for someone retiring recently, the captain wouldn't even want to recruit new members. Xu Qiu was surprised. Just 20 people to guard the entire 16th district? Lin Jian nodded. We're the smallest hunting team in terms of numbers, Xu Qiu pondered. Could it be that Olay did this on purpose? Fewer people mean more encounters with beasts, preventing slackers and promoting growth. Lin Jian continued his introduction. My martial soul is the A-level storm sword, and I've just advanced to a 4th-tier warrior. With that, a large two-handed sword enveloped in blue light appeared in his hand. Before leaving, Lin Jian handed Xu Qiu a black bullhead badge. This is the Bullstorm team's emblem. Wear it during missions. It also has positioning and communication functions. Xu Qiu took it, feeling its weight. On his way home, Xu Qiu bought some groceries. Upon entering, he saw Su Xiaoshuang training, which surprised him. Not playing games? Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. Brother, am I that irresponsible in your eyes? Isn't that the case? I'm not talking to you, she said, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. During dinner, Su Xiaoshuang spoke up. Brother, I don't want to go to school anymore. Why? Su Qiu frowned. It's unnecessary. I can train now, and I have guidance from Empress Xiao. I don't want to waste time on boring classes. Unexpectedly, Su Qiu nodded in agreement. All right, I'll talk to the principal tomorrow and apply for home study for you. Brother, you really agree? You make a valid point. Since you can train, focus on martial arts. But don't neglect your basic studies. Su Qiu knew well that in this era, martial prowess was the key to self-preservation. After dinner, Su Qiu went online to look for a spear. Ordinary steel spears cost thousands, and better alloy spears were even more expensive. Checking his savings, he gritted his teeth and chose the most expensive one, a custom alloy spear costing 108,000. After placing the order and paying, he watched his balance drop sharply and couldn't help but sigh. Being a warrior is truly a costly pursuit. The next day, the spear arrived. Su Qiu eagerly assembled it, and soon a nearly 2-meter-long majestic spear took shape. The best part was that it could be disassembled for easy carrying. Su Qiu took the spear, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 dazzling spear flowers bloomed. Man and weapon became one, as if it was innate. This was the power of the Thunder King spear, an rank martial skill, and he had mastered it to perfection. Brother, be careful. We still need that chandelier. Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed. She approached for a closer look. Why did you suddenly buy a spear? Planning to use it as a weapon? Yes, Su Qiu nodded. Shall I ask Empress Xiao for some spear techniques? Su Xiaoshuang suggested excitedly. In her mind, Empress Xiao poured cold water on her excitement. Don't even think about it. Start with the basics. Su Qiu smiled gently. No need to trouble the Empress. Accompany me to the garden for some practice. All right. Su Xiaoshuang agreed, secretly countering the Empress's skepticism. My brother's a genius. He learns quickly. Ha! Do you really think your brother can do everything? Empress Xiao sneered. I've never seen someone born with such knowledge. In the garden, several elderly martial artists were practicing their punches. Seeing Su Qiu approach with a spear, they gathered around. Xiao Qiu's practicing with a spear? That's not easy. Before practicing with a spear, you should learn some punching techniques. Let me teach you. The elder in white chuckled. Come on, show us what you've got. Su Qiu responded humbly. It's my first time. Please guide me. The elders were secretly pleased, ready to offer their advice. Su Qiu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his aura transformed, like a lion awakening. The elder's expression shifted slightly. This aura, is it really his first time? In Su Qiu's hands, the spear turned into a dancing dragon, effortlessly executing various spear techniques. If he added spiritual power, its might would be even greater. The elders watched in awe. What a remarkable spear technique. This is no novice. Su Xiaoshuang cheered. My brother is awesome. Empress Xiao was incredulous. Are you sure it's his first time? Even a master might not reach this level. Su Xiaoshuang beamed with pride. My brother is just that amazing. Empress Xiao was speechless. This defies logic. His martial soul is clearly beast type, which doesn't align with spears at all. Su Qiu withdrew the spear and sought advice from the elders. They exchanged glances, unsure who dared to give counsel. Just then, the metal on Su Qiu's chest vibrated, summoning him for a mission. Seeing the metal, the elders showed respect. The rampaging bull metal. Has Xiao Qiu joined the hunting team? Su Xiaoshuang was anxious. Why did my brother join such a dangerous group? She sought advice in her mind. Empress Xiao. Is there any way for me to improve quickly? Empress Xiao suggested alchemy, and Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. Why not sell alchemy recipes for money? Her eyes sparkled as if she could see a fortune rushing toward her. After receiving news from Linjian, Su Qiu quickly rushed to the location of the beast incident. Upon arriving at the mall, Su Qiu saw the police tape already in place. Flashing his badge, a surprised officer said, Lin the martial artist said to let someone named Su Qiu in. Su Qiu pushed past the tape, assembled his long spear, and calmed his nerves. Following the scent of blood, he reached the fresh meat section. Lin Jian's voice came through the communicator. I'm in the cold storage, proceed with caution. In the surveillance room, Olay watched with keen interest. Suddenly, screams echoed. A woman carrying shopping bags was fleeing, pursued by a giant black hound. Su Qiu recognized it as a second-tier beast, the Venomfang hound. He should have retreated, but seeing the woman fall, he charged forward without hesitation, using his spear to knock the beast aside. The battle erupted. Su Qiu wielded the Thunder King spear, lightning flashing around him. He managed to suppress the second-tier beast, but breaking through its defenses proved difficult. At a critical moment, Xu Qiu seized an opportunity. His spear struck like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing the hound's skull. Lin Jian arrived, clapping. Impressive. Xu Qiu, however, looked at the camera. Captain, the acting was too fake. Olay was surprised. How did you know? Xu Qiu chuckled. Who runs for their life with shopping bags? Wang Yin defended. That's a month's salary. Olay announced Xu Qiu had passed the test and officially joined the rampaging bull squad. Wang Yin enthusiastically invited him to celebrate, to which Xu Qiu politely responded. When asked about the origin of the Venom Fang hound, Wang Yin casually mentioned the captain's pet base. Who keeps beasts at a pet base? After dealing with the poison Fang dog and officially joining the bull squad, Xu Qiu bid farewell to Lin Jian and Wang Yin. He then went shopping at the mall before heading home. As Xu Qiu stepped inside his house, he noticed his sister, Xu Xiaoshuang, was busy copying something. Curious, he leaned in to see her paper filled with names of herbs like Di Huang root, seven-star grass, and ginseng. What are you writing these for? Xu Qiu asked with interest. It's a secret. Xu Xiaoshuang replied with a mischievous smile. Xu Qiu ruffled her hair, saying, You've grown up? Huh? Even keeping secrets from your brother. Stop messing up my hair. It took ages to get it right. Xu Xiaoshuang grumbled. Xu Qiu chuckled but didn't press further. It's normal for family members to have secrets. After all, he had his own secret system. Leaving his sister to her own devices, Xu Qiu focused on his training. With only 3 days left until the new martial arts talent competition, he needed to push himself further. Despite being one of the top contenders, Xu Qiu was well aware that there were always others out there with extraordinary talents and opportunities, like Luo Qingxue. He couldn't afford to relax just yet. While Xu Qiu was engrossed in his practice, Xu Xiaoshuang set her own plans into motion. She took her copied formula and headed straight for the largest pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City, Laojuan Pharmaceuticals. Given her young age, it was unlikely Xu Xiaoshuang could meet the higher-ups at Laojuan Pharmaceuticals. So, she forged a resume and went in for an interview. The interviewer raised an eyebrow when he saw Xu Xiaoshuang. Little girl, how old are you to be applying for a researcher position? This is my formula for a pill that is twice as effective as your Zhao Yuan Dan. Xu Xiaoshuang stated seriously. The interviewer dismissed her. Stop fooling around and leave. You should at least take a look. Here's my contact information, Xu Xiaoshuang said, leaving a note behind. The interviewer tossed the note aside without a second thought. As the morning passed, the interviewer stretched and sighed about how hard it was to find good candidates. Just then, a white-haired elder entered the room. The interviewer quickly stood up. Mr. Bai, what brings you here personally? Just taking a break from the lab, Mr. Bai replied with a gentle smile. Did you find any suitable candidates? No, none of them fit. There was even a little girl trying to cause trouble. The interviewer complained. Mr. Bai casually picked up a piece of paper from the desk, and after examining it closely, his expression turned serious. Who left this formula? I think it was that little girl. The interviewer recalled. No matter what it takes, find that little girl. Mr. Bai instructed urgently. Is there something special about this formula? It can enhance the effectiveness of our latest Zhao Yuan Dan by double. That's incredible, the interviewer exclaimed, quickly retrieving Xu Xiaoshuang's contact information from the trash. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaoshuang was on her way home when her phone rang. Without checking, she hung up. Isn't it possible that call was important? The Empress Qiongxiao reminded her. What's important about a spam call? Isn't it possible it was from that interviewer? Oh, I almost forgot. Xu Xiaoshuang realized. Should I call back? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? On the other end, the interviewer was nearly in tears after being hung up on. Call again, Mr. Bai urged. This time, Xu Xiaoshuang answered, and the interviewer quickly said, Miss, we would like to discuss your interview further. Where are you? We can send someone to pick you up. Xu Xiaoshuang hung up, bought a cup of milk tea from a nearby mall, and leisurely waited for someone from Laojun Pharmaceuticals to arrive. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Xiaoshuang? Turning around, Xu Xiaoshuang saw her brother's ex-girlfriend, Xiao Mei, on a date with another guy. Glancing at him, Xu Xiaoshuang thought to herself, he's not as handsome as my brother. She decided to ignore them and started to leave. Xiao Mei called after her, Xiaoshuang, aren't you going to say hello to your brother's ex? Why should I? Not hitting you is already being polite, Xu Xiaoshuang retorted with a roll of her eyes. Xiao Mei frowned. You're still as rude as ever. Those words angered Xu Xiaoshuang, and she kicked towards Xiao Mei. You're the rude one. Your whole family is. Xiao Mei dodged the kick, but Xu Xiaoshuang threw her milk tea at them. Xiao Mei and her date couldn't avoid it, and ended up soaked. The guy's expression darkened. You think you can bully me just because I can't take on Xu Qiu? Ha! Li Ziang, you think I'm scared of you? Xu Xiaoshuang recognized her brother's rival. You're not as good-looking as my brother, your grades aren't as good, your skills aren't as high, and now you're dating my brother's leftovers. You're really pathetic. Su Xiaoshuang taunted mercilessly. Li Ziyang and Xiao Mei were trembling with rage, ready to teach Su Xiaoshuang a lesson, when a rumbling sound interrupted them. Looking up, they saw a helicopter slowly descending onto the lawn. The helicopter landed on the lawn, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Xiao Mei and Li Ziyang, who had been at each other's throats, were distracted by the sudden commotion. Li Ziyang was shocked to recognize that it was a helicopter from Laojun Pharmaceuticals. As the top pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City, Laojun held a status far above the Lin family. People started speculating about the arrival of an important figure. A man in a suit stepped out of the helicopter. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up as she waved to him. Xiao Mei and Li Ziyang were taken aback, puzzled by how this girl dared to be so bold. Just as Li Ziyang was about to reprimand her, the man stopped him with a stern command. Miss Su, I've come to pick you up, the man said politely. Su Xiaoshuang smiled proudly and boarded the helicopter, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Xiao Mei's expression shifted unpredictably as she felt a storm brewing within her. Ever since she left Xu Qiu, these siblings had become quite extraordinary. As the helicopter took off, Su Xiaoshuang couldn't hide her excitement. The Empress Xiao was unimpressed, but Su Xiaoshuang couldn't care less. Arriving at Laojun Pharmaceuticals, she confidently responded to Elder Bai's inquiries, showcasing her remarkable talent in alchemy. Elder Bai's eyes sparkled with interest, eagerly inviting her to join them. Su Xiaoshuang politely declined the job offer, but proposed a partnership instead. She offered to sell her formula for 10 million with a 10% profit share. After much consideration, Elder Bai agreed to the terms. Su Xiaoshuang was thrilled to receive the large sum, planning to purchase medicinal ingredients and prepare a birthday gift for her brother. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu was about to head out to buy groceries when he suddenly sneezed, wondering where his sister had gone. As he reached the entrance of their neighborhood, he saw Su Xiaoshuang flaunting herself in front of a fried chicken shop. From now on, my brother will have to ask me for pocket money. Su Xiaoshuang boasted gleefully. Oh, did you win the lottery? Su Qiu's voice came from behind her. Startled, Su Xiaoshuang fled in panic, while Su Qiu shook his head in exasperation and took over the fried chicken. Just as he was about to go to the market, he noticed a commotion at the dock caused by a mythical beast. A system alert appeared, and Su Qiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. 100 million. Let go of that boss. 1 billion. Let go of that boss and come at me instead. Su Qiu's roar was deafening. Both the beast and the boss paused, exchanging confused glances. The boss asked, Is your name 1 billion? The beast bellowed, To hell with your 1 billion. Despite its limited intelligence, the beast recognized the taunt. It flung the boss aside and charged at Xu Qiu. A surge of powerful energy rippled through the air as water swirled around. Xu Qiu's eyes narrowed. A second-tier water attribute beast. This Sharkman was stronger than the venomous fanged hound. Yet, he showed no fear, readying his blazing fist. With a powerful punch, flames roared. Water clashed with fire, creating a thick mist. The Sharkman staggered back. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Qiu launched a relentless barrage of fiery punches, their power amplified by the white tiger's killing intent, creating a fearsome display. The Sharkman retreated, attempting to flee. Xu Qiu's eyes widened. 1 billion, huh? As the beast was about to dive into the sea, he quickly grabbed a harpoon, infused it with energy, and hurled it with force. Take that! The harpoon crackled with electricity as it sliced through the air, striking the Sharkman squarely in the back. With a pained howl, the beast collapsed. Xu Qiu closed in, delivering a fierce fiery punch. The air filled with the scent of charred flesh. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You've earned 1 billion. Excitedly, Xu Qiu checked his balance site was indeed 1 billion. Swallowing hard, he turned to the boss. Contact the Beast Disaster Recovery Department to collect the body. With that settled, Xu Qiu headed to the market to buy groceries. The familiar shopkeeper was startled to see him covered in blood. Xu Qiu explained he had slain a beast, earning the respect of those around him. After shopping, Xu Qiu returned home with some fried chicken. Su Xiaoshuang emerged, drawn by the aroma. Bro, I adore you. By the time Xu Qiu finished cooking, the fried chicken was gone. He sighed. There goes your allowance for the month. Su Xiaoshuang was unfazed. Big brother, your birthday is coming up. What do you want as a gift? Xu Qiu replied casually. You focusing on your studies would be the best gift. Su Xiaoshuang secretly smiled, with 10 million in hand, planning to surprise her brother. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu pondered how to spend the billion. A new car? Perhaps. But for now, his focus was on the upcoming martial arts newcomer competition, with a prize of advanced gene serum and other billion. In an abandoned building, Xu Qiu stood guard with a gun. Lin Jian's voice came through the badge. The beast is heading your way. I've got this, Xu Qiu replied calmly. A black werewolf beast lunged, claws cutting through the air. Xu Qiu's spear struck like lightning, killing it instantly. Lin Jian praised. Your marksmanship is becoming more refined. Xu Qiu smiled modestly, then said, Brother Lin, I need to take a day off tomorrow for the martial arts competition. Lin Jian nodded in understanding. Almost forgot you're still a student. No problem, give it your best shot and make the Wild Bull squad proud. I'll be there to cheer you on. Returning home, Xu Qiu was suddenly hit by the smell of herbs. He saw Su Xiaoshuang with tissues stuffed in her nostrils, cooking something on the induction stove. The pungent aroma filled the air, making Su Qiu's mouth twitch. What on earth are you doing? He asked. Making elixirs, Su Xiaoshuang replied without batting an eye. Su Qiu was taken aback and scrutinized her equipment. You're using an induction stove to make elixirs? A true master can make elixirs with bare hands. Having an induction stove is already a luxury. It's easier to control the heat, she reasoned. Her explanation sounded plausible, but Su Qiu still found it odd. Is this some kind of scientific elixir making? Did the Empress teach you this too? Yep. But with you doing this, how am I supposed to cook? I ordered takeout for you. How thoughtful of you. Su Qiu sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. After finishing his takeout, Su Qiu glanced at Su Xiaoshuang, who was still busy making elixirs in the kitchen. Shaking his head, he decided to ignore it and went to bed. Early the next morning, he found Su Xiaoshuang asleep at the table. In the induction stove, a few grayish pills lay among a pile of herb residue. You actually managed to make them? Su Qiu remarked with a strange expression. Can these even be consumed? He carefully stored the pills, carried Su Xiaoshuang back to her room, tidied up the messy kitchen, and prepared breakfast before heading out. Not long after Su Qiu left, a stream of light emerged from Su Xiaoshuang, transforming into the Empress of Qiao. She glanced at the tidy kitchen and the breakfast on the table, muttering, this little guy really dotes on his sister. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Su Xiaoshuang, the Empress's eyes showed a hint of envy. I wish I'd had a brother like that. Born into poverty and sold by her parents at the age of 3, she never experienced familial warmth. After merging with Su Xiaoshuang, she felt the girl's experiences firsthand. Although Su Xiaoshuang's parents passed away early, having a brother like Xu Qiu, who took care of her in every way, meant she never suffered any grievances. No wonder she became so attached to her brother. The Empress sighed softly, casting another glance at the elixirs Su Xiaoshuang had made. For a first attempt, it's not bad. The martial arts newcomer competition was an annual event in Qingyun City. Unlike previous years where each school held separate competitions, this year, newcomers from 13 schools gathered together, creating quite a spectacle. The event was held at the First High School's plaza, the only place large enough to accommodate so many students. The venue was packed, and discussions buzzed through the air. Did you hear? There are some incredible newcomers this year, including an SS grade martial soul. Yeah, those 2 SS grade souls are from 3rd High School. I heard they were directly advanced to the top 8. 3rd High is really in the spotlight this time. But 1st High also has an S-grade martial soul, and that student joined the Zixiao Martial Hall and became a direct disciple of Marquis Zixiao. Rumor has it that the principal of 1st High spent a fortune on a 2nd-tier breakthrough pill for that S-grade student to help him advance. Wow. Does that mean there's a 2nd-tier martial artist in this competition? How will others compete? Su Qiu overheard the rumors, feeling a bit surprised. A 2nd-tier martial artist? He was only at the peak of the 1st tier. Still, he wasn't worried. Despite being only at the 1st tier peak, he could defeat 2nd-tier beasts with ease, so facing a 2nd-tier martial artist wouldn't be a problem. Su Qiu, long time no see. A familiar voice called out from behind. Luo Qingxue gracefully approached, her blue and white robe accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her cold, beautiful face drew many gazes. Su Qiu grinned. Long time no see, Luo. You seem even more beautiful. Luo Qingxue blushed but quickly regained her composure, giving a light huff. A few days apart, and you've become even more frivolous. Inside, however, her heart leapt with joy. He actually complimented me on my looks. Ever since being defeated by Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue had to admit she had feelings for him. Yet, she hadn't forgotten her goal. To surpass him and shed her perpetual 2nd-place status. When I defeat him, I'll confess. Luo Qingxue silently resolved. Su Qiu, if you can't flirt, don't try. That line is so outdated. Li Ziang and Xiao Mei approached. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. You two seem to have hit it off. I'm talking to him, not you. Luo Qingxue shot a cold glance at Li Ziang. Li Ziang's face darkened. Su Qiu, don't get too cocky. Do you think you can dominate this martial arts newcomer competition? Oh, do you think you can beat me? I might not be able to, but my senior brother from Zixiao Martial Hall, Zhang, can. A young man in a white robe approached, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes exuding an extraordinary aura. He looked directly at Su Qiu. You're Su Qiu? Yes. Good. I'm Zhang Yunjia. Remember my name. because I'll defeat you and prove I'm the strongest among the martial arts newcomers. The crowd immediately buzzed with chatter. Is that Zhang Yunjie? The one with the S-grade martial soul? Not only that, he's also the only second-tier martial artist in this competition, in a league of his own. Wow, and the guy he's facing is Xu Qiu, the SS-grade martial soul holder of the gluttonous beast. When two tigers fight, one is bound to get hurt. Xu Qiu shook his head with a smile, ready to ignore the provocation, when a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Facing Zhang Yunjie's provocation, you have the following choices. 1. Like an eagle ignoring an ant's challenge. Ignore him. Reward. A bottle of advanced genetic potion. 2. Retort, saying, to defeat me, you need to train for another 10,000 years. Reward. 1 Zhao Yuan pill. 3. Flip him off and retort. Reward. 1 bottle of advanced healing potion. 1 bottle of advanced genetic potion. 1 Zhao Yuan pill. Xu Qiu glanced at the options and immediately flipped him off, saying coolly, to defeat me, you need to train for another 10,000 years. The onlookers were taken aback. Wow, this guy's got some nerve. Well, he does have an SS-grade martial soul. I'd be even more arrogant if I were him. Faced with Zhang Yunjie's provocation, Xu Qiu immediately fired back. Xu Qiu was unyielding, his words sharp and cutting right to Zhang Yunjie's sore spot. Luo Qingque's lips curled into a slight smile, secretly admiring Xu Qiu's wit. Zhang Yunjie's eyes turned icy, burning with anger. You think an SS-level martial soul makes you invincible? I'll show you that a martial soul isn't everything. Xu Qiu scoffed. It's easy to provoke others, but you get all worked up when you're challenged? Just a reckless young hothead. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. A middle-aged man in a purple robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, approached slowly. It was none other than the top expert of Qingyun City, the master of Zixiao Martial Hall, Zixiao Ho. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh my god! It's the 7th-rank titled noble, Zixiao Ho. Xu Qiu frowned, recalling that he had once turned down an offer from him. Luo Qingquo bowed respectfully. Greetings, Zixiao Ho. Xu Qiu followed suit, but Zixiao Ho responded coldly, with an SS-level martial soul, I can't accept your courtesy. Xu Qiu silently cursed him for being petty but forced a smile. Zixiao Ho, you flatter me? Zixiao Ho persisted. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Without a background, you should keep a low profile, or you'll suffer sooner or later. Xu Qiu chuckled coldly. If you have the strength, you should flaunt it. It's better than those who lack it but love to boast. His gaze fixed on Zhang Yunjie and his group. Zixiao Ho was furious, unleashing his pressure to force Xu Qiu to his knees. Xu Qiu resisted stubbornly, and Luo Qingquo moved to support him, but she was also affected by the pressure. Seeing this, Zixiao Ho grew even angrier, increasing the pressure. The onlookers, unaware of the situation, mistakenly thought Xu Qiu and Luo Qingquo were a couple. At the critical moment, Ole, the leader of the violent bull group, appeared to intervene. She swung her staff, knocking back Zixiao Ho, and shouted, bullying my team member? Did you ask me first? Zixiao Ho steadied himself, wary. I didn't expect you to be from the violent bull group. Ole smirked. Let me teach you a lesson. Even a dog looks at its owner before it bites. With that, her martial soul, the Azure Bull Demon, manifested, its pressure overwhelming. Lin Jin explained. The leader has twin martial souls, the Azure Bull Demon and the Skyfeng Staff. Both are a level. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up at the revelation. Twin martial souls. Twin martial souls, as the name suggests, mean a person possesses 2 martial souls. This is extremely rare, but not impossible. Ole's twin martial souls are both grade A, which is even rarer than grade SS. When the Azure Bull Demon was summoned, its overwhelming aura shook everyone present. The captain of the 3rd squad rushed forward to intervene. Captain O, stop. This is the 1st academy. Don't accidentally harm the students. Reluctantly, Ole withdrew her martial soul, glaring at Zixiao Ho. Let's find another place. I won't let you off easily. Zixiao Ho retorted defiantly. It's not certain who will beat whom. Xu Qiu was secretly impressed by the commander's strength, while Wang Yin scoffed. She's just a crazy woman with great power that makes people want to follow her. Wang Yin, you're here too? Of course, I'm here to support the newcomers. Xu Qiu smiled. I'm an SS-grade martial soul. He wouldn't dare mess with me. As Zixiao Ho left, Zhang Yunjie declared, I'll defeat you in the quarterfinals. Xu Qiu paid no heed, which made Zhang Yunjie grit his teeth in frustration. Luo Qingquo warned Xu Qiu. Zhang Yunjie is an S-grade martial soul and has broken through the 2nd level. You need to be careful. Xu Qiu chuckled. Oh, so you care about me? Luo Qingquo huffed. I just don't want to see you lose to someone else. The quarterfinals began, and Xu Qiu faced Li Ziyang. Li Ziyang, full of confidence, declared, Xu Qiu, I'm not who I used to be. Maybe I can handle you without Brother Zhang's help. Xu Qiu, come and fight. Xu Qiu, come up and fight. Li Ziang stood on the stage, exuding arrogance. Xu Qiu raised an eyebrow, secretly amused. You're not the main character. Why are you acting so cocky? Isn't this just asking for trouble? He walked up to the stage leisurely, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Li Ziang boasted, Xu Qiu, back at third high, you always overshadowed me. But now I've joined the Zixiao Martial Arts Academy, and everything's different. Today, you'll witness my transformation. With that, he shouted, come forth, Snow Wolf King. Amidst a whirlwind of ice and snow, a giant silver wolf appeared out of thin air, a level martial soul, the Snow Wolf King. However, its aura was noticeably inferior compared to Olei's Azure Bull Demon. Attack! At Li Ziang's command, the Snow Wolf King lunged at Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu's spear remained motionless behind him as he clenched his fist tightly, unleashing a domineering flame. He threw a punch. Boom! The Snow Wolf King shattered instantly, its martial soul dispersed back into Li Ziang's body. Li Ziang suffered a severe backlash, letting out a scream before passing out. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What the heck? What's up with this guy? He took down an 11 martial soul without even using his own? That's odd. His Taotai martial soul is supposed to be support type, not strong in attack. It's all pure strength. Xu Qiu scoffed. I thought we'd exchange a few blows, but I guess I overestimated. The host regained composure and announced, in the first match, the winner is Xu Qiu from third high. Su Xiaoshuang burst into laughter. Haha, that's hilarious. He talked a big game and got taken down by my brother in an instant. I'm dying of laughter. Not far away, Olay and her group noticed her. Is she Xu Qiu's sister? Yeah, I think her name is Su Xiaoshuang. Olay's eyes lit up. I like this girl. Once she awakens her martial soul, let's recruit her into the Storm Bull squad. Linjian and Wang Yin exchanged glances. Just like that, she's in line for the Storm Bull squad? Not many in Qingyun City get such an offer. Xu Qiu jumped off the stage, and Zhang Yunjie said coldly, you're impressive, but don't get cocky just because you beat Li Ziang. Xu Qiu replied as if speaking to a fool. Which eye of yours saw me getting cocky? If you don't need your eyes, give them to someone who does, like the person next to you. Xiao Mei, standing beside Zhang Yunjie, was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? Xu Qiu retorted bluntly, choosing a guy like him as a boyfriend? Are you blind? Xiao Mei blushed furiously. Xu Qiu, you're going too far. The host announced at the right moment. In the second match, Luo Qingxue from third high versus Xiao Mei from third high. In the stands, the principal of third high was displeased. I suspect foul play. Why are all the matches third high against third high? Isn't this deliberately weakening us? The principal of first high sneered. It's random. Don't make accusations without proof, or I'll sue you for slander. Humph. Are you afraid we'll take the championship? With Zhang Yunjie on our side, there's nothing to fear. Zhang Yunjie? With Luo Qingxue and Xu Qiu, the top spot in this rookie competition is ours. The two principals were on the verge of a showdown, even before the contestants were. Xiao Mei suppressed her anger and stepped onto the stage, summoning her martial soul, the Shrank Sea King's trident. She wielded the trident, surrounded by swirling water. Martial skill, Thousand Stream Spear. Xiao Mei swept out with her trident, sending torrents of water rushing towards Luo Qingxue. In the next instant, a chilling aura erupted from Luo Qingxue, and an ice phoenix soared from within her, circling above. The phoenix ascended, its magnificent form exuding an endless chill, nearly freezing the entire stage. The approaching water turned to ice crystals instantly. Wow, this is the power of an SS-grade martial soul. Incredible. Luo Qingxue, like an ice queen, looked down on Xiao Mei. Martial souls have elemental attributes, and these elements can counter each other. Ice overcomes water. Your Sea King's trident is useless against me. Before she finished speaking, the phoenix above released a blast of icy breath. Xiao Mei had no defense and was flung off the stage, shivering and covered in frost. The host announced, in the second match, the winner is Luo Qingxue from third high. Another instant win? These SS-grade martial souls are insanely strong. No wonder she's my goddess. In the third match, Zhang Yunjie from first high faced a young contestant from second high. The young contestant was quite skilled, with first-tier mid-grade cultivation and an 11 weapon martial soul. Unfortunately, he faced Zhang Yunjie, eager to outshine Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue. Zhang Yunjie unleashed his full power with a punch, mountain-splitting fist. Boom! Spiritual energy surged, forming a massive mountain, sending the second high contestant flying and coughing up blood. First high students erupted in cheers. Awesome! That's our pride of first high. Yunjie, we love you. Zhang the Mighty. Zhang Yunjie arrogantly pointed at the defeated contestant, and declared to Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue, "That will be your fate." Su Xiaoshuang couldn't stand it. Wow, he's so full of himself. Who is this idiot? He only won because his cultivation is higher. What's there to brag about? First high students were immediately displeased. Who's this girl, daring to belittle Zhang the god? Seems like she's Su Qiu's sister. No wonder she's so bold. Humph, little brat. She doesn't know her place. Facing the crowd's criticism, Su Xiaoshuang stood her ground. Hands on her hips. Did I say anything wrong? If he could win at the same level, I'd be impressed. But beating someone weaker isn't worth bragging about. If you disagree, argue with me. Ole laughed heartily at the scene. I really like this girl. Tell Xu Qiu that she's a must for the Storm Bull squad. Suxia Shuang fearlessly took on a student from Yizhong, infuriating the crowd. Just as someone was about to kick her out of the venue, the members of the violent bull group appeared to back her up. Ole gently patted Suxia Shuang's head and said with a laugh, "With me here, you can even point at Zixiao Ho and scold him without a care." Zixiao Ho was left speechless, while Suxia Shuang's eyes lit up. "You're my brother's group leader?" With Ole as her support, she felt even more confident and fearless. Meanwhile, offstage, Luo Qingxue gave Xu Qiu a peculiar look. "Your sister? She's quite fierce." Xu Qiu grinned. "Of course, she's my sister." After the fourth round of the competition, both Yizhong and Sanzhong had 2 students advancing to the top 4, while the other 11 high schools were left as mere spectators. In the first semi-final match, Xu Qiu from Sanzhong faced off against Zhang Yunjie from Yizhong, which electrified the audience. Students from Yizhong cheered loudly for Zhang Yunjie, their enthusiasm soaring. Refusing to be outdone, Suxia Shuang rallied Wang Yin, Lin Jian, and others to cheer for Xu Qiu, but they were no match for the overwhelming support. Ole roared thunderously, silencing the crowd. "Xu Qiu, lose and you'll face my wrath." Suxia Shuang was left in awe. "If I had a voice like that, I'd never lose an argument again." The Empress of Qiao smirked. "It's just a technique of utilizing spiritual power. You'll get there with practice." On the stage, Xu Qiu heard Ole's threat and smirked at Zhang Yunjie. "Did you hear that? If I lose, I'm toast." Zhang Yunjie sneered. "Unfortunately for you, defeat is certain." With his second stage cultivation fully unleashed, Zhang Yunjie executed his A-level martial skill, mountain-splitting fist. Xu Qiu remained calm, countering with a spear thrust, his A-level Thunder King spear exuding overwhelming power. The collision of the 2 martial skills shattered the mountain of spiritual energy, and the raging lightning sent Zhang Yunjie flying. The crowd erupted in shock, and Zixiao Ho stood up, stunned. Pika-level martial skill? Where did this kid learn that? Zhang Yunjie slowly got up, glaring at Xu Qiu. "I didn't expect you to have such skills." "Fine, I'll show you my trump card." Before he finished speaking, he unleashed his second stage mid-grade cultivation and summoned the earth-rampaging bear. The giant bear roared, its sound waves tangible, and the stage was riddled with cracks. "Xu Qiu, your Taotai martial soul lacks any real offensive power. With my second stage mid-grade and the earth-rampaging bear, how will you fight me?" Zhang Yunjie declared arrogantly. "Even if you have an SS-level martial soul, I'll still crush you." Both Zixiao Ho and the principal of Yizhong believed the outcome was decided. Even Suxia Shuang felt anxious, as the earth-rampaging bear's size was like a small mountain, its paw as big as half of Xu Qiu's body. On the stage, although Xu Qiu felt the pressure, he remained composed. The system timely presented him with options, and he smirked. "An earth-rampaging bear, huh? Let me show you what real ferocity looks like. Xu Qiu, if you dare to lose, prepare to face my wrath. Show yourself, little darling." Martial spirit, white tiger. With a thunderous shout, Xu Qiu unleashed an overwhelming aura of killing intent. A burst of white light manifested into the martial spirit of a white tiger, roaring with the power to shake the heavens. The air was thick with murderous intent, leaving everyone feeling as if they were plunged into an icy abyss. In a fleeting moment, the white tiger seemed to stride over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, ready to ravage the world. The audience was stunned, rising to their feet in disbelief. Ole, Marquis Zixiao, Luo Qingxue, and others stared intently at the arena, unable to believe their eyes. This was not a mere gluttonous beast, but an SS-grade white tiger martial spirit. Xu Qiu possessed not just one, but twin SS-grade martial spirits. Monster! The crowd thought in astonishment. One SS-grade martial spirit was enough to shock the world, let alone twins. Such unprecedented talent. Ole sighed inwardly at Xu Qiu's hidden depths, while Luo Qingxue's mouth hung slightly open, and Marquis Zixiao and others were left speechless. But the most bewildered was Zhang Yunjie, who had just showcased his second-tier cultivation and summoned the Earth Fury Bear, confident of victory. Who would have thought his opponent would summon a white tiger, causing the bear to tremble? Impossible. How can there be twin SS-grade spirits in the world? Zhang Yunjie roared, commanding his bear to attack. Xu Qiu nonchalantly ordered, White Tiger, go. The white tiger moved with grace, instantly appearing above the bear, its claws shattering the bear's stone armor, leaving vicious scars. It looked down at Zhang Yunjie, as if a king judging an ant. Instant defeat, the crowd exclaimed. This was the true power of an SS-grade spirit. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhang Yunjie charged at the white tiger with his fist. The tiger let out a roar, its killing intent crashing over him like a tidal wave. Zhang Yunjie's spirit broke, and he involuntarily fell to his knees. With a single swipe, the white tiger sent him flying out of the arena, leaving him unconscious. The arena fell silent. Xu Qiu calmly retracted his martial spirit and stepped down. The announcer snapped back to reality. In the first match of the semifinals, Xu Qiu from third high wins. There was no cheering, only Su Xiaoshuang clapping furiously. Luo Qingshue's gaze was complicated. You've hidden your strength well, but the first place will still be mine. She stepped onto the stage to face a student from first high. Although her opponent was a top-tier first rank, in this competition filled with geniuses, he was merely a participant. Luo Qingxue sneered, a chill sweeping over the arena, as her spiritual power surged, revealing her second-tier cultivation. Another second-tier fighter. Luo Qingshue's lips curled into a smile. Xu Qiu, I have my trump cards too. Xu Qiu was slightly surprised as he watched Luo Qingxue reveal her second-tier cultivation on the stage. Luo Qingshue's breakthrough astonished Xu Qiu. Second-tier cultivation indeed. The Luo family spared no expense. In the martial arts world, resources often outweigh talent. Luo Qingxue is proof of this. When resources meet talent, the result is unstoppable. On the stage, her opponent looked at Luo Qingxue, utterly defeated. With neither the martial spirit nor cultivation to match hers, what was the point in continuing? He immediately conceded. The announcer declared loudly, in the second semifinal, Luo Qingxue from third high school wins. The principal of third high school beamed with pride, while the principal of first high school looked grim. The balance of educational resources had silently tipped. Luo Qingshue's eyes burned with determination. Xu Qiu, let's settle this once and for all. I'll prove to you that I'm stronger now. She secretly planned to confess her feelings to him after defeating him. Xu Qiu chuckled lightly. I told you, as long as I'm here, you'll always be second. We'll see about that. Luo Qingxue summoned her Frost Phoenix, and a chilling aura swept across the arena. Xu Qiu summoned his White Tiger, and the two SS-class martial spirits clashed heat. Boom. As the martial spirits collided, waves of spiritual energy rippled out. Seeing this, Olay deployed her barrier technique, Green Vine Shield, to contain the battlefield. Marquis Zixiao watched with trepidation. The prowess of this bull commander was indeed unfathomable. Inside the barrier, Luo Qingxue was the first to attack. Ice Spiral Palm. Xu Qiu countered with Thunder King Spear. The collision of these two A-class martial techniques sent both of them staggering back. Luo Qingxue smirked. Too bad your martial spirit isn't Thunder Tribute. Otherwise you might match me. Hearing this, Xu Qiu secretly crushed a second-tier cultivation card. His spiritual power surged, breaking through instantly. Luo Qingxue was shocked. You were hiding your cultivation too. The crowd was in an uproar. How many trump cards did Xu Qiu have? At that moment, a system notification echoed in Xu Qiu's mind. Congratulations to the host on advancing to the second tier. Third martial spirit awakened. A dragon's roar resounded, and the SS-class Thunder Dragon martial spirit descended. Xu Qiu's eyes flickered with lightning, and the power of his Thunder King spear skyrocketed. Luo Qingxue sensed something was different but couldn't pinpoint why. Only Xiao Empress within Su Xiaoshuang's body sensed the third martial spirit's presence. Xu Qiu's spear shot forward like a dragon, tearing through the air. Luo Qingxue gave her all to counter, but was sent flying by a single strike. In a split second, Xu Qiu leaped to her rescue, catching her in his arms. The announcer hesitated. Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue landed simultaneously. The outcome is unclear. We'll leave it to the judges to decide. Su Xiaoshuang protested. My brother only touched the ground to save her. Can't you see that? Luo Qingxue's heart raced as she quickly freed herself from Xu Qiu's embrace. You've won this time, but I won't concede so easily next time. Xu Qiu smiled calmly. All right, I'll be waiting. In the end, the judging panel unanimously declared Xu Qiu the winner, making him the champion of the rookie competition. Xu Qiu was not surprised. As the principal of third high school presented the award, he asked directly, Where's my advanced gene potion? That was his true reason for participating. The principal of third high school twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth when he saw Xu Qiu's straightforwardness and said, Aren't you going to give an acceptance speech first? Xu Qiu replied calmly, I didn't prepare one. The principal coughed twice and forced a smile. So, Xu Qiu, how does it feel to win first place in the newcomer competition? Nothing much, it was pretty easy, Xu Qiu said nonchalantly. The crowd fell silent, thinking to themselves, how arrogant. The principal probed, is there anything you want to say to your opponents? Xu Qiu blinked, opponents? What's there to say to those who lost? The principal kept signaling with his eyes, even though we got first place, can't we be a bit humble? Stirring up so much resentment makes it hard for me. How about saying a few encouraging words? Xu Qiu reluctantly said, to those who lost, although you all were defeated by me, it's okay. After all, you won't win in the future either. Keep working hard and practicing. Maybe one day you'll catch a glimpse of my back. Zhang Yunjia's fists clenched in anger, cursing inwardly. So arrogant. Does having a double SSS rank make you so great? However, Ole and others laughed heartily. That attitude. No wonder he's part of our bull squad. Well done, brother. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, the principal hurriedly handed over a vial of advanced genetic serum. Xu Qiu, this is your prize. Thanks for your remarks, but maybe skip them next time. Xu Qiu rolled his eyes. I didn't want to say anything to begin with. You insisted, and now you're dissatisfied with what I said. So hard to please. Could have just given me the prize earlier. The principal took a deep breath. Hold it in. After all, he did bring glory to third high. After receiving his prize, Xu Qiu prepared to leave. At the entrance, a luxury car pulled up, and a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out. This must be Xu Qiu, right? Truly impressive, the middle-aged man exclaimed. Luo Qingxue introduced calmly. Xu Qiu, this is my father, the head of the Luo family, Luo Long. Xu Qiu thought to himself. A top-tier elite in Qingyun City, controlling a third of the economy, and rumored to be a martial arts expert. Xu Qiu cupped his hands in respect. So it's Uncle Luo. I've heard much about you. Meeting you today. You indeed have the demeanor of a great leader, full of vitality and authority. Luo Long laughed. You're too kind. Wait, full of vitality? He was just in his early 40s. Xu, I've often heard Xiao mention you. Feel free to visit our home more often. Young people should communicate more. No problem. I'll visit when I have the chance. I'll be looking forward to it. Xu Qiu left with Xu Xiaoshuang and others, planning to treat them to a nice meal. Luo Long smiled. Xiaoxue, you have good taste? Dad, what do you mean? Don't you like him? I do, but I'll wait until I defeat him. Luo Long was even more confused. Is this how young people interact nowadays? After the newcomer competition, Xu Qiu returned home to continue his training and frequently went on missions to hunt exotic beasts. His progress in battles was rapid, and with the advanced genetic serum, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, quickly reaching the second-tier top grade. One morning, Xu Qiu got up to make breakfast but found that Xu Xiaoshuang had already prepared it. Did the sun rise from the west today? Xu Qiu rubbed his eyes. Brother, it's your birthday today. Oh, that's why. Quick, have breakfast. I prepared a gift downstairs that you'll definitely like. After breakfast, Xu Xiaoshuang dragged Xu Qiu downstairs. A sleek silver-white motorcycle, with a futuristic design and elegant lines like a work of art, was parked at the entrance. Is this what you got for me? Xu Qiu was surprised. Yeah, it'll make going out much easier. Must have been expensive, right? Just over $1 million. Xu Qiu gasped. Over $1 million? Where did you get so much money? Brother, I won't hide it anymore. I've actually been a millionaire for a while, and soon I'll be a billionaire. What's going on? I made a deal with Laojun Pharmaceuticals. Xu Xiaoshuang briefly explained. Xu Qiu was astonished. That empress is quite useful. The empress of Qiongxiao was displeased. What do you mean quite useful? I can easily secure millions with a snap of my fingers. Xu Qiu sighed. Xiaoshuang, since that's the case, I won't hide it from you either. Your brother has actually been a billionaire for a long time. He opened his phone to show the balance. Xu Xiaoshuang was dumbfounded. Brother, where did you get so much money? You didn't sell yourself, did you? Could selling myself get this much? Who do you think your brother is? With a little effort, I can easily make billions. So, we're really set for life? Exactly. The siblings were overjoyed, as if waking from a dream. Xu Qiu hopped on the motorcycle. Let's go. I'll take you for a ride. The engine roared as the two sped off. They arrived at a mall to buy things for the birthday celebration. Suddenly, a ragged man stumbled in, making his way to the fresh meat section and devouring it wildly. Sir, what are you doing? Someone approached to stop him, only to be shoved aside. The next moment, the man's body swelled, sprouting scales and horns, as he let out a roar and began attacking indiscriminately. A beast. It's a beast. Damn it. How did a normal person suddenly turn into a beast? Run. The sudden appearance of a strange beast disrupted Xu Qiu and Xu Xiaoshuang's plans. Xu Qiu frowned, sighing inwardly. Of all days, it had to be today. Although he didn't have a gun, he remained calm. Judging by the aura, this creature was only at the second level, and he could handle it with his bare hands. Xiaoshuang, stay back and watch, Xu Qiu instructed. But before he could finish, a figure had already dashed out. Su Xiaoshuang charged at the beast, delivering a powerful flying kick to its head. The force of the kick sent the beast flying over 10 meters. How dare you interrupt my brother's birthday? You're asking for it. Su Xiaoshuang shouted angrily. The beast roared and stood up again, its presence intimidating. Su Xiaoshuang shrank back slightly. It's tougher than I thought. Managing to kick a second-level beast as a first-level fighter was impressive, but defeating it completely was difficult. Brother, it's your turn. Show off, Xu Qiu muttered, quickly advancing. With a fiery punch combined with the aura of a white tiger, he struck. Boom! The beast's chest caved in, flesh and blood flying, pierced through with a single punch. It was defeated instantly. The beast collapsed, its scales falling away, revealing half of a human form. Su Xiaoshuang was startled, brother. It looks like a person, but why does it look like a beast? Su Qiu frowned. Is this some kind of beast-human experiment? What do you mean by beast-human experiment? I read about it in a book. It's a cruel experiment that transfers the power of a beast to a human. The subjects often go insane, consumed by beastly instincts, becoming neither human nor beast. Ugh. That's terrifying. Su Xiaoshuang shivered. Su Qiu nodded. Call the beast processing department. Soon, personnel from the beast processing department arrived, accompanied by Wang Yin of the Violent Bull Group. She glanced at the body, frowning. It's been a long time since we've seen a beast human in Qingyun City. It seems someone's conducting experiments again. Those bastards. Besides the threat of beasts, there's unrest within our own ranks. Power struggles among the elites, rivalries between martial arts schools, and some even conducting forbidden experiments, trying to control beast powers. We will investigate thoroughly. Wang Yan's eyes were cold. Su Qiu nodded. Let me know if you need any help. As they were about to leave, Wang Yan noticed Su Qiu's motorcycle, surprised. Is that your bike? It looks expensive. Yes, my sister gave it to me. Su Qiu replied with a proud smile. Wang Yan rolled her eyes, show off. She wished she had a thoughtful sister too. Watching the siblings leave, Wang Yan frowned. Wait a minute. Didn't they say their family wasn't well off? Where did they get the money for that bike? It must be worth hundreds of thousands. She, being sensitive to luxury items, knew the motorcycle was no cheap purchase. But she shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it, and returned to report on the beast-human issue. In the lab, a white-haired elder stared at the screen data, frowning, still unable to fully integrate. A man in black reported, Doctor, experiment number 73 caused a disturbance in the mall, and the hunting group likely knows of our existence. A bunch of incompetents. Can't even retrieve a single subject, the elder sneered. Prepare for the final experiment and evacuate quickly. Yes, this is the latest list of test subjects. The elder flipped through a few pages. The soul levels of these subjects are too low. If only we had someone with a high-level soul. My father has invested years in your experiments, yet there's no progress. You're all useless. Zhang Yunjia burst in angrily. The elder pondered for a moment, then smiled. Master Yunjia, we've actually made significant progress. Oh, what progress? Integrating beast power can enhance a warrior's strength tenfold, maybe even more. Zhang Yunjia's eyes lit up. Really? If it can be enhanced tenfold, he thought, he wouldn't need to fear Xu Qiu and could regain the honor lost in the newcomer competition. Yes, but it requires a high-level soul for support. Otherwise it's unstable, the elder said with a smile. A high-level soul? You want me to be a test subject? Zhang Yunjia scoffed. He wasn't foolish enough to risk his life. You, Master Yunjia, are too valuable for experimentation. But doesn't the Zixiao martial arts school have many with high-level souls? If we could get some for experimentation, I could further perfect the data and create the ultimate beast-human serum. The elder's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. Zhang Yunjia considered for a moment. All right, I'll make arrangements. Don't disappoint me. Rest assured, master. Brother, you have a delivery. As soon as Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang got home, a package was delivered to their door. Su Qiu was puzzled. I didn't order anything. Neither did I. Who sent it? The siblings exchanged glances. Could it be a bomb? That's what they usually show on TV, Su Xiaoshuang suggested. Watch fewer spy movies. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. But the package was indeed suspicious. Su Qiu carefully opened the box while Su Xiaoshuang stood by the door, ready to run at the first sign of trouble. Inside was a luxurious, exquisite watch with a greeting card. Happy birthday. Su Qiu was taken aback. Who sent this? He picked up the card, the handwriting elegant and strangely familiar. Wow, brother, this watch must be worth a lot. Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed after taking a picture and searching online, gasping, brother, this watch is one of only 10 worldwide. It costs 8 million. Startled, she almost dropped the watch, but Su Qiu quickly caught it. An $8 million watch was something he'd never seen before. Who would give him such an extravagant gift? Suddenly, a name popped into his mind. Luo Qingxue. Looking at the handwriting on the card again. No wonder it seemed familiar. It was Luo Qingxue's handwriting. Having spent so much time together, he had seen her writing before. Only Luo Qingxue could give such a gift, but how did she know it was my birthday and even sent me a present? Could she have feelings for me? Xu Qiu wondered, rubbing his chin. A glint of self-assurance flashed in Xu Qiu's eyes as he thought, it's not impossible, considering how handsome I am. Next to him, Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes and teased, bro, the Luo family is the top family in Qingyun City. Why not just marry into their family? What are you thinking? Su Qiu gave her a playful smack on the head, put the watch away, and opened the class group chat to add Luo Qingxue as a friend. Did you send this? He messaged, attaching a photo of the watch. Yes, Luo Qingxue replied almost instantly. It's too expensive. Why did you send it to me? Su Qiu, you're my rival. This is my respect for you. We have a long way to go, and I will surpass you. Su Qiu frowned. Giving such an expensive watch to a rival? What kind of logic is that? It's too much. I should return it to you. You mustn't return it. Otherwise, you're looking down on me. Luo Qingxue sent a series of angry emojis. Su Qiu smiled helplessly, thinking about how wealthy the Luo family was, and decided to accept it. At worst, he could return the favor on her birthday. Meanwhile, at the Luo household, the usually composed Luo Qingxue was blushing and rolling on her bed, thinking, was giving such an expensive gift too obvious? What if he realizes I like him? If he confesses, how should I gracefully accept? Outside, Luo Long's voice called, Xiao Xue, how are you planning your birthday this year? The usual? Luo Qingxue had a sudden idea. I want to hold a birthday party and invite some people over. Luo Long had a knowing look. You want to invite Su Qiu to our house, right? Luo Qingxue nodded, her face flushed. All right, I'll arrange it. Invite more people so it's not obvious it's just for him. Su Qiu looked at the invitation from the Luo family, deep in thought. It was quite a coincidence that Luo Qingxue's birthday followed so closely after his. But since he had accepted the expensive gift, he felt obliged to attend. Bro, I want to go too. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. I'll ask. Su Qiu got Luo Qingxue's approval and nodded. We'll need to prepare a gift then? Suddenly, a system prompt appeared with options. 1. Don't go. Who cares about the Luo family? I'm destined to be a supreme being, not bothered by such events. Reward, 10 bottles of advanced gene serum. 2. It's a classmate's birthday, of course, I should join the fun. Reward, Poseidon's tear necklace, a martial spirit artifact. Without hesitation, Su Qiu chose option 2. A blue necklace appeared in his system space, adorned with a stunning sapphire. This will do as a gift. Su Qiu admired the necklace. Wow, it's beautiful. Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed. Su Qiu took off his blue spirit necklace. Xiaoshuang, I'll give this to you. It's no longer useful to me, but it's perfect for your cultivation. Thanks, big bro. Su Xiaoshuang happily put it on. The Empress Qiongxiao observed the Poseidon's tear with a frown. Where did this kid get such a treasure? Giving it away as a gift. He has too many secrets. On the day of the birthday party, the Luo family's villa was bustling with celebrities. Su Qiu arrived on a motorcycle with Su Xiaoshuang, amazed by the array of luxury cars. Su Xiaoshuang excitedly said, Bro, do you think we'll be stopped at the door, and then Luo Qingxue will have to step in, turning it into a dramatic scene? We have the invitation. What are you worried about? Su Qiu was exasperated. Bro, isn't the invitation with you? I didn't take it. I thought you had it. They exchanged a helpless look. Su Qiu's mouth twitching. You didn't do this on purpose, did you? Su Xiaoshuang was on the verge of tears. I really didn't hear it. Should we contact Luo Qingxue? Before Su Qiu could act, the butler approached with a bright expression. You must be Su Qiu, right? Please come in. Su Qiu looked at the butler curiously and asked, Do you know me? The butler, with a piercing gaze and composed demeanor, replied, How could I not recognize a prominent figure like you, Su Qiu, from Qingyun City? As the butler of the Luo family, he was well informed and had even conducted a discreet investigation into this SS-level martial soul holder for Luo Long. After all, this was the young lady's person of interest. Su Qiu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. So I'm already that famous, huh? He added. We forgot our invitation. No matter, please come in, the butler said, gesturing them inside. As soon as Su Qiu and his sister stepped into the Luo family's villa, they were awestruck by the opulence around them. The garden was picturesque, the pool mirrored the sky, and the palatial architecture stood tall and majestic. Brother, this is like a palace, Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed in amazement. Su Qiu tried to maintain his composure. Ahem, stay calm, he said, though internally reminding himself that he was now someone of importance, and such sights shouldn't be overwhelming. Inside the grand hall, chandeliers glittered above as rows of servants and maids in tailcoats and white ties moved gracefully. Guests in formal attire mingled elegantly, laughing and chatting. Xu Qiu and his sister, in their casual clothes, stood out and drew many curious glances. Brother, are you sure this is just a birthday party and not a gathering of business moguls? Su Xiaoshuang whispered. Stay calm, Su Qiu replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Oh, isn't this the champion of the newcomers competition? I didn't expect you to attend Miss Luo's birthday party. But, TSK, your attire is quite casual. Li Ziang approached with a swagger, and Su Qiu shot him a cold glance. So it's the loser, huh? You do look the part, all dressed up. Just as Li Ziang was about to retort, a middle-aged man nearby chuckled and mediated. You must be Su Qiu, right? My son had some disagreements with you at school. Please don't take it to heart. Li Ziang was baffled. Dad, you? Ziang apologized to Su Qiu. The man insisted. Why? Li Ziang protested. Listen to me, the man said sternly. Reluctantly, Li Ziang muttered. Sorry. Su Qiu was puzzled by why Li Ziang's father was so eager to please him. Soon, more people approached to greet Su Qiu, making him the center of attention. Su Qiu suddenly realized it was because of his talent. No matter how wealthy or powerful these people were, they couldn't compare to an SS-level martial soul. He might one day become a noble, or even reach the pinnacle as a 10th-tier supreme on Blue Star. By then, all this wealth and power would be insignificant. Even though he hadn't yet fully realized his potential, these people were already eager to curry favor. Su Xiaoshuang watched her brother bask in the limelight and smiled proudly before finding a corner to indulge in the many delicacies she had never tasted before. Suddenly, Luo Qingshu appeared, dazzling in her white evening gown. Her graceful figure, exquisite features, and cool demeanor made her seem like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. Many young men were captivated, dreaming of a union with her. Luo Qingshu immediately spotted Su Qiu in the crowd, her eyes lighting up as she quickened her pace towards him. You're here, she said softly. Yes, you invited me, so how could I not come? You look beautiful today, Su Qiu complimented sincerely. I've always been this beautiful, Luo Qingshu replied with a charming smile. The crowd watched the couple, thinking how well-matched they were. Two SS-level martial souls, a perfect match. If Su Qiu became the Luo family's son-in-law, their status would surely rise, possibly becoming one of the top families in Daxia. I heard you two were rivals recently, someone interjected. Rivals? Just a bit of fun between a couple, another quipped. At that moment, Zhang Yunjia approached with a smile. Miss Luo, your beauty is unparalleled. Here's a gift I prepared for you. He clapped his hands, and someone presented a brocade box. The box opened to reveal a sword, its blade shimmering with a blue glow, clearly extraordinary. An elder in a Zhongshan suit stepped forward, his eyes brightening. This sword is a martial spirit weapon. The words, martial spirit weapon, caused a stir. It was well known that even the most basic martial spirit weapon could cost tens of millions or more. The elder examined it closely, judging by the material and spiritual energy. This appears to be a lower-grade martial spirit weapon, valued at around 80 million. Martial spirit weapons were categorized as lower, middle, upper, supreme, and ultimate grades. In Qingyun City, upper-grade martial spirit weapons were rare. Most martial artists couldn't afford spirit weapons and had to settle for alloy weapons. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it, Luo Qingshu politely declined. Zhang Yunjie smiled. It's just a token of my esteem. A gift given cannot be taken back. Xiaoxue, since it's Mr. Zhang's kind gesture, you should accept it, Luo Long interjected at the right moment. Hearing this, Luo Qingshu nodded slightly. Thank you then. You're welcome, Zhang Yunjie said, turning to Su Qiu with a hint of mockery. I wonder what gift Su Qiu plans to give Miss Luo? His words made it clear Zhang Yunjie intended to embarrass Su Qiu. Everyone knew that while Su Qiu had extraordinary talent, his family background was ordinary, and he couldn't possibly present an expensive gift, let alone something comparable to a martial spirit weapon. Luo Qingshu frowned, seeing through Zhang Yunjie's ploy, and smiled at Su Qiu. You can give me your gift later. Let me show you around. Why? Is Su Qiu's gift something shameful? Zhang Yunjie pressed on. Who says my brother's gift is shameful? Su Xiaoshuang interjected indignantly, holding a piece of cake. She pulled a brocade box from her pocket. This is my brother's gift. Su Qiu was slightly surprised. What was in that box? How come he didn't know about it beforehand? What was Su Xiaoshuang up to? What is that? Judging by the packaging, is it a ring? TSK. Gifting a ring in public? Is this a proposal? Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback when she saw the ornate box. Her heart raced as a flurry of thoughts crossed her mind. Could it be a ring? Isn't this too soon? Maybe an engagement first? Just as she was lost in her musings, Su Xiaoshuang approached her with a sweet smile and said, Sister Luo, this is a gift from my brother for you. When the box was opened, it revealed a crimson-red elixir, emitting a faint glow and a captivating fragrance that filled the air. Luo Qingxue was initially surprised but soon found herself drawn to the extraordinary elixir. This is a 4th-tier Zhao Yuan Dan, which can rapidly enhance spiritual power. Su Xiaoshuang explained. A 4th-tier elixir? The crowd was astonished. A 3rd-tier elixir was already rare, comparable to martial spirit artifacts. A 4th tier was unheard of. Zhang Yunjie sneered. A Zhao Yuan Dan at most reaches the 3rd tier. Could this be a fake? Is there any certification? Su Xiaoshuang calmly replied. I recently helped Lao Jun Pharmaceutical improve the 3rd-tier Zhao Yuan Dan. Zhang Yunjie found it even more laughable. A kid improving the elixirs of Lao Jun Pharmaceutical? What a joke. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle, thinking Su Xiaoshuang was overestimating herself. At that moment, a white-haired elder stepped forward, recognized by many as Bai Lao, the chief pharmacist of Lao Jun Pharmaceutical. Bai Lao spoke. I can vouch for Miss Su's words. This is indeed a 4th-tier Zhao Yuan Dan. The crowd was stunned, with some questioning if Bai Lao had lost his mind. However, those familiar with his integrity knew he would never compromise on professional matters. Bai Lao continued, allow me to reintroduce Miss Su. She is a consultant and shareholder at Lao Jun Pharmaceutical. The 3rd-tier Zhao Yuan Dan was her improvement, and she also crafted this 4th-tier Zhao Yuan Dan. Its effectiveness surpasses the 3rd-tier by tenfold. The entire room was in shock. A pharmaceutical consultant, shareholder, and 4th-tier elixir crafter, all these titles belong to this young girl. Luo Qingxue looked at Su Xiaoshuang in amazement. Xu Qiu was equally bewildered, having no idea his sister had achieved so much behind his back. Su Xiaoshuang basked in the stunned expressions around her and couldn't help but smile proudly. Sister Luo, this elixir is for you. I hope you and my brother become a perfect couple and live happily ever after. Before she could finish, Xu Qiu covered her mouth. However, Luo Qingxue accepted the elixir with a smile and invited Su Xiaoshuang to visit the Luo family for cake and snacks anytime. Zhang Yunjie, unwilling to concede, pointed out that the gift was from Su Xiaoshuang, not Xu Qiu. The crowd shook their heads, thinking he was being tactless. Xu Qiu responded, you're right, this is from Xiaoshuang. But this is my gift. He opened another box, revealing the sea god's tear. Its azure glow shimmered, and the surrounding spiritual energy rippled. Luo Qingxue's inner spiritual power began to flow instinctively, her martial spirit resonating with the sea god's tear. The crowd gasped once more. This is a tribute resonance. It's a martial spirit artifact that perfectly matches Luo Qingxue. Among the crowd, Xiao Mei's martial spirit also resonated with excitement. She regretted deeply. If she hadn't broken up, would this necklace have been hers? Thinking of this, she was filled with remorse, feeling as though she could cry without tears, her regret overwhelming her. As soon as the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit caught sight of the sea god's tear, he rushed forward to examine it closely, even pulling out a magnifying glass. The old man was entranced, studying the sea god's tear with admiration. Art. This is pure art, he exclaimed. I've never seen such a perfect martial artifact. This is at least top grade. Top grade martial artifact? The moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed. A top grade martial artifact is worth at least 10 billion. And since the old man used the word at least, it was clear this item was far more valuable than an ordinary top grade artifact. Everyone was stunned. The Su siblings were supposed to come from an average background, so how could Xu Qiu present a top grade artifact worth billions? Even Xu Qiu himself was a bit surprised, not expecting the sea god's tear to be so precious. Luo Long couldn't sit still. He could accept Zhang Yunjie's lower grade artifact, but the sea god's tear was different. Top grade artifacts start at 1 billion, and they're priceless. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy one. The Luo family would find it difficult to come across such a treasure. Accepting it would be a huge favor. Xu Qiu, however, was unconcerned. Once I've given something, I won't take it back. Besides, this artifact perfectly suits Luo Qingxue, and only in her hands can it reach its full potential. Luo Qingxue, please accept it. Everyone speculated privately, thinking Xu Qiu must have feelings for Luo Qingxue to give such a valuable gift as a birthday present. They must be a couple in private. Zhang Yunjie's expression was extremely unpleasant. Compared to the sea god's tear, his gift was insignificant. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qingxue accepted the sea god's tear and said, could you put it on for me? Xu Qiu smiled and agreed, walking behind Luo Qingxue. She lifted her hair, revealing her fair and delicate neck. As Xu Qiu fastened the necklace, he inevitably touched her skin, which was smooth as silk. Luo Qingxue's body trembled slightly, but inside she was screaming. How unreserved. As everyone watched this scene, they couldn't help but marvel. Wasn't this akin to an engagement? Many women were envious, especially Xiao Mei, who was almost driven mad with regret. Xu Qiu looked at Luo Qingxue, with the necklace on and said with satisfaction, it suits you perfectly. Luo Long was so moved he wiped his eyes. Xiao Xue has finally found a good match. Xu Qiu felt extremely awkward. Were these people misunderstanding something? And Luo Qingxue, why are you blushing? Explain yourself. The birthday party continued. Su Xiaoshuang stayed close to Luo Qingxue, affectionately calling her Sister Luo. Luo Qingxue treated her like a younger sister. Luo Qingxue asked Su Qiu about his future plans. Su Qiu said he would stay with the hunting team for now, and later take the martial arts exam to attend the martial arts university. Luo Qingxue expressed her desire to go to the imperial capital martial arts university, hinting that she hoped he would join her. Su Xiaoshuang watched the two of them, thinking to herself how one was so prideful and the other so straightforward, secretly chuckling. As the farewell approached, Luo Qingxue felt a bit frustrated. She wanted to ask Su Qiu to stay overnight, but thought it was too forward to say. Luo Long encouraged her, Xiao Xue, a talent like Su Qiu is rare. You can't always be so reserved. Otherwise, someone else might snatch him away. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath and said with determination, I will train hard and strive to defeat him one day, then confess to him. Su Qiu was riding his motorcycle with his sister, Su Xiaoshuang, heading home. Suddenly, a red sports car appeared closely tailing them. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face, Li Ziang. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes as he drove straight at them. Su Qiu reacted swiftly, swerving to avoid the collision and coming to a stop. His expression turned icy, and a murderous intent began to rise. Li Ziang's actions had crossed the legal line. What angered Su Qiu even more was that his sister, Su Xiaoshuang, was on the back of his motorcycle. If Li Ziang dared to harm the innocent, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Ziang got out of his car, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, the university genius Su can even afford $1 million motorcycle. Su Qiu spoke in a low voice, Xiaoshuang, stay here, brother. Should we call the police? Su Xiaoshuang asked worriedly. No need, I'll handle this, Su Qiu replied coldly. Calling the police? Li Ziang could easily dismiss it as an accident. Given the influence of the Li family and the Zhixiao Martial Arts Hall in Qingyun City, it might be difficult to hold him accountable. That was not the outcome Su Qiu desired. All he wanted now was Li Ziang's life. Noticing the murderous intent in Su Qiu's eyes, Li Ziang was not afraid but rather excited. You're angry? Haha, the great Su finally reacts to me. All right, let's settle this today. In the next moment, Li Ziang summoned his martial spirit, the Snow Wolf King, and lunged at Su Qiu. Su Qiu stood firm as a rock and threw a punch. Bang! The Snow Wolf King was sent flying. Su Qiu was puzzled. Why would Li Ziang, knowing the gap in their strength, dare to attack? His behavior was unusually frenzied, as if he were on drugs. But none of that mattered. Su Qiu only wanted his life. Ha ha ha, Su, you're truly impressive. Now, witness this. Li Ziang laughed maniacally as his body swelled, covered in scales, transforming into a half-human, half-beast form. The fusion of spirit and beast power exuded a savage aura. He stamped the ground, leaving a crater. Whoosh! Li Ziang charged at Su Qiu like a bolt of lightning, swinging his fist. Su Qiu raised his arm to block, feeling a tremendous force, causing him to step back. A beast human? Su Qiu was taken aback. No wonder you dared to seek revenge. You've mastered beast power. Su Qiu, call out your white tiger to play with me. Haha, I'm terrifyingly strong now. Li Ziang continued his crazed laughter. Su Qiu coldly grabbed his opponent's fist. You're not worthy of me summoning my martial spirit. Terrifyingly strong? Ridiculous. Since the martial arts newcomer competition, Xu Qiu's cultivation had advanced further, reaching the second-tier upper grade, close to the third tier. The first-tier upper grade Li Ziang, even if his strength were tenfold, would still be no match. How is this possible? Li Ziang's expression changed, his fist immobilized. Even with beast power, I'm no match? Unwilling to accept it, Li Ziang roared, unleashing his full strength. Yet Su Qiu remained unmoved. With his left hand gripping the fist, his right hand ignited in flames for a full-force strike. Boom! Li Ziang's chest caved in, sending him flying, rolling across the ground. His ribs shattered, blood spewing from his mouth. Su Qiu approached slowly, his demeanor indifferent. Su, I'm sorry, spare me. I'll never dare again. Li Ziang cried out for mercy. In your next life. Su Qiu, you can't kill me. It's against the law. I'm not killing a person. I'm killing a beast. Su Qiu said calmly, delivering a final punch to Li Ziang's head. Bang! His head exploded, and he died instantly. Su Qiu let out a soft snort, pulling out his phone. Hello, Lin. I found a beast human here. Soon, Lin Jian arrived at the scene, frowning at the body. Su Qiu, do you know him? Yeah, Li Ziang, from the Zhixiao Martial Arts Hall. I was taking my sister home when he ambushed us. Seeing him turn into a beast human, I accidentally killed him. Su Qiu shrugged. I see. It seems someone is conducting beast-human experiments in Qingyun City. Zixiao Martial Arts Hall. Lin Jian mused. Lin, if you need help, just let me know. Su Qiu said, then left with Su Xiaoshuang. Back home, Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but ask, brother, why did Li Ziang turn into a beast-human? Who knows, leave it to the hunting team to investigate, Su Qiu replied, not wanting to delve into it further. He had only one goal now, cultivation. Only with enough strength could he protect himself and Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang seemed to understand, going inside to retrieve a brocade box. Brother, here's a 4th-tier yuan creation pill. I've made quite a few. Su Qiu was pleasantly surprised, ruffling his sister's hair. My sister has become an accomplished alchemist. Of course. Su Xiaoshuang beamed with pride. In his room, Su Qiu took out the pill. The 4th-tier yuan creation pill usually required 3rd-tier cultivation to refine, but for him, with the Taotai martial spirit, it was no problem at all. He swallowed the pill in one gulp, feeling a surge of incredible power within. The bottleneck of the 3rd tier shattered with a roar. Meanwhile, within the Luo family, Luo Qingxuang was deep in cultivation, wearing the sea god's tier. Blue light enveloped her, gathering spiritual energy, making her training 10 times more efficient than usual. In a trance, her consciousness entered the space within the sea god's tier, witnessing an endless ocean. From the sea emerged a figure, a mermaid with a human upper body and a fish tail, her golden eyes exuding divinity. Fortunate one, you are worthy of becoming the sea god's successor, the mermaid said calmly. In no time, Luo Qingxuo emerged from the state induced by the sea god's tear, her eyes showing a hint of shock. With a thought, a streak of light flew out from her body. Focusing intently, Luo Qingxuo saw the light transform into the shape of a mermaid, revealing itself to be the SS-level martial soul, the Siren Queen. She was astonished to realize that the sea god's tear was an ancient supreme artifact left by the sea god, containing the sea god's martial soul, the Siren King. Whoever could pass its test would obtain this unparalleled divine object. Luo Qingxuo's mind was in turmoil as she wondered, did Su Qiu know about this? The value of this object was immeasurable, worth more than 10 times the entire Luo family. She quickly sent a message to Su Qiu, deciding that if he wanted the sea god's tear back, she would return it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Qiu had just broken through the 2nd-tier bottleneck, advancing to the 3rd-tier middle level. Feeling the surging power within him, the system indicated the awakening of his 4th martial soul. In the martial soul space, a black golden rock spread its wings and soared, representing the ultimate speed as an SS-level martial soul, the Kuanpeng. Su Qiu felt a sense of pride. The Taotai devours everything, the white tiger commands destruction, the thunder dragon controls lightning, and the Kuanpeng embodies unrivaled speed. With these 4 SS-level martial souls, who could challenge him? However, until his strength was sufficient, he wouldn't reveal this world-shaking secret lightly. Suddenly, he received a series of messages from Luo Qingxuo and couldn't help but smile after reading them. The sea god's tear truly lived up to its reputation, unsurprising for something produced by the system. Seeing that Luo Qingxuo intended to return the treasure, Su Qiu quickly replied, no need to return it, train well, and don't let me down. Upon receiving his response, Luo Qingxuo was secretly delighted. She vowed to work twice as hard, aiming to defeat Su Qiu soon and confess her feelings to him. A few days later, Su Qiu was browsing martial arts university information when Su Xiaoshuang suggested applying to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Su Qiu said he would consider it, feeling confident about the upcoming martial arts college entrance exams. On this day, Su Qiu headed to the Violent Bulls Gathering Hall. The members held high hopes for this promising new recruit. Olay introduced the mission. Investigations revealed that the Zhang Corporation was behind the beast-human experiments. Their goal was to destroy the experimental base and capture key figures like Zhang Tian. Su Qiu noticed Zhang Yunjie's image on the screen and asked how to handle this S-level martial soul holder. Olay stated that regardless of martial soul level, anyone involved in such inhumane experiments would face severe punishment. Suddenly, Olay received a call, and her expression changed dramatically. It turned out that the higher-ups believed the Violent Bulls were understaffed and had reassigned the mission to the Purple Cloud Hunting Group, leaving them to assist. The team was outraged upon hearing this, accusing the others of stealing credit. This is outrageous. Captain, let's go reclaim the mission. Zhao Kiki stormed in, her white nun outfit contrasting sharply with the battle axe in her hand. Su Qiu couldn't help but admire her as charmingly fierce, only to be interrupted by Lin Jian's remark, don't be so aggressive. Olay tried to calm everyone down, emphasizing that even support tasks shouldn't be neglected. Though reluctant, the group prepared to set out. As they arrived near the experimental base, the Purple Cloud Hunting Squad made a grand entrance. Leading them was Chen Zi, dressed in purple, whose alluring presence made Su Qiu step back involuntarily. Noticing Su Qiu's handsome appearance, Zi immediately attempted to poach him with promises of triple the salary. Olay, infuriated, confronted Zi, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that shook the surroundings. Members of both teams quickly intervened, reminding them that the mission was the priority. Zi's team charged into the base while Xu Qiu and the others guarded the perimeter. Xiao Qi was chattering away, asking Xu Qiu personal questions when a sudden explosion interrupted them. A horde of beastmen surged out, prompting Olay to order their annihilation. Xu Qiu, Xiao Qi, and Lin Jian faced the oncoming beastmen. Xiao Qi cleared the path with her axe. Lin Jian transformed into a ruthless swordsman after removing his glasses, and Xu Qiu wielded his electric spear like thunder. The trio worked in perfect harmony. As more beastmen gathered, they fought fiercely while cursing the Zhang Corporation for their wickedness. Xu Qiu suggested executing them on the spot, which Xiao Qi wholeheartedly supported. Witnessing Xu Qiu's surging power, Lin Jian couldn't help but marvel at his transformation. Lin Jian watched in astonishment, unable to hold back his amazement. Just over a month ago, this guy was only at the first stage, and now he's already at the middle of the third stage. His cultivation speed, truly monstrous. Thunder King's spear. Xu Qiu thrust his spear forward, the ferocious energy crackling with electricity sweeping across the battlefield. Xu Qiu's spear moved like a dragon, piercing through the body of a formidable beastman equivalent to a second-tier high-grade in an instant. The ease of this victory brought him secret joy, confident that with his current strength, he could easily rank among the top in the college entrance exams. Just as he reveled in his success, Lin Jian relayed an urgent message from the captain. The head of the Zhang Corporation has escaped from the experimental base and might be among the beastmen. Don't engage directly. Notify me immediately if you encounter him. Xu Qiu and Xiao Qi nodded silently in agreement. The head of the Zhang Corporation was a 6th-tier expert, while their strongest, Xiao Qi, was only a 4th-tier high-grade, far from being a match. Xiao Qi, however, was unfazed. The purple cloud guys are so weak they couldn't even catch Zhonglong. If our violent bull team captures him, the credit will be ours. Lin Jian calmly advised, don't think about that. If you encounter him, run immediately. As they bantered, they took down several more beastmen. Suddenly, a sharp spike shot up from the ground, catching Lin Jian off guard and piercing his chest. Brother Lin, Xiao Qi exclaimed, shattering the spike with an axe before using a healing technique to tend to Lin Jian's wounds. Healing techniques? Looks like I should deal with you first. A man in a suit emerged slowly. It was Zhang Long. Xu Qiu and Xiao Qi's expressions changed drastically. Lin Jian, struggling to stand, gripped his storm sword tightly. Xu Qiu, run. Xiao Qi also tightened her grip on her battle axe, her expression serious. Although they had agreed to run if they encountered Zhang Long, they knew that turning their backs on a 6th-tier warrior would only expose vulnerabilities. None of you are leaving. Zhang Long sneered, slamming his hand on the ground. A rank technique? Earth Spike. Countless spikes erupted from the ground. Xiao Qi swung her axe immediately. A rank technique? Flash Slash. The axe's energy burst forth, shattering the spikes. A blinding light followed, and as Zhang Long shielded his eyes, Xiao Qi seized the moment to grab Xu Qiu by the collar and toss him out of the battle zone. Go. As the light faded, Zhang Long smirked disdainfully. Light attribute technique? It won't work on me. He punched forward, sending Xiao Qi flying with a crack of bones. Lin Jian let out a low shout. A rank technique? Storm's final strike. The sword energy held forth. Zhang Long remained unperturbed. Rank technique? Mystic Stone Shield. A shield of stone formed, blocking the sword energy. Rank technique? Shattered Stone Burst. The stone shield broke apart, transforming into countless shards imbued with spirit energy, shooting out. Lin Jian managed to deflect a few but was still pushed back. The gap between the 4th and 6th tiers was too vast. Xiao Qi healed her injuries, leaping back with her axe. Die. Zhang Long sneered. Earth Spike. A massive spike burst from the ground, sending Xiao Qi flying, blood gushing from a wound in her abdomen. In the distance, Xu Qiu's pupils trembled. Logic told him that if 2 4th-tier warriors couldn't prevail, what could he, a 3rd-tier, possibly do? But seeing his fallen comrades, he couldn't just stand by. The message has been sent. The captain will arrive soon. I just need to hold him off. Xu Qiu resolved. A system prompt sounded, presenting him with 2 choices. Leave to save himself, or fight to the death. Xu Qiu chose the latter without hesitation. Soul Fusion? Xu Qiu's eyes lit up. This was an ability only 7th-tier marquises could master. He immediately charged into the fray. As Zhang Long prepared to finish off Lin Jian, thunder roared. Thunder King's spear. Xu Qiu's spear cut through the air, deflecting the stone spikes. Zhang Long recoiled in surprise. Fool! They risked their lives to give you a chance to escape, and you came back. As you wish. Xu Qiu declared coldly. White tiger. The white tiger appeared, exuding a murderous aura. But there was more. Thunder dragon. Lightning surged skyward, transforming into a thunder dragon over 10 meters long. Zhang Long's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. Are you a triple SSS? Xu Qiu wasted no more words. Kill. The white tiger and thunder dragon, two powerful soul spirits, charged at Zhang Long from both sides. The white tiger and thunder dragon, two formidable SS-grade martial spirits, charged together at Zhang Long. Xu Qiu unleashed both his martial spirits, the white tiger and thunder dragon, with deadly intent and lightning aimed directly at Zhang Long. Even as a sixth-tier warrior, Zhang Long dared not underestimate this third-tier prodigy. With a roar, he summoned his grade martial spirit, the black armored bear. Xu Qiu, the grade of a martial spirit only signifies potential, not actual strength. Zhang Long sneered. You're merely a third-tier fighter. Today, you will meet your end. Before he finished speaking, earthen spikes erupted from the ground. Xu Qiu moved with lightning speed, narrowly dodging them. Zhang Long's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly snorted and, alongside the black armored bear, slammed the ground. A grade martial skill, earth spikes. Within 100 meters, spikes rose like a forest. Despite Xu Qiu's speed, he couldn't evade them all and was sent flying. Zhang Long smirked with satisfaction and launched another attack. Xu Qiu swept his spear across, shattering the spikes but feeling his arm numb from the impact. His eyes sharpened as he muttered, "Martial spirit, fusion." The white tiger spirit roared and merged with Xu Qiu, unleashing a terrifying aura with the character King appearing on his forehead. Zhang Long gasped, "Martial spirit fusion? A power only a marquee-level warrior can master. How is this possible?" Xu Qiu remained silent, then shouted again, "Thunder dragon, come." The thunder dragon roared, transforming into a storm of lightning that enveloped Xu Qiu. A fusion of two SS-grade martial spirits, unprecedented, surrounded by a storm of killing intent and lightning. With the king character shining on his forehead and dragon scales faintly appearing on his skin, Xu Qiu growled, "Zhang Long, are you ready to die?" Before the words were fully spoken, Xu Qiu transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging at Zhang Long with his Thunder King spear at full force. Black stone shield. Zhang Long hastily conjured a shield, only for it to be shattered by a single strike, sending him flying backward. Black armored bear. Kill him. Zhang Long roared. The black armored bear swung its paw, but Xu Qiu shattered it with a punch. The bear's spirit howled in fear as it was knocked back, its eyes filled with terror. Zhang Long's expression changed drastically as he unleashed martial skills like earth spikes and rock explosion in succession. Yet Xu Qiu moved as if in an empty field, effortlessly breaking through them all. Thunder, King, spear. Xu Qiu thrust his spear, the thunder dragon roaring as it tore through the black stone shield, severely wounding Zhang Long. Lying amidst the rubble, Zhang Long suddenly pulled out a vial of green potion and downed it. He grinned wickedly. "I'm going to kill you all." The potion took effect, causing Zhang Long's body to swell, transforming him into a hulking giant with horns sprouting from his forehead. "Xu Qiu, you're strong. But now, I'm even more of a monster than you." Just as Xu Qiu was about to attack again, he was struck by intense pain, cold sweat pouring down his face. The side effects of the martial spirit fusion had kicked in. Zhang Long laughed triumphantly. "A third-tier warrior forcing a martial spirit fusion, did you really think you could handle it? Now, you should be completely immobilized." Xu Qiu grinned defiantly. "Come and try me if you dare. If you've got the guts, come and try." Xu Qiu grinned at Zhang Long. Despite the immense pressure, Xu Qiu advanced instead of retreating. He discreetly took out a healing potion from his system space and drank it in one gulp. The potion's power surged through him, alleviating his injuries and slightly easing the pressure. Zhang Long, sharp-eyed, noticed Xu Qiu's subtle move. "A healing potion? Go to hell!" he roared, charging forward. Xu Qiu gripped his alloy spear tightly, preparing to merge with the Kunpeng martial soul once more. The pressure on his body had reached its limit, but he had no choice. Push beyond the limits. Just at this critical moment, a whistling sound came from the sky, and a figure descended from above. A massive spiked club crashed down on Zhang Long, slamming him into the ground. The wielder of the club was none other than Ol, the leader of the violent bull group. "What do you think you're doing to my precious member, you bastard?" Ol sneered, stepping on Zhang Long. Zhang Long roared as he unleashed his strength, nearly reaching the 7th-tier marquee realm. But Ol's grin only grew more menacing. "Stay down," she shouted, smashing the club again, shattering Zhang Long's bones. Zhang Long growled in frustration. He had taken a potion that enhanced his strength tenfold, yet he was still no match for Ol. This leader of the violent bull group was more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Earth spike. Zhang Long countered by slamming the ground, but Ol easily neutralized it. Behind her, an ethereal blue giant bull appeared, its hooves stomping down on Zhonglong. Then, green vines emerged from the ground, binding Zhonglong's limbs tightly. Xu Qiu sighed in relief and disengaged from the martial soul fusion, passing out. Ol's expression changed. Xu Qiu, don't you dare die on me. She hurriedly called for medical attention, personally administering a healing potion to Xu Qiu. Lin Jian and Zhao Qiki, barely hanging on, looked at Ol. Leader, don't forget about us. All of you will get extra training when we get back. Ol grinned. At that moment, Qian Zi, the leader of the Purple Cloud Group, arrived on the scene. Seeing Zhonglong bound, she frowned and asked, how did you capture him? Ol boasted. This victory belongs to my Violent Bull Group. Don't get any ideas, Purple Cloud Group. Qian Zi glanced at the unconscious Xu Qiu and the others, incredulous. They actually managed to hold off Zhonglong? What? You don't believe it? Ol challenged. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Qian scowled. Damn, who would have thought Zhonglong would go so crazy and blow up the entire experimental base? She glared at Zhonglong, seething. Oh, how about letting me beat him up for some relief? No way. He's already on the brink of death from my beating. Ol refused. Qian left, muttering curses. The two groups continued hunting the beastmen, while the injured were taken back to the base. In the Violent Bull Group's medical room, Ol inquired about Xu Qiu's condition with Dr. Lao Zhao. After examining Xu Qiu, Dr. Lao Zhao was astonished. This kid has 4 martial soul waves inside him. 4 SS-grade martial souls, mastering martial soul fusion at the 3rd tier. It's nothing short of a miracle. Ol pondered. Lao Zhao, let's keep this under wraps. Lao Zhao nodded. Understood. But this young man isn't someone who will stay within the confines of the Violent Bull Group. He'll leave eventually. Ol smiled. No matter, as long as he's part of my Violent Bull Group, it's my duty to protect him. When Xu Qiu woke up, he found himself in a hospital. Lin Jian and Zhao Qiki were looking at him with curious eyes, as if he were a rare species. Xu Qiu was about to explain when Lin Jian interrupted. No need to explain. It's your secret, and we'll keep it for you. Xu Qiu nodded gratefully. Thank you. Lin Jian sighed wryly. You're welcome, but I have to warn you, the days ahead won't be easy. The leader said she's going to personally train all of us injured folks. Lin Jian spoke with a face full of despair. Ah, isn't it a good thing that the captain is giving us special training? Xu Qiu asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Jian sneered. You're too naive. The captain's special training can be life-threatening. Xu Qiu gasped. Is it really that intense? Seeing the serious expressions on Lin Jian and Zhao Qi's faces, Xu Qiu began to feel uneasy. The TV was broadcasting news about the Zhang Corporation. The Purple Cloud and Violent Bull hunting groups had teamed up to destroy a beast-human experiment base. Zhonglong, the head of the Zhang Corporation, had been captured, and the top executives were either arrested or executed. Only the young master, Zhang Yunjia, had escaped, with a 1 billion bounty on his head. The Zixiao Martial Arts School was also implicated, with a third of its members leaving. Xu Qiu was surprised. Zhang Yunjia actually got away? Lin Jian explained. Zhonglong acted as bait to let his son escape. Zhao Qiki analyzed. A genius with an S-level martial soul gone astray. He might very well join a demonic cult. Xu Qiu felt secretly relieved that his own strength had significantly increased, giving him confidence to face future threats. Suddenly, Su Xiaoshuang rushed in and hugged Xu Qiu tightly. Big brother, please don't die. Xu Qiu, half laughing and half crying, said, let go. Are you trying to strangle me? Captain Ole had brought Su Xiaoshuang to visit, and even invited her to join the Violent Bull Group. Su Xiaoshuang happily agreed, but kept silent about her martial soul. Under Zhao Xiaoyun's treatment, the injured recovered quickly. Xu Qiu learned that Zhao Xiaoyun was the deputy captain of the Violent Bull Group and possessed an S-level healing martial soul. Ole informed Xu Qiu that the mayor wanted to personally commend him for his contributions in this operation. Xu Qiu followed Ole to the top floor of the city hall, opened the conference room door, and saw a dozen people in uniforms, wearing medals on their chests. Xu Qiu guessed their identities. These were the leaders of the 20 hunting groups in Qingyun City. They also represented the city's highest official combat strength. As Xu Qiu walked into the conference room, the eyes of the hunting group leaders turned sharply towards him, filled with curiosity. Xu Qiu's arrival sparked a buzz of conversation in the room. A dual SSS soul holder? A ancient century genius. I heard he managed to hold off Zhonglong. It's unbelievable. The crowd speculated about Xu Qiu's abilities, yet they were dissatisfied with Ole's silence. Ole led Xu Qiu to the mayor. The elderly gentleman, in his 60s, greeted Xu Qiu warmly, awarding him an honorary medal and placing him on the honor roll. Upon hearing about the $1 million prize, Xu Qiu immediately expressed his desire to contribute more to Qingyun City. After leaving the city hall, Ole drove Xu Qiu to the forest on the outskirts. Despite the eerie surroundings, The spiritual energy was particularly dense. Lin Jian, Zhao Qi, and Su Xiaoshuang were already waiting. Su Xiaoshuang excitedly informed Xu Qiu that his appearance on the honor roll had caused a sensation online. Meanwhile, in the Luo family's underground training room, Luo Qingsu was sparring with her father, Luo Long. Having recently advanced to the 3rd tier, her rapid progress thrilled Luo Long. The butler brought news of Xu Qiu's honor roll achievement, which only fueled Luo Qingsu's determination. She immediately requested to continue training. Determination burned brightly in Luo Qingsu's eyes. Arg! Damn it! Damn it! In a dimly lit alley, a figure was repeatedly letting out roars of anger. Zhang Yunjie glared at a photo of Xu Qiu on his phone, his eyes swirling with a venomous hatred. His gaze was filled with a crimson glow, resembling a beast consumed by vengeance. Once a promising SS soul holder, he had now become a pariah, unable to show his face. I ended up like this because of you. Xu Qiu, I swear I'll kill you. Zhang Yunjie growled, refusing to reflect on how the Zhang family's inhumane experiments on beastmen led to their downfall. In his selfish perspective, it was all Xu Qiu's fault. If Xu Qiu hadn't intercepted his father, how would his father have been captured? If Xu Qiu didn't possess twin SSS souls, why would he have been driven by jealousy to take desperate measures? As Zhang Yunjie seethed with resentment, an elderly man in a white coat suddenly emerged behind him. Zhang Yunjie became wary, then exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, Dr. Wang." It turned out that Dr. Wang from the Beastmen experimentation lab had also escaped. Dr. Wang smiled and said, "Young Master Zhang, have you ever considered taking revenge on the higher-ups in Qingyun City?" "I have. I dream about it every day. Especially Xu Qiu. I want to tear him apart." Zhang Yunjie roared. "Well then, why not join us?" "Us?" "Yes, we? The Dark Heaven sect." Zhang Yunjie was startled by the mention of the notorious cult that had plagued the Great Xia for years. He hadn't expected Dr. Wang to be part of it. But thinking about his current situation, Zhang Yunjie gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, as long as I gain the power for revenge, I'm willing to join." "Excellent, young master. You will become my most perfect creation," Dr. Wang replied with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, Xu Qiu looked at the honor roll, clicking his tongue in amazement. Didn't expect the officials to act so quickly. "I've just received the medal and I'm already on the list." Olay announced the start of special training. "First, you need to make your way through this forest. Reach the house at the center, where old Zhao and I will be waiting for you." With that, she and Zhao Xiaoyun ventured into the forest. Lin Jian whispered, "Should we make a run for it now?" Before he could finish, Olay's voice echoed from within the forest. "By the way, not many vehicles pass through here, so if you try to escape and I catch you, I'll let you experience the weight of my heavenly Fong staff." The group swallowed nervously and had no choice but to enter the forest. After a few steps, vines like a swarm of snakes attacked, binding Lin Jian and suspending him in midair. He quickly slashed at them, but the vines kept coming. "What the heck are these? The trees move on their own?" Xu Qiu tore through the encroaching vines with a spear, explaining, "These are first-tier plant-type beasts called green demon vines. They parasitize trees and draw nutrients to grow. Don't let them wrap around you. They're strong enough to bend steel. They fear fire. Who can use fire-type techniques?" "I can," a member of the Violent Bull Squad shouted. "Grade technique? Fiery Cloud Palm." With a series of explosions, flames erupted, forcing the green demon vines back. The group pressed on, encountering massive flowers. Xu Qiu gulped. "If I'm not mistaken, these should be second-tier plant-type beasts, man-eating flowers." As soon as he spoke, Lin Jian cried out, "You're not wrong. Save me." Half of his body was already engulfed by a gigantic man-eating flower, and Zhao Qi hurriedly pulled him out. Around them, the man-eating flowers awoke, opening their juice-filled maws to attack. The group fought their way through, but this was just the beginning. First-tier green demon vines, second-tier man-eating flowers, second-tier beast-catching grass, third-tier blood peonies, third-tier seven-leaf swordgrass. All the plant-type beasts Xu Qiu had read about were present here. They battled through, exhausted and on edge. This is insane. The captain actually lives in such a place? Does she have to fight her way home every time? No wonder the captain is so strong. Who would have thought there'd be a place like this on the outskirts of Qingyun City? Xu Qiu analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an area of concentrated spiritual energy. Seeing the group's confusion, he explained. A spiritual energy zone is a place where energy gathers, and the high concentration can cause anomalies. These plant-type beasts were likely spawned by it. The group realized. So that's it. Yeah, I've heard of spiritual energy zones, but it slipped my mind. Been out of school for so long, I've forgotten all this stuff. Humph, serves you right for not studying. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a massive tree uprooted itself, revealing a face-like pattern on its trunk. swinging its massive branches as it charged at them. Xu Qiu gasped. A fourth-tier plant-type beast, a war tree man. Whoa, the captain's really gone all out. Even a fourth-tier beast, the group exclaimed. Lin Jian charged forward with a shout, wielding his storm sword, but only managed to produce a clanging sound. He couldn't penetrate its defense. Watch me, fiery cloud palm. The fire attribute member unleashed a fiery blast, but it merely scattered upon impact, only managing to singe a few leaves. Even the fire, which should counter wood, was ineffective. The flaming cloud palm struck repeatedly on the war trent's body, but it barely caused any damage. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. The flames were ineffective, and everyone was alarmed. Martial souls, techniques, and beasts all have attributes, and exploiting weaknesses is fundamental in battle. The treant was clearly wood-based, and fire should have been its bane, yet it remained unscathed. This showcased its terrifying strength. The commander is ruthless. This has to be a Tier 4 beast. Sending us against a Tier 4? That's a death sentence. Before the exclamations faded, the trent's branches swept across, sending the user of the flaming cloud palm flying, the sound of breaking bones audible. Everyone was dumbfounded, their fear intensifying. Seeing this, Xu Qiu gripped his spear, unleashing a thunderous force. With a top-tier Tier 3 cultivation and the mastery of the A-grade martial skill Thunder King's spear, his power rivaled that of Tier 4. Bang! The trent's trunk was blown open, collapsing with a crash. Just as everyone relaxed, the forest trembled. 7 or 8 war treants emerged in succession, including a top-tier Tier 4. Cold sweat ran down everyone's backs. Commander, are you trying to kill us? Help! Xu Qiu, drenched in cold sweat, finally understood why members of the Violent Bull Squad treated Olay's training as a dire threat. This wasn't mere training. It was a life-and-death trial. Xu Qiu, work with me. Lin Jian shouted, his storm greatsword shining brightly. Xu Qiu responded, unleashing the full power of the Thunder King's spear. Amidst the flashes and roars, treants fell one after another. Xiao Kiki wasn't to be outdone, her axe flying as she felled a treant. Look at Xu Qiu. He's achieved so much in such a short time. Aren't you ashamed? It's just a few Tier 4 beasts. Take them down. Hearing this, everyone looked at Xu Qiu's achievements, their mouths twitching. But as seniors, how could they be outdone by a newcomer? Our Violent Bull Squad didn't get here by relying on rookies. We can't let the newcomers outshine us. Let's go. Xu Qiu, I'm here to help. Watch my flaming cloud palm. The battle in the forest was fierce and intense. In the lakeside villa, Olay sipped wine leisurely while Zhao Xiaoyun sat reading. Hearing the commotion from the forest, Zhao Xiaoyun smiled and asked, how many war treants did you set up? Aren't you afraid of accidents? Don't worry, they won't die from this. Besides, aren't you here? Olay grinned, confident in Zhao Xiaoyun's abilities. By evening, Xu Qiu and the others arrived at the villa in a sorry state, supporting each other. Almost died in the forest. Olay, holding a wine bottle, eyed them coldly, for hours. You're the weakest group I've ever trained. Everyone was furious but helpless. Commander, can Sister Zhao treat us first? Lin Jian cautiously asked. You want treatment? Head to the lake over there. Olay pointed nearby. At the lake, they saw Zhao Xiaoyun standing in midair, drawing gasps of amazement. What kind of martial skill is this? This isn't a martial skill. It's the ultimate use of spiritual power. Zhao Xiaoyun smiled, a white glow emanating from her, lotus flowers blooming beneath her feet. The scrayed martial soul, flower of life, was at work. Life's blessing. The lake instantly brimmed with vitality. The lake has been blessed, just go in, Zhao Xiaoyun said. Xu Qiu was dumbfounded. Turning the entire lake into healing water? If this could be sold. Lin Jian adjusted his glasses. It's not that simple. The effect comes from the flower of life and fades once you leave. Everyone jumped into the lake, but found the water bone-chilling. What kind of water is this? They quickly climbed out. Olay came over and kicked them back in one by one. Stay in there. There's cold crystals at the bottom. It's good for you. It's too cold. We're going to freeze. With old Zhao's flower of life, you won't die. Olay pulled out a spiked club. If you don't want to freeze, come up and let me smash you. They had no choice but to endure the freezing cold. At least they were alive, which was better than being beaten to death by Olay. Inside the frozen lake, everyone was shivering from the cold. The chill was like a knife, slicing through each person's skin. If not for Zhao Xiaoyun's protective flower of life, someone might have fainted by now. Xu Qiu, however, stood alone in the lake, feeling the cold penetrate his body. This strange chill carried a life force, simultaneously damaging and healing, in a continuous cycle. Xu Qiu felt his physical strength rapidly increasing. His gaze shifted to Olay on the shore, and a surge of fighting spirit arose within him. Olay was so formidable that even the purple sky marquis feared her. and other leaders were both wary and resentful of her. Such a strong opponent was the perfect sharpening stone. At the right moment, the system chimed in. Ding. As a warrior, you have the heart to challenge the strong. Facing Olay, you have two choices. 1. Continue your training peacefully to double your physical strength. 2. Challenge Olay to increase your physical strength tenfold. Without hesitation, Xu Qiu chose the latter and strode towards the shore. Everyone was astonished. Xu Qiu, what are you doing? No way. Is he really going to challenge the captain? Go for it. Fight against tyranny. Noticing the battle intent in Xu Qiu's eyes, Olay grinned. Looking for a fight with me? In an instant, Xu Qiu felt as though he was in a tiger's den. He almost hesitated, but then clenched his teeth and moved forward. Captain, please teach me. Good kid. You've got guts. Olay exclaimed excitedly, swinging her spiked club. Xu Qiu barely managed to block it, but was sent flying dozens of meters by the immense force. He was shocked by Olay's speed and power, far exceeding his expectations. Olay approached slowly, exuding a dark aura like a war beast. Xu Qiu felt like a small boat in a storm, on the brink of capsizing. This wasn't just a pressure from spiritual power. It was a force that struck directly at his spirit. In the lake, Zhao Xiaoyun's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect this kid to ignite Olay's fighting spirit. Su Xiaoshuang curiously asked, is fighting spirit really that powerful? Empress Chongxiao explained, fighting spirit is a real force that can attack one's mental will and even distort reality. Only geniuses on the battlefield can master it. Olay is such a natural-born fighter. Unwilling to back down, Xu Qiu made the first move. His spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. A flash of surprise crossed Olay's eyes as she swung her spiked club to meet the attack. The two engaged in fierce combat, sparks flying. Olay was surprised to see Xu Qiu growing stronger with each clash. You keep surprising me. Recruiting you into the team was a brilliant decision. Xu Qiu, let me see your martial soul fusion. Olay shouted excitedly. With a low growl, Xu Qiu fused his white tiger and thunder dragon martial souls. Power surged through him, and he felt confident he could take on a 6th-level warrior. Captain, watch out. Xu Qiu grinned. You little brat. I hope 2 martial souls are enough for you. Olay showed no fear, charging forward with her spiked club. The ability to merge martial souls, a skill that only a 7th-tier marquee-level warrior can utilize. Although Olay had mastered this technique, she didn't need to use it against Xu Qiu. As a dignified 7th-tier warrior, using martial soul fusion against him would be overkill. Even if Marquis Zhixiao came, she might not resort to it. Without hesitation, Xu Qiu fused the White Tiger and Thunder Dragon martial souls. A king character appeared on his forehead, and arcs of electricity intertwined. He transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing before Olay, his spear thrusting forward like a dragon. Olay didn't dodge or flinch, catching the spear tip barehanded. Her palm was scorched by the electricity but remained unmoved. Instead, she grinned, Kid, you're too slow. With a swing of her club, Xu Qiu was sent flying into the forest, crashing through countless trees. The beasts that surrounded them were instantly torn apart by his erupting lightning. Xu Qiu climbed up, complaining, Captain, you hit too hard. My bones are broken. On the battlefield, do you expect mercy from your enemy? Olay's battle spirit was ignited, charging forward like a cannonball. Xu Qiu's pupils shrank as he blocked with his spear. But Olay's speed was too fast, her spiked club leaving after images. Too slow. Is this all the power of an SS-class martial soul fusion? Show me more strength. Olay shouted. The crowd by the lake watched, swallowing hard. This was a battle on a completely different level. The captain seems to be getting carried away. Xu Qiu won't get killed, right? Don't worry, Zhao is here. Xu Qiu felt frustrated from the relentless beating, inwardly admiring Olay's strength. She hadn't even used her A-class martial soul, the Azure Bull Demon King. Even an SS-class martial soul at the same level would struggle against her. Olay excelled in astonishing combat abilities, mastering martial techniques, battle intent, and intuition. Gritting his teeth, Xu Qiu fused the SS-class martial soul Kuanpeng. Dark golden wings sprouted, tripling his speed. His spear struck like raindrops. Olay countered with her wild swings of the spiked club. Their battle flattened the forest terrain. If they fought in the city, wouldn't they demolish several streets? Lin Jian swallowed nervously. After a fierce battle, Xu Qiu, with his 3 martial soul fusion, was still knocked unconscious. Olay carried him back and tossed him into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyan treated Xu Qiu. Captain, you were too harsh. 5 or 6 bones are broken. Without me, he'd be bedridden for weeks. Olay remained silent, her body trembling slightly. Zhao Xiaoyan sensed something amiss and asked the others to leave. What's wrong? She noticed Olay staring intently at Xu Qiu, with a fierce glint as if ready to fight again. Zhao Xiaoyan quickly slapped her awake. He's only 3rd here. You really lost control. Ole gradually regained composure. Old Zhao, I almost lost myself earlier. His ability to evolve during battle excites me to the point of trembling. Within 3 years, he will surely stand at the pinnacle of the world. Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. If you know he's that good, can't you hold back a bit? What if you kill him? He's born for battle, just like me. If he dies from this, then I misjudged him. Ole grinned. When he reaches the top, I will fight him with all my strength. You violent woman, Zhao Xiaoyun scoffed. Much later, Xu Qiu awoke, looking at the familiar ceiling, recalling his fight with Ole. Even with 3 martial soul fusions, he couldn't force her to use a second martial soul. Ole's strength was indeed terrifying. Bang! The door burst open as Ole swaggered in. Xu Qiu, still sleeping? Get up and train. Xu Qiu looked at the flying door and chuckled wryly. Captain, with you doing this, the renovation costs must be high. Stop with the excuses and get to training. Ole snapped, grabbing Xu Qiu by the collar and dragging him out of the villa as if he were a small chick. Xu Qiu was hauled to the lakeside, where he saw everyone else swimming in their swimsuits. Zhao Kiki, Zhao Xiaoyun, Wang Yin, and others were wearing bikinis, their figures gleaming under the sun. His eyes lit up, and just as he was about to speak, Ole interrupted him. This is their training. It has nothing to do with you. Ole dragged Xu Qiu to a steel-fortified base. As the door opened, a chilling aura poured out, with green eyes gleaming in the dark and growls echoing. Xu Qiu swallowed hard. Captain, is this my pet base? Ole smiled. Before he could finish, Xu Qiu was tossed into the base. As the lights flickered on, he gasped at the sight before him, cages filled with saber-toothed tigers, storm wolves, black phosphorus snakes, and other fierce beasts, all at least level 2, with some reaching level 4. Xu Qiu, there are 100 beasts here. Take them all down, and I'll let you out. But no using soul fusion, it would hinder your growth. Ole's voice echoed from the speakers. Before Xu Qiu could react, a beeping sound rang out, and all the cages opened. Hundreds of beasts lunged at him. Struggle well, kid. If you die, I'm not picking up your corpse. Ole laughed heartily. Xu Qiu knew this was no joke. To survive, there was only one way: surpass his limits. Captain, once I get stronger, I'll beat you so badly even your mom won't recognize you. Xu Qiu shouted as he charged into the horde of beasts. In the control room, Ole watched the screen with a chuckle. I can't wait. But I'm an orphan. My mom hasn't recognized me in years. Inside the base, thunder roared as beasts snarled. Xu Qiu wielded his spear, plunging into the beastly crowd. He knew he couldn't rely on brute force. He needed to use his wits. Time to show you the prowess of a 3 Central School prodigy. Xu Qiu quickly analyzed each beast's traits and devised a strategy. His spear danced like a dragon, each strike deadly. One by one, the beasts fell. Watching the screen, Ole's eyes shone with admiration. A true prodigy of 3 Central School. Brave and cunning. What a beautiful fight. Within the pet facility, the sound of roars echoed continuously. Outside, Su Xiaoshuang and the others gathered, shivering at the noises coming from within. The captain is too ruthless. How many beasts are in there? Lin Jian exclaimed. Zhao Kiki chimed in. Just throwing someone in there, even with Sister Zhao around to prevent any fatalities, is quite bold. Ha, under the captain's command, near-death experiences are just routine, Su Xiaoshuang sneered. But this time, she's really tough on Xu Qiu. As they were discussing, Ole strode over. What are you all doing here? No training today? Boss, we've already adapted to the temperature of the ice lake, Su Xiaoshuang proudly declared. Despite being the weakest in cultivation, her talent was exceptional, and with secret guidance from the Empress Xiao, she progressed the fastest. Ole gave her an approving look. Not bad. You're a prodigy just like your brother. Then her expression turned serious. But do you think that's enough? Too naive. Follow me. The group exchanged glances and followed Ole to the villa. She pulled out a box of coins, threw them into the air, and with a swing, they exploded, scattering coins across the lake. I just tossed 1,000 coins. Retrieve them all by sunset, Ole commanded. The group gasped. The deeper the ice lake, the stronger the cold, and the higher the water pressure. This challenge was far beyond merely adapting to the temperature. Only 1 coin per person each time, Ole added. Their faces fell further. This meant repeatedly diving to the lake's bottom, testing their endurance and willpower. Captain, we can't do it, Wang Yin lamented. Sorry, can't, isn't in the Baoyo Corps' dictionary. Ole grinned, wielding her spiked club. Get in there. Boom. Fearsome energy swept like a hurricane, and the group reluctantly leapt into the lake. After several trips, they were exhausted, lying on the shore gasping for breath. Ole sneered. Tired? Then push beyond your limits. She kicked them back into the water. Zhao Xiaoyun shook her head in resignation. If other teams saw your training, they'd say you're inhumane. There's no humanity on the battlefield, only beastly instincts. Ole laughed. Besides, with you here, these little brats won't die. So what am I afraid of? Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. With you as the captain, I'll be worked to death sooner or later. You better give me a raise. Sure, you can have my share too, Ole agreed readily. Time passed, and more coins accumulated on the lakeshore. Su Xiaoshuang dragged her weary body out of the water, placing a coin down before collapsing. Zhao Xiaoyun said sympathetically, Xiaoshuang, take a break. No way. The boss said to surpass our limits. Su Xiaoshuang gritted her teeth. Don't listen to that crazy woman. Does she think everyone is as insane as she is? Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. Su Xiaoshuang glanced towards the beast facility. If I don't push myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with my brother. With that, she dove back into the lake. Ole approached, chuckling at the water's surface. I knew this girl had the right spirit. She's got drive. She'll definitely be a peak existence in the future. It's all your fault they're turning out like this, Zhao Xiaoyun sighed. Holding her head, as the sun set, the task remained unfinished. Lin Jian counted, 817 coins. We're still 183 short. Ole walked over with a stern face and threw all the coins back into the lake. The group was stunned. Did they have to start over? 1 coin means 10 push-ups. That's 1,830 push-ups. Do them now, then go eat, bathe and rest. Ole ordered. The group was relieved. Although 1,830 push-ups sounded like a lot, it was much better than diving for the coins again. Phew. The captain has some humanity after all. Finally, we can rest. Let's finish quickly and get some rest. They hurriedly started doing push-ups, squeezing out every last bit of their strength. Boom. In the distance, the pet facility's doors slowly opened, and a blood-soaked figure emerged. Behind him lay a field of subdued beasts. Xu Qiu, with a fearsome aura, looked like a returning war god. He grinned at Ole. I did it. All 100 beasts, taken down by me. Xu Qiu emerged from the pet base, exuding a fierce aura like a general returning from battle. He stood with his gun, flashed a grin at everyone, then closed his eyes and fainted on the spot. Ole and the others were shocked and hurriedly took him back to the villa for treatment. As night fell and everyone rested, Ole and Zhao Xiaoyun were watching footage of Xu Qiu's battle with the beasts. This guy defeated 100 beasts without even using his martial spirit. He surprises me again, Ole remarked with a smile. Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. Another crazy one. The next day, everyone felt refreshed and stronger. Ole kicked open the door and shouted, back to training. Zhao Xiaoyun's veins throbbed. Can you stop being so violent? Ole brought Xu Qiu back to the pet base, where the beasts were lively once more. She took Xu Qiu's gun and locked him inside the base. Today, play with them barehanded. Xu Qiu was on the verge of tears, but launched into action decisively. After some time training, Xu Qiu could easily handle 100 beasts. One day, Ole took him underground and revealed even stronger beasts. There are 5 levels here, each harder than the last. Your special training ends once you clear them all. Xu Qiu was both shocked and excited, but soon he was dragged out, battered and bruised. The second level already has 5th grade beasts? He exclaimed. Ole calmly replied. The 5th level is all 5th grade, and there's even a 6th grade beast? How am I supposed to fight that? Xu Qiu rolled his eyes. Ole grabbed him by the collar. Find a way to surpass your limits. On the 5th level, you're allowed to use your martial spirit fusion. By the way, from now on, you'll have extra training with me. I'll teach you how to control battle intent, Ole added before landing another punch. Xu Qiu was once again beaten to a pulp, with Zhao Xiaoyun ready to heal him at any moment. Fortunately, despite Ole's harshness, she was careful not to cause serious harm. She merely broke a few of Xu Qiu's bones, just enough to knock him out. Time passed swiftly. 1 month went by. Then 2. In the forest, lightning flashed, and the spear danced like a dragon. Xu Qiu and Ole were locked in fierce combat. The spear, charged with thunderous power, was effortlessly parried by the spiked club. Not enough. It's still not enough. Ole shouted angrily. If you want to grasp the essence of battle, this level is far from sufficient. Before he finished speaking, the spiked club came whistling through the air. Xu Qiu was sent flying, crashing through several trees, blood spilling from his mouth. Zhao Xiaoyun quickly rushed to heal him, scolding, You always hit so hard. This is training. Ole dismissed her concern, turning to Xu Qiu. You lack a true life-and-death experience. Xu Qiu was taken aback. Under your training, I feel like I'm always on the edge of life and death. Isn't that enough? You subconsciously know I won't really kill you. To truly understand the essence of battle in a short time, you must face a real life-and-death crisis. Ole declared resolutely. Zhao Xiaoyun felt sorry for him. Then let's take it slowly. The battlefield won't give you the luxury of time. Ole countered. War can break out at any moment. How can it just happen like that? Who can say for sure? The beautiful country conducts military exercises all the time. Who knows what they're planning? Zhao Xiaoyan was at a loss for words, having to admit that Ole had a point. Ole's eyes narrowed. It seems we'll have to rely on that creature on the 5th level. The 6th deer beast on the 5th level? Xu Qiu's eyes lit up. Exactly. You'll understand once you see it. As night fell, spiritual energy gathered in Xu Qiu's room. The others sensed the disturbance and stopped their own cultivation in silent agreement. Why is brother's training taking so long this time? Su Xiaoshuang wondered. He might be about to break through, the Empress Qiongxiao said calmly. Ole wasn't surprised. After being honed by me for so long, it's about time. Inside the room, Xu Qiu was fully focused on breaking through the bottleneck. With a resonant hum, his spiritual power surged and enveloped his entire body. 4th-tier warrior, breakthrough. A system notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for advancing to a 4th-tier warrior. 5th martial soul awakened. Congratulations on awakening an SS-grade martial soul. Ghost Qilin. Ghost Qilin? Xu Qiu was stunned. He had studied countless martial souls but had never heard of this one. This was an unprecedented martial soul. Awakening an unknown SS-grade martial soul was historic. It held the potential to change the world's balance of power. Xu Qiu carefully examined this new martial soul. It was a Qilin, pitch black like ink, exuding a chilling ghostly aura, with eyes of dark gold radiating authority. Information about the ghost Qilin emerged. Attribute, darkness. Origin. A Qilin that suffered a calamity, its lingering resentment giving rise to this variant. Ability, mastery of the netherworld's power, capable of commanding a legion of ghosts. Xu Qiu attempted to harness the ghost Qilin's power, conjuring a mass of dark energy in his hand that merged with his spiritual force, greatly amplifying its might. His heart surged with excitement. Combining the netherworld's power with the killing aura of the white tiger would undoubtedly skyrocket his combat strength. With 5 SS-grade martial souls in his possession, even as a 4th-tier warrior, he could easily defeat 5th-tier opponents and even some 6th-tier ones. If he achieved martial soul fusion, he could even challenge a 7th-tier marquis. Xu Qiu's confidence soared, and he was tempted to immediately challenge Ole again. But he quickly calmed down. The captain's strength was unfathomable, far beyond that of an ordinary 7th-tier warrior. Even with his breakthrough, he might not be a match. To face her, he needed to reach at least the 6th tier and master the essence of battle. The next day, Xu Qiu arrived at the pet base, ready for a new round of challenges. 1st level, passed without injury. 2nd level, passed without injury. 3rd level, passed without injury. 4th level, slightly challenging, but still cleared easily. 5th-tier beasts were no longer his adversaries. Soon, he stood before the entrance to the 5th level. Unlike the previous levels, this was a massive alloy door. Even before entering, Xu Qiu could feel the intense malevolent aura emanating from within, as if some terrifying demon was sealed behind it. Xu Qiu, there are only 20 beasts on this 5th level. This includes 19 5th-tier beasts and 1 6th-tier beast. I authorize you to use your spirit fusion ability. Ole's cold voice echoed throughout the empty base. Xu Qiu furrowed his brow, understanding that this was a life-or-death challenge. There was no turning back, only the path forward. He pushed open the door to the 5th level, where 20 cages hung suspended in the air. In the center, a white-furred ape beast exuded the most intense aura, radiating the pressure of a 6th tier. So it's not that lunatic Ole coming. The white demon ape suddenly spoke, its tone dripping with sarcasm. Xu Qiu's pupils contracted. A 6th-tier beast had already gained intelligence? Isn't that supposed to be a capability of the 7th or 8th tier? Ole's voice echoed again. White demon ape, I can give you a chance to regain your freedom. Ole. The white demon ape roared in fury. You madwoman. You've tormented me for 3 years. I will kill you. Xu Qiu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. 3 years of torment. No wonder this beast harbored such intense hatred. Silence. Ole snapped, and the white demon ape fell silent immediately. Kill the boy in front of you, and I'll set you free. Hope flickered in the white demon ape's eyes as it assessed Xu Qiu. Just a mere 4th tier, hardly more than an ant. Suddenly, the 19 cages opened, and the beasts charged at Xu Qiu. Blade-armed mantises, fire lizards, minotaurs, various 5th-tier beasts eyed him menacingly. Xu Qiu thrust his spear, lightning crackling, instantly piercing through the head of a blood-red giant tiger. Surprise flashed in the white demon ape's eyes. This boy was no ordinary opponent. In the next moment, 3 SS-level spirits appeared simultaneously. The white tiger, thunder dragon, and Kuanpeng all emerged. Impossible! The white demon ape roared in disbelief. How can such a prodigy exist in this world? The thunder dragon roared, the white tiger snarled, and the Kuanpeng spread its wings. The three spirits rampaged through the beasts, slaying more than half in an instant. In the control room, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoshuang was ecstatic, while Empress Xiao fell into deep thought. Why do his spirits keep increasing? Will he awaken even more in the future? Pet base, 5th level. Xu Qiu wielded a long spear, surrounded by his three powerful martial spirits, the White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, and Kuanpeng. He moved through the 5th level beasts like a hot knife through butter, his battle prowess far surpassing that of a 4th level warrior. The 5th level beasts were left in disarray, their cries echoing through the space. The 6th level beast, the White Demon Ape, watched in shock and trepidation. No wonder Olay dared to do this. She wants to use me as his whetstone, it thought. In no time, all the 5th level beasts lay defeated. Suddenly, the cage of the White Demon Ape swung open, and it leaped out, throwing a punch at Xu Qiu without hesitation. The punch was as heavy as a mountain, and though Xu Qiu blocked with his spear, a loud boom resounded as the spear bent under the sheer force. The immense power sent Xu Qiu flying, crashing heavily against the base's alloy wall, which immediately cracked under the impact. Xu Qiu spat out blood, staring gravely at the White Demon Ape. A formidable 6th level beast indeed, truly terrifying. The White Demon Ape sneered, "Boy, Olay wants to use me as your whetstone, but she overestimates you. I was once close to the 8th level. Even after 3 years of torment, killing you is still a breeze." Olay's voice came through the speakers. "Xu Qiu, this White Demon Ape once slaughtered 3 towns, killing tens of thousands of citizens of Xia. If you can't kill it, I'll have to let it go. Who knows how much more damage it will cause once it regains its strength. The fate of our people rests on your shoulders." Xu Qiu grimaced. "Commander, you're ruthless." Olay shouted back. "Then take it down. Don't let me down." The White Demon Ape grumbled. "You humans are so noisy." With that, it charged at Xu Qiu again, moving as fast as lightning. But a light was even faster. Xu Qiu's Kuanpeng martial spirit merged with him instantly. Following it, the Thunder Dragon and White Tiger spirits also fused into his body. Xu Qiu sprouted wings, exuding an overwhelming aura, like a beast king descending upon the world. The White Demon Ape was stunned. Martial spirit fusion? He can use the techniques of a 7th level marquis? And with 3 SS level spirits? How is this possible? The two engaged in a fierce battle, Xu Qiu's spear transforming into a Thunder Dragon, clashing with the White Demon Ape's fists. The impact sent both retreating, but in the next moment, Xu Qiu's spear shattered under the strain. The control room was filled with gasps of shock. Olay, however, remarked, "It's the life-threatening situations we need. Only in adversity can he grasp the will to fight." Inside the base, Xu Qiu, now weaponless, did not retreat but engaged in intense hand-to-hand combat with the White Demon Ape. With the martial spirit fusion, his strength and speed surged, almost reaching the 7th level marquis. The brawl was fierce, with every punch landing with bone-crunching force, flesh and bones colliding as the battle raged on. However, as time passed, the strain of the martial spirit fusion weighed heavily on Xu Qiu, and his strength began to wane. Eventually, the White Demon Ape landed a punch on his chest, sending him flying. The White Demon Ape panted, "Boy, you're strong, but not enough. You're still just a 4th level, and forcing yourself to 7th level power can't last long." It turned and shouted, "Olay, I've defeated this boy. Open the door and let me go." Olay was silent for a moment before pressing a button, and the door slowly opened. The White Demon Ape, overjoyed, walked towards the exit. Everyone watched Xu Qiu, lying on the ground, barely breathing, as if the outcome was certain. But just then, Xu Qiu, bloodied and battered, slowly stood up. The White Demon Ape headed towards the gate, as if seeing freedom beckoning. As he walked, he cursed under his breath, venting his frustration. Through gritted teeth, he snarled, "Olay, just you wait. Once I'm out and back to my peak, I'll make you pay. Not just you, but the entire Qingyun city will fall. None of your minions will be spared." His face lit up with joy as he cursed and walked. Suddenly, a raspy voice called from behind, "Hey, we're not done yet. Trying to run?" The White Demon Ape's pupils contracted as he turned to see Xu Qiu, bloodied and barely standing, yet exuding an entirely different aura. Despite being gravely injured, he posed a formidable threat. Xu Qiu's eyes burned with a fierce, bloodthirsty determination, more savage than any beast. In the control room, Olay grinned. It worked. Meanwhile, the Empress Xiao within Su Xiaoshuang expressed surprise. Who would have thought they could comprehend battle intent using such extreme methods? Are Olay and this young man both insane? She mused to herself. This blue star is truly full of talent. The White Demon Ape roared. "How can you still stand? I was so close to freedom. Why are you stopping me?" Bending his knees, he launched himself like a cannonball, This time, I'll kill you for sure. Xu Qiu grinned back. Bring it on. He charged forward, his martial spirit power gathering once again. Though his newly acquired battle intent was raw, it pushed him into a state of euphoria, ignoring pain and unleashing power at 120. Bang! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Then, they exchanged blow after blow like a torrential storm. Bang, bang, bang. In the relentless barrage of clashes, neither retreated nor dodged. They only sought to bring the other down. The white demon ape roared, launching another punch. Xu Qiu took it heeding, grabbing the ape's hair with one hand while gathering all his strength in the other. Lightning, white tiger's killing aura, and Ghost Chielan's nether power converged into one punch, slamming into the white demon ape's head. The ape's face twisted in agony as he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Cracks spread, and the base was on the verge of collapse. Everyone in the control room felt the tremors and exclaimed, "The base is going to collapse." Yet Olay laughed heartily. That punch was fierce. Her heart surged with excitement. For years, she had sought to understand battle intent through combat, searching for like-minded individuals. Now, having personally nurtured Xu Qiu who mastered battle intent, she saw limitless potential. She hoped Xu Qiu would surpass her, and even the emperors and ancient supremes. Xu Qiu stood panting, while the white demon ape lay unconscious in the rubble. He had won this battle. His body gave way, nearly collapsing. Su Xiaoshuang caught him just in time. "Big brother, you're so heavy." Tears filled her eyes, a mix of pride and heartache. She handed Xu Qiu a white pill. "Take this quickly." Xu Qiu swallowed the pill, feeling its immense vitality swiftly healing his wounds. He marveled. "What a powerful pill. Did you make this?" Su Xiaoshuang shook her head. "This is the life essence pill left by Sister Zhao. Very precious, worth billions each." Su Qiu was stunned. He had just swallowed something worth billions? Could he still spit it out and sell it? Everyone urged, "Let's go. This place is about to collapse." Olay was unconcerned. Stepping forward, martial skill, green vine shield. Massive vines rose, supporting the entire base like pillars. She approached the white demon ape, clutching his neck. The ape opened his eyes and murmured, "Olay, you scoundrel. If I had really beaten that kid, would you have let me go?" Olay grinned. "Nope." With a crunch, she snapped his neck. Tossing the body aside, she remarked, "I only keep promises with humans. What credit is there with you beasts?" After taking the life essence pill, Xu Qiu's body quickly recovered. Feeling the surge of power within him, Xu Qiu was surrounded by a cheering crowd. "Congratulations! You've finally mastered the battle intent. Our violent bull squad has gained another formidable fighter." Lin Jian patted Xu Qiu on the shoulder with a meaningful look and said, "The captain seems to have taken a special interest in you. Expect some sparring sessions soon." Xu Qiu felt a chill and instinctively glanced at Olay. Sure enough, she was staring at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Training is over," Olay announced, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But then she added, "We'll continue another time." The crowd groaned. "Spare us, Captain." Back home, Xu Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang collapsed onto the bed. "It's finally over. These past few months have been exhausting," Su Xiaoshuang remarked. "I'm going to buy groceries and cook," Xu Qiu said as he headed for the door. "Brother, are you even human? You're so tired. Why not just order takeout?" Xu Qiu rode his motorcycle to the market, and as he passed a martial arts gym, he heard the sound of breaking glass. He saw martial artists being thrown out the window one after another. Then, a white figure gracefully emerged, moving with agility. Upon closer inspection, Xu Qiu realized it was Luo Qingxue. Despite wearing a mask, her familiar silhouette and necklace gave her away. "What kind of stunt are you pulling?" Xu Qiu asked. Luo Qingxue hastily denied. "You've got the wrong person." Xu Qiu was unimpressed. "Come on, you didn't even bother using a voice changer?" At that moment, the martial artists surrounded them. "He's with me," Luo Qingxue blurted out. Xu Qiu glared at her. "Weren't you saying it was a case of mistaken identity?" "I knew I couldn't fool you," Luo Qingxue admitted reluctantly. As the martial artists charged, Xu Qiu took them down with a few punches and kicks. The leader summoned a heavy hammer martial spirit and swung it at Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu met it with a punch, lightning crackling around him, and shattered the martial spirit. The leader spat blood and was sent flying, exclaiming in terror, "Incredible! My grade martial spirit was destroyed with one punch." The crowd fled in panic. Xu Qiu turned to Luo Qingxue. "What exactly are you up to?" Luo Qingxue removed her mask and explained. "I came to challenge the gym master, and when he lost, he tried to cheat." Understanding dawned on Xu Qiu, and he prepared to leave. Luo Qingxue's eyes flashed with hope. "I'm a little hungry." Xu Qiu feigned ignorance. "If you're hungry, find something to eat yourself." With that, he walked away. Luo Qingxue stomped her foot in frustration. "This blockhead." Just as she was about to leave, Xu Qiu rode back on his motorcycle. I bought too much. Do you want to come over for a meal? Luo Qingxue was overjoyed but tried to remain calm. Actually, I wanted to see Xiao Shuang. Hop on, Xu Qiu said with a smile, handing her a helmet. Since when did this guy get so savvy? Xiao Shuang, look who's here. Xu Qiu returned from grocery shopping, with Luo Qingxue following behind. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, and she ran over to hug Luo Qingxue. Sister Luo, I've missed you so much. I've missed you too, Luo Qingxue said, patting her head. Su Xiaoshuang giggled. Did you miss me more, or my brother? Why would I miss him? Luo Qingxue muttered softly. Su Qiu, carrying the groceries, said, You two chat. I'll go cook. With that, he headed into the kitchen. Luo Qingxue and Su Xiaoshuang chatted in the living room, and soon picked up a game console to play. Although Luo Qingxue wasn't very skilled, she tried her best to join in, her face beaming with joy. Su Qiu glanced from the kitchen and suddenly felt that having one more person in the house wasn't so bad. While he was cooking, Su Xiaoshuang slipped in, patted his shoulder and laughed. Brother, you've made progress. You even brought someone home. I'm impressed. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about all day? Can't I just invite a friend over for dinner? Of course you can, and the more the merrier for such dinners. Luo Qingxue walked to the kitchen door. Need any help? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes twinkled as she quickly spoke before Su Qiu could. Yes, Sister Luo, can you wash the vegetables? No problem. Great. You stay and help my brother with the vegetables. I'll go out to buy some drinks. Su Xiaoshuang made room and slipped away. Su Qiu saw through his sister's intentions, and Luo Qingxue noticed too. She coughed and laughed. Xiaoshuang is quite mischievous. Yeah, she's quite the little rascal. You talk as if you're much older than her. I'm different. I've been taking care of things early on. My mental age is at least 4 or 5 years older than hers, Su Qiu said casually. So you're older than me by that much too? Of course. Oh, Luo Qingxue said thoughtfully. Su Qiu suddenly asked, by the way, why were you at that martial arts gym today? I'm training myself. Recently, I've been keeping a low profile, challenging various martial artists across Qingyun City to improve myself. I see. Su Qiu nodded in understanding. The TV news reported, recently, a woman wearing a fox mask has been challenging martial arts gym owners across Qingyun City, defeating 13 so far, including a 4th-rank gym owner. Su Qiu smiled. You're quite famous now, beating even 4th-rank martial artists. You've made significant progress. You're not bad yourself. I can sense you've advanced to the 4th rank, right? I broke through not long ago, Su Qiu admitted calmly. His strength had long surpassed the limits of his rank. A news flash interrupted. An incident involving a beastman has occurred on Dongyun Street in District 17 of Qingyun City. A hunting team has been dispatched to handle it. Nearby residents should be cautious. Su Qiu frowned. Why are there still beastmen? Could they have escaped from the beastman experiment base you dealt with last time? Luo Qingxue asked. Not sure. Might be. I'll ask the captain later, Su Qiu said, feeling something was amiss. Soon, the three of them sat around the dining table, watching the news while eating. The news reported a haunted cemetery incident. Su Xiaoshuang listened intently. Ghosts? Are there really ghosts in this world? Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue exchanged looks, unable to answer. Inside Su Xiaoshuang, the Empress Xiao laughed silently. People on Blue Star are so naive. Of course, there are ghosts, and even an underworld. But they're actually spiritual energy entities. Some dark or spiritual attribute martial souls can even control ghosts, though such souls are rare. On Blue Star, they might only reach grade or a grade. Su Xiaoshuang realized. Could the haunted cemetery be someone playing tricks? Who knows? I'm not a witness, the Empress Xiao said indifferently. After dinner, Su Qiu walked Luo Qingxue home. Upon arriving, Luo Long warmly insisted he stay. But Su Qiu received a call from the Violent Bull Group and had to leave. At the Violent Bull Group headquarters, Su Qiu entered the meeting room. Ole got straight to the point. I have a task for you. You've heard about the haunted cemetery incident, right? Other hunting groups found evidence of someone behind it. You'll stake out at the cemetery in District 16 tonight to see if you can find any leads. Zhao Kiki turned pale with fear. See, Captain, what if there really are ghosts? I'm scared. Scared of what? Even if there are ghosts, just chop them up. Besides, you'll have these two with you. But I'm still scared. Linjian, take this coward with you. Let her get some courage at the cemetery. Ole ordered. Without hesitation, Lin Jian dragged Zhao Kiki out the door. Su Qiu remembered something and asked, by the way, Captain, what's the deal with the Beastman in District 17? Still investigating, but it's likely one of the escapees from the Beastman experiment base, Ole said. Oh, Su Qiu replied, not asking further. Section 16, Cemetery. Su Qiu, Lin Jian, and Zhao Kiki arrived. As night fell, the cemetery was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Zhao Kiki cowered behind Su Qiu, terrified. Suddenly, green lights flared up around them, and countless ghostly figures appeared. Xiao Qi screamed and fainted, while Xu Qiu and Lin Jian stood on guard. The spectral figures, unaware of their surroundings, began to converge at a single point. Xu Qiu decided to investigate, instructing Lin Jian to look after Xiao Qi. Following the spirits, Xu Qiu arrived at a plaza where he encountered a man dressed in black, with a skull martial spirit above his head. The man introduced himself as Yu, one of the 8 guardians of the notorious Emotion cult. Xu Qiu felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of the cult. Known for their heinous acts, the Emotion cult was infamous for city massacres, child abductions, and violent attacks. A system alert sounded, and Xu Qiu chose to engage without hesitation. He launched a punch that collided with Yu's, causing both to stagger back. Yu was taken aback by how much Xu Qiu's strength had grown and resolved to eliminate him swiftly. The skull martial spirit wielded a scythe, tearing open a rift in space and summoning over 100 fierce ghosts. With a cold laugh, Yu declared, S-class martial technique, nether summoning. These fierce ghosts are all 4th tier. How will you withstand them? Undaunted, Xu Qiu brandished the coiling dragon breaker spear in his hand. Its dark golden dragon pattern, so lifelike it seemed ready to leap from the weapon. Seeing the spear in Xu Qiu's hand, Yu's eyes revealed a hint of apprehension. Yu's pupils narrowed, and alarm bells rang in his mind. The aura emanating from that spear was anything but ordinary. In Qingyun City, only a handful could possess such a high-grade martial artifact. What made Xu Qiu so special? Before you could think further, Xu Qiu had already made his move. The spear struck like a dragon, surrounded by lightning, obliterating a 4th-tier wraith with one blow. Xu Qiu charged into the throng of wraiths like a tiger among sheep, and with each swing of his spear, more wraiths fell. He was left wide-eyed and speechless. This level of combat prowess far exceeded the intelligence reports. Forcing himself to remain calm, Yu thought, I am at the 6th tier, while he is only at the 4th. With a battle of attrition, I still have a 90 chance of winning. Caught up in the thrill of the fight, Xu Qiu scoffed. Compared to the beasts of the regiment leader, these wraiths aren't even worth my time. Not to be outdone, Yu unleashed his martial skills to summon more wraiths. Hundreds of wraiths from the 2nd to 4th tiers surged forth, a feat akin to a 7th tier marquis-level practitioner. Xu Qiu, these wraiths were meant to wreak havoc in Qingyun City, but today they'll see you off. Yu laughed maniacally. Xu Qiu continued to slay wraiths with his spear, but began to feel the strain. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could I forget about the ghost Qilin? As the nether energy surged from him, a black light shot forth. The air was filled with a chilling aura, and you felt an irresistible pressure. Show them what you've got, ghost Qilin. Xu Qiu grinned. As the black light dissipated, a Qilin, pitch black with antlers like a deer, emerged. Its eyes shone like gold, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a thunderous roar, the ghost Qilin shook the universe. The surrounding wraiths knelt. Even Yu's skeletal ghost martial spirit trembled in fear. My little treasure. Go, tear him apart. Xu Qiu gently patted the ghost Qilin. Yu was utterly bewildered. Why aren't my wraiths obeying me? He had no choice but to send the skeletal ghost into battle. The skeletal ghost's scythe struck the ghost Qilin, only to shatter upon impact. With a single swipe of its claw, the ghost Qilin shattered the skeletal ghost. Yu suffered a backlash, coughing up blood. Yu finally understood that the ghost Qilin was his nemesis. He attempted to escape, only to be blocked by his own rebelling wraiths. In an instant, the ghost Qilin reached him, piercing his chest and crushing his heart. Yu fell to the ground in disbelief, and the wraith army vanished into smoke. Xu Qiu clicked his tongue in amazement. Thank goodness for the ghost Qilin. Otherwise, this would have been quite the hassle. Just as he was about to leave, his bull metal buzzed with Ol's urgent voice. Xu Qiu, get back here. In Qingyun City, the beastmen are causing chaos, and all major hunting groups are mobilizing. A flash of insight hit Xu Qiu as he connected the dots with the sudden appearance of the Demon Heaven sect. There must be some connection here. After receiving the notification from Olay, Xu Qiu and Lin Jian roused the unconscious Xiao Qi and hurried towards the bull group building. The city was in chaos, with beast men rampaging through the streets. The trio was tasked with quelling the disturbance on the spot, each showcasing their skills. Xu Qiu pierced a beastman's throat with a spear, Lin Jian slashed enemies with his sword, and Xiao Qi wielded an axe, ready to fight. Lin Jian voiced his doubts. There are so many beastmen. They can't all have escaped from the experimental base. Xu Qiu, worried about his sister, dialed her number but received no answer. Sensing his concern, Lin Jian and Xiao Qi volunteered. You go find Xiao Shuang, we can handle this. Xu Qiu sped off, witnessing the city's downfall along the way. He had a sudden realization and called Olay to report the encounter with the Emotion cult at the cemetery. Captain, Could it be that the Emotion cult is behind this? Ole pondered for a moment and then decisively contacted the undercover agent Mole, saying, "Find out the Emotion cult's objective within an hour. Otherwise, I'm taking you down with them." When Xu Qiu arrived at the residential area, he saw beastmen attacking the gates, with retired soldiers bravely fighting back. At the critical moment, Su Xiaoshuang leaped down and kicked a lizard man away. She struck a one-legged pose and declared boldly, "I am the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, courage and justice, a genius pharmacist, the Bull Group captain's personal disciple, the sister of the most talented warrior in history, the future leader of Blue Star, the successor to the empress. I am Su Xiaoshuang." The lizard man, bewildered, roared and charged. Su Xiaoshuang easily countered, taking it down with a flurry of attacks. The veterans were amazed, and Su Xiaoshuang basked in pride. In the martial soul space, Empress Zhongxiao remarked, "Failing to defeat anything below Tier 2 would be embarrassing." Su Xiaoshuang asked if she could take on Tier 3, and the Empress gave her a positive review. Just then, Xu Qiu arrived, anxiously asking if his sister was safe. Su Xiaoshuang, hands on her hips, proudly replied, "No worries, bro, I'm amazing now." Seeing that Su Xiaoshuang was uninjured, Xu Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I tried calling you earlier, why didn't you pick up?" he asked, a hint of reproach in his voice, though it was clear he was more concerned than upset. Su Xiaoshuang rubbed her sleepy eyes and coughed lightly. "I was sleeping. You nearly scared me to death," Su Qiu said, rolling his eyes before turning serious. "The whole city of Qingyun is in chaos right now. You need to head to the nearest shelter immediately." Su Xiaoshuang stubbornly shook her head. "No way, big brother. I'm a member of the Violent Bull Squad too. I want to fight alongside you." With a swift thunk, Su Qiu knocked her on the head. "Stop talking big. You're just a girl. What do you mean fight alongside? But I can defeat the beastmen." Su Xiaoshuang pointed to the lizard man on the ground in her defense. Seeing the determination on his sister's face, Su Qiu knew convincing her otherwise would be difficult. He thought for a moment and then declared, "Su Xiaoshuang, as your senior in the Violent Bull Squad, I order you to lead the residents to the shelter and protect them. Even shelters aren't completely safe. If anything happens, you need to look after everyone." Su Xiaoshuang looked at him skeptically. "Do you really think you can trick me that easily?" "I'm serious, Su Xiaoshuang." Su Qiu pointed to some injured elderly people. "Look at these old men. They're hurt. What if something happens at the shelter and no one takes care of them? Grandpa Li always buys you candy, Grandpa Zhang lets you eat at his place, and Grandpa Wang didn't even mind when you gave him a bald haircut. Can you really leave them behind? Do you have no conscience?" Su Xiaoshuang hesitated for a moment before finally relenting. "Fine, I'll go." "Good, there's no time to waste. Move out now." Su Qiu immediately instructed Su Xiaoshuang to lead the neighborhood residents to the shelter. Along the way, they encountered a few beastmen, but with Su Qiu's protection, they were easily dealt with. The residents watched in awe at Su Qiu's prowess, commenting among themselves, "What a skilled young man. Whose child is he? Does he have a girlfriend? He's so strong at such a young age, has a bright future, and would be a good match for my daughter." "Nonsense. Your daughter isn't good enough for him." Under Su Qiu's escort, everyone arrived safely at the shelter. Soldiers guarded the steel gates, and Su Qiu, relieved, gave Su Xiaoshuang a few parting instructions before heading off to continue dealing with the beastmen. Suddenly, a voice came through his Metalole's voice. "Members of the Violent Bull Squad, there's a new development. We've discovered that this Beastman uprising is the work of the Demon Heaven cult. They've developed a new Beastman serum and plan to spread it across Qingyun City to turn all its citizens into Beastmen." Everyone gasped in shock at the audacity of the plan. As they pondered the situation, a beam of purple light shot into the sky from above the city hall, gathering rain clouds. Within the clouds, a purple dragon roamed, its roar echoing and oppressive. Su Qiu's eyes widened. "That's the Shrank Martial Soul, Purple Cloud Dragon. It said in books that it can control clouds and rain, and if powerful enough, cover an entire city. I understand now they plan to mix the serum into the rain and spread it throughout the city." Lin Jian said gravely, "If I remember correctly, the Purple Cloud Dragon is the martial soul of Marquis Zixiao. He's one of Qingyun City's top martial artists, a 7th-rank Marquis-level warrior. I can't believe he's with the Demon Heaven cult." Olay ordered, "Marquis Zixiao is now our primary target. Stop him at all costs." Everyone exchanged worried glances. A true Marquis-level warrior could easily obliterate them. Lin Jian said, "Leader, you're probably the only one who can take him on." Olay laughed heartily. "I'd love to go beat that guy up, but I'm a bit tied up at the moment." As she spoke, explosions could be heard through the metal, indicating she was in the midst of a fierce battle. "Leader, are you okay?" The group cried out in concern. "Don't worry about me, you brats. Focus on stopping Marquis Zixiao," Olay said before cutting the communication. Amidst the ruins, Olay cracked her neck and surveyed the black-robed warriors surrounding her. These 4 men appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, each a 7th-rank Marquis-level warrior. Olay grinned. From what I know, the Demon Heaven cult has 8 protectors, all above the 6th rank. You must be 4 of them, right? Should I feel honored that it takes so many of you to deal with me? The leading protector sneered. We planned to send 5, but 1 was dealt with by your subordinates. Heh, my team isn't too shabby, right? Impressive indeed. Olay stretched and laughed. Yeah, my team is working hard, so I can't slack off as their leader. Bring it on, you bastards. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu dispatched another beastman with a single strike, his gaze fixed on the city hall. It was the tallest building in Qingyun City, and the purple cloud dragon hovered above. Clearly, Marquis Xiao intended to unleash his martial soul's power, there to spread the serum citywide. The rain clouds were still forming, indicating the enemy was still gathering strength. They had time to stop him, but only a small group could go, as the beastman chaos in the city needed to be contained. Plus, the city hall would surely be heavily guarded by the Demon Heaven cult, with more than just Marquis Xiao present. Should they go to stop him? Facing a Marquis-level warrior was no small feat. Ding! Qingyun City faces a massive crisis. In deciding whether to go and stop Marquis Xiao to thwart the Demon Heaven cult's plan, you have the following choices. 1. Do nothing and leave Qingyun City. Reward, Brank Martial Technique, Flaming Wave Palm. 2. Continue suppressing the Beastman Rebellion and leave Marquis Xiao to others. Reward, a rank Martial Technique, Heavenly Dragon Spear. 3. Having trained under Olay for so long, you feel your strength has improved significantly. It's just a Marquis-level warrior, right? Fight him. Reward, Shrank Martial Technique, Thunder God's Judgment Spear. And Shrank Martial Skill, the Thunder God's Judgment Spear? Seeing this reward, Xu Qiu's eyes lit up. Xu Qiu's heart was ablaze with excitement. The Arank Thunder King's spear was already a formidable weapon, and if he could obtain and Shrank Divine Skill, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Besides, the mission only required a battle with the Purple Sky Marquis, regardless of the outcome. With the Kuanping martial soul in hand, his speed was unparalleled in the world. Even a 7th-tier Marquis would find it hard to catch him, making escape easy. Alright, let's do this. That old geezer oppressed me back then. It's time for some payback. Xu Qiu gritted his teeth and charged toward the city hall. The Panlong broadsword shone brilliantly, cutting through everything in its path. Mythical beastmen fell one after another, as he rampaged like an unstoppable force. Overhead, a man with purple hair and cloud-like wings approached. In a flash, he was in front of Xu Qiu. Well, if it isn't the handsome guy from the Stormbull squad. Where's Olay? Xu Qiu recognized him as Chen Zi, the leader of the Purple Cloud Squad, rumored to be a 6th-tier warrior. The captain's been held up. Chen Zi, are you here to stop the Purple Sky Marquis too? Chen Zi laughed heartily. Olay actually got held up? Haha, I'll have to tease her about that next time. As for the Purple Sky Marquis, leave that to me. The Purple Cloud Squad will claim this grand achievement. Before he finished speaking, his purple wings fluttered, and he shot towards the top floor of the building like a streak of light. Xu Qiu smirked. A 6th-tier warrior. Where does he get his confidence? But with so many leaders assisting, his confidence soared. Taking down the Purple Sky Marquis is just a matter of time. In no time, Xu Qiu reached the entrance of the building. Over 100 beastmen were waiting, including several 3rd and 4th-tier powerhouses. The Demon Heaven cult is indeed terrifying, having developed so many beastmen. No wonder they're the top cult in the Grand Xia dynasty. Xu Qiu mused. The beastmen locked their eyes on Xu Qiu, murderous intent evident. A hunting squad with such a young kid? Blondie, are you here to die? One beastman sneered, lunging at him. A sword aura sliced through the air, sending the beastman flying. Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, Wang Yin, and other members of the Stormbull squad arrived, showing no fear in the face of the numerous beastmen. Xu Qiu, leave this to us. You go to the rooftop and knock that Purple Sky Marquis away. Lin Jian and the others shouted. Xu Qiu blinked. You guys trust me too much, don't you? That's a Marquis-level powerhouse. Zhao Xiaoyan handed him a pill. A life essence pill, for emergencies. Though I hate to admit it, you're now the strongest in the team besides Olay. The Purple Sky Marquis is up to you. But if you can't win, it's okay. There are other leaders. Just make sure to stay alive. Xu Qiu was delighted, carefully storing the pill. Got it. With their cover, he dashed straight to the top floor. At this moment, the rain clouds above the building had expanded dozens of times, covering half of Qingyun City. Inside the shelter, soldiers were fully armed, ready to head out. Citizens were anxious. Where are you going? There's a beastman riot outside, and the hunting squad doesn't have enough manpower. We need to join the fight, a soldier said gravely. If you all leave, who will protect us? Don't worry, some of us will stay behind. Plus, The shelter's door is made of alloy, so normal beastmen can't get in. The crowd felt slightly reassured, but soon the sound of gunfire and explosions drew closer. With a loud crash, the alloy door was breached. A massive black-furred werewolf barged in, bullets bouncing off it like tickles. You little mice think hiding here will keep you safe? How naive. The werewolf sneered as it advanced. Suddenly, Su Xiaoshuang rushed out, kicking the werewolf out of the shelter. She resolutely stepped forward. If I don't go, everyone will die. If I don't enter hell, who will? Awesome. I've always wanted to say that. Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Empress sighed. Show off all you want. This is a third-tier high-grade beastman, not like the ones before. It's not going to be easy for you. We can't let the old and weak stand in front, can we? Su Xiaoshuang was eager to fight. The werewolf shook its head, fixing its gaze on Su Xiaoshuang. Didn't expect a young second-tier warrior here. You little brat, I'm going to tear you apart. You little brat, I'll tear you apart. The werewolf roared as it lunged at Su Xiaoshuang, its sharp claws slicing through the air. Su Xiaoshuang dodged swiftly, using her agility to evade the attacks and seize the opportunity to counter. Grade A martial skill. Overlapping waves palm. She struck 3 consecutive palms, forcing the werewolf to retreat. However, the strength of a third-tier high-grade beastman was formidable, and a grade A martial skill couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Su Xiaoshuang paused for a moment, and Empress Xiao reminded her, "You're not proficient with that move yet? The more dangerous it is, the more potential I can unleash." Su Xiaoshuang took a deep breath, clenched her fist tightly, and gathered her spiritual energy. Grade S martial skill, Shockwave Punch. With a powerful punch, ripples formed in the air. The fierce force of her fist struck the werewolf's chest like a cannonball, sending it crashing through the wall to its death. Su Xiaoshuang was overjoyed, but soon found herself surrounded by 4 second and third-tier beastmen. "I'm out of strength. Let me handle this," Empress Xiao said calmly. Su Xiaoshuang attempted to summon her, but the Empress didn't appear. The beastmen sneered and charged, and Su Xiaoshuang pleaded anxiously, "Master Empress, if you don't show up now, I'm done for." As soon as she spoke, a streak of light emerged from Su Xiaoshuang, transforming into a stunning woman with long black hair and an ethereal presence. Empress Xiao wielded a golden sword, and with a flash, the beastmen were reduced to fragments. "Master Empress, you're amazing," Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed with admiration. Empress Xiao replied nonchalantly, "It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak. Grow stronger." With that, she dissolved into points of light and returned. Su Xiaoshuang clenched her fist and vowed, "I will catch up to my brother." Meanwhile, Xu Qiu raced to the top floor of the city government building. Suddenly, the corridor was breached, revealing Zhang Yunjie. "Long time no see, fugitive," Xu Qiu taunted. Zhang Yunjie, enraged, slammed the ground with his palm. Grade A martial skill, Earth Spike. Xu Qiu easily dodged and kicked him away. Zhang Yunjie rose from the rubble, his body sprouting yellow fur as he transformed into a berserk bear, merging with his martial spirit. "See? I've mastered the power of the beast perfectly." Zhang Yunjie laughed maniacally. "Now, I can easily kill even a 5th-tier warrior. You don't stand a chance." Xu Qiu's expression remained indifferent as he gripped his coiling dragon-breaking army spear, Thunder King Spear. He thrust the spear forward, like lightning tearing through the sky. Zhang Yunjie hastily summoned his mysterious stone shield, but it was pierced instantly. The domineering spear light blasted a massive bloody hole in his chest, shattering bone and flesh. Xu Qiu said coldly, "You know nothing about true power." Zhang Yunjie glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, utterly stunned. His eyes were filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and a deep sense of unwillingness to accept his fate. Blood gushed from the wound as Zhang Yunjie stared in disbelief at the fatal injury. He had devoted himself to mastering the power of mythical beasts and even perfected the ultimate martial soul fusion technique. He believed himself invincible. Yet, in an instant, a single shot had ended him. The overwhelming power had come too suddenly. "Why?" Zhang Yunjie murmured, his eyes brimming with reluctance and confusion. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his life force rapidly ebbing away. Xu Qiu watched his fallen opponent with a cold gaze, shaking his head. Zhang Yunjie was indeed powerful, but not powerful enough. Compared to true powerhouses like the White Demon Ape, this man was still far behind. Without lingering, Xu Qiu continued towards the top floor. His path was unobstructed, and he quickly reached the rooftop. The scene before him made his pupils contract. A number of hunting group leaders lay sprawled on the ground, while Chen Zi, who had boasted about defeating the Purple Cloud Marquis, was now barely clinging to life, with the Marquis's hand around his neck. The Purple Cloud Marquis noticed Xu Qiu's arrival and casually tossed Chen Zi aside. Chen Zi glanced at Xu Qiu, weakly saying, "Run? He's too strong." Xu Qiu felt a powerful sense of oppression. A 7th-tier marquis-level warrior indeed lived up to the reputation. Young one from the Violent Bull group, you made it here, which means Yunjia has been defeated by you. The Purple Cloud Marquis said calmly. Purple Cloud Marquis, with your high status and influence, why join the Demon Heaven sect? Xu Qiu asked, trying to buy time while curious about the answer. He was waiting for Olay to finish off her opponent and come to his aid. The Purple Cloud Marquis saw through Xu Qiu's intentions. You're waiting for Olay, aren't you? But she probably won't make it, and she might already be dead. Heh, if you couldn't defeat her, who could? Xu Qiu retorted with a cold smile. One person alone isn't enough. But what if the protectors of the Demon Heaven sect all attack together? The Purple Cloud Marquis replied indifferently. No matter how strong Olay is, she's just one person. Xu Qiu's heart sank. Indeed, if the Demon Heaven sect launched a full-scale attack, even Olay might struggle to hold them off. As for why I joined the Demon Heaven sect, the Purple Cloud Marquis continued, it's because they can fulfill my desires. Xu Qiu was about to question further when he realized something was off. It wasn't him who was stalling for time, but the Purple Cloud Marquis. The martial soul rain cloud above the Marquis was growing larger. Xu Qiu didn't hesitate any longer and launched his attack. His spear cut through the air, crackling with thunder and lightning. The Purple Cloud Marquis drew an alloy sword to block, but cracks appeared on the blade. His expression shifted slightly, and he stepped back 2 paces. That's a high-grade martial artifact. Xu Qiu pressed the advantage, his spear movements as fluid as a swimming dragon, perfectly executed. Lightning intertwined, and the aura of a white tiger surged, matching the Purple Cloud Marquis blow for blow. The leaders on the ground were dumbfounded. How could this kid be so strong? The Purple Cloud Marquis was equally shocked. During the rookie competition, Xu Qiu could barely withstand his pressure. Yet now he could hold his own? Such rapid growth was monstrous. Oomph. A level martial skill, Thundercloud Sword Technique. The Purple Cloud Marquis snorted, swinging his sword as purple lightning erupted, sending Xu Qiu flying. Forcing me to use martial skills, your growth speed is astonishing, the Purple Cloud Marquis said. But you are ultimately just a 4th-tier warrior. He went on the offensive, showcasing the full might of a 7th-tier marquis-level warrior, quickly overpowering Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu was covered in sword wounds, yet he refused to retreat. His eyes burned with a fervent battle spirit that was unnerving, growing more valiant with each clash. Battle spirit. The Purple Cloud Marquis's pupils contracted. This power, grasped only by seasoned veterans, had been comprehended by Xu Qiu. What had Olay done to this young man? A level martial skill, Purple Cloud Thunderstorm. The Purple Cloud Marquis roared, unleashing his full strength. The violent lightning shattered Xu Qiu's spear light, sending him flying once more. Purple lightning wrapped around Xu Qiu, relentlessly eroding him. The Purple Cloud Marquis was certain that even a 6th-tier warrior would be unable to fight after such an attack. But then, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. A fierce and domineering thunder dragon emerged from Xu Qiu's body, devouring the purple lightning completely. An SS-level thunder dragon? The Purple Cloud Marquis was stunned. You're not a dual martial soul, but a triple martial soul? Xu Qiu grinned. Your cultivation level is indeed higher than mine, but unfortunately, I have one advantage you can't match. I can use my martial soul, but you can't. Xu Qiu saw through with Marquis of Xiao intended to gather rain clouds with his martial soul to spread the beast-human serum. During this process, he couldn't use his martial soul. Xu Qiu's eyes sparkled with insight as he realized the Marquis's plan. A Marquis-level powerhouse, unable to use his martial soul meant his combat strength was greatly reduced. This was the perfect opportunity to defeat him. Thunder Dragon, White Tiger, combine. The 2 martial souls responded to his call, merging with Xu Qiu. In an instant, he was enveloped in lightning, a king's symbol appearing on his forehead. He transformed into a streak of electricity, appearing before the Marquis of Xiao in a flash. Thunder King's spear, unleash. The spear surged like a dragon, unstoppable. The Marquis barely managed to block, but the immense force sent him flying. Xu Qiu, filled with battle spirit, attacked again. Lightning intertwined. Killing intent filled the air at this moment. His power was terrifying. The clash of metal echoed, cracks spread across the sword. The Marquis of Xiao was forced to retreat, his anger boiling. Thunder Cloud Sword Technique. A storm of sword energy swept over, yet Xu Qiu faced it fearlessly. His Thunder Dragon martial soul naturally countered lightning, and he charged through the sword energy. His spear aimed directly at the Marquis's heart, like a dragon piercing the clouds, ready to kill. Suddenly, Xu Qiu sensed something and pulled back, sidestepping. With a clang, a powerful force struck him, pushing him back several steps. Not far away, an old man in a white coat was staring at Xu Qiu with fervent eyes. So many SS-grade martial souls. You're a Ancient century experimental specimen. Xu Qiu sneered. Getting noticed by an old man like you is no good thing. Suddenly, a shadow attacked. It was a humanoid creature shrouded in black mist, wielding a dark dagger in a frenzy. Scrayed martial soul, shadow assassin. Xu Qiu recognized the rare dark attribute martial soul. The old man in the white coat smiled. Indeed, that's my martial soul. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Wang, one of the 8 guardians of the Demon Sky sect. I led the Zhang family's beast-human experiments. Xu Qiu quipped. I have no interest in being your lab rat. If it were a beautiful lady doctor, I might consider. Dr. Wang laughed. You want beauties? If you become my experimental subject, I can find you all kinds of beauties. You wily old fox. Xu Qiu dodged the shadow assassin's attack and charged at Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang stood his ground confidently. When it comes to speed, you can't match the shadow assassin. Before he finished speaking, Xu Qiu's speed increased more than threefold, surpassing the shadow assassin in an instant, closing in on Dr. Wang. Not good. Dr. Wang tried to evade. The Marquis of Xiao attempted to assist, but was restrained by a captain's wind binding. Xu Qiu's spear struck Dr. Wang's chest, creating a massive bloody hole. Before dying, Dr. Wang injected a serum, rapidly transforming into an ugly lizard man. Marquis of Xiao, inject the serum into the rain cloud. Leave this guy to me. Dr. Wang shouted, tossing a vial to the Marquis. The Marquis caught the vial and rode the purple cloud dragon towards the rain cloud. Xu Qiu spread Kunping's wings to pursue but was blocked by Dr. Wang. Another Kunping martial soul? Xu Qiu, I'm in love with you. Suddenly, Qianzi from the purple cloud hunting group blocked Dr. Wang. Other captains struggled to stand. Brave youth from the wild bull group. Leave this guy to us. You go stop the Marquis of Xiao. Xu Qiu nodded, wings flaring, and flew towards the rain cloud. The Marquis of Xiao clutched the serum, determination flashing in his eyes. For Qiqi, for Qingyun City. I'm sorry. Xu Qiu closed in from behind, spear in hand. The Marquis of Xiao was astonished. I didn't expect my final obstacle to be a mere 4th-rank youngster like you. Marquis of Xiao, let's settle this once and for all. Xu Qiu shouted. Boy, I'll grant your wish. The Marquis did not underestimate him, merging with the purple cloud dragon martial soul. Xu Qiu, have you ever faced a 7th-rank Marquis-level powerhouse at full strength? The Marquis of Xiao was covered in purple scales, a dragon tail sprouting from his back, eyes glowing golden, exuding majesty. At this moment, the full power of a 7th-rank Marquis-level warrior was unleashed. Night fell over Qingyun City, where the sky roiled with dark clouds, hinting at an impending torrential downpour. Amidst the flashes of lightning and crashes of thunder, 2 figures faced off beneath the clouds. One wielded a long alloy sword, the other gripped a dark golden dragon spear. Purple lightning intertwined with blue thunder as a 7th-rank Marquis faced a 4th-rank warrior in what should have been a lopsided battle, yet the fight remained evenly matched. Xiao Ho stared coldly at Xu Qiu, declaring, I'll show you the true power of a 7th-rank Marquis. Before his words faded, he was already in front of Xu Qiu, delivering a mighty sword strike wrapped in purple lightning, as if to cleave a mountain. Xu Qiu blocked with his spear, retreating several steps with a resounding clash. Xiao Ho's eyes flickered with surprise as he launched another attack, his sword swinging like a wild storm. Unyielding, Xu Qiu countered with his Thunder King spear technique, meeting the challenge head. Thunder and lightning clashed in the sky, the sounds of sword and spear echoing throughout the city. Onlookers below watched in awe at the earth-shattering battle. The members of the violent bull group were especially anxious. Xu Qiu, hang in there. After another fierce collision, Xiao Ho spoke gravely. For a 4th rank to achieve this, you could go down in history. Why risk your life? Xu Qiu's fighting spirit burned brightly. Why ask why? I just want to take you down. Before finishing his sentence, he surged forward like a blur, his spear crashing down with force. Xiao Ho was sent crashing into a building, with Xu Qiu following closely behind. The rank martial technique, Thunder Cloud Sword Art, erupted, bringing the entire structure down. Their battle grew more ferocious, purple and blue lightning destroying everything around them. Xu Qiu bore 7 or 8 sword wounds, while Xiao Ho had been pierced multiple times. Yet Xu Qiu's relentless assault instilled fear in Xiao Ho. Is this madman trying to take us both down? Momentarily distracted, Xu Qiu seized the opportunity, sending Xiao Ho flying with his spear. Xiao Ho, have you weakened? Is this all you've got? Xiao Ho coughed up blood, finally realizing Xu Qiu's terrifying resolve, his indomitable fighting spirit. Gritting his teeth, he chose to retreat, soaring into the sky. Xu Qiu pursued relentlessly, hurling his spear. Though Xiao Ho dodged a fatal hit, his shoulder was pierced, rendering an arm useless. Xu Qiu closed in, delivering a punch that sent him crashing onto the rooftop. It was over. Xu Qiu smirked coldly. With one arm crippled, Xiaoho was no longer a match for him. Is it all over? Xiaoho gazed at Xu Qiu slowly descending, feeling a sense of powerlessness for the first time. In his mind, the face of a young girl appeared. Dad, can we go to the amusement park today? Dad, I got full marks in my combat class. Dad, stop worrying about the martial arts school and spend some time with me. The scene froze on a rainy day, the girl lying in his arms whispering, Dad, I'm sorry, I couldn't beat the beasts, I've embarrassed you. Xiaoho's eyes suddenly burned with intensity. No, it's not over. No one can stop me from seeing Chi-Chi again. He downed the Beastman serum. His body swelled, his face twisted, green scales covered him, merging with his martial soul state, becoming even more terrifying. Xu Qiu's eyes narrowed. You drank the serum? How are you going to complete the mission? Xiaoho remained silent as his wounds quickly healed, his aura becoming more menacing. He suddenly soared into the sky, the building beneath him trembling. Xu Qiu watched the dripping blood, his pupils contracting. He had seen through Xiaoho's plan. The serum hadn't fully integrated yet, and during this time, the blood contained the serum's components. If he reached the rain clouds, he could spread the serum through the rainwater. This guy can actually go this far. Xu Qiu didn't know what kind of obsession drove Xiaoho, but he had only one thought, to stop him. He swallowed a life essence pill and charged into the sky, quickly surpassing Xiaoho and blocking his path. Xu Qiu, get out of my way. Xiaoho roared, slashing his sword, unleashing a domineering purple lightning. Without his panlong broadsword, Xu Qiu could only counter with his fists. With a thunderous crash, he was blasted into the rain clouds, his fist revealing deep, bone-visible wounds. Xiaoho shouted, Xu Qiu, without that spear, you're no match for me. If you don't want to die, get lost. Xu Qiu replied coldly, my spear is right here. As he spoke, a dazzling blue thunder dragon flew out from within him, spiraling into the clouds. The atmosphere roiled, particles clashed violently. Amidst the roaring thunder, the clouds lit up with lightning. The thunder dragon entwined with the lightning, which then converged onto Xu Qiu, making him appear like a thunder god descended. He raised his hands high, electricity gathering and extending, forming a terrifying spear of brilliant electric light. The terrifying pressure made Xiaoho's hair stand on end, his pupils contracting. He knew Xu Qiu was unleashing an extremely powerful martial technique, and once released, its power would be earth-shattering. No one can stop me. Xiaoho growled, his obsession driving him mad. He unleashed all his spiritual power, channeling it into his sword, purple lightning flickering, the sword tip gathering a massive purple lightning ball. This was his strongest strike. Xu Qiu realized this would be the final showdown. Bring it on. Thunder blast. Xiaoho swung his sword, the alloy sword shattering inch by inch, the massive lightning ball hurtling towards Xu Qiu. Unyielding, Xu Qiu concentrated the lightning spear in his palm to its utmost, extending over 10 meters. He swung it with force, hurling it down. Thunder God's judgment spear. The spear tore through the air, as if ripping through the void. The blue lightning spear collided fiercely with the purple lightning ball, the dazzling purple-blue light covering the sky. Arcs of electricity danced, illuminating half of Qingyun City like daylight, the terrifying power resembling a divine descent. In the end, the spear pierced through the lightning ball, heading straight for Xiaoho. Facing the oncoming lightning, Xiaoho felt no fear, but rather a sense of relief. Defeated, utterly defeated. Chi-Chi, your father, tried his best. The spear struck him without reservation, the domineering lightning filling his body, charring him. The Beastman serum within him evaporated completely under the lightning. Xiaoho's body fell from the sky, crashing onto the roof of a building. Xu Qiu slowly descended, releasing his martial soul state, and sighed in relief as he looked at the body. With Xiaoho's death, the massive rain clouds conjured by his martial soul dissipated, and the night sky returned to calm. The motion cult's plan was completely foiled. Elsewhere, atop the city government building, Dr. Wang was still entangled with the group leaders. Seeing the rain clouds disperse, he realized the plan had failed completely, exclaiming, what is Xu Qiu? To even defeat Xiaoho, I must get my hands on you. You'd be the perfect experimental subject. A fiery glint flashed in his eyes. Without further engagement, he leapt off the rooftop, disappearing into the night. The group leaders exchanged glances, one sighing, that guy got away. We're lucky to be alive, another remarked wryly. That guy not only has ns-level martial soul but is also nearly at the 7th rank, close to being a marquis, though not as strong as Xiaoho, still a tough opponent. We fought Xiaoho first and were heavily injured, so holding him off this long wasn't easy. The motion cult is truly a dangerous sect. By the way, I heard Olay was held up. I wonder how she's doing. Don't worry, she's not one to die easily. On the street, Dr. Wang was trying to escape in his car, dialing a number and saying calmly, the plan failed. Xiao is dead. You don't need to hold Olay anymore, withdraw. Silence followed, and Dr. Wang's brow furrowed, sensing something ominous. Then, a voice came through. Hello, is this the motion cult? Sorry, the person you're looking for is currently under my foot. It was Olay's voice. Amidst the ruins, the streets and buildings for miles around had been leveled to the ground. Olay stood at the edge of a crater, looking down at three enforcers of the Moshianshan cult skewered by vines, hanging like condemned prisoners, bloodied and defeated. The fourth enforcer lay beneath her foot, a spiked mace resting on her shoulder, her fighting spirit undiminished. She picked up her phone to speak with Dr. Wang, who was inwardly shocked for seventh-tier powerful warriors, defeated by Olay alone. Suppressing his astonishment, he feigned calmness. Olay sneered. Moshianshan cult? Huh? You've caused quite a stir. You and your leader better prepare yourselves. I'm coming to take you down. As she finished, the phone shattered in her grip. Dr. Wang frowned deeply. Qingyun City harbored such formidable individuals Xu Qiu, an SS-ranked soul master, and Olay, the leader of the violent bull group. These two would be the greatest threat to the Moshianshan cult. He rubbed his temples, feeling an unprecedented headache. With 5 of the 8 enforcers lost, the blow was heavy. Dr. Wang scoffed at himself. Let the leader worry about it. I just handle the experiments. If it comes to it, I'll switch to another faction. The chaos in Qingyun City persisted throughout the night, only subsiding at dawn as the rampaging beastmen were gradually suppressed. The members of the violent bull group found Xu Qiu resting atop a skyscraper. The purple cloud marquis lay charred beside him. Everyone was filled with awe, and Lin Jin exclaimed, Xu Qiu, you're amazing. You actually defeated the purple cloud marquis. Xu Qiu modestly replied, just got lucky. Yet there was a hint of pride in his gaze. Suddenly, he remembered, oh, my gun. I threw it during the fight. Can you help me find it? It's a top-tier martial artifact. Everyone agreed eagerly. Soon, Olay returned, her clothes tattered. Curious about whom she had fought, the group listened as she calmly said, just 4 marquis-level bastards. Everyone gasped. Xiao Qi laughed. Leader, you're incredible. Those marquises must be in bad shape. Olay continued. I killed 3 and knocked out the last one for interrogation. The group was speechless. 4 marquises had attacked, only to be annihilated. Olay patted Xu Qiu on the shoulder. Well done. Looks like the special training paid off. She was increasingly satisfied and eager to spar with Xu Qiu at full strength. Sensing her fighting spirit, Xu Qiu quickly brushed her hand away. Leader, I'm injured right now. Olay dismissed it. Just minor injuries, let old Zhao treat you. Zhao Xiaoyun sighed. I'm out of energy too. Qi, you handle it. Zhao Qi slumped to the ground. Sister Zhao, I'm exhausted. Olay mused. Seems like we need to intensify the training. The group shivered. Zhao Qi immediately stood up. I suddenly feel energized. Sister Zhao, don't move. I'll treat you right now. Xu Qiu went to the shelter and was relieved to see Su Xiaoshuang safe and sound. Neighbors praised Su Xiaoshuang's bravery, and she basked in their admiration. Xu Qiu patted her head. Well done, Xiaoshuang. You've grown up. Proud yet curious, Su Xiaoshuang asked, Big brother, who defeated the purple cloud marquis last night? Xu Qiu pointed to himself. I did. Su Xiaoshuang was amazed and silently resolved to work even harder. In the Soul Realm, the Empress of Qiongxiao, upon hearing of Xu Qiu's victory over a 7th-tier marquis, fell silent. She had seen many prodigies, but few as extraordinary as him. If given top resources, Xu Qiu could surpass all geniuses. The Empress of Qiongxiao murmured to herself. Soon, the chaos caused by the beastmen in Qingyun City was suppressed, and people gradually emerged from shelters, returning to the streets. After the conflict, devastation was everywhere. Xu Qiu, along with his sister Su Xiaoshuang, returned home only to find their neighborhood reduced to ruins. With tears welling up in her eyes, Su Xiaoshuang choked out, Brother, our home is gone. Xu Qiu remained silent. Despite having the means to buy 10 more houses, he knew he could never recreate the memories of living with their parents. Don't be sad. As long as we're together, home is where we are. Xu Qiu gently reassured his sister, lightly patting her head as they ventured into the rubble to salvage what they could. Among the ruins of a collapsed building, they found their most treasured possession, a photo album filled with pictures of their parents. The siblings cherished it like a precious gem and gathered a few other usable items. All around them, the cries of despair were overwhelming as neighbors mourned their losses. Xu Qiu comforted his sister, saying, Tomorrow, we'll find a new place, 10 times bigger than this one, with a gaming console and a private theater just for you. Su Xiaoshuang managed to smile through her tears. Big brother. Won't that cost a lot? If it makes you happy, it's worth every penny, Su Qiu replied with a smile, then sighed. At least we're luckier than most. What about them, brother? Su Xiaoshuang asked with concern. Don't worry, the government will take care of it. Where are we going now, brother? Let's stay at a hotel for now. Or maybe we could go to Sister Luo's place. Her house is huge. She'd definitely take us in, Su Xiaoshuang suggested, pleased with her own cleverness. As Su Qiu pondered, his bull metal vibrated, and Zhao Qi's voice came through. Su Qiu, your gun has been found. I'll send you the location. Su Qiu hurried to the designated spot. Amidst the rubble, a dark golden spear was embedded in the ground, pinning down the corpse of a beast man. The staff on site were examining the spear, even attempting to move it with heavy equipment, but it wouldn't budge. Zhao Qi explained. Witnesses reported seeing this spear fall from the sky last night, killing the beast man. We've tried everything, but it won't move. Su Qiu approached and effortlessly pulled the spear from the ground with one hand, much to the astonishment of those around. He mused, it seems this spear is bound to me. Only I can wield it. An exceptional spiritual weapon indeed. Zhao Qi offered. Since you lost your house, why not stay at the Bull Dormitory? The Bull Dormitory? Su Qiu was taken aback. I didn't know we had such benefits. Zhao Qi showed him the Bull Squad's dormitory in a high-end complex, where each member had a 3-bedroom apartment. Su Qiu was thrilled. I can't believe I've never taken advantage of this. Better late than never. Soon, Su Qiu and his sister moved into their new home. Su Xiaoshuang excitedly explored. Brother, this is so much better than where we used to live. Out with the old, in with the new, Su Qiu said with a smile. The siblings spent the entire day arranging their belongings, gradually transforming the once empty apartment into a cozy home. After setting up their new home, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang took a stroll around the neighborhood. As they entered the upscale community, they were surrounded by elite individuals, members of hunting teams, high-level executives, and many with impressive skills. The area boasted a gym, sports center, and swimming pool, providing ample entertainment for the entire day. As night fell, members of the Violent Bull team, including Zhao Qi, Lin Jian, and Wang Yin, visited with bags full of ingredients. Lin Jian joked, I heard you're quite the chef, Su. We brought some groceries to see your skills. Staring at the mountain of food, Su Qiu thought to himself, some? This could last a week. Tonight's going to be a challenge. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhao Qi helped out. Otherwise, Su Qiu would have been exhausted. They all raised their glasses in celebration, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, Su Qiu asked, where's the team leader? Zhao Xiaoyun replied, called to a meeting. The recent attack by the Motian cult has caused quite a stir. Qingyun City is likely planning a big response. After seeing off the guests and tidying up, Su Qiu was about to sleep when Su Xiaoshuang knocked on his door. Good night, brother. Good night. Are you happy with the new place? It's great, as long as I'm with you, she replied with a smile before heading back to her room. The next morning, Su Qiu prepared breakfast but let Su Xiaoshuang sleep in. He took his Panlong Pu Jun spear downstairs for practice, and after completing a set of the Thunder King spear routine, he felt invigorated. Spectators applauded his performance. An elderly man with white hair approached him for a sparring match. Young man, care to have a little contest with me? Su Qiu agreed enthusiastically. As they stepped onto the platform, the old man suggested, let's keep it purely technical, no energy use. The onlookers whispered, Old Chong is challenging someone again. He used to be a combat instructor for the hunting team. No one has beaten him except that tough lady. Su Qiu set down his spear and prepared to fight barehanded. Old Chong scoffed, you're not using your spear? Su Qiu smiled calmly. Watch out, old man. He launched a fierce punch, his energy like a rainbow. Old Chong was startled and quickly defended himself. As they exchanged blows, Su Qiu's moves became increasingly deadly, each strike more precise. Old Chong was taken aback. This wasn't just sparring. It was a fight to the finish. Suddenly, Old Chong called a halt. Wait, do you know Alei? She's my team leader. Did she teach you these combat skills? Su Qiu nodded. Sort of. Old Chong quickly waved his hands. No more, no more. Just as Su Qiu was about to inquire further, a nimble figure leaped onto the platform. If he's done, I'll take you on. Alei threw a punch, and Su Qiu instinctively backed off, only to be stopped by a sharp command. You brat, you're not going anywhere. You little punk, think you can just leave? No way. Olei threw a punch at Su Qiu. With a furious shout, Olei's fist came whistling through the air. Su Qiu's pupils contracted as he instinctively countered. In an instant, they were trading blows, fists and kicks flying. This scene was one they had reenacted countless times during their special training. Even without using their spiritual power, every move was executed with full force. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed continuously. Fists, elbows, fingers, legs, shoulders. Knees they turned their entire bodies into weapons, each move cunning and fierce. The onlookers watched with bated breath, wondering how any human could execute such techniques. At that moment, Xu Qiu and Olay were like two beasts locked in a wild fight, determined not to relent until the other was defeated. Old Chong had already jumped off the ring, his heart still racing as he said, "That's why I don't spar with them, too ruthless, more dangerous than fighting a beast." Everyone nodded in agreement. This didn't look like a master and disciple, but rather mortal enemies. After a prolonged battle, both were left with numerous wounds. Eventually, they each took a heavy punch and collapsed onto the ring, panting heavily. Xu Qiu, bruised and swollen, complained, "Captain, you're too harsh." Olay, with blood streaming from her nose and dark circles under her eyes, praised, "Your close combat skills are not inferior to mine." Xu Qiu chuckled wryly, "Thanks for the compliment." Old Chong was secretly relieved, thinking, "Good thing I surrendered quickly, or these old bones would be in trouble." Xu Qiu asked about the Demon Heaven cult. Olay replied, "The relevant personnel have been mostly cleared out, and the Zixiao Martial Hall has been shut down. The innocent disciples will be released after a few days." Xu Qiu sighed. To think that the Marquis of Zixiao, a seventh-tier noble, joined the demon cult. It seems their influence shouldn't be underestimated. Olay explained. The cult tempts people by exploiting their obsessions. The Marquis of Zixiao was motivated by his desire for his daughter. The cult claimed they could bring back the dead. Xu Qiu questioned its authenticity, but Olay shook her head. "It's false. Even the research institute can't do that. The cult was just deceiving him to get him to do their bidding." Xu Qiu thought Olay sympathized with the Marquis, but she sighed. "It's a pity I didn't get to fight him myself." Xu Qiu was speechless. "That sounds just like you." Olay then invited Xu Qiu to a meeting to plan the assault on the Demon Heaven cult. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up, and he agreed immediately. The system promptly presented options, and Xu Qiu chose without hesitation to eliminate the cult's leaders, earning the reward of the Thunderstorm Spirit Pearl. Xiao Kiki approached to heal their wounds with a resigned expression. Fearing another beating, Xu Qiu quickly made his escape, leaving Olay behind, calling out, "Don't forget to attend tomorrow's meeting." The next day, at the city government building, Xu Qiu was led to the meeting room by a staff member. As he entered, everyone stood up in unison, their expressions solemn. The mayor called out loudly, "Salute," and everyone saluted Xu Qiu. The female staff member was left utterly stunned. Inside the conference room, the senior officials of Qingyun City were saluting a young man, creating a breathtaking scene. The female staff member was so shocked that she couldn't find words and quietly exited. Xu Qiu entered the room, returned the salute, and wondered what he should say. The mayor patted Xu Qiu on the shoulder, thanking him for saving Qingyun City, and announced that they had applied for a hero medal on his behalf. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up, and he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Olay interrupted the pleasantries to start planning the operation to eliminate the motions. She displayed photos of the Shadow Swamp area, explaining that it was a Blevel energy zone, fraught with danger. After years of undercover work, they confirmed that the motion stronghold was located there. Only elite fighters could be sent on this mission, requiring at least a 5th-tier cultivation level. The captains eagerly volunteered, but Olay rebuked them harshly. She emphasized that at least 10 captains must remain in Qingyun City for security. Though dissatisfied, the group had no choice but to comply. Olay announced that the operation, codename Demon Slash, would commence the morning after next. After the meeting, Xu Qiu asked Olay about her confidence in the mission. Olay replied that she never spoke of confidence, only of giving her all. Xu Qiu then inquired if she had ever been defeated, to which Olay confidently smiled and said, "Never." Upon returning home, Xu Qiu explained the situation to Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang wanted to accompany him, but Xu Qiu firmly refused. Su Xiaoshuang worried about Xu Qiu's safety, but he was full of confidence. Luo Qingxue visited to express her concerns, which only heightened Su Xiaoshuang's anxiety. On the third day, Xu Qiu and 71 other elite warriors gathered in front of the city hall, ready to set off to eradicate the motions. Soon, on the third day, Xu Qiu joined the other members of the hunting squad in front of the city hall for the operation. He glanced around, noting that there were 72 of them, including himself, all elite fighters from various hunting groups, each at least a 5th or 6th-tier warrior. In front of the city hall in Qingyun City, the elite martial artists of the city had gathered, with Xu Qiu among them. His arrival immediately drew the attention of everyone present. As people sized up Xu Qiu, their eyes were a mix of curiosity, awe, respect, and a hint of undetectable resentment. Xu Qiu shivered slightly, thinking to himself, "I can understand the awe and respect, but where's this resentment coming from? Someone might think I wronged these people." Bai Yi from the White Dragon hunting group stepped forward. She was in her late 20s, her eyes sharp and focused. "Are you Xu Qiu? Just as the rumors say, are you really only in your final year of high school?" Xu Qiu scratched his head, feeling a bit uneasy. Yes, big sister. Please don't look at me like that. Bai smiled wryly. Xu Qiu, you've really put us in a tough spot. After our leader heard about you, he gave us a good scolding. He said, look at Xu Qiu, so young yet so accomplished. And look at you lot, just wasting your lives away. This struck a chord with the others, who quickly chimed in. Some complained about their intense training, while others worried their leader might seek out Ole for extreme training methods. The crowd was animated, directing their frustrations at Xu Qiu. You need to take responsibility for this. Xu Qiu's mouth twitched. Wow, so it's my fault for being too talented? Attention, Captain Ole is here. The crowd immediately fell silent. Ole approached, her gaze sharp and commanding. Your leader has entrusted you to me. But remember, the battlefield is unforgiving. I can't promise to bring all of you back safely. If anyone wants to back out, now's the time. No one wavered. Xu Qiu, however, slowly raised his hand. Can I go to the bathroom first? I drank a lot of water this morning. Ole's mouth twitched. Go quickly. Anyone else with urgent needs? You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the sound of a transport helicopter roared above. 72 people boarded, heading to the grade spiritual zone, the Shadow Swamp. On the helicopter, Ole briefed them on their mission. The swamp vipers are second-tier beasts, not much of a threat. Deeper in, there's a 5th-tier swamp mud golem, and we must be cautious of the remaining 3 6th and 7th-tier guardians of the mythical cult. As for their 7th-tier leader, I'll handle him myself. Upon landing, Ole leapt from 100 meters high. The others watched in awe, only daring to jump once the helicopter descended further. As soon as they landed, a swarm of vipers charged at them. Ole stood firm, her battle spirit fierce, causing the beasts to retreat. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up, contemplating the subtle use of such battle spirit. Ole smiled. Kid, when it comes to battle spirit, you've got a lot to learn. The group ventured deeper into the swamp, facing no obstacles. Suddenly, a 5th-tier swamp mud golem emerged. Ding! You've arrived at the grade spiritual zone, the Shadow Swamp. Facing the sudden attack from the swamp mud golem, you have the following choices. 1. Watch quietly, hide your strength, and let others handle it. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced genetic potion. 2. Take action and deal with the swamp golem. Show your strength. Reward, battle spirit application technique. Battle spirit intimidation. Xu Qiu, who had been struggling to grasp the technique of Ole's battle intent intimidation, suddenly saw options appear before him, and his eyes lit up. With a gleam in his eyes, Xu Qiu drew his gun and pointed it at the advancing swamp mud monster. In an instant, the roles of prey and predator reversed. Just as the mud monster sensed danger, the Thunder King's spear pierced through its head. Bang! The crystal core was revealed, and Xu Qiu fired another shot, shattering it completely. A 5th-tier swamp mud monster core, worth around 100,000, Ole explained. Elemental beasts like this must have their core destroyed to be killed. Everyone was secretly amazed, realizing how formidable an SS-class martial soul truly was. Xu Qiu tried the newly acquired battle intent intimidation, fixing his gaze on a 2nd-tier swamp venomous snake, which hurriedly fled. Ole was inwardly impressed, thinking this kid was a genius in battle intent. Passing through the swamp's outskirts, the group arrived at the Demon Heaven sect's base. Ole soared into the air, and a canopy of green vines instantly sealed off the entire area. No matter the means, get in there. Leave no one behind. The group was thrilled and unleashed their ultimate skills. Bai's light guardian shielded them from machine gun fire, while the burly man's martial soul gatling unleashed full firepower. Xu Qiu grinned. Bring it on, scum. As members of the mythical cult, especially those stationed at this stronghold, their skills were naturally formidable. The cultists were all 4th or 5th rank experts, not to be underestimated. As Xu Qiu and his group charged in, the cultists immediately summoned their martial spirits to fight. Xu Qiu wielded his Panlong Pajun spear, grinning. Come on, you scum. With lightning coursing around him, he thrust his spear, instantly tearing through an enemy. More cultists surged forward, deploying their beast and weapon spirits to encircle Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu sneered. Think you're fierce? Can you match the white tiger? Before he finished speaking, the white tiger spirit emerged, roaring and intimidating the enemy spirits. Xu Qiu commanded, White tiger, tear them apart. The white tiger rampaged through the crowd, its claws and fangs shattering enemy spirits. Xu Qiu was equally relentless, his spear sweeping in all directions, cutting down cultists like grass. Members of the hunting party watched in awe. What a monster. We look like amateurs. Stop gawking. It's embarrassing to let a high schooler show off. Unwilling to be outdone, some joined the fray. He's got several SS-grade martial spirits. It's no shame we can't match that, someone consoled. As the battle raged, a group of beastmen suddenly emerged from the Mayan cult base. Xu Qiu scoffed. These abominations again. He recalled the scheming Dr. Wang and shuddered. Thunder Dragon, Xu Qiu shouted, and the Thunder Dragon joined forces with the White Tiger to massacre the beastmen. The power of the two SS-grade martial spirits was unparalleled, leaving the beastmen unable to withstand them. The cultists were shocked and envious. This kid has so many SS-grade martial spirits? Just as they were lamenting, a fiery meteor descended from the sky. Xu Qiu struck it with his spear, shattering it. From the smoke emerged a scarred man in black, exuding the powerful aura of a 7th-rank marquis. The hunting party members were panicked. A 7th-rank marquis? How do we fight that? Meanwhile, a man wielding a Gatling gun laughed heartily, firing at the scarred man. The bullets didn't even scratch his armor. The scarred man sneered. Insects dare to strike? Courting death. He punched out, only to be blocked by Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu merged with his martial spirit, sprouting Kuanping wings and crackling with electricity. The scarred man was thrilled. Xu Qiu, I heard you killed the Purple Cloud Marquis. Come, fight me. Both were brimming with fighting spirit. A fierce battle was inevitable. Xu Qiu grinned. I'll take care of this guy. You handle the others. Though reluctant, the others knew only Xu Qiu could face a 7th-rank expert. Xu Qiu stretched, appearing in front of the scarred man in an instant, striking with his spear. The scarred man, caught off guard, was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into a concrete wall. Are you ready to be defeated? Are you ready for me to finish you off? Xu Qiu looked at the man in black, who he had smashed into the ruins, and sneered. Before Xu Qiu's words had even faded, a figure burst out of the debris. The man in black, holding a massive axe engulfed in crimson flames, laughed wildly. Xu Qiu, witness my true power. Martial soul fusion. As he spoke, the fiery battle axe dissolved into light and merged into his body. Instantly, he was engulfed in raging flames, exuding a menacing aura, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Die! With a furious roar, the man in black appeared before Xu Qiu in a flash, launching a fiery punch. Xu Qiu met the challenge heat, his spear moving like a dragon, Thunder King spear. The clash of spear and fist echoed loudly in all directions. Xu Qiu furrowed his brow, realizing his opponent's strength had surged, his body as tough as diamond. So this is the power of weapon and martial soul fusion? Xu Qiu's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Interesting. The two clashed for dozens of rounds, with Xu Qiu gradually gaining the upper hand, suppressing his opponent. Compared to the Marquis of Xiao, you're lacking. Xu Qiu swept the man in black away with his spear, leaping into the air, his fingers curling into a fist. The coiling dragon-breaking army spear radiated with thunderous light, as dark clouds churned in the sky, readying the thunder god's judgment spear. The man in black's pupil shrank, sensing the imminent threat of death. He roared, unleashing his spiritual power to form a massive flaming battle axe, blazing heaven-splitting axe. Xu Qiu smirked, thrusting his spear forward. The spear hummed with power, combining the might of a supreme spiritual weapon with the force of the thunder god's judgment. This strike shattered the flaming battle axe, reducing the man in black to a charred husk. Guardian of the Devil Sky sect, a 7th-rank Marquis warrior, dead. Xu Qiu gripped his spear tightly, relishing the astonishing blow he had just delivered. A supreme spiritual weapon is indeed remarkable. If I could fully unleash its power, even a top-tier 7th rank would struggle to withstand it. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, members of the Devil Sky sect were being relentlessly hunted down by the hunting group. Qingyun City, enraged, dispatched its elite forces for a comprehensive siege, and with Ul's green vine barrier sealing off escape routes, the Devil Sky sect was left with no way out. In a secret chamber within the base, two individuals watched the chaos on the screens with cold eyes. The white-robed individual with heterochromatic eyes spoke. Second Guardian never calls me sect leader. Before finishing his sentence, he struck with his palm. The man in black hurriedly defended, but was still sent flying dozens of meters, coughing up blood. As the man in black's face twisted, it transformed into that of a stunning woman. The Devil Sky sect leader sneered. Mole, you're from the 21st hunting group, aren't you? The owner of the Agrade Martial Soul, the shapeshifter. Tell me, where's the second Guardian? The beautiful woman smirked. He's already dead, killed by me after I took on your appearance to launch a surprise attack. In that case, you can join him in death. The Devil Sky sect leader threw a punch, a terrifying force rushing forward. In the nick of time, the wall exploded. A massive spiked club crashed towards the sect leader with overwhelming force. Though the sect leader defended with all his might, he was still pushed back dozens of meters. Through the dust, a white figure emerged slowly, exuding an aura like an unparalleled raging bull. The newcomer hefted the spiked club over his shoulder and grinned. Well, Devil Sky Sect Leader, we finally meet. Have you cleaned your neck? The mighty bull Ol makes a grand entrance. As soon as Ol appeared, a beautiful woman sighed in relief. If you had come any later, I'd be meeting the Grim Reaper. Ol looked puzzled. Who are you, sister? The woman's expression changed, transforming into a middle-aged man. It's me, Mole. So you're actually a woman? Ol remarked with curiosity. Is this your true form? Mole rolled their eyes. I'm not telling you. Doesn't matter. Ol turned to face the Demon Lord. Let's deal with this guy first. The Demon Lord sneered. At last we meet. The one who wiped out 4 of my 7th-rank guardians in one go. In an instant, as their eyes locked, both vanished. The clash of mace and fist echoed, leveling half of the base. Ol laughed wildly. You can withstand my attacks with just your body? Are you a physical cultivator? Her fighting spirit soared, showcasing her martial prowess. The Demon Lord replied coldly, with just this spirit, you defeated my 4 guardians? Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful punch. Ol was sent flying, crashing through several walls. Mole was startled. Ol is being overpowered? The Demon Lord's strength is beyond imagination. She noticed the blue flames enveloping his fists. That's the power of a beast. Is he also a product of the beast-human experiment? Ol laughed heartily as she emerged from the rubble. You're not just a physical cultivator? Good, let's go again. Her martial spirit, the sky blue bull demon, manifested, with massive vines spreading out. The Demon Lord calmly incinerated the vines with blue flames. Fire overcomes wood. Your defeat is certain. But I have my heavenly tooth mace. Ol charged forward, her mace crashing down like a meteor. The Demon Lord stood firm, meeting her attack with a punch, sending Ol flying back. His punches rained down like a storm, and despite defending, Ol was repeatedly blown away, coughing up blood. The Demon Lord turned to Mole. More than Ol, I really want to take you down. Mole retreated hastily, shouting, crazy woman. You can't be losing this easily, can you? Suddenly, Ol stood up, laughing to the sky. Fantastic. You didn't disappoint me. You rank among my top 5 opponents. She merged with her martial spirit, her body transforming, horns emerging from her forehead. Come, round 2. Ol shot forward like a cannonball, her mace descending like a shooting star. The Demon Lord unleashed both fists, the sheer force fracturing the entire base. The hunting party members engaged in the siege looked on in shock. Xu Qiu skewered an enemy with his spear, marveling, the captain is fighting so fiercely? This battle can't be missed. His eyes gleamed as he rushed towards the source of the commotion. Boom! The overwhelming force struck the Dark Heaven sect leader, sending a massive shockwave through the ground and causing the entire base to shake violently. The ground caved in, and cracks spread out like a spider's web. The leader's face changed dramatically, his body trembling slightly. This power was unbelievably fierce. He gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl, and unleashed his full strength, forcing Olay back. However, Olay laughed wildly and swung his spiked club again, charging like a raging bull. The air was filled with the sounds of fists and clubs clashing relentlessly. Olay's attacks were relentless, growing more intense with each strike, willing to trade blows to inflict more damage. The Dark Heaven sect leader cried out in pain repeatedly. From a distance, Yin Shu watched in shock, his heart pounding. Is this the true power of the ferocious bull, Olay? The battle escalated, with Olay gradually gaining the upper hand in his martial soul fusion state, sending the leader crashing through walls. The leader lay in the rubble, bleeding profusely. Olay shouldered his spiked club and sneered. Is that all you've got? The leader coughed up blood and looked up, suddenly smiling eerily. Ferocious bull Olay, you're strong. In that case, let me show you my true form. With those words, his body began to swell and transform into a gigantic lion over 10 meters tall, covered in blue fur and engulfed in icy blue flames. Its one blue and one golden eye fixed on Olay, exuding a menacing aura. Olay's eyes narrowed. So you are an 8th-tier beast, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. No wonder you haven't used your martial soul. She took a deep breath, fusing her dual martial souls again, her aura rising further. The two powerhouses became blurred shadows, engaging in a cataclysmic battle. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, with its 8th-tier strength, gradually gained the upper hand, sending Olay flying into a massive crater. Olay coughed up blood, her internal organs shattered. At this moment, Xu Qiu arrived, his pupils contracting at the sight. Other team members also arrived, stunned by the presence of the 8th-tier beast. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast coldly stared at Xu Qiu. A possessor of multiple SS-level martial souls, you must die. With that, it lunged at Xu Qiu like lightning. In a split second, the bloodied Olay stood in front of Xu Qiu, punching out, mountain shatter. The beast was forced back a few steps, surprised. You can still fight? Ole grinned. Want to kill my teammates? You'll have to step over my dead body first. The beast squinted. You're already falling apart, yet you still dare to act tough? Ole laughed maniacally. Do you believe I can drag you to death with me? The beast felt a chill in its heart, its killing intent intensifying. You are all enemies of the beasts. You must die today. Ole was about to tell Xu Qiu to leave first, but a powerful aura erupted from behind her. Xu Qiu, with his 3 martial souls fused, held the Panlong breaking army spear and smiled. Captain, how can I let you hog all the glory? It's just a beast, right? Let's join forces and take it down. Let's team up and take him down. Upon hearing Xu Qiu's words, Ole instantly understood that retreat was no longer an option. She grinned. All right, I'll take the lead. You provide support. Without waiting for a response, she dashed forward like a streak of light, her fists unleashing a relentless barrage at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Xu Qiu followed closely, his speed surging under the enhancement of the Kuanpeng martial spirit. With the Panlong Pajun spear in hand, each strike carried the force of thunder. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast cursed internally. Is this guy really only at the 4th tier? Damn it, I've never encountered such a monstrous warrior in all my years. The clash between the 3 forces was earth-shattering. The ground shattered, dust clouds billowed, and the base of the demon heaven sect was obliterated by the shockwaves. The others could only watch from afar, even the leader-level experts unable to intervene. This is terrifying. It's beyond our level. The crowd was awestruck by Ole's battle with the 8th-tier beast and even more impressed by Xu Qiu's performance as a 4th-tier warrior. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared, blue flames surging. Ole shielded Xu Qiu from an attack, worsening her injuries. Captain, you have Sister Zhao's life essence pill, right? Xu Qiu shouted urgently. Ole nodded, but it takes time to refine, and this beast won't give me a chance. Captain, I'll hold him off. Once you're recovered, find an opportunity to control it. All right, kid. How exactly are you going to hold this beast off? Unless… Xu Qiu grinned. Captain, didn't you want me to push beyond my limits? Watch this. He stepped forward, black light transforming into a ghostly Qilin, as another SS-level martial spirit merged into his body. Xu Qiu's eyes turned pitch black, surrounded by lightning and ghostly energy, resembling a beast from hell. With the fusion of 4 SS-level martial spirits, Xu Qiu endured unbearable pain but stood firm. Beast, watch me take you down. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sensed power rivaling Ole at her peak and growled. You and that woman are both reckless lunatics. Beast, are you scared now? Xu Qiu laughed wildly, launching a fierce attack. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared back. Don't overestimate yourself. I'm the king of 8th-tier beasts. Only a human king with domain mastery can challenge me. Meanwhile, Ole consumed the life essence pill, focusing on recovery. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sneered. Kid, buying her time? Dream on. Even at full strength, she can't beat me. How long can you last? With a roar, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast summoned a horde of beasts, breaking through the vine barrier and flooding in. Kid, I won't need to lift a finger. These beasts will tear Ole apart. You underestimate us. Xu Qiu smirked. In the distance, artillery roared as a burly man wielded a Gatling gun, firing relentlessly. Lu Yi shielded the group, while Chen Zi and other leader-level experts sliced through the beasts charging at Ole. Did you think we were just here to watch? These beasts may not handle an 8th tier, but they won't get past us. No one will get close to Captain Ole. The members of the hunting group formed a wall of flesh and blood, buying time for Ole and Xu Qiu. Did they really think we were just here to watch the show? The elite hunting squad charged like unleashed tigers, annihilating the surrounding beasts one by one. They were determined to protect Ole and Xu Qiu at all costs. The air was thick with the sound of gunfire, and the ground was littered with the bodies of beasts. However, having just fought a fierce battle with the Demon Sky sect, their strength was waning, and they couldn't hold out much longer. Ole was fully aware of the situation, but couldn't afford to be distracted. She focused all her energy on refining the life essence pill to heal her injuries. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu was locked in an intense battle with the blue-eyed golden beast. They exchanged lethal blows, evenly matched. With the power of 4 martial souls combined, Xu Qiu unleashed unprecedented strength, holding his ground for the time being. However, the burden of the 4-soul fusion was too great, and Xu Qiu's body was breaking down. His internal organs were bleeding, bones cracking, muscles trembling. Even his hair seemed to be in agony. He could only hold on for 1 more minute. The blue-eyed golden beast saw through Xu Qiu's condition and laughed maniacally, confident of its victory. Xu Qiu let out an angry roar and thrust his spear, forcing the beast back. He then leaped into the air, summoning a massive lightning spear, the Shrank martial art, Thunder God's Judgment Spear. Take this, Xu Qiu shouted, hurling the lightning spear with the intent to pierce through the void. The blue-eyed golden beast, not daring to underestimate him, retaliated with screeching icy blue flames, forming a roaring lion's head to intercept, lightning and fire intertwined, wreaking havoc all around, leaving the shadow swamp in ruins. After the impact, Xu Qiu fell from the sky, the ghostly aura dissipating, unable to maintain the four-soul fusion. Kid die. The blue-eyed golden beast seized the moment to attack. In the nick of time, Olay intercepted like an arrow released from a bow. Beast, your opponent is me, she declared, entering her martial soul fusion state, a horn sprouting from her forehead, wielding a spiked club. The blue-eyed golden beast retreated a few steps, sneering, Olay. So what if you've recovered? I defeated you once. I can do it twice, even thrice. Killing you is as easy as pie. Its icy blue flames reignited, its 8th rank beast aura still formidable. Olay stood her ground, confident that Xu Qiu could perform miracles. She swung her spiked club with all her might, launching a full-force attack. Martial art, sky shatter. She smashed the club towards the blue-eyed golden beast's head, forcing it back. Her fingers dug into the ground, vines entwined. Green light surged into the earth as thick vines burst forth, tightly binding the blue-eyed golden beast. These vines won't hold me for more than a few seconds. The beast sneered, flames scorching the vines. A few seconds is all I need. Olay grinned. Xu Qiu suddenly dashed forward, throwing a golden sphere. Dark clouds gathered. A terrifying pressure descended, and endless lightning rained down. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4. 1,000 bolts of lightning erupted, shaking the shadow swamp to its core. Amidst the center of the lightning storm, the blue-eyed golden beast cried out in agony. Olay clicked her tongue in amazement. Kid, you had this treasure hidden all along. This is called the 10,000 Thunder Spirit Orb. Xu Qiu smiled faintly. It was his greatest trump card, a one-time martial artifact. The storm of lightning was like a natural disaster. You bastards! I'll kill you all. The blue-eyed golden beast emerged charred, its flames reigniting, its aura still strong. Xu Qiu swallowed hard. The vitality of the 8th rank beast was too tenacious. Olay immediately understood. The 10,000 Thunder Spirit Orb is powerful, but its energy is scattered, lacking singular destructive force. Xu Qiu frowned in thought, then suddenly his eyes shone with determination. Captain, hold him off for me. I have one last move. All right, it's up to you. Olay responded, charging forward. Xu Qiu threw another 10,000 Thunder Spirit Orb, dark clouds swirling, lightning intertwining. The blue-eyed golden beast scoffed. It's useless. The power is too dispersed. It can't kill me. Then let's concentrate it. Xu Qiu grinned, soaring into the sky, transforming into a thunder dragon martial soul. Countless bolts of lightning converged upon him, using his body as a conduit to gather the power of 10,000 thunders. The blue-eyed golden beast's pupils contracted. Madman, with such terrifying lightning, you want to die. To achieve greatness, one must embrace madness. Blue-eyed golden beast, prepare to die. Xu Qiu became a ball of lightning, his body cracking, his blood evaporating. He endured the pain, gripping his panlong broadsword tightly. This strike will end it all. Thunder God's judgment spear. This shot will end it all. With a grin, Xu Qiu ignored the excruciating pain coursing through his body and gripped his spear tightly. The spear of Thor's judgment shot forward with a thunderous roar, tearing through the air. Lightning converged, forming a colossal spear stretching hundreds of meters, its power awe-inspiring. The blue-eyed golden beast roared and struggled, but vines from the ground held it fast. It fought desperately, just seconds away from breaking free. Yet those few seconds were enough to seal its fate. The beast bellowed, releasing a torrent of blue flames that coalesced into a massive fireball in the sky. The fireball clashed with the lightning spear, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Lightning and fire intertwined, sparks flying. The spear pierced through the fireball like a hot knife through butter, pinning the beast to the ground. Dominant lightning ravaged its body, leaving the blue-eyed golden beast's fur charred and its flesh scorched. When the lightning dissipated, only a blackened corpse remained on the ground. Xu Qiu landed, pain crashing over him like a wave. He gasped for air, lying on the ground to catch his breath. Olay, also on the ground beside him, exclaimed, "You did great, kid. That's what I expect from the Storm Bull squad." Xu Qiu glanced at the beast's corpse and curiously asked, "Leader, is this beast edible?" Olay's eyes lit up. "I've never tried it before. How about we give it a go?" Both were intrigued. Olay got up and carved a large chunk of meat from the beast. She asked Xu Qiu, "You know the Drank skill, Blazing Fire Fist, right?" Xu Qiu sighed, "Leader, I'm out of energy. Stop whining and push past your limits one more time. Olay insisted. With no choice, Xu Qiu mustered the last of his energy to cook the meat. Olay devoured it eagerly, praising, "Not bad at all." Xu Qiu's mouth watered as he watched, his stomach growling. "Leader, let me have a bite." Olay tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up. "Delicious. It tastes like overcooked beef, a bit tough but flavorful." The two of them devoured the meal voraciously. In the distance, the hunting squad members watched in disbelief. They quickly dispatched the remaining beasts and hurried over to join the feast. Everyone feasted heartily, consuming half of the beast. Xu Qiu felt his injuries ease, realizing the beast's flesh contained healing energy. Olay contacted Qingyun City, and a helicopter soon arrived. Medical personnel Zhao Xiaoyun turned pale at the sight of their injuries. While treating them, she scolded. "How did you end up like this? Olay, what happened to the life essence pills I gave you? These injuries might not even be cured by them." Zhao Xiaoyun was shocked by their resilience, but mostly she felt concerned. She insisted they rest and not move around. Olay stubbornly replied, "It's just a scratch. I'll live. Keep pushing your luck," Zhao Xiaoyun said, exasperated. "That's why you're here." Olay quickly tried to appease the chief healer. Zhao Xiaoyun sighed. "Facing an 8th-tier beast, couldn't you have retreated?" Olay replied seriously, "I could have, but the others couldn't. I had to do my best to ensure their safety." Zhao Xiaoyun fell silent and continued to treat them. Soon, the helicopter returned to Qingyun City. The mayor of Qingyun personally led a team to welcome them and quickly arranged for a top-notch medical team. Xu Qiu and Olay were placed in the same hospital room, with Zhao Xiaoyun in charge of their treatment. Members of the Baoyo group crowded in, buzzing with excitement. "Captain, did you really encounter an 8th-level beast? Impressive. Taking on an 8th-level beast. That's our captain for you. This is a major achievement. The mayor will definitely reward you handsomely, probably millions." Su Xiaoshuang burst into the room and, seeing the two mummies, lunged towards Olay. "Brother, are you okay?" Olay struggled to breathe. "Your brother is over there." Embarrassed, Su Xiaoshuang apologized and then rushed to Su Qiu. Su Qiu's hair stood on end. "Stay away." With a kick, he sent his sister flying, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, Luo Qingsnow appeared, holding a basket of flowers. Everyone brightened up and quickly found excuses to leave. "I forgot to hang out my laundry. I left the gas on. I haven't fed the dog." Even Olay struggled to get up. "Xiaoshuang, help me get some fresh air." In the blink of an eye, only Su Qiu and Luo Qingsnow remained in the room. "You look quite a mess," Luo Qingsnow remarked with a smile. "No kidding, why don't you try fighting an 8th-level beast?" Su Qiu retorted. "I'd probably get wiped out instantly. You've grown so fast. Of course, just settle for being second best. You'll never catch up to me. How do you know if I don't try?" "I won't give up," Luo Qingsnow said resolutely. "I like that indomitable spirit of yours." Luo Qingsnow blushed, burying her face in the flowers. Su Qiu was taken aback. "Why are you eating flowers? How about peeling an apple for me?" As she peeled the apple, Luo Qingsnow explained her visit, mentioning that the martial arts exam would be held in Baiyun City next month. Baiyun City has a strong martial arts scene. They've produced several provincial champions in a row, putting a lot of pressure on students from Qingyun, Luo Qingsnow said. "With you around, they're the ones under pressure." Su Qiu laughed. "An SS-level martial spirit is rare, and Baiyun City's strongest only have an S level. Moreover, Luo Qingsnow possesses 2 martial spirits. Compared to you, I'm still far behind," Luo Qingsnow said calmly. She couldn't help but wonder what expressions those students would have when they saw Su Qiu's strength. As Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue were chatting, a knock on the door interrupted them. The mayor of Qingyun City was standing at the entrance. The unexpected visit from the mayor halted their conversation. Luo Qingxue stood up to greet him, and Su Qiu attempted to do the same, but the mayor stopped him. "Su Qiu, you should stay put. You're too injured to be moving around." Su Qiu was wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. The mayor smiled and said, "Besides visiting, I've brought something for you." He took out a gleaming gold medal. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. "Is that?" "Yes, it's the hero's medal. Very few in the entire daxia can wear it. Treasure it," the mayor said earnestly. "This medal represents the highest honor, and those who wear it are respected wherever they go. Even the most powerful families dare not offend the holder, as the entire nation stands behind them." Su Qiu was thrilled and thanked the mayor. "Thank you, mayor." "Thank you? I should be thanking you. Thanks to you and your efforts, Qingyun City remains safe, and the menace of the Motion cult has been eradicated," the mayor said with emotion. "You have achieved what others your age could only dream of." After a brief exchange, the mayor left, leaving Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue alone again. Luo Qingxue looked at the medal in Su Qiu's hand, marveling. "With this, you can practically go anywhere in daxia without worry." Xu Qiu smiled slightly. This medal is an honor, not a license to act recklessly. Although he was happy to receive it, he had no intention of flaunting it. Doing so would only tarnish its significance. Luo Qingshua's expression turned serious as she looked at Xu Qiu. Then she smiled. This medal definitely went to the right person. They chatted a while longer. Luo Qingxue peeled an apple for Xu Qiu before leaving. When Olay returned to the ward, Xu Qiu was sitting on the bed, eating the apple. Olay picked up another apple, took a bite and teased, "Kid, when are you going to make a move on such a fine lady?" "Captain, you misunderstand. We're just friends," Xu Qiu explained. "Yeah, right? Your eyes practically spark when you look at each other. Don't ruin the word, pure." Olay rolled her eyes. Xu Qiu coughed and changed the subject. "Captain, do you think it's still necessary for me to attend martial arts university?" He felt that with his current abilities, it might not matter if he went or not. Martial arts university? It wouldn't hurt to make some friends, Olay said offhandedly, then added, "Actually, with your skills, it doesn't really matter if you go or not. But I have a suggestion." "Go on." Xu Qiu's interest peaked. Although Olay could be a bit unconventional, she was reliable. It was she who had invited him to join the hunting group, allowing him to grow quickly. Her advice was worth considering. "Have you heard of Yanlong University in the capital?" "I have. It used to be very prestigious, but it's been declining in recent years, and the quality of education has dropped," Xu Qiu said. He had researched the martial arts universities in the capital, and Yanlong University was among them. That's right. Yanlong University suffered a major incident a few years ago, resulting in many casualties. The capital's education department cut funding, and the best teachers left. When word got out about the deaths, students were afraid to apply. "So, it's been on the decline for years," Olay explained. "What incident?" Xu Qiu asked, curious. "A beast riot. Years ago, a powerful 8th-tier king-level beast appeared on the Yanlong University campus. It was eventually killed, but the losses were severe, and the university never recovered." "That sounds dangerous. Why do you want me to go there, Captain?" Xu Qiu was puzzled. Yanlong University still has its foundation, especially with the ancient tower on campus, known as the Azura Tower, Olay explained. The Azura Tower is a unique artifact with a long history. It has 9 levels, and once inside, you'll face relentless attacks from Azura phantoms. But don't worry, you won't die there. If you're defeated, you'll be instantly transported out and fully restored. The battles are real, though. Many students go there to hone their combat skills and even comprehend battle intent. Xu Qiu realized, "So, Captain, you want me to go there to sharpen my battle intent?" Smart. Battle intent isn't related to cultivation level. It can only be refined through combat. In battles of the same level, the strength of one's battle intent often determines the outcome. Your battle intent is too weak right now. I want you to train in the Azura Tower. When you can reach the 9th level, your battle intent will be on par with mine," Olay said with a faint smile. "The 9th level of the Azura Tower? Is it difficult?" "Yes, as far as I know. Among the top 10 king-level powerhouses in Daxia, 6 have comprehended battle intent. The strongest, Battle King Luo Ao, only reached the 8th level." Xu Qiu's mouth twitched. "Even the Battle King can't reach the 9th level. Isn't that too much for me, Captain? I told you, battle intent isn't related to cultivation level. The Battle King only reached the 8th level because his battle intent isn't strong enough. I may not be able to defeat the Battle King, but I can reach the 9th level." Olay said proudly, "You're someone I believe in. I trust you can reach the 9th level too." "Captain, can I ask, how many people have reached the 9th level of the Azura Tower so far?" Xu Qiu inquired. "As far as I know, in the past century besides me, you might be the second one," Olay said, stroking her chin. Xu Qiu was taken aback. The second person in 100 years? Olay's confidence left him speechless. If he couldn't reach the 9th level, would he be trapped at Yanlong University forever? Nonetheless, the mysterious allure of the Azura Tower captivated him. The potential of battle spirit was limitless, rivaling that of spiritual cultivation. Why not him higher? Second person in a century to step onto the Azura Tower? Sounds impressive, Xu Qiu smiled. "Captain, you seem to know Yanlong University as if you experienced it firsthand. I graduated from there, and Mu Qingkong did too. I heard she recently returned to teach," Olay explained. Xu Qiu suddenly understood and looked forward to seeing Teacher Mu again. Time flew by, and under Zhao Xiaoyun's treatment, Xu Qiu and Olay quickly recovered. The mayor of Qingyun City held a special commendation ceremony, personally awarding Xu Qiu the Hero Medal. The media swarmed in, making Xu Qiu the headline of every major outlet. "Brother, you're famous now," Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed excitedly, waving her phone. Xu Qiu laughed wryly. "These media outlets are fast. We finished the meeting this morning, and by afternoon, I'm on the front page. Of course, you're a celebrity now. Do you need a mask and hat when you go out? Otherwise, people will ask for autographs," Su Xiaoshuang teased. Su Qiu playfully tapped her forehead. Do the top 10 champions and 3 emperors wear masks when they go out? We martial artists value being open and above board. Yet, when they went shopping in the afternoon, Xu Qiu wore a mask and hat, acting as if he were facing a great enemy. Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but laugh. Brother, didn't you say to be open and above board? As long as my heart is open, that's enough. It's better to be discreet in behavior. We martial artists value hiding our strength, Su Qiu argued. Su Xiaoshuang smirked. You martial artists have so many principles. No, we martial artists aren't that complicated. Su Qiu quickly denied. It's so hot. I'll take it off. As soon as he removed the mask, passers-by recognized him. Instantly, Su Qiu was surrounded by a crowd. Some asked for signatures, some wanted photos, and some even tried to sneak a touch. Su Qiu was alarmed and grabbed Su Xiaoshuang to escape. As the crowd grew, he decisively used his martial spirit fusion to soar into the sky. Brother, you're using martial spirit fusion to escape? Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed. I had no choice, it was terrifying, Su Qiu replied, still shaken. After landing, the siblings hid in a mall. Su Xiaoshuang dragged Su Qiu to buy new clothes, disapproving of his shirt and casual pants. How is this any different from before? You're so handsome, why not dress well? Su Xiaoshuang picked out clothes for him. Su Qiu pouted. With a good foundation, there's no need for flashy stuff. While changing, the shop assistant recognized him. Su Qiu quickly gestured for silence. Keep it a secret. The shop assistant nodded excitedly. They say clothes make the man, just as a good saddle makes the horse. Under the meticulous guidance of Su Xiaoshuang, Su Qiu donned a brand new outfit. Already strikingly handsome, he now exuded even more charisma, captivating everyone around. A nearby sales assistant blushed as she eagerly asked to take a photo with him. Su Qiu graciously agreed, taking the picture himself to capture the moment. The sales assistant carefully saved the photo and curiously asked Su Qiu for the secret to his success. After pondering for a moment, Su Qiu earnestly replied, read more, stay informed, snack less, and get plenty of sleep. If I can do it, so can you. The sales assistant nodded repeatedly, taking his advice to heart. After the siblings left the store, the sales assistant immediately hung a banner that read, Su Qiu visited our store and was full of praise. She also displayed the photo at the entrance. Customers soon flocked to the store, and merchandise sold out rapidly. The sales assistant earned a generous commission and was overjoyed. After a day of shopping, Su Qiu was exhausted, while Su Xiaoshuang was still excitedly trying on new clothes. Su Qiu couldn't help but marvel at the incredible energy women have for shopping. Time flew by, and the martial arts entrance exam was fast approaching. Su Qiu remained diligent, training tirelessly. His experience battling the Demon Heaven cult had significantly boosted his skills, advancing him to the 4th-tier middle rank. With rigorous preparation before the exam, he further broke through to the 4th-tier upper rank, just a step away from the 5th tier. On the day of the exam, as Su Qiu prepared to leave, he noticed Su Xiaoshuang packing her things as well. It turned out that the martial arts entrance exam was now open to the public, allowing anyone who met the age requirement to register. Su Xiaoshuang was determined to achieve top honors. Su Qiu kindly reminded her of the importance of the written exam, but Su Xiaoshuang was brimming with confidence. The siblings arrived at Baiyun City's first martial arts high school. The principal led a welcoming team, looking serious. They had learned that Qingyun City had produced 2 SS-grade martial spirit holders, with Su Qiu being particularly renowned. The principal pinned his hopes on the Zhang brothers, hoping they could join forces to challenge the SS-grade spirits. As the bus slowly arrived, Luo Qingxuang was the first to step off, drawing everyone's attention. Following her was Su Qiu, whose impressive achievements left the crowd in awe. Zhang Wu put away his phone and walked directly towards Su Qiu. Luo Qingxuang quietly warned Su Qiu that Zhang Wu was one of Baiyun City's top young talents and a strong contender for provincial champion. Su Qiu realized this and wondered if Zhang Wu's approach was a declaration of challenge. When Zhang Wu, one of the top talents from Baiyun City, approached Su Qiu, everyone was momentarily taken aback. But soon, the students from Baiyun High School became excited. Zhang Wu approached with a fierce demeanor, and the crowd held their breath in anticipation. The principal gave a silent nod. The students were eager, and a clash of titans seemed imminent. Su Qiu narrowed his eyes in caution, while Su Xiaoshuang pouted and made a snide remark. Tension was palpable. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Wu made a 180-degree turn and asked for an autograph and a photo. The students from Baiyun High School were collectively stunned, and Jiang Wen's temple throbbed with frustration. Su Qiu was momentarily taken aback, but then graciously agreed. Zhang Wu exclaimed with excitement, "Idol, I won't lose to you." The scene flipped dramatically. Su Xiaoshuang, bewildered, quipped, "This isn't how the story goes." Su Qiu chuckled. "Life isn't filled with villains." Luo Qingxuo mused, "No wonder he's the man I admire. His charm is irresistible." The principals exchanged pleasantries, quietly lamenting the potential of these 2 SS-class martial spirits. Su Xiaoshuang was nearly mistaken for an accompanying parent but gained entry after showing her ID. The crowd was puzzled. Was this young girl also here to take the exam? Su Xiaoshuang felt smug, thinking, underestimate me, will you? Just wait and see. Su Qiu tapped her head, saying, do well on the exam. Aim for at least 100. Su Xiaoshuang, unconvinced, secretly prayed for the empress's help. The proud Empress Qiong assured her, I'll show you who the real academic genius is. As Su Qiu entered the exam hall, a system notification sounded. 2 choices lay before him. Take it easy or give it his all. Each offered unique rewards, leaving Xu Qiu deep in thought. Ding! The system detected that the host was facing the martial arts college entrance exam, one of the most crucial moments for a martial artist. You have the following options. 1. Take it easy. With your strength, you'll easily get into martial university even with minimal effort. Reward, 10 essence pills. 2. Give it your all. Conclude your years of study with a perfect score. Reward, a complete set of Blue Star Encyclopedia knowledge. It can help the host effortlessly achieve a perfect exam score. Blue Star Encyclopedia knowledge? A perfect score on the exam? Su Qiu's eyes lit up. In all the years of martial arts exams, he had never heard of anyone scoring a perfect score on the written test. Su Qiu was filled with doubt. A perfect score? Unheard of. The examiners of Xia were known for their philosophy of the full moon wanes, the full water overflows, and were notoriously stingy with their grading. Despite his skepticism, he chose the second option and stepped into the examination hall. The test paper consisted of a single sheet yet covered a wide range of topics. Identification of mythical beasts, spiritual energy zones, martial arts techniques, martial soul attributes. It included multiple choice, fill in the blank, true or false, reading comprehension, and essay questions, totaling 300 questions in all. As the top student at number 3 high school, Su Qiu had a vast reservoir of knowledge and could easily handle most of the questions. He managed to tackle even the challenging ones. After finishing, he activated the system to access the Blue Star Encyclopedia knowledge. Instantly, an ocean of information flooded his mind, as if a library had been crammed into his head. Revisiting the questions, he found that his answers to the multiple choice and true or false questions were mostly correct. The real challenge lay in the last 10 essay questions, which required manual grading. Upon reviewing them, Su Qiu noticed some of his answers were lacking and immediately rewrote them. The bell rang, signaling the end of the written exam. Students filed out of the hall. Su Qiu joined up with Luo Qingxue and Su Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang was brimming with confidence, which only served to dampen the spirits of the other examinees. Jiang Wu came rushing over to introduce his brother, Jiang Wen, the top student at number 1 high school. The brothers, one dynamic and the other composed, lived up to their names. Jiang Wen was full of confidence, estimating his score at 280. Su Qiu responded calmly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Luo Qingxue revealed the Jiang brothers' martial souls, the twin swords of Heaven Reliant and Dragon Slayer. Su Qiu quietly marveled at the brothers' unique traits. The next day, the martial arts exam took place in the level spiritual energy zone known as the Silver Wolf Forest. Luo Qingxue explained that the forest was home to first-tier silver wolves, second-tier silver moon wolves, and even third-tier silver moon howling wolves, making it extremely dangerous. Su Qiu was unimpressed internally, but maintained a composed exterior. Upon reaching the exam site, each participant received a spiritual artifact bracelet that could activate a protective shield in case of danger. The teacher sternly warned them that recklessness leading to death did not make one a hero, but a fool. Clearly, injuries and fatalities had been all too common in past martial exams. The test lasts for 2 hours. You earn 10 points for each first-tier beast you defeat, 20 points for a second-tier beast, and 100 points for a third-tier beast. The candidates got off the bus and headed towards Silver Moon Forest. Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu decided to split up since their similar skills would slow down their scoring if they stayed together. Su Xiaoshuang proudly declined Su Qiu's offer to accompany her, choosing to venture out on her own. Although Su Qiu was a bit worried, he understood the importance of letting his sister grow independently. Su Qiu easily took down a Silver Moon Wolf, scoring 10 points as indicated by his bracelet. Realizing that relying solely on defeating first-tier beasts wouldn't earn him a perfect score within 2 hours, he decided to venture deeper into the forest to hunt third-tier beasts. He only needed to take down 5 to achieve a perfect score. The brothers Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu had a similar plan. Armed with their S-grade martial spirits, the Etian sword and the Dragon Slayer saber, they soon encountered a third-tier Silver Moon howling wolf. Jiang Wu was the first to strike, launching a mountain-cleaving slash at the Wolf King. However, the Wolf King emerged unscathed and summoned 10 second-tier Silver Moon wolves to surround the brothers. Jiang Wen realized that this was a mutated Wolf King capable of controlling other Silver Moon wolves. In a critical situation, the brothers executed their martial spirit combination technique, blade and sword dance, pushing back most of the Silver Moon wolves. Yet, The cunning Wolf King used its pack as a shield, remaining unharmed. Just as the brothers were on the brink of despair, a slightly surprised voice rang out, "Wow, I've actually come across a mutated Silver Moon howling wolf. What luck!" Xu Qiu was originally venturing deep into the Silver Moon forest, searching for high-level exotic beasts. Hearing the sounds of battle, he came over to investigate. Following the noise, Xu Qiu arrived to witness a fierce battle in progress. The Jiang brothers, Wan and Wu, were unleashing their joint martial skill, Dragon Slayer, with astonishing power, having already slain 10 second-tier Silver Moon wolves. However, both brothers were now exhausted and struggling to face the remaining Silver Moon howling wolf. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Your opponents in the same exam are being besieged by the Silver Moon howling wolf. You have the following options. Xu Qiu's eyes narrowed as he quickly weighed the 3 options. Watching from the sidelines could earn him $1 million. Reaping the benefits of a third party could grant him a creation pill, but stepping in to help would reward him with Silver Moon grass. With his vast knowledge from the Blue Heart Encyclopedia, he knew that Silver Moon grass was a 5th-tier spiritual herb that could refine muscles and enhance physical abilities. Not bad. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up, and he chose the third option without hesitation. He strode forward confidently, joking, "Wow, I've actually stumbled upon a mutated Silver Moon howling wolf. Looks like my luck is pretty good." Seeing Xu Qiu, the Jiang brothers were overjoyed. "Xu Qiu, our idol." The Silver Moon howling wolf seized the moment to lunge from behind, its speed astonishing. Jiang Wu shouted in alarm, "Idol, watch out." Xu Qiu remained calm, casually striking back with his palm. With a bang, the Silver Moon howling wolf was pinned to the ground. "I'm talking to someone, keep quiet," Xu Qiu said with a slight smile, then applied more pressure, crushing its head instantly. Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu were dumbfounded. This was a top-tier 3rd-level exotic beast, and Xu Qiu had killed it with a single strike? "Are you guys okay?" Xu Qiu turned to ask. "Yeah, we're okay." Jiang Wan nodded with difficulty. "Why did you help us?" "Just felt like it. No need for a reason," Xu Qiu chuckled. "You guys find a place to rest. I'm heading off." As they watched Xu Qiu's departing figure, Jiang Wu's admiration was evident, while Jiang Wan was filled with awe. "Xu Qiu, I'm completely convinced." Xu Qiu took out the Silver Moon grass, its silvery glow shining brilliantly, instantly attracting the attention of several Silver Moon wolves. A war. One Silver Moon wolf couldn't resist and pounced, only to be swatted away by Xu Qiu. His eyes lit up with realization. "I remember now, Silver Moon grass is a great tonic for Silver Moon wolves. Just one could elevate a 4th-tier Silver Moon wolf to the 5th tier." Eyeing the remaining Silver Moon wolves, Xu Qiu devised a plan. "Perfect, let's do this." Holding the Silver Moon grass, he moved swiftly through the forest, with the Silver Moon wolves hot on his trail. Along the way, more and more Silver Moon wolves joined the chase. Within the 60-kilometer expanse of Silver Moon Forest, the commotion Xu Qiu caused drew the attention of many examinees. Luo Qingxue, who was about to slay a 2nd-tier Silver Moon wolf, suddenly felt the ground tremble. To her astonishment, Xu Qiu emerged with a large pack of wolves in tow. Xu Qiu?" Luo Qingxue was stunned. What are you doing?" "Oh, it's Qingxue. Hello there." Xu Qiu was sprinting while greeting Luo Qingxue, as if the pack of wolves behind him didn't exist. Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched, and she couldn't afford to fight the Silver Moon wolves as she ran alongside him. "You still have the mood to greet people? Look behind you. Those wolves are about to tear you apart. What on earth is going on?" Xu Qiu gave a slight smile. "Have you ever heard of the pulling a mob wave strategy?" "Pulling a mob wave? What's that?" Luo Qingxue was completely puzzled. "No time to explain. Good luck with your exam." Xu Qiu sped up, with the wolves relentlessly chasing him, their desire for Silver Moon grass driving them to extraordinary speed. The entire Silver Moon forest descended into chaos as hundreds of Silver Moon wolves converged on Xu Qiu. The candidates were dumbfounded. What's happening? Aren't Silver Moon wolves supposed to be solitary creatures? How did he attract so many? Su Xiaoshuang, having just dealt with a Silver Moon wolf, understood the scene before her. "I get it now. My brother is going for a one-wave clear." Empress Xiao was puzzled. "What is a one-wave clear?" "It's gathering all the monsters together and taking them down in one go," Su Xiaoshuang explained. "I just don't know how my brother attracted so many Silver Moon wolves." "It's the Silver Moon grass," Empress Xiao said calmly. High above, drones were filming and broadcasting the scene. Outside the exam area, teachers watched the footage intently. Seeing the large number of Silver Moon wolves gathering, they were astonished. What is going on? Why are there so many Silver Moon wolves gathered? Have the drone follow them and check it out. Soon, everyone noticed Xu Qiu at the forefront of the wolf pack. Some teachers guessed his plan but found it hard to believe. Is he trying to take out all these Silver Moon wolves at once? How is he going to do that? "Look, The plant in his hand is silver moon grass. I see, but how does he plan to fight? Can he handle so many silver moon wolves on his own? Some teachers began to worry and considered pausing the exam. However, to ensure fairness for other candidates, they decided to wait and see. Inside Silver Moon Forest, Xu Qiu came to a stop. The teachers held their breath, some even ready to rush into the forest for a rescue. Facing the charging Silver Moon wolves, Xu Qiu threw a punch, killing one instantly. Then he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, launching a massacre. Outside the exam area, someone was puzzled. Isn't Xu Qiu supposed to use a gun? Where's his gun? The principal of Qingyun Third High School found Xu Qiu's gun on the bus, but it couldn't be moved at all. Everyone gathered around, equally unable to budge it. What's going on? Why isn't Xu Qiu carrying his weapon? That's not it. Xu Qiu deliberately left his gun behind, a teacher analyzed. This gun is at least a superior martial spiritual weapon, possibly even top tier. Xu Qiu left it to compete fairly with other candidates. Everyone realized this and praised Xu Qiu's integrity, though some were concerned. Without a gun, facing so many beasts barehanded, isn't that too dangerous? However, Xu Qiu on the battlefield was like a tiger among sheep. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees all became deadly weapons as he unleashed a wild slaughter on the Silver Moon wolves. The teachers were left speechless. What terrifying combat skills! How much rigorous training must he have gone through to achieve this? Someone looked disapprovingly at the Qingyun Third High School principal. Is your school really this harsh? Aren't you afraid of harming the students? The principal sighed helplessly. We don't have that capability. I heard he joined a hunting team, so he must have honed his skills there. Hunting team? How old is he to be joining a hunting team? The teachers at Qingyun Third High School were abuzz, astonished by Xu Qiu's prowess. One of them questioned, even if he's in a hunting team, he shouldn't have so many opportunities to fight beasts. Is Qingyun City really facing so many disasters? Exceeding 50 beast attacks in a year is frequent, but that number isn't nearly enough to hone such advanced combat skills, another teacher analyzed. Could it be that Xu Qiu single-handedly resolved all these incidents? A teacher from Qingyun Third High shook their head. I don't know the specifics, but I've heard that the captain of his hunting team gave him special training. No wonder he's so skilled. To train a kid to this level, that special training must have been brutal, someone remarked, with a hint of criticism towards the mysterious captain. Meanwhile, at a certain spiritual energy zone, Ole yawned and rubbed her nose. Who's talking about me behind my back? In front of her was a fiery volcanic area, with molten lava churning and scorching energy in the air, devoid of any vegetation. For a wood attribute warrior, this place was hell. Wielding a spiked club, Ole ventured deeper into the volcano. If I can conquer this place, I should be mostly recovered. At the same time, in the class spiritual energy zone, Silver Moon Forest, Xu Qiu was showcasing his skills. He fought the Silver Moon wolves barehanded with ease, each move deadly. But there were too many wolves, and physical combat alone couldn't quickly end the battle. With a thought, Xu Qiu erupted with lightning, and his SS-level martial soul, Thunder Dragon, appeared. Wherever the Thunder Dragon went, Silver Moon wolves fell. Feeling it wasn't fast enough, Xu Qiu summoned the White Tiger. With a roar, the wolves trembled. The White Tiger disdainfully glanced at the pack before charging in for a massacre. With both martial souls in action, Xu Qiu found himself with little to do. He glanced at the score on his bracelet, already at 981 points. Wait, isn't the full score for the martial arts exam 500? What's with the 900 plus points? Xu Qiu was puzzled, and the score kept climbing. Outside the exam field, the teachers were stunned. A single candidate managed to slaughter hundreds of Silver Moon wolves, including several third-tier Silver Moon howling wolves. This was unprecedented in the history of martial arts exams. Why is he even taking the martial arts exam? With talent and skill like that, any martial arts university would accept him without question, a teacher exclaimed. He's just here to bully the beginners. Another teacher shook their head in disbelief. I've never seen such an overpowered high school student. No one was worried about Xu Qiu's safety anymore. Instead, they were concerned he might wipe out all the Silver Moon wolves, affecting other students' scores or demoralizing them with his results. Time passed, and the last half hour of the exam ended. Xu Qiu had just finished off the last Silver Moon wolf. Surrounded by carcasses, he was covered in blood, like a demon returning from hell. Shaking off the sticky blood, Xu Qiu thought about quickly returning to the hotel for a shower. As he exited the forest, he found a clear river and decided to wash up first. The teachers outside had drones monitoring Xu Qiu. Seeing him bathing in the river, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. He still has the mind to bathe? This kid is something else. Wait, isn't it inappropriate for so many of us to watch a kid bathing? A teacher reminded. Ahem. It's for the safety of the examinees, a female teacher coughed, eyes glued to the screen. Wow, look at those muscles. The other teachers teased her. Wipe your drool. As everyone watched, Xu Qiu suddenly looked up and smiled. He noticed. Kuanpeng. Xu Qiu called softly. The Kuanpeng martial soul flew out, grabbed the drone, and threw it away. He wasn't about to let himself be seen naked by everyone. The teachers exchanged glances. The drone was at least 300 meters off the ground, and he still noticed. His perception is sharp. The female teacher looked regretful. Too bad. We almost saw the full picture of Xu Qiu. Soon, the examinees began to leave the exam field. They passed through a mechanical gate, which announced their bracelet scores. Unlike the written exam, the martial arts exam results were immediate. Baiyun first high, Li Lin, 127 points. Baiyun second high, Wang Ji, 181 points. Qingyun third high, Zhang Hai, 200 points. Baiyun first high, Qin Shui, 250 points. One by one, the scores were announced. Suddenly, two more emerged from the forest, bloodied and wielding swords. The twin powerhouses Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu from Baiyun First High. The principal of Baiyun First High smiled expectantly. Jiang Wan was the first to pass through the gate. Baiyun First High, Jiang Wan, 440 points. Baiyun First High, Jiang Wu, 450 points. The scores caused a stir. Over 400 points, meaning they took down over 40 first-year beasts. As expected of Baiyun First High's twin powerhouses, truly impressive, people marveled. Next, another person emerged from the forest. Dressed in white, she was graceful and serene, showing no signs of fatigue. It was Luo Qingxue. She passed through the gate. Qingyun Third High, Luo Qingxue, 550 points. Everyone gasped. 550 points? More than the full score? Wow, that's incredible. The crowd was astonished by Luo Qingxue. As expected of an SS-level martial soul holder, truly terrifying. Luo Qingxue broke the record with a perfect score, leaving everyone in shock. The brothers Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu exchanged glances, clicking their tongues in amazement. If Luo Qingxue could score 550 points, Xu Qiu was likely even higher, at least 600 points. Jiang Wu exclaimed excitedly, I bet it's around 800. Our idol is too strong. At that moment, a petite figure emerged from the forest. Seeing it was just a little girl, the crowd paid no heed. It was Su Xiaoshuang. Noticing the dismissive glances, she smirked slightly. The more they underestimate, the more satisfying it is to prove them wrong, she thought gleefully. Su Xiaoshuang strode confidently through the mechanical gate. The next moment, a mechanical voice announced, Su Xiaoshuang from Qingyun Third High School, 0 points. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, just a filler. Su Xiaoshuang was stunned. What's going on? 0 points? This gate must be broken. I killed so many beasts, she protested, banging on the gate. A teacher explained, the detection equipment was just serviced, so there's definitely no problem. Luo Qingxue stepped forward. Dear teachers, Xiaoshuang's skills are no less than mine. It can't be 0 points. The teachers exchanged glances and decided to give her some leeway. Upon checking, they found the bracelet sensor was faulty and quickly repaired it. Su Xiaoshuang passed through the gate again, and the score displayed. Su Xiaoshuang from Qingyun Third High School, 600 points. The crowd gasped. 600 points. Higher than Luo Qingxue? Who is this girl? Su Xiaoshuang stood tall. Remember my name, Su Xiaoshuang. I'm destined to be the top scorer in the province. Luo Qingxue remarked, truly, like brother, like sister. Neither is to be underestimated. The crowd buzzed with speculation. What is her martial spirit? No one knows, it seems. Only Xu Qiu knows. It's quite mysterious. If the sister is this formidable, just imagine Xu Qiu. We can't wait to see his score. Soon, Xu Qiu casually walked out of the forest, as if he had just returned from a vacation. He passed through the mechanical gate, and the score displayed. Xu Qiu from Qingyun Third High School, 10,110 points. The audience was dumbfounded. Some even cleaned their ears, thinking they misheard. How much? 10,110 points? Is that even possible? Even the teachers doubted the equipment, but checks confirmed it was accurate. The real score was indeed 10,110 points. The crowd was in disbelief, gasping repeatedly. My goodness! Did he wipe out all the wolves in the Silver Moon Forest? At least 1,000 of them. How did he do it? He's a monster. The teachers remained silent. They had watched Xu Qiu's battles via drones and knew he hadn't cheated. But the score was so astounding that no one would believe it. Once announced, it would surely shake the nation. The final results were revealed. First place, Xu Qiu, 10,110 points. Second place, Su Xiaoshuang, 600 points. Third place, Luo Qingxue, 550 points. Fourth place, Jiang Wu, 450 points. Fifth place, Jiang Wan, 440 points. Everyone looked at the rankings, their mouths twitching. The combined scores of the dozens below couldn't match Xu Qiu's, an absolute chasm in scores. Sigh, I finally understand how the title Su God came about. It's not just about academic excellence. He truly is a deity. The crowd was full of admiration. Faced with such an enormous gap, there was no jealousy, only pure reverence. Before returning to Qingyun City, Jiangwu hugged Xu Qiu reluctantly. Idle, stay a few more days. There's so much fun in Baiyun City. Su Xiaoshuang struggled to pull him away. Let go of my brother. Qingyun City has fun things too. Sniff, idle, visit often. Jiang Wu said wistfully. Su Qiu smiled. I will. If fate allows, see you at Martial Arts University. Back in Qingyun City, the written exam scores were soon released. Su Xiaoshuang eagerly opened her computer, her face full of anticipation as she checked the scores. Su Xiaoshuang eagerly opened her computer to check her scores. In the soul space, the voice of the Empress Qiao echoed. Don't worry, with my help, your written exam score will be at least 280. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up as she quickly found her report card. 290 points, she exclaimed. Am I really that amazing? It's me who's amazing, Xiao corrected. Su Xiaoshuang boasted. The top scorer in the province is mine. You forgot about your brother, Xiao reminded her. My brother's martial arts exam score is impressive, but even a perfect score is only 500. As long as his written exam isn't better than mine, the top spot is mine, Su Xiaoshuang declared confidently. Xiao was puzzled. Aren't you fond of your brother? Why compete with him? You wouldn't understand, Su Xiaoshuang explained. I need to show him I'm stronger so he won't always see me as a child. From now on, I'll be the one calling the shots in the Su family. Just then, Su Qiu's hand landed on her head. What did you say? You'll be in charge of the Su family? Brother, I'm the top scorer in the province, Su Xiaoshuang grumbled. Su Qiu glanced at the screen. 290 points? Did you cheat? Brother, how can you accuse me of that? Su Xiaoshuang protested. Su Qiu suddenly understood. I see. The Empress helped you with the exam. He entered his ID to check his own results, and Su Xiaoshuang peeked over, gasping in shock. Brother, you cheated. Su Qiu tapped her head again. How can you accuse me of that? How could anyone score full marks without cheating? Su Xiaoshuang argued. No one has ever scored full marks in the martial arts exam. Soon, the Education Bureau released the scores of outstanding students. Su Qiu topped the list, his perfect score shocking the nation. The internet buzzed with debate. Some questioned the authenticity, while others marveled at his genius. In response to the doubts, the officials released a notice, revealing Su Qiu's answer sheet and battle footage. The internet was abuzz once more, with experts and scholars praising Su Qiu's talent. However, controversy persisted over Xu Qiu receiving a hero's medal at such a young age. Some felt it was unfair to other heroes. The officials stepped in again, releasing footage of the aftermath of the devastation wrought by the demonic heaven sect in Qingyun City. In the aftermath of the disaster, Qingyun City lies in ruins, with streets reduced to rubble and bodies scattered around. The air is thick with smoke and chaos. The mayor, with a heavy heart and voice choked with emotion, declares, Qingyun City has faced an unprecedented calamity. The Maoyan sect unleashed beasts to wreak havoc, aiming to use the power of the purple cloud marquis spirit, causing mutations through the rain. Amidst the online uproar, the mayor firmly states, I personally nominated Xu Qiu for the Hero's Medal. He thwarted the purple cloud marquis and saved the entire city, truly deserving of this honor. During the siege, he and Ole fought and killed an 8th-tier disguised beast, eradicating a menace. Members of the hunting group expressed their support. Xu Qiu deserves it. Too bad he's not in my group. Where did Ole find this gem? If he doesn't qualify, who does? With a solemn expression, Ole adds, he earned the hero's medal with his life. So young, yet he saved the city and slew beasts. It may seem glamorous, but he was on the brink of death. Let the doubters risk half as much before they speak. Netizens are fervently supportive. Anyone who doubts, face me in a challenge. I witnessed it firsthand. He's truly deserving. As a Qingyun citizen, I wholeheartedly support Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu, however, remains indifferent, focusing on his training. With the silver moon grass absorbed, he feels as if he could move mountains. The next day, excitement buzzes in the neighborhood. Reporters swarm at the entrance. Xu, any advice for students? How do you respond to claims of hype? What's your secret to success? Caught off guard, Xu Qiu simply replies, I bought breakfast. Reporters eagerly note. The champion is down to earth, enjoys everyday meals. Persistent morning exercise leads to success. Devoted to his sister, family-oriented, Xu Qiu, feeling overwhelmed, just wants to make a quick exit. Such praise might even be too much for him to handle. Xu Qiu entered the residential complex. A security guard stopped the reporters who were trying to follow him, causing a bit of a stir. One reporter, eyes gleaming with curiosity, asked, Security brother, does Xu the champion have any heroic deeds here? The guard pondered for a moment and replied, "He defeated Old Man Chang in a match." The reporter's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed for details. The guard reluctantly explained that Old Man Chang was a retired martial arts instructor, known for being combative and highly skilled. The reporter's imaginations ran wild, crafting a narrative of Xu Qiu as a hero who stood up to a bullying elder. They probed into Xu Qiu's background, but the guard shook his head, admitting he didn't know. This only fueled their excitement, as they concluded that Xu Qiu was a natural sage who preferred to keep a low profile. The guard, at his wit's end, had no choice but to usher the reporters out of the complex. Unfazed, the reporters quickly pinned articles portraying Xu Qiu as a natural sage who scorned fame and fortune. The next day, the headlines of major media outlets were filled with praises for Xu Qiu. Xu Xiaoshuang was astonished by the extent of the adulation her brother received as she read the reports. Xu Qiu rolled his eyes, helpless against the exaggerated stories. Yet, the commotion didn't die down. Soon, a new crowd gathered outside the complex. These people were dressed in suits, exuding an air of distinction. They were admissions officers from various martial arts universities. Their sole purpose was to invite Xu Qiu to enroll in their institutions. "Xu Qiu, on behalf of the Imperial Capital University, I invite you to join us. We are the top-ranked martial arts university in Xia, with a rich academic atmosphere and a variety of martial arts resources. If you join us, I guarantee that after graduation, you can work in any martial arts department in Xia, including the prestigious Shenwu Group." The elderly man with white hair spoke sincerely, his eyes filled with anticipation. As he slowly mentioned the words Shenwu Group, a spark of interest flickered in Xu Qiu's eyes. Noticing this, the old man continued, "The Shenwu Group is Xia's top-ranked hunting group. It is filled with experts, with the weakest being at the 6th tier. The leader is none other than Shenwu Wangjun Han, one of Xia's top 10 king-level powerhouses, renowned as the foremost king." Xu Qiu listened and then responded with a hint of regret, "I'm sorry, but I've already set my sights on another martial arts university." The old man's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. "Oh? May I ask which university?" "Imperial Capital Yanlong University," Xu Qiu answered firmly. Upon hearing this, the old man's frown deepened. "Yanlong University. Are you aware of the events that happened there in the past?" Xu Qiu nodded. "Yes, I am." "Then why do you still wish to go to Yanlong University?" "In terms of faculty and heritage, it lags far behind our Imperial Capital University," the old man questioned, puzzled. Xu Qiu's expression remained resolute. "I understand, but I have my reasons." The old man turned his gaze to Xu Xiaoshuang, speaking with a sense of regret. "Your sister. She is also a remarkable talent." Without hesitation, Xu Xiaoshuang replied, "Wherever my brother goes, I will follow." Hearing this, a hint of envy flashed in the old man's eyes. He murmured to himself, "To gain two such geniuses at once. Is Yanlong University set to rise again?" Though he wished to persuade them further, he eventually left with a sense of resignation. Shortly after, Xu Qiu and Xu Xiaoshuang submitted their applications to Yanlong University online. Just then, Luo Qingxue called to inquire about their decision. Upon learning that Xu Qiu was heading to Yanlong University, she paused for a moment before saying, "I've decided to go to Imperial Capital University." "That's great," Xu Qiu responded calmly. Luo Qingxue's tone carried a hint of challenge. "Xu Qiu, as far as I know, there's an annual inter-university martial arts tournament in the capital. Every martial arts university sends representatives to compete. I plan to dominate at Imperial Capital University and represent them in the tournament. Let's meet at the tournament." Xu Qiu smiled, accepting the challenge. "All right, before the tournament, I will dominate Yanlong University and represent them." "It's a deal." In the capital city, at Yanlong University, the admissions officer was making phone calls. Inside the admissions office, the phone rang incessantly. A teacher picked up the receiver, speaking warmly. "Hello? Is this student Lu Ranjia? I'm calling from the admissions office of Yanlong University." Before the sentence was finished, the call was abruptly disconnected. The teacher sighed and put down the receiver with a sense of helplessness. A colleague handed over a cup of hot tea and whispered, "Ah, Yanlong University used to be one of the top institutions in the capital. How did it come to this?" "It's all because of that incident," another teacher said worriedly. "If this continues, will we be delisted?" The admissions director patted his face to perk up. "It won't come to that. Let's keep trying. Hopefully, we can enroll some promising students this year and turn things around." Just then, the teacher responsible for collecting application data suddenly exclaimed, "Come and see this." Everyone gathered around to see two new names prominently displayed in the system, Xu Qiu and Xu Xiaoshuang, with martial arts entrance exam scores of 800 and 790, respectively. "My goodness, aren't they the martial arts prodigy siblings of the year?" The admissions office buzzed with excitement. "They actually applied to our school?" A teacher quickly dialed Xu Qiu's number to confirm. Receiving an affirmative response, everyone was overjoyed. Xu Qiu even specifically inquired about teacher Mu Qingkong, making the admissions office realize the siblings might be coming because of her. They immediately found Mu Qingkong, who confirmed Xu Qiu was indeed her student. The principal was so thrilled he nearly hugged Mu Qingkong's leg, exclaiming, "Teacher Mu, you are the savior of Yanlong University." Mu Qingkong dodged with a look of disdain but couldn't hide a small, satisfied smile. Time flew by, and the start of the school year was imminent. Xu Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang packed their luggage and bid farewell to the violent bull group. Su Xiaoshuang hugged Olay, crying her eyes out, while Olay patted Xu Qiu on the shoulder, advising, "If you run into any trouble, give me a call. The violent bull group will always have your back." The siblings boarded a plane to the capital, filled with anticipation. However, during the flight, they encountered severe turbulence. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered, and amidst the lightning and thunder, a massive black and gold divine eagle, nearly 100 meters long, loomed ominously, its golden eyes fixed on the plane. The passengers were in a panic. The plane activated its energy shield, but the giant eagle tore through it with a single claw. Amid the violent shaking, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The passengers. The black gold giant eagle struck with its talons. The blue shield shuddered violently, and the plane began to shake intensely. Cracks spread across the shield, and the passengers were thrown into a panic. The captain's expression was grave, recognizing it as a sixth-tier beast. Xu Qiu made a quick decision, revealing his identity to the flight attendant. "I'm a member of the Qingyun City Hunting Group. I have a way to deal with the beast." The flight attendant hesitated for a moment, then recognized Xu Qiu as the top scorer in the college entrance exam, and decisively opened the cabin door. Xu Qiu leaped into the air, his martial spirit empowering him as he summoned the Panlong Pajun spear. He coordinated with the captain, preparing to deactivate the energy shield to confront the beast. Lightning gathered around the spear as Xu Qiu focused and gathered his strength. As the countdown sounded, the moment the energy shield vanished, the Thunder God's Judgment Spear shot through the air, directly targeting the eye of the black gold giant eagle. The beast let out a piercing scream and vanished into the clouds. With the crisis averted, Xu Qiu returned to the cabin. The passengers were overwhelmed with gratitude, and Su Xiaoshuang teased, "Big brother, you really do have the protagonist's aura." Xu Qiu responded with a helpless smile. After landing, the siblings made their way to the reception area of Yanlong University. The other freshmen were buzzing with speculation, doubting whether the top scorer would actually attend. When Xu Qiu announced his name, everyone was stunned. "No way. Is he really coming to Yanlong University? Xu Qiu? Is that really Xu Qiu? Oh my gosh, he's actually coming to our university?" The crowd buzzed with shock and whispers. The arrival of Xu Qiu and his sister Su Xiaoshuang was like a bomb going off at the freshman registration of Yanlong University. Eyes were glued to them, filled with awe, envy, and mostly confusion. Is it for real? Is it really him? It must be. I saw him on the news. He's just as handsome. And his sister Su Xiaoshuang, she was the second highest scorer in the college entrance exams. Gosh, what a pair of geniuses. Amidst the chatter, Lin Jing, a senior in charge of welcoming new students, brightened up and rushed forward. "Su God, can I get your autograph?" Xu Qiu was a bit taken aback, but signed it anyway. Lin Jing chuckled, "Great, this autograph could sell for at least 2,000 bucks. Realizing the intention, Xu Qiu snatched back the autograph, crumpled it, and threw it in the trash. "Please, have some respect, senior." Lin Jing awkwardly laughed and changed the topic. "I'm Lin Jing, a junior. Would you like to join our club, Jui Hall? It's just a group for mutual learning and sparring." Xu Qiu politely declined. "I'll think about it." Soon, a bus carried the freshmen toward Yanlong University. As Xu Qiu gazed out at the bustling scenes of the imperial capital, his heart swelled with emotion. The towering skyscrapers, the busy traffic, and the energy shield enveloping the city all showcased the capital's might. Suddenly, a few figures darted across the sky, making Xu Qiu's eyes light up. In the capital, 7th-level martial artists were so common. He couldn't help but imagine sparring with those powerful champions, his fighting spirit surging. This energy startled the other freshmen on the bus. They felt a beast-like pressure around them, cold sweat breaking out. Once they regained their senses, they dismissed it as their imagination. Wow, it must have been some strong person passing by, letting out their aura unintentionally. So powerful. The capital really is full of surprises. Surprises? More like shocks. Scared me to death. Soon, the bus arrived at Yanlong University. Banners were hung at the entrance. One read, "Welcome Freshmen," and the other, "Welcome Xu Qiu." The president personally led the welcoming committee, a spectacle that left other freshmen feeling a bit resigned. The president eagerly shook Xu Qiu's hand. "Xu Qiu, on behalf of all the faculty and students at Yanlong University, welcome." Su Xiaoshuang cleared her throat, prompting the president to quickly add, "And of course, welcome to Su Xiaoshuang as well." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Xu Qiu, I didn't expect you to choose Yanlong University. Was this Ole's recommendation? Mu Qingkong approached, and Xu Qiu's eyes lit up at the sight of her. It's been a while, Ms. Mu. You look even more stunning than before. Mu Qingkong wore a white shirt and black pants, her tall and graceful figure accentuating her elegant curves. Her exquisite features combined with a sharp demeanor made her truly eye-catching. Upon hearing Xu Qiu's compliment, Mu Qingkong chuckled softly, with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. You always knew how to flatter, she remarked, recalling the time when she was tasked with mentoring Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue, both SS-class soul warriors. She hadn't expected Xu Qiu to progress so rapidly. Xu Qiu got straight to the point. The captain recommended me to Yanlong University, primarily for the Azura Tower. Mu Qingkong nodded in understanding. You've grasped the intent of battle at Ole's place, haven't you? The Azura Tower is indeed the best place to hone that. The headmaster of Yanlong was astonished. Even those at a marquee level struggled to master the intent of battle, yet this student had achieved it. Mu Qingkong continued, given your unique circumstances, I've arranged separate dorms for you and your sister. The headmaster of Yanlong contemplated. Although Xu Qiu's main goal was the Azura Tower, his mere presence would significantly boost the university's reputation. Just the fact that Xu Qiu enrolled in Yanlong University would bring considerable positive impact to the school. Upon arriving at Yanlong University, Xu Qiu completed his enrollment and settled into his dormitory. No sooner had he settled in than the university president summoned him. With a warm smile, the president invited Xu Qiu to speak at the opening ceremony as a representative of the new students. Xu Qiu gladly accepted the offer, secretly delighted at the opportunity to showcase his abilities. The next day, the auditorium was packed to capacity. Xu Qiu stood at the podium, took a deep breath, and began delivering the speech prepared by the president. His voice was strong and resonant, and he added his own insights from time to time. The audience responded with thunderous applause, praising him. As expected of the top scorer in the college entrance exam, truly impressive. The initial formalities of starting university were soon completed, and both Xu Qiu and Xu Xiaoshuang gradually adapted to college life. One day, Xu Qiu ventured to the mountain behind the campus, gazing up at the legendary Azura Tower. The towering nine-story structure loomed majestically, its ancient patterns and symbols exuding a mysterious aura. Xu Qiu fixed his gaze on the electronic screen outside the tower, which displayed the records of previous challengers. The top record was held by Ole, who reached the 9th floor in 24 hours and 8 minutes. The second place was held by the War King Luo Ao, who ascended to the 8th floor in 23 hours and 3 minutes. As Xu Qiu pondered these records, a familiar voice broke his thoughts. Hey, Xu Qiu, remember me? He turned to see Lin Jing, a senior he had met a few days earlier. Lin Jing enthusiastically introduced Xu Qiu to a few other students, particularly highlighting a tall woman Mu Bing, the leader of the Jui Hall. Mu Bing looked Xu Qiu up and down and suddenly suggested a tower challenge. After a moment's consideration, Xu Qiu agreed. A sly glint appeared in Mu Bing's eyes. If you lose, you have to join our Jui Hall. Xu Qiu chuckled helplessly, Senior. Your reverse psychology is a bit too obvious. A system prompt suddenly appeared, and Xu Qiu unhesitatingly chose to accept the challenge. He and Mu Bing entered the Azura Tower together, leaving Lin Jing and the others outside to speculate on the outcome. Lin Jing was confident. Don't forget, the Azura Tower tests combat skills and fighting spirit. Our leader is one of the few who can expertly harness fighting spirit. Xu Qiu's first attempt surely can't compare. Inside the Azura Tower, Xu Qiu and Mu Bing entered almost simultaneously, but they didn't end up together. Instead, as soon as Xu Qiu stepped into the Azura Tower, he felt his surroundings shift and found himself in a vast, white expanse. Looking around, Xu Qiu saw that the space seemed endless, as if he were standing among the clouds. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This is truly remarkable. He estimated that the interior of the Azura Tower was a self-contained space, likely an extraordinary martial artifact of the highest grade. Such treasures are extremely rare in history. As Xu Qiu was still in awe, a dark figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure bore a strong resemblance to him, exuding an eerie aura. Xu Qiu's eyes narrowed, and before he could think further, the shadow shot towards him like an arrow released from a bow. Xu Qiu reacted swiftly, drawing his Panlong Pajun spear to counter the attack. Without hesitation, he unleashed the formidable Thunder King spear, its tip crackling with lightning as it thrust forward. To his shock, the shadow mirrored his move perfectly, launching an identical Thunder King spear at him. Clang! The two spears collided, sending sparks flying. Xu Qiu was forced back several steps by the tremendous force, his mind filled with uncertainty. Is this the Azura Phantom the commander mentioned? It's truly mysterious. Regaining his footing, Xu Qiu launched another attack. His spear moved like a dragon, striking repeatedly. The Azura Phantom was relentless, matching his moves precisely. The clash of metal and bursts of sparks were incessant. After a series of exchanges, Xu Qiu realized that the Azura Phantom not only matched his cultivation level, but also mastered his martial techniques to the same perfection. He was taken aback, thinking, is the first level already this challenging? To break the deadlock, Xu Qiu decided to use his trump card. His eyes flashed as he summoned the Thunder Dragon Martial Soul. However, in the next moment, the opponent exploded with black lightning and summoned a pitch-black Thunder Dragon as well. It can even replicate martial souls. Xu Qiu exclaimed in disbelief. Unwilling to give up, he summoned his other powerful martial souls, Kuanpeng, White Tiger, and Ghost Qilin. The four martial souls surrounded him, exuding immense power. Yet, the Azura Phantom also summoned the same four martial souls. Xu Qiu was increasingly astonished. This Azura Tower was truly beyond imagination. Inside the Azura Tower, Xu Qiu faced the attacks of the Azura Phantoms, contemplating his strategy. He concentrated deeply, observing that the Phantom's martial skills, cultivation, and even martial spirit were identical to his own. This was not just a replica of Xu Qiu but a reflection of his own capabilities. He was taken aback, realizing his strength was far greater than he had imagined. And this was only the first level of the Azura Tower. Taking a deep breath, he calmly analyzed the situation. The Azura Tower was designed to hone one's fighting spirit and combat techniques, and the key to overcoming it lay within. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and Xu Qiu's eyes lit up. He summoned all of his fighting spirit and launched another attack. This time, the Azura Phantom couldn't replicate the same fighting spirit. Understanding dawned upon Xu Qiu as he retracted his martial spirit. As expected, the Phantom followed suit. He realized that the Phantom could only replicate cultivation and power to the same level but couldn't mimic combat techniques and fighting spirit. To defeat an opponent of equal strength, one must enhance these two aspects. With newfound insight, Xu Qiu's fighting spirit surged. He wielded his spear, unleashing unparalleled fighting spirit and displaying exquisite techniques. Within moments, he vanquished the Phantom, and the space before him vanished, revealing a staircase leading to the second level. On the second level, there were two Phantoms, one resembling Xu Qiu and the other an unfamiliar face. Xu Qiu smiled as he faced them, his fighting spirit at its peak, and the techniques honed from battling beasts were executed flawlessly. Within minutes, both Phantoms were defeated. The third level doubled the challenge, presenting four Phantoms. Xu Qiu frowned slightly, realizing the difficulty increased exponentially. For weapons attacked from different angles, he took a deep breath, wielded his spear, and with high spirits, launched into a breathtaking battle. 15 minutes later, all four Phantoms lay defeated. As expected, the fourth level presented 8 Phantoms, confirming Xu Qiu's suspicions. He quickly calculated that by the ninth level, he might face 256 opponents of equal strength. The daunting challenge sent a shiver down his spine, and he couldn't help but admire Captain Olei's strength. Yet, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. The greater the challenge, the more rewarding the victory. Clearing all 9 levels would surely lead to a significant boost in strength. He executed his newly learned grade martial skill, Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions, moving with such speed that he left behind 6 afterimages. However, the Phantoms quickly replicated the same movement, creating a chaotic scene. Xu Qiu was not surprised, remaining vigilant against his duplicate. Indeed, the toughest opponent is always myself, Xu Qiu murmured, dodging attacks from other Phantoms and prioritizing his duplicate. Thunder God's Judgment Spear. A massive spear beam shot forth, and lacking the fighting spirit, the duplicate was swiftly defeated. Xu Qiu then systematically dismantled the remaining Phantoms. Though he sustained injuries, with blood flowing from his shoulder, thigh, and abdomen, he remained undeterred. He immediately grasped the secret of the Azura Tower. With his spear, he struck out, unleashing extraordinary fighting spirit and deploying exquisite combat techniques, swiftly dispatching the Azura Phantoms before him. To most people, these would be considered serious injuries, but to Xu Qiu, they were just flesh wounds. Xu Qiu grinned as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. After several intense battles, his fighting spirit was fully ignited. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed resolutely on the entrance to the 5th level. Azura Tower, here I come. As he stepped into the 5th level, 16 Azura Phantoms appeared instantly. Xu Qiu's eyes gleamed with focus, and his experience allowed him to quickly identify his own duplicate. His spear struck with the precision of a dragon, targeting the duplicate's vital point. After landing the blow, he swiftly turned and defeated the remaining Phantoms one by one. Despite his worsening injuries, Xu Qiu's fighting spirit remained undiminished. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and strode confidently towards the 6th level. However, as soon as he set foot on the stairs, he froze. Among the 32 Azura Phantoms, besides his own, was a figure that made his heart skip a beat. It was someone carrying a spiked club, grinning at him. It was none other than the Phantom version of Bull King Olay. Xu Qiu's mouth twitched, knowing this battle would be tough. Although he understood these were mere phantoms with cultivation equal to his, the shadow Olay had cast in his heart was still profound. He dared not be careless and decided to strike first. With a powerful thrust of his spear, there was a loud bang, and Olay's phantom was sent flying. Xu Qiu paused in surprise, then realized the truth. Olay's true strength lay not in her cultivation or martial spirit, but in her exceptional combat skills and indomitable fighting spirit. These were precisely the qualities the Azura Tower couldn't replicate. Imposter Captain, you're no match for me. Xu Qiu grinned, his mind flashing back to the harsh training sessions under Olay. He gripped his spear tightly, a fierce determination in his eyes. I can't take on the real captain, so I'll vent on you. The counterfeit. Far outside Xingyun City, Olay, who was training the Bull King team, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she muttered in confusion. Why do I feel like someone is targeting me behind my back? She then looked at her team members sprawled on the ground and shouted, Get up, you little brats. Even if you have to crawl, make it 10 more laps. Push beyond your limits, you rascals. Outside the Azura Tower, Lin Jing and the others were waiting for the results. The crowd gathered in front of the tower, their eyes occasionally glancing at the tightly shut doors. A bespectacled young man couldn't help but speak up. What do you guys think? How far will Xu Qiu get? I'd say reaching the 3rd level would already be impressive, another young man analyzed. The phantoms inside the tower match the challenger's strength but lack combat skills. Most people fail when they first face their own duplicate. Lin Jing nodded in agreement. True, getting to the 3rd level is already quite good. After all, very few have made it to the 5th level, and only Li Yunfeng among the students has achieved that. As they were talking, the doors of the Azura Tower swung open, and Mu Bing emerged, panting heavily. She eagerly looked at the display screen and punched the air with excitement. 5th level. I've broken the record. Everyone rushed forward to congratulate her, but soon their attention shifted back to Xu Qiu, who had yet to appear. An hour later, Xu Qiu finally flew out of the tower. He crouched on the ground, catching his breath, and said self-deprecatingly, I almost had it. Didn't expect to trip myself up at the end. Mu Bing patted his shoulder in comfort. Don't be discouraged. It's normal not to do well the first time. Lin Jing pointed at the screen, stammering, Leader, look at that. The screen clearly displayed, Xu Qiu, 6th level time. 4 hours 36 minutes. Mu Bing stared at Xu Qiu in disbelief. You made it past the 6th level? Xu Qiu nodded. Yeah, got tricked by myself on the 7th. The crowd gasped in amazement. Achieving such a feat on the first attempt was something even the teachers couldn't dream of. Xu Qiu looked at the Azura Tower with determination in his eyes. I'm a bit tired today, but I'll be back. I believe I can conquer the 9th level within 2 years. Mu Bing exclaimed, only one person in all of Daxia has ever passed the 9th level, and that's Olay, the so-called king of the Azura Tower. If anyone else had said this, Mu Bing and the others would have scoffed. In nearly 100 years, only one person had successfully conquered the 9th level. What makes you think you'll be the next one? Xu Qiu amazed everyone when he passed the 6th level of the Azura Tower on his first try. His astonishing talent is something even the legendary Olay couldn't achieve. People can't help but speculate that he might become the 2nd warrior in a century to conquer the 9th level and emerge as the new king of the Azura Tower. Xu Qiu took a deep breath and gave the towering Azura Tower one last look before turning away. He needed to rest and gather his strength for the next challenge. Mu Bing watched Xu Qiu leave and suddenly shouted excitedly, I've made up my mind. No matter the cost, we have to recruit him into the Jui Hall. I'm even willing to give up my position as the leader. Her eyes sparkled with determination. We can't miss out on talent like his. Whether Jui Hall can dominate Yanlong University depends on Xu Qiu. Lin Jing couldn't help but marvel. What a genius. He glanced at the Azura Tower, a slight smile on his lips. It's been a while since I challenged the tower. Let's see if I've improved today. With that, he dashed inside. However, less than a minute later, Lin Jing was blasted out. Lin Jing, 0 level, took 36 seconds. Mu Bing and the others couldn't hold back their laughter, teasing him. Lin Jing, are you kidding? Couldn't even last a minute? 0 level? Are you serious? Lin Jing sat on the ground in a daze, ignoring the mockery. Sensing something was off, Mu Bing asked, Something's not right. What did you encounter in there? I encountered Xu Qiu, Lin Jing replied, his eyes vacant. As it turned out, once Xu Qiu entered the Azura Tower, the tower created an Azura illusion of him. Lin Jing was the first to face it. With equal cultivation levels, Xu Qiu struck with a single, overpowering move, like a thunder god descending, leaving Lin Jing almost defenseless and promptly ejected. Lin Jian gazed at the towering Azura Tower, still visibly shaken. He couldn't help but remark, truly worthy of a top scorer in the college entrance exams. That shot was powerful enough to blast me right out of the tower. Hearing this, Mu Bing's eyes sparkled with interest. Xu Qiu's Azura illusion? Sounds intriguing. I'll have to try it myself tomorrow. Though eager, she knew she needed at least a day's rest after today's exhausting attempt at the tower. News of Xu Qiu breaking through the 6th level on his first try quickly spread like wildfire throughout Yanlong University. The students were astounded. They were all too familiar with the Azura Tower. Those who loved a good fight often challenged it. Yet, even seasoned martial artists rarely passed the 5th level. For Xu Qiu, a newcomer, to surpass the 6th level was a feat that left others speechless. That's incredible. Is it true? Of course it is. There's a record on the display outside the Azura Tower. See for yourself if you don't believe it. No wonder he's the top scorer. The Azura Tower tests combat skills and fighting spirit. Passing the 6th level proves he's not just a bookworm. Xu Qiu is a worthy opponent. Xu Qiu's reputation spread rapidly across Yanlong University. Many battle enthusiasts were eager to challenge him. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu, oblivious to the commotion, felt utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep as soon as he returned to his dorm. The next morning, Xu Qiu stretched and went for a few laps on the track. To his surprise, he felt more invigorated than usual. I feel stronger somehow, Xu Qiu murmured to himself. Although his cultivation hadn't advanced, he sensed a peculiar change within a surge of fighting spirit. The Azura Tower is indeed formidable. Xu Qiu clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If just one attempt could yield such results, fully conquering it might elevate my fighting spirit to rival even that of Olay. After his run, Xu Qiu was headed to the cafeteria for breakfast when someone blocked his path. It was a burly young man with a buzz cut, his muscles sharply defined under his shirt. He glared at Xu Qiu and said, "Xu Qiu, do you dare to fight me?" Xu Qiu was taken aback. "You're challenging me? Why? Didn't you provoke us first?" The buzz-cut youth retorted with a sneer. "Huh, when?" Xu Qiu was even more confused. "You passed the 6th level of the Azura Tower yesterday. Isn't that a challenge to us upperclassmen?" The young man pressed aggressively. Just as Xu Qiu was about to respond, a clear voice interjected, "Do you really think you can challenge my brother?" Su Xiaoshuang approached with her arms crossed. "If you want to challenge my brother, you'll have to get past me first. Little girl, this is none of your business." The buzz-cut youth scoffed. "Oh really? Challenging my brother is none of my business?" Su Xiaoshuang smirked. "Fine, I challenge you now. Surely, you won't refuse a challenge from a little girl like me, right?" The young man looked surprised, then sneered. "Interesting. Let's see what the second highest scorer can do." Su Qiu glanced at his sister with some concern, but Su Xiaoshuang waved him off. "Don't worry, big brother. Just watch how your sister dominates Yanlong University." "Xiaoshuang, go easy on him," Su Qiu gently reminded her. He wasn't worried about her losing, but rather about her potentially injuring the opponent too severely. Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. "Are you my brother or not? You're worried about that?" Despite her words, she was secretly pleased by Su Qiu's confidence in her abilities. They made their way to one of Yanlong University's arenas. As soon as they stepped onto the platform, an energy shield enveloped the area. Su Qiu couldn't help but admire. It's impressive how a martial arts university even equips its arenas with energy shields to contain the battle's impact. On the stage, Su Xiaoshuang stood with her hands behind her back, exuding an air of calm confidence. She even beckoned the young man with a buzz cut to come at her with a playful gesture. "Come on." The young man with the buzz cut was instantly filled with rage. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. No one had ever dared to underestimate him like this, especially not a young girl. With a low growl, light shimmered around him, and a large flaming sword materialized out of thin air. Its blade was entwined with red dragon patterns, and the surrounding temperature surged. An A-grade weapon soul, the fiery dragon pattern blade. Su Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly, assessing the situation. This weapon soul was among the top in attack power for a grade, comparable to Scrade. It seemed this young man was quite the prodigy. "Girl, summon your weapon soul," the young man barked angrily. Su Xiaoshuang remained with her hands behind her back, calmly replying, "To deal with you, there's no need to summon my weapon soul." She thought to herself that summoning the Empress for such an opponent might earn her a scolding before she even made a move. "Arrogant girl, you're even more conceited than your brother," the young man shouted, infuriated. Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but chuckle. "That's because you haven't seen my brother at his most arrogant." "Humph, then I'll defeat you first." The young man stepped forward, the fiery dragon pattern blade carving a fiery arc as it swung towards Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang dodged gracefully, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick. The young man couldn't evade in time and hastily channeled his energy to protect his chest, yet he was still sent flying several meters. Before he could regain his footing, Su Xiaoshuang was already upon him. Her fists flew with precision and ferocity, each strike carrying significant force. The young man found himself retreating, struggling to defend himself. Bang, 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 bang. The young man with a buzz cut was losing ground rapidly, and the crowd around the arena watched in amazement, gasping at every turn. Standing firm, Su Xiaoshuang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The buzzcut youth, embarrassed and furious, let out a low shout as his spiritual power erupted, forcing Su Xiaoshuang back several steps. He channeled his energy into the blazing dragon blade, which was instantly engulfed in flames. A level martial skill, Fire Dragon Slash. With a mighty swing, the blade's energy surged forward like a roaring dragon. Su Xiaoshuang neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, a white glow gathered in her palm, causing ripples to form in the surrounding air. S-level martial skill, Shockwave Palm. As she unleashed her palm strike, the void itself seemed to tremble. The fiery dragon twisted and disintegrated under the force. Xu Qiu watched in silent awe, pondering if the Empress of Qiao was indeed a master of spatial techniques given the extraordinary nature of this spatial attribute S-level martial skill. The shockwave palm shattered the flames and struck the buzzcut youth directly. He spat blood and was hurled against the energy barrier, incapable of continuing the fight. The spectators exclaimed in shock, breaking into heated discussions. With the energy shield dissipating, Xu Qiu leaped onto the stage and ruffled Su Xiaoshuang's hair. She blushed and protested, "Big brother, don't mess with my hair in front of everyone. It's embarrassing." Xu Qiu withdrew his hand with a sigh, unwilling to accept defeat. The buzzcut youth threatened, "Xu Qiu, senior from the third year won't spare you." Xu Qiu chuckled and gave out his email address. "If anyone wants to challenge me, send your challenge letter to my email. I'll find time to deal with you all at once." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Was this guy really planning to take on a whole group by himself? These siblings were something else, each more audacious than the other. As Xu Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang left the stage, the storm was just beginning to brew. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, a young man wielding a spear heard about the incident. His eyes sharpened. "Go. Send him a challenge letter." A young man was idly playing with his phone when he suddenly noticed a pinned post on the school forum. It featured a string of email addresses. Raising an eyebrow, his fingers swiped swiftly across the screen. The comments below the post were abundant, filled with excitement and provocation. Phrases like "Xu Qiu's email," "challenge," "not just talk," "freshman too arrogant," "leaderboard," and "send a battle invitation" caught his eye. The young man smirked and muttered to himself, "Interesting." He continued scrolling and saw that Feng Wuji, the president of the gun club, had already issued a challenge. The comments section was buzzing, urging top 10 leaderboard contenders like Yang Qing and Mu Bing to step up. The young man chuckled softly and said to himself, "How can I, Lu Long, miss such a spectacle?" Putting away his phone, Lu Long headed straight for the Azura Tower. Outside the tower, a young man in a white shirt with a middle-part hairstyle was thoughtfully gazing at a display screen. Lu Long recognized him as Li Yunfeng, the top-ranked on the leaderboard, the only one who had conquered the 5th level. Tisk, Xu Qiu passed the 6th level on his first try. "Impressive," Lu Long approached and remarked. Li Yunfeng nodded slightly. "Yes, worth watching." Lu Long grinned. "I figured you'd think so. Want me to send a challenge for you?" "Whatever," Li Yunfeng replied indifferently, turning to enter the Azura Tower. Li Yunfeng entered the Tower of Azura. He walked into the 1st level with ease, silently calculating how many times he had attempted this challenge. He was quite proud of his previous record of clearing the 5th level in 2 hours, but upon hearing that someone had already conquered the 6th level, a feeling of competitiveness arose within him. "This time, I will also break through the 6th level," Li Yunfeng resolved. "The next king of the Tower of Azura will be me." Before him, a phantom slowly took shape. Li Yunfeng paid it little mind. After all, the phantoms on the 1st level matched his abilities but lacked the fighting spirit and technique, like puppets with mere strength. However, when he focused, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that Xu Qiu, the top scorer in the college entrance exam?" Before he could ponder further, the phantom of Xu Qiu lunged with a spear, striking like a bolt of lightning. Li Yunfeng's pupils contracted as he dodged hastily, yet his shoulder was pierced. Is this really just a phantom? He wondered in shock, quickly summoning his spirit weapon sword radiating a holy light. Its hilt adorned with white wings, exuding a sacred aura. Glass spirit weapon, the holy winged sword. The blade glowed white, rapidly healing his wound. It was this very sword that earned Li Yunfeng the reputation of being the invincible swordmaster, known for emerging unscathed from countless battles. The Xu Qiu phantom was not to be outdone, summoning a thunder dragon spirit weapon. Though suppressed to its class level, its domineering lightning still made Li Yunfeng uneasy. The phantom attacked again, executing the perfected A-class martial skill, Thunder King Spear, with astounding power. Li Yunfeng dared not be careless, facing the phantom with all his might. Using his fighting spirit and technique, he temporarily subdued the phantom, seizing the moment to unleash the A-class martial skill, Divine Light Slash. Yet, as he locked eyes with the phantom, a chill ran through his heart. In the next instant, the phantom thrust its spear, unleashing a torrent of lightning with more than 10 times the previous power. It was the class martial skill, Thunder God's Judgment Spear. The white sword aura shattered instantly, and Li Yunfeng was blasted out of the Tower of Azura. Lying on the ground, he found himself questioning his abilities. How could he not even clear the first level? Why was this phantom so powerful? As he pondered, Lu Long approached with a teasing remark. Out so soon? Are you up to it? Suddenly recalling something, Li Yunfeng urgently asked, did you send the challenge to Xu Qiu? Lu Long replied that he hadn't yet, giving Li Yunfeng a moment of relief until Lu Long added, I haven't sent mine. Yours, I've already sent. Li Yunfeng felt a wave of dizziness, nearly fainting. Lu Long quickly supported him, only to be grabbed by the neck as Li Yunfeng exclaimed, Lu Long, I'll strangle you. Who in their right mind would want to challenge that monster? Lu Long's eyes were bulging as he struggled to breathe. Li Yunfeng calmly took his phone and quickly typed out a challenge email to Xu Qiu. With an indifferent expression, he said, if we're going down, we'll go down together. Just then, Xu Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang approached slowly. Li Yunfeng stiffened and his muscles tensed. Xu Qiu glanced at him curiously but didn't ask any questions, simply nodding with a smile. Hello, classmates, Xu Qiu greeted warmly. Hi, Li Yunfeng responded stiffly. Lu Long, on the other hand, was more at ease and laughed. Hey, you're Xu Qiu, right? You've only been at Yanlong University for a few days, and you've already made quite a splash. Well, I'm sorry to have caused a fuss, Xu Qiu replied good-naturedly. Su Xiaoshuang put her hands on her hips provocatively. So, do you want to compete? Lu Long was about to reply, but Li Yunfeng quickly pulled him back. Forcing a smile, Li Yunfeng said, Su, you're here for the tower challenge, right? Go ahead, we won't disturb you. Let's chat some other time. With that, he hurriedly dragged Lu Long away. Once they were out of earshot, Lu Long complained, Li Yunfeng, what's up with you today? Why are you so afraid of Xu Qiu? Is this the same you that I know? Li Yunfeng smirked. Once you've fought him, you'll understand why I'm wary. Ha, I don't believe it. Lu Long raised an eyebrow and turned to challenge Xu Qiu directly. This time, Li Yunfeng didn't stop him. Why aren't you stopping me? Lu Long asked, puzzled. Well, you can't save someone who's determined to dig their own grave, can you? Li Yunfeng shrugged. Lu Long hesitated, knowing Li Yunfeng well enough to realize that Xu Qiu must indeed be formidable. He coughed awkwardly, never mind. The challenge has been sent, there's no rush. Li Yunfeng patted his shoulder. It's okay to back down. I won't laugh at you. After all, I backed down too. Xu Qiu challenged the Azura Tower once more. With his spear gleaming, Xu Qiu advanced smoothly, reaching the 7th level. This was where he had previously met defeat, surrounded by 64 phantoms. Xu Qiu muttered to himself, such unfairness. How about a unknown? He swept his spear across, engaging in a fierce battle with the phantoms. Using his exceptional fighting spirit and skills, he finally broke through the 7th level and stepped onto the 8th. However, faced with 128 phantoms, Xu Qiu was ultimately overpowered and expelled from the tower. The display screen flashed his result, level 7, 8 hours and 17 minutes. The surrounding students were left speechless as Xu Qiu quietly slipped away. While looking for Su Xiaoshuang, she too was expelled from the tower. The screen showed, Su Xiaoshuang, level 4, 7 hours and 18 minutes. Surprised, Xu Qiu asked, have you mastered the fighting spirit? Su Xiaoshuang shook her head, and Xu Qiu realized it might be because the empress's martial soul couldn't be replicated. After dinner, the siblings returned to their dormitories. As soon as Xu Qiu opened his computer, his inbox was flooded with challenges. He touched his face and wondered aloud, am I really that annoying? Meanwhile, outside the Azura Tower, a group of students gathered, questioning their own abilities. They shared their terrifying encounters with Xu Qiu's phantom inside the tower. News spread quickly across Yanlong University, and those who had challenged Xu Qiu found themselves even more unnerved after experiencing it firsthand. Is he really that strong? How can anyone compete if he's that powerful? Are they supposed to use their heads to fight? This is just too unbelievable. On the Yanlong University forum, students were buzzing with discussions. Many regretted issuing challenges and wanted to withdraw their fight invitations. They realized that they were the ones being arrogant, as Xu Qiu's strength far exceeded their expectations. After battling in the Azura Tower for an entire day, Xu Qiu took a night's rest. The next morning, he headed to the cafeteria with his Panlong Pao Jun spear. Just as he was about to finish his breakfast and return to the Azura Tower, a cocky young man approached him. The man was playing with a small knife in his hand, a playful look in his eyes. Xu Qiu, the top scorer in the National Martial Arts entrance exam. I hear you're quite the sensation at school lately. The students in the cafeteria recognized the newcomer and started whispering, "That's Wang Baolong. He's ranked 4th on the Yanlong University Storm leaderboard, and they say he broke through to the 4th tier 3 months ago. He just got back from training in the Spirit Energy Zone. Could he be here to cause trouble for Xu Qiu? Does he even know about the Azura Tower incident?" Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Baolong frowned slightly. He had indeed just returned and wasn't up to date on the Azura Tower situation. But what did that have to do with him wanting to challenge Xu Qiu? Wang Baolong smirked inwardly. A freshman daring to be so hyperphily, of course. He had to step in and teach him a lesson. Besides, his recent training had been fruitful, and he was confident even Li Yunfeng, the top of the Storm leaderboard, wouldn't be a match for him. He intended to start his reign over Yanlong University by defeating Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu calmly continued his breakfast, unfazed by Wang Baolong's ambitious demeanor. His composed attitude only served to infuriate Wang, who snapped, "Didn't you hear your senior talking to you?" Xu Qiu finally looked up, responding serenely, "Let me finish my breakfast first." He then resumed eating gracefully, as if oblivious to anyone else around him. A student next to Wang couldn't hold back and moved to overturn Xu Qiu's tray. Xu Qiu swiftly caught the student's wrist, remarking nonchalantly, "Wasting food is shameful." With a gentle push, the student stumbled backward, ending up in a rather sorry state. After finishing his meal, Xu Qiu finally turned his attention to Wang Baolong. "What do you want?" he asked. "I challenge you. Do you dare?" Wang stated bluntly. Xu Qiu sighed, shaking his head. "Don't you know my email? If you want to challenge me, send a formal request first." Clearly, you don't understand proper protocol. Just then, a system prompt offered 3 options. Xu Qiu pondered briefly, then chose the third. He addressed Wang Baolong. "Since you don't know the rules, let me teach you. Where shall we fight?" Wang Baolong sneered, "You're straightforward, but you're 100 years too early to teach me anything. Follow me." With that, he led Xu Qiu to the dueling arena. The news spread like wildfire, and the entire university buzzed with excitement as crowds gathered to watch. In the arena, Wang Baolong brandished a shape-shifting weapon, declaring arrogantly, "I'm your senior. Don't say I'm bullying you, I'll let you have the first 3 moves." Xu Qiu raised an eyebrow, amused. "You're letting me have 3 moves? Are you sure?" "That's right. Bring it on." Wang Baolong replied confidently. Xu Qiu didn't hold back. With a casual motion, he formed a fist and unleashed a blazing fire punch. The massive flaming fist tore through the air with a resounding boom. Wang Baolong felt an intense heat wave rushing toward him, almost scorching his hair. He roared, slashing at the fire punch with a fiery blade. With an explosive clash, the fire punch was torn apart. Yet the residual force sent him staggering backward, crashing into the energy shield, his clothes and hair singed. Just one punch left him in a sorry state. With just one punch, Wang Baolong was sent flying. His clothes and hair were scorched black, leaving everyone in shock. The overwhelming power of that single punch stunned the entire audience. Wang Baolong was incredulous. How could his opponent possess such strength? Xu Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly said, "Senior, that was just the first move. There are still 2 more to go." As he spoke, he placed his hand on his spear. Wang Baolong's pupils contracted. If just a fist could leave him in such a state, what chance did he have against a spear? As Xu Qiu grasped the spear, Wang Baolong let out a low shout, and flames suddenly erupted around him. A fiery leopard appeared out of thin air. It was his class martial spirit, the blazing fire leopard. "Go!" Wang Baolong commanded, and the blazing fire leopard transformed into a streak of fire, rushing towards Xu Qiu. The crowd was in an uproar. Wasn't he supposed to allow 3 moves? Now, letting Xu Qiu attack would be tantamount to suicide. The speed of the blazing fire leopard was astonishing. As it moved, Xu Qiu seemed to be surrounded by flames. The crowd gasped in awe. Was this the terrifying speed of his class martial spirit? Wang Baolong sneered, "Xu Qiu, you're done for." Yet, Xu Qiu merely smirked, his eyes darting as his extraordinary dynamic vision kicked in. The trajectory of the blazing fire leopard was clear to him. Xu Qiu moved with ease, sidestepping each of the leopard's attacks with perfect timing. Sweat beaded on Wang Baolong's forehead. Dodging once might be luck, but repeatedly evading like this was clearly skill. He gritted his teeth and said, "You may dodge the leopard, but I doubt you can handle both of us together." Before his words had faded, Wang Baolong swung his long sword, sending fiery arcs slashing through the air. The blade's energy surged, setting the air ablaze and distorting the light. Yet Xu Qiu remained composed, effortlessly avoiding both the sword's energy and the leopard's attacks. "Too slow. Can't you speed up a bit?" Xu Qiu taunted. Enraged, Wang Baolong swung faster, but to no avail. The crowd was dumbfounded. How was Xu Qiu managing this? Principal Yanlong pondered aloud. It seems like he can predict the trajectories of the blazing fire leopard and the sword energy, allowing him to dodge in advance. How could this be possible? How could anyone possess such extraordinary dynamic vision? Some teachers found it hard to believe. This little guy sure has a lot of secrets hidden within him. Principal Yanlong remarked with admiration. Mu Qingkong's lips curved slightly upward, and a look of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. As half a mentor to Xu Qiu, seeing her student grow to such an extent filled her with joy. In the arena, Wang Baolong was panting heavily, his eyes filled with frustration. Damn it! Why can't I hit him? He raged internally as his attacks repeatedly missed their mark. Xu Qiu shook his head with a light chuckle. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. Before his words faded, he had already flashed behind the fiery god leopard. With a swift thrust of his spear, the beast collapsed and dissolved into red light. Wang Baolong gasped, barely registering what had happened before Xu Qiu appeared right in front of him. When it comes to speed, who can rival Kunpeng? Xu Qiu murmured. With the Kunpeng martial spirit and his exceptional dynamic vision, he moved as if unchallenged. In a panic, Wang Baolong swung his blade, flame blade wave. But it was too late. Xu Qiu's spear struck like a dragon, sending the long blade flying. Wang Baolong crashed heavily into the energy barrier, coughing up blood, several bones cracking audibly. This battle had been destined for a landslide victory from the start. The crowd was stunned by the display of Xu Qiu's strength, their eyes filled with apprehension. Yet Xu Qiu didn't step down from the stage. Instead, he took out his phone and opened his email. Over the past few days, many have sent me challenges, issuing fight invitations. Now, let's settle them all at once. Upon hearing this, many faces in the crowd turned pale. Let's focus on resolving this. Upon hearing Xu Qiu's words, many people's faces turned pale. As soon as Xu Qiu finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos. The seniors who had challenged him all looked as if they had seen a ghost, swallowing hard. They had only intended to teach this arrogant freshman a lesson, but his performance in the arena was astonishing. At this moment, they could only regret their foolish decision to challenge Xu Qiu. Unfazed by the reactions around him, Xu Qiu calmly took out his phone and began checking his email. He read out the names one by one, and each time a name was called, someone in the crowd would smile wryly. Those who hadn't challenged him were secretly relieved, thankful they hadn't provoked this formidable opponent. From the spectator seats, Mu Qingkong marveled. This guy's knack for causing trouble almost matches his skill level. After finishing the list, Xu Qiu, feeling a bit parched, casually waved his hand and said, "This is too much hassle. If you've challenged me, just come at me all at once." His words left the students below looking at each other in disbelief. They couldn't beat him unknown, but all at once? Was Xu Qiu being overly arrogant? Just as they hesitated, Wang Baolong, who had been defeated earlier, stood up with difficulty and taunted loudly, "A freshman has already gone this far, and you're just going to take it? Li Yunfeng, Lu Long, your top fighters on the leaderboard, yet you don't dare to face him after challenging him? That's just cowardly." The named individuals looked grim and shot Wang Baolong a glare. Li Yunfeng took a deep breath and stepped forward first. With a swift movement, he leapt onto the stage, clasped his hands and said, "Please teach me." Before his words faded, a radiant light sword had already formed in his hand. Li Yunfeng swung his sword, and a blinding white light engulfed the arena. Xu Qiu instinctively squinted, and Li Yunfeng's eyes lit up. This was his signature move, Bright Slash, which first blinded the opponent with intense light, then struck while they were distracted. However, even though Xu Qiu couldn't see, he slightly moved his ears, using his skill of locating by sound to easily dodge the attack. Under Olei's training, he had fought against hundreds of beasts, honing his ability to fight without relying on sight. Xu Qiu countered with a spear thrust, and Li Yunfeng blocked with his sword. In the next instant, a tremendous force hit him, causing his hands to go numb and sending him flying backward. The palm of his hand was bleeding. Li Yunfeng was shocked, silently marveling at the immense strength of his opponent. The great sword in his hand emitted a white light, instantly healing his wound. Xu Qiu remained unfazed, knowing well the capabilities of the Slevel martial soul, the holy winged sword. Thanks to his extensive knowledge from the Blue Star Encyclopedia, he was well versed in the martial souls that had appeared on Blue Star. Standing tall with his spear, Xu Qiu loudly taunted, "Why don't the rest of you join in? Are you really this cowardly? Is this all the courage students of Yanlong University have?" He stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping around with an air of arrogance. The students below were incensed. "He's too arrogant. I feel like going up there to teach him a lesson." "Then why don't you? You think I won't? I'll go up there." In no time, the top fighters from the rankings jumped onto the stage, standing alongside Li Yunfeng, confronting Xu Qiu. In the spectator stands, a concerned teacher turned to the principal of Yanlong University, saying, "Principal, should we stop them? If this continues, something bad might happen." The principal of Yanlong University smiled slightly. "No need. Let the young ones have their fun. I want to see what Xu Qiu is capable of. With the University League approaching, Yanlong University needs a leader. I had high hopes for Li Yunfeng before, but now it's Xu Qiu's turn. The teachers exchanged glances and fell silent. Only one teacher in black kept a close eye on Xu Qiu, a glint of coldness in his eyes, as if he was watching a natural adversary. Xu Qiu stood on the arena stage, a slight smile playing on his lips as he watched each challenger step forward. Gripping his powerful Panlong Pajun spear, he stood his ground without retreating an inch. He beckoned with a finger, taunting them. Come at me all at once. This provoked an immediate surge of anger from the crowd. Spectators began cheering for Li Yunfeng and his companions, shouting, "Show this arrogant newcomer what you're made of." Li Yunfeng exchanged a glance with his teammates and charged first. His sword thrust forward, releasing a dazzling burst of light. Xu Qiu was ready, his spear striking out first, its tip crackling with lightning. With a loud bang, Li Yunfeng was sent flying. Seeing this, the others let out low growls and summoned their martial spirits to attack. Xu Qiu smiled slightly, and with a thought, his two formidable SS-level martial spirits, Thunder Dragon and White Tiger, appeared. Thunder and ferocity interwove, clashing fiercely with the challenger's spirits. The White Tiger moved with grace, while the Thunder Dragon barreled through, their contrasting yet equally powerful fighting styles overwhelming their opponents. Mu Bing joined the fray, brandishing her staff as she charged at Xu Qiu. "I've been wanting to fight you for a long time." Xu Qiu responded with a calm smile, his figure flickering as he left an afterimage. Caught off guard, Mu Bing was struck hard in the chest by the butt of his spear, spitting blood as she was knocked back. Undeterred, the others pressed on, surrounding Xu Qiu from all sides. Suddenly, Xu Qiu leaped, creating 6 identical clones of himself. The crowd gasped. What an incredible movement technique! They attacked, but only struck afterimages. Xu Qiu's true form darted into their ranks, his spear moving like a dragon, executing flawless spear techniques. Feng Wuji's eyes shone with excitement. "Xu Qiu, let's see whose spear skills are superior." Infusing his spear with spiritual energy, he engaged in a fierce duel with Xu Qiu. However, after just a few exchanges, Feng Wuji's spear was knocked from his hands, and he was sent hurtling into the energy barrier with great force. Xu Qiu continued to wield his Thunder King spear, lightning crackling wildly as one martial artist after another was sent flying like kites. On another battlefield, the White Tiger and Thunder Dragon, under Xu Qiu's command, shattered one beast spirit after another, roaring like kings of the beasts, dominating the battlefield. Xu Qiu descended like a war god, unstoppable in his path. With the White Tiger and Thunder Dragon roaring under his control, he crushed the beast spirits of his adversaries one by one. The students in the stands went from cheering and shouting to being utterly dumbfounded, and finally fell silent in awe. They watched in disbelief as Xu Qiu single-handedly took on and defeated all the senior students. "Is he really just a freshman?" Someone muttered in disbelief. "He's terrifying. Even the best teachers aren't this formidable," another exclaimed. After dispatching his final opponent, Xu Qiu stretched leisurely and surveyed the scene. He stood alone on the stage, surrounded by opponents groaning in defeat. The aura of battle and menace he exuded was like that of a demonic warrior emerging from a mountain of corpses. His gaze swept across the audience, and with a challenging tone, he asked, "Anyone else want to take me on?" The students quickly averted their eyes, avoiding his gaze. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Xu Qiu's eyes. He then turned to Principal Yanlong and the other staff, grinning widely. "Teachers, care to join in?" Mu Qingkong's lips twitched as she thought to herself, "This guy's got a one-track mind like Olay, all muscles and no brain." She shot Xu Qiu a fierce glare. Xu Qiu shrugged, suddenly sensing something off. His eyes fell on a man in a black robe, standing behind Mu Qingkong. Although this man was also a teacher, there was something different about him. While others showed mere disapproval during Xu Qiu's challenge, this black-robed teacher's eyes flashed with killing intent. Xu Qiu's sharp battle instincts immediately alerted him to the fact that something was wrong with this black-robed teacher. The man gave him an intensely unsettling feeling, as if he concealed a great danger. Xu Qiu cast a deep gaze at the man in black. His eyes were sharp as he scrutinized the figure, silently on guard. Seeing no more challengers approaching, Xu Qiu turned and headed straight for the Azura Tower. The crowd gasped in disbelief. "Is this guy a monster? After so many battles, he still has the energy to go to the Azura Tower," someone exclaimed. "Terrifying," another murmured. As Xu Qiu's silhouette faded into the distance, the onlookers were filled with awe. News quickly spread that he had defeated numerous upperclassmen from Yanlong University. Within a week, Xu Qiu had skyrocketed from a freshman to the top of the power rankings, setting a new school record and ensuring his name would be recorded in the school's annals. Even the former top student, Li Yunfeng, acknowledged his prowess. "I've never seen such a formidable martial artist. His fighting spirit, skills, and soul are impeccable. He's a prodigy in martial arts and might just become the next supreme warrior. Late at night, Xu Qiu emerged from the Azura Tower. He glanced at the display screen. The 7th level, completed in 9 hours and 11 minutes. Though he hadn't broken through to the 8th level, he felt he had made significant progress. To his surprise, the Azura Tower could replicate his exceptional dynamic vision, which was truly extraordinary. Just as he was about to return to his dorm, a shadowy figure blocked his path. Xu Qiu squinted and recognized the teacher who had previously made him uneasy. Xu Qiu, out so late. I see you're quite diligent, the teacher in black robes remarked with a smile, though his tone was far from friendly. Xu Qiu remained calm. What brings you here at this hour, teacher? Not much. Just wanted to teach you a bit about respecting your elders, the teacher said, his aura radiating the power of a 6th-level master. Xu Qiu gripped his Panlong Pajun spear tightly. Though he was somewhat fatigued, he wasn't afraid to fight. That depends on whether you're qualified to teach me. Tensions ran high as Mu Qingkong approached slowly. She cast a cold glance at the teacher in black. Mr. Zhao, what are your intentions, intercepting a student at this hour? Mr. Zhao's expression stiffened, and he forced a calm demeanor. Ms. Mu, I was just passing by. With that, he gave Xu Qiu a long look, withdrew his energy, and hurried away. Xu Qiu scoffed. All bark and no bite. Mu Qingkong rolled her eyes. You sure are arrogant for a young one. Xu Qiu's expression turned serious. Ms. Mu, what's the story with this Mr. Zhao? Zhao Feihong, from the Zhao family, one of the 3 major families in the imperial capital. Mu Qingkong replied casually. I'm from the Mu family. Xu Qiu was enlightened. I have no dealings with the Zhao family. Why the hostility? Mu Qingkong pondered for a moment. That is peculiar. You should get some rest. After Xu Qiu nodded and left, Mu Qingkong followed Zhao Feihong to the lakeside. Ms. Mu, you followed me? Zhao Feihong stopped. What grievance do you have with Xu Qiu? Mu Qingkong asked directly. Zhao Feihong denied it. I have no grievance, truly just passing by. Mu Qingkong sneered. You might fool others, but not me. Seeing Zhao Feihong still unwilling to admit anything, Mu Qingkong suddenly ignited with scorching flames. The lake water began to boil as she stood like a fiery enchantress, her gaze cold as ice. If Xu Qiu suffers any harm, whether or not you're responsible, I'll hold you accountable, Mu Qingkong said icily. If he loses a single hair, I'll flay you. If there's an accident, I'll reduce you to ashes. You know I'm capable of it. Zhao Feihong's face turned pale. Mu Qingkong, I'm from the Zhao family. Do you really want to burn bridges? Ha, the Zhao family. Mu Qingkong laughed coldly. Do I need to remind you of our respective standings in our families? Even if I burn you, the Zhao family wouldn't sever ties with mine over it. With that, Mu Qingkong withdrew her aura and left, leaving Zhao Feihong alone by the lake, his expression dark as the water. Damn it, that spoiled brat thinks she can do whatever she wants just because she's the daughter of the Mu family head? Zhao Feihong watched Mu Qingkong walk away, clenching his teeth as a shadow of malice flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath to quell his anger, murmuring to himself, Xu Qiu and Mu Qingkong are both tough to deal with. I thought I had my emotions under control, but they still sensed something was off. He squinted his eyes. With Mu Qingkong around, taking down Xu Qiu has become much more difficult. But if Xu Qiu isn't dealt with, he will become a significant threat to my family in the future. With that, Zhao Feihong turned and left, exuding an aura of a fierce beast. The next morning, Xu Qiu woke up as usual and went to the field for his morning exercise after freshening up. On his way, many students eyed him with a mix of awe and fear, as if they were looking at a monster. Xu Qiu touched his face, puzzled about whether he truly appeared so intimidating. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from not far away. A female student had slipped on a banana peel and was about to hit the ground, her tray flying into the air. In a flash, Xu Qiu dashed forward, catching the girl with one hand and the tray with the other. The entire process was seamless, with not a drop of soup spilled. The girl gazed at Xu Qiu's handsome face in a daze, her heart fluttering like fireworks. Xu Qiu asked gently, "Are you all right?" He helped her steady herself and handed back her tray before bending down to pick up the banana peel and tossing it into a trash bin. This scene sparked conversations among the surrounding students. Who knew Xu Qiu was so courteous? He's not scary at all. Yeah, he even picked up the trash voluntarily. What a considerate guy. In the eyes of many, Xu Qiu's image shifted from a terrifying figure to that of a gentle and reliable neighbor, prompting many to greet him warmly. Upon reaching the Azura Tower, Xu Qiu noticed a group of people sighing at the entrance. Too strong. We can't defeat him at all. It feels like he's even tougher than last time. He's a monster. Xu Qiu blinked in confusion, wondering if the Azura Tower had become more challenging. Just then, Mu Bing approached and explained, Xu Qiu, you're putting us in a tough spot. Your Azura Phantom has surpassed both Ole and the War King Luo Ao, becoming the most formidable opponent in the Azura Tower. Xu Qiu realized the situation and shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "It seems coming to Yanlong University was indeed the right choice." At that moment, a young man in white barged into the campus, heading straight for the martial arts clubs. He kicked open the door and proudly declared, "I am Zhao Zijin from Imperial Capital University, here to challenge the top fighters of Yanlong University." 20 minutes later, Zhao Zijin had Feng Wuji under his foot, sneering, "Is this all you've got? Too weak." He kicked Feng Wuji aside and left with his entourage, continuing to challenge other clubs. 3 hours later, Zhao Zijin had defeated the leaders of various clubs. News of his victories spread quickly across campus, leaving students both enraged and helpless. Zhao Zijin not only had reached the 5th tier in cultivation but also possessed the S-grade weapon soul, the Gale battle armor, making it difficult even for 6th-tier martial artists to breach his defenses. Impressive. This Zhao Zijin, I've heard about him. He's not someone to be trifled with at the Imperial Capital University, ranking 9th on the leaderboard. Zhao Zijin, clad in his S-grade martial spirit Gale armor, effortlessly blocked the full-force strike from President Yang Qing. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he casually threw a punch. With a loud bang, Yang Qing was sent flying like a broken kite, blood spraying from his mouth, his face ashen. Zhao Zijing sneered, "Ranked 5th on the leaderboard? Is that all?" Struggling to his feet, Yang Qing took a deep breath, "You're strong, but conquering Yanlong University is impossible." Zhao Zijing chuckled playfully, "Oh? Are you referring to Li Yunfeng? He's no match for me either." Yang Qing suddenly gave a mysterious smile. "Even if Li Yunfeng can't do it, don't think you'll succeed." The surrounding students suddenly understood, whispering among themselves, "Right, there's still him. That guy's a monster." Zhao Zijing frowned slightly. "Who?" Suddenly, his expression changed. "Could it be Xu Qiu?" Yang Qing nodded. "Exactly." Zhao Zijing laughed heartily. "Ridiculous. Just a freshman, and you're pinning your hopes on him?" The crowd fell silent, yet their eyes shone with unwavering belief. They once underestimated Xu Qiu like Zhao Zijing, but now they genuinely recognized Xu Qiu's strength. Zhao Zijing snorted coldly, "Fine, after I deal with the others, I'll meet this Xu Qiu. I'll make you all see the gap clearly." With that, he continued challenging other top-ranking students. With his S-grade martial spirit, Zhao Zijing was unstoppable, even catching the attention of the teachers. Zhao Zijing is clearly trying to show us up. Is this the idea of the Imperial Capital University's principal? Damn it. But we can't act rashly. We have to trust our students. Mu Qingkong remained calm, glancing at Zhao Feihong. The Zhao family is always so domineering. They'll stumble sooner or later. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu had just emerged from the Azura Tower, smiling with satisfaction at his score on the display screen. Lin Jing came running, out of breath. "Xu Qiu, help! Zhao Zijing is sweeping the leaderboard." Xu Qiu frowned. "Zhao Zijing? From the Zhao family?" He pondered for a moment. "Let's go and take a look." In the assembly hall, Zhao Zijing was fiercely battling Mu Bing. Mu Bing wielded a golden staff, its shadows layering with impressive might. However, Zhao Zijing suddenly unleashed his full power, sending Mu Bing flying with a single blow. "Even if Li Yunfeng isn't your match, don't think you can conquer Yanlong University." Yang Qing had a slight smile on his face as if he remembered something, while the other students also seemed to have a look of realization. Suddenly, he moved with lightning speed, appearing in front of Mu Bing like a fleeting shadow, throwing a punch aimed directly at her face. Zhao Zijing's punch was aggressive, and if it landed, it would be more than just a blow to Mu Bing's appearance. He showed no mercy, clearly intending to humiliate her. Such confrontations were common among the heirs of the four great families, but Zhao Zijing's unusually heavy-handed approach today was out of character. Mu Bing's expression changed abruptly, instinctively closing her eyes, bracing for the painful impact. Just at that critical moment, two powerful auras erupted from the crowd. A figure shot into the fray like a bolt of lightning, instantly positioning themselves in front of Mu Bing. With a resounding bang, the force of the punches collided. Zhao Zijing was actually pushed back several steps by this power. Focusing his gaze, he saw it was Xu Qiu who had stepped in to shield Mu Bing. In the crowd, Mu Qingkong, who had been ready to act, withdrew his aura and gave Zhao Zijing a cold glare. Xu Qiu noticed this glance and understood. If he hadn't intervened, Mu Qingkong wouldn't have stood by and let his sister be humiliated. Xu Qiu had just been a step quicker. "This power. You must be Xu Qiu." Zhao Zijing recognized the rising star who had topped the college entrance exams. Xu Qiu ignored him, turning to Mu Bing with concern. "Senior, are you all right?" Mu Bing stared at Xu Qiu in a daze, then gently shook her head. "I'm fine." "That's good." Xu Qiu smiled slightly, then turned to face Zhao Zijing with a calm demeanor. "Senior, please step aside and watch how I deal with this guy." His tone was composed and assured, as if handling Zhao Zijing was merely a trivial task for him. Upon hearing that Xu Qiu wanted to teach him a lesson, Zhao Zijin couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe a freshman like you would be so arrogant. I really wonder what Luo Qingxue sees in you. As soon as Zhao Zijin finished speaking, Xu Qiu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Unfazed, he pulled out his phone and dialed Luo Qingxue's number in front of everyone, making sure to put it on speaker. The call connected quickly, and Luo Qingxue's gentle voice came through. Hello, Xu Qiu? Qingxue, how have you been lately? Xu Qiu asked casually. I'm doing well. Are you calling just to check on me? Luo Qingxue replied with a hint of affection in her voice. Zhao Zijin's eyes widened in disbelief, and his smug expression froze. Everyone around was equally astonished, unable to believe that the Ice Queen of Imperial University was so familiar with Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu glanced at Zhao Zijin and continued, here's the thing. I'm at Yanlong University, and today, a guy named Zhao Zijin showed up to provoke me. He claimed you were his girl and told me to stay away from you. I just wanted to ask, what's your relation with him? That's nonsense. Luo Qingxue immediately retorted angrily. Xu Qiu, don't misunderstand. I know Zhao Zijin. He's like a persistent fly that won't leave me alone. I've chased him off several times, but I can't believe he had the nerve to show up at your school. With those words, the crowd's gaze towards Zhao Zijin turned peculiar. Some couldn't suppress their laughter, and others openly mocked him. So that's the kind of person you are. Zhao Zijin's face shifted from red to green to white, finally settling on a deep crimson. He roared in anger and charged at Xu Qiu, his fist aimed directly at Xu Qiu's face with the force of a gale. However, Xu Qiu effortlessly sidestepped the powerful blow, his movements around Zhao Zijin as fluid and graceful as a phoenix navigating a storm. Come on, faster! Xu Qiu taunted as he dodged, with such slow speed. How dare you stand in front of me? This can't be your fastest, can it? Even an old lady on the street might be quicker. Enraged beyond measure, Zhao Zijin shouted, raging wind blades. As he unleashed his spiritual power, it transformed into sharp wind blades, sweeping towards Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu took a few steps back, looking at Zhao Zijin and said, is that all you've got? Weak. So weak. Are you really an S-level soul warrior? Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips. They knew full well that it wasn't Zhao Zijin who was weak, but rather Xu Qiu who was extraordinarily strong. If Zhao Zijin was considered weak, then those who had been defeated by him would be nothing but trash. It was clear Xu Qiu was toying with Zhao Zijin. Someone whispered, Xu Qiu is only at the 4th rank, and yet he's toying with a 5th rank expert? Unbelievable. Truly a monster. Another person agreed. Zhao Zijin glared at Xu Qiu, fuming, all you do is dodge? Xu Qiu smiled faintly, oh, I'm just playing along for now, giving you a chance to show off. If I defeated you right away, wouldn't that be boring? Anyone can boast. Zhao Zijin snorted. If you've got the guts, make your move. I want to see how you break through my hurricane battle armor. His weapon soul was not only about speed, but its defense was also remarkable. Zhao Zijin was confident that with his armor's defense, he could remain undefeated. Xu Qiu sneered, just a piece of armor. How hard could it be to break? With that said, he took a step forward. In an instant, Xu Qiu's form blurred, splitting into 6 afterimages. The 6 Xu Qius attacked simultaneously, making it impossible to tell which one was real. What an incredible technique! Such speed! Forming 6 afterimages? The crowd exclaimed in amazement. Executing the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions to its fullest, even Zhao Zijin couldn't distinguish the real Xu Qiu. The 6 figures closed in swiftly, launching their attack. Zhao Zijin couldn't dodge in time and was knocked into the air. Immediately, the 6 Xu Qius surged forward again, striking continuously in midair. His fists and kicks rained down on Zhao Zijin, leaving him with no chance to counterattack, as he was tossed around in the air without a chance to land. Zhao Zijin gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! How can this guy be so much faster than me? Even so, he held onto a sliver of hope. Stay calm. At least he can't break my armor yet. But in the next moment, a faint sound, like porcelain cracking, emanated from his armor. Crack! Zhao Zijin's pupils contracted, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Upon hearing the sound akin to shattering porcelain, Zhao Zijin broke into a cold sweat, his scalp tingling with fear. His armor had cracked. Zhao Zijin couldn't believe it. Xu Qiu possessed such strength. Before he could react, Xu Qiu unleashed the Phoenix Dance of 6 illusions, his figure flickering in the air, transforming into 6 silhouettes. His punches and kicks fell like raindrops on Zhao Zijin, with thunderous sounds echoing continuously. Zhao Zijin was forced to endure the onslaught, unable to defend himself, and eventually crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. Xu Qiu looked down from above, coldly saying, is that all you've got? I wasn't even serious. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhao Zijin roared in anger, unleashing his spiritual power. Wind blades intertwined, forming a destructive hurricane that surged forward. Xu Qiu remained unperturbed, his fingers making a grasping motion, lightning intertwining to form a spear. With one thrust, the thunderous force tore through the hurricane, striking directly at Zhao Zijing. Amidst a deafening explosion, Zhao Zijing's armor shattered, and he was sent flying backward, spewing blood. He lay on the ground, unable to rise, staring blankly at the sky, as if in a dream. Xu Qiu approached and calmly said, "You've lost. Honestly, with your level of strength, you're not worthy of pursuing Qingxue." Zhao Zijing was so infuriated he almost spat blood, yet he had no retort. He gritted his teeth and uttered a harsh parting remark, "Xu Qiu, fine. We'll meet again at the tournament." With that, he called his subordinates to help him up and left in disgrace. The crowd witnessing the scene buzzed with discussions, heaping praises on Xu Qiu, dubbing him Xu the God. Principal Yanlong approached, expressing his admiration. "Well done, Xu Qiu. You've restored the honor of Yanlong University. I've decided to appoint you as the captain of our university's tournament team. I hope you can reverse the decline we've faced in recent years." Xu Qiu was momentarily taken aback, but, after a brief contemplation, firmly replied, "Rest assured, Principal. I will lead Yanlong University to claim first place in the tournament and restore its former glory." I have complete confidence in Xu Qiu as the team captain. As soon as Xu Qiu took charge, the entire team fell silent as if in the presence of a formidable force. Who would dare to challenge him? His legendary Panlong Pajun spear was not just for show. With the captaincy settled, the next step was to select team members for the league. Each university could send 5 participants, so in addition to Xu Qiu, 4 others were needed. The school would handle this task, and Xu Qiu was eager to return to his dormitory to claim his reward. Back in his dormitory, Xu Qiu couldn't wait to take out the cultivation card and storage ring awarded by the system. The seemingly ordinary black ring was, in fact, a rare spatial martial artifact. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood recognize him as its owner. After completing the ritual, Xu Qiu eagerly stored the Panlong Pajun spear in the ring, then retrieved it to admire it again, thoroughly enjoying himself. Having had his fill of amusement, Xu Qiu took out the cultivation card and, with a thought, crushed it. A surge of immense spiritual power flowed into his body, shattering the bottleneck of the 5th tier. Immediately, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing to the 5th tier and awakening the SS level martial soul, the undying Hellfire Phoenix." Xu Qiu sensed within his martial soul space a black flame rising, and a 9-nether Hellfire Phoenix spread its wings in the blaze, emitting an earth-shattering screech. Its divine presence swept forth, causing all avian and mythical beasts on Blue Star to shiver instinctively, as if acknowledging the birth of a supreme being. On the planet Blue Star, with the birth of the undying Hell Phoenix, all avian beasts felt a twinge of unease. The entire sky over Blue Star seemed to shudder. Birds and mystical creatures halted in their tracks, raising their heads warily to the heavens. Even warriors with avian spirits felt an involuntary tremor in their hearts, as if a supreme entity had descended. The higher the level of their spirit, the stronger this sensation became. At Imperial University, Luo Qingxue, who was deep in cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. The sea god necklace around her neck glowed faintly, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged like a tide. At that moment, the ice phoenix in her spirit space let out a sharp cry and flew out of her body, its gaze fixed intently on the distance. Luo Qingxue was startled by the change in the ice phoenix's emotions, excitement, mixed with battle intent and a hint of joy. This feeling was familiar, as if the kindred spirit had been born. Could it be that someone on Blue Star has awakened a phoenix spirit? Luo Qingxue murmured to herself. The phoenix has always been a symbol of supreme nobility. Ancient texts record that even a trace of phoenix bloodline could elevate a being to soaring heights. Whether in beasts or spirits, those with phoenix bloodline are incredibly rare. An SS-level phoenix spirit like hers is almost unheard of in history. Could there really be 2 in the same era now? Curiosity flashed in Luo Qingxue's eyes. Who was the person who awakened the phoenix spirit? What is their phoenix spirit like? How does it compare to my ice phoenix in strength? She picked up her phone and sent a message to Xu Qiu. "It seems there's a new phoenix spirit on Blue Star. Not sure who it is? Geniuses are becoming more common. You better work hard and not let anyone else defeat you. The only one who can beat you is me." After sending the message, Luo Qingxue returned to her cultivation. Meanwhile, at Yanlong University, Xu Qiu sat cross-legged, intrigued as he observed the newly emerged undying Hell Phoenix in his spirit space. This phoenix, similar in appearance to Luo Qingxue's ice phoenix, exuded the same regal elegance. However, it emanated an intensely savage life force. This life force was unlike the usual gentle vitality. Instead, it was as fierce as molten lava, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Information about this spirit began to surface in Xu Qiu's mind. Undying Hell Phoenix. Level: SSS. Attributes: life, darkness, fire. Description: a spirit with 3 attributes, she pursued immortality by embracing the power of darkness. Becoming the undying beast of hell, she possesses immense strength with her 3 attributes. Her hellfire can incinerate all. She also has the phoenix's power of rebirth, allowing her to quickly heal wounds and even be reborn. However, due to her fusion with darkness, she must endure the torment of dark erosion when using her rebirth power. Powerful, evil, undying. This is the fearsome beast famed in hell, the undying Hell Phoenix. Xu Qiu marveled, first the nether ghost Qilin, now the undying Hell Phoenix, both with dark attributes. Am I on a path to darkness? While darkness often conjures negative connotations, both the ghost Qilin and the undying Hell Phoenix possess strength beyond imagination. One can command a legion of ghosts, the other wields hellfire and the power of dark life. Though true immortality is currently out of reach, with increased cultivation, it might just be possible. Eager to test his new spirit's abilities, Xu Qiu retrieved the coiling dragon spear from his storage ring and unhesitatingly pierced his own palm. Blood gushed out immediately. With a thought, a black flame rose from his palm, enveloping it completely. The pain was intense, as if his hand were being submerged in acid, the heat unbearable. Yet amidst this agony, the wound on his palm healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Moments later, the wound vanished without a trace, and his palm was restored to its original state, unblemished. Xu Qiu finally understood what it meant to endure the pain of the dark power's erosion while undergoing treatment. He gritted his teeth, feeling the intertwining forces within him. The dark power surged like a tide, bringing excruciating pain, while the healing power continuously mended his injuries, offering a hint of warmth. This contradictory sensation made Xu Qiu smile wryly. That's what it means to have pleasure and pain, I guess, he murmured to himself. Despite the agony, Xu Qiu was surprised to find that the healing effect far exceeded his expectations. It seemed even more potent than Sister Zhao's life flower. This realization filled him with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The undying Hell Phoenix not only possesses formidable healing abilities, but its hellfire can also serve as a terrifying weapon, Xu Qiu mused. With this martial soul, as long as I have even a trace of spiritual power, I can become an immortal warrior. Just as he was reveling in the joy of his new martial soul, his phone chimed with a notification. Xu Qiu checked it and saw a message from Luo Qingxue. His expression turned a bit peculiar. Qingxue sensed the birth of a new phoenix martial soul? It seems there really is a special connection between phoenix souls, Xu Qiu thought aloud. He quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'm terrifyingly strong now. No one can defeat me, not even you. Better get used to being second place forever." Luo Qingxue, not one to back down, sent an angry emoji, followed by another message. "We'll see about that. I'll be on top of you." Xu Qiu couldn't help but picture some inappropriate scenes. He was about to tease her when he noticed Luo Qingxue had retracted the message and replaced it with, "I'll surpass you." Xu Qiu chuckled and replied, "Why did you retract it? Something's off with you." Luo Qingxue seemed a bit flustered. "It's your mind that's dirty." Their banter continued, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. Xu Qiu, that was quite the abrupt topic shift. Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue chatted for 2 hours. The next day, the selection competition at Yanlong University was in full swing, and Xu Qiu went to observe the event. On stage, Su Xiaoshuang was knocking her opponent to the ground. Xu Qiu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This girl really loved excitement. Knowing it was useless to dissuade her, he decided to let things be. If she had the ability, he would let her compete, and he didn't mind protecting her. After watching the competition, Xu Qiu headed straight to the Azura Tower. Although he had advanced to the 5th level, the difficulty of the tower did not decrease. The illusions inside the tower adjusted according to the challenger's level. Even a battle king could only make it to the 8th floor. Xu Qiu was not discouraged and honed his battle techniques and skills through repeated challenges, enhancing his strength. As his battle intent improved, his speed through the tower increased. After shattering an illusion with a single strike, Xu Qiu was once again ambushed and defeated. He looked at his result expressionlessly, the 7th floor, taking 7 hours and 18 minutes. He hoped to clear the 8th floor before the University League. 7 or 8 days later, the league participants were confirmed: Li Yunfeng, Mu Bing, Feng Wuji, and Su Xiaoshuang. Although Su Xiaoshuang had the lowest cultivation level, her strength was comparable to a height-year 5th level, and even Li Yunfeng found it difficult to defeat her quickly. Xu Qiu met with the 4 of them and suggested sparring to gauge each other's strengths. The 3 exchanged glances, and Mu Bing said, "Haven't we already sparred before?" Xu Qiu cleared his throat. "Last time ended too quickly. I didn't get a good sense of your abilities." The 3 of them twitched at the corners of their mouths, thinking, Is he blaming us for being too weak to satisfy him? This time, I'll control my strength. You all should attack with everything you've got, Xu Qiu said, looking at Su Xiaoshuang, including you, Xiaoshuang. No problem, I've been wanting to spar with you, brother. Su Xiaoshuang grinned. Before she finished speaking, Mu Bing had already dashed towards Xu Qiu like an arrow, bringing down her Vajra staff with force. This grade weapon was hard and heavy, capable of unleashing immense power. Xu Qiu sidestepped to avoid it, but was surprised by the swift horizontal sweep of the staff. Oh, you've improved quite a bit since last time. Mu Bing smiled smugly, having trained hard in the Azura Tower recently. As the staff was about to hit, Xu Qiu caught it steadily with his hand. Mu Bing's pupils contracted. How is that possible? Xu Qiu's aura flared, revealing his 5th level cultivation. Everyone was shocked. When did this monster break through? His progress was astonishing. Su Xiaoshuang showed no mercy, striking with a palm that sent ripples through the air, utilizing this grade martial skill, Shockwave Palm. Xu Qiu released the staff, dodging with agility. Immediately, Feng Wuji's Golden Light Spear and Li Yunfeng's Holy Wing Sword attacked in succession. Xu Qiu evaded each attack using his Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions technique, pondering. Aside from Su Xiaoshuang, they all wielded weapon spirits. The trio's weapons formed a fierce and powerful web of attacks, impressively coordinated. Yet, they still couldn't land a hit on Xu Qiu. Take this move, a grade martial skill. Golden Light Blast Thrust. Feng Wuji shouted, thrusting his spear with a golden light that shot like a meteor, carrying destructive power. Golden Burst Thrust. Feng Wuji launched his spear like a golden meteor shooting across the sky. With a spear strike as fierce as a dragon, Feng Wuji's Golden Burst Thrust sliced through the air. Almost simultaneously, Mu Bing and Li Yunfeng attacked, wielding a staff and a sword with the power of mountains and the majesty of moonlight. Their combined assault surged towards Xu Qiu like a torrent. Xu Qiu remained calm, his Panlong Pajun spear already in his grasp. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a thunderous strike, crackling with electricity. His Arank Thunder King spear technique shattered their attack, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake as the battle rapidly shifted. At this moment, Su Xiaoshuang quietly made her move. She gathered her spiritual energy and unleashed the Shockwave Palm, a transparent imprint imbued with spatial force sweeping forward. Xu Qiu chuckled, acknowledging his sister's progress, but didn't let his guard down. Planting his spear into the ground, he clenched his fist, conjuring a sphere of pitch-black flames. Blazing Fist. Xu Qiu launched a punch, the black flame fist clashing fiercely with the white palm imprint in midair. To everyone's astonishment, a Drank combat technique overpowered and shrank spatial technique. Su Xiaoshuang was taken aback, and Empress Qiongxiao revealed the truth: it was hellfire, a power derived from a special martial soul. As the battle concluded, Xu Qiu retrieved his spear, revealing his possession of a storage artifact. He remarked that their skills were inferior to the weakling Zhao Zijing, suggesting their chances in the University League were slim. The group felt disheartened, knowing Xu Qiu spoke the truth. Yet hope was not lost. Xu Qiu announced he would train them intensely over the next 2 months, leaving their potential for improvement up to them. Remembering his own grueling training, Xu Qiu smiled knowingly. Su Xiaoshuang sensed trouble, while the others, undeterred, eagerly accepted the challenge. I am ready for your training. I'll do whatever it takes to improve my skills. Li Yunfeng, Feng Wuji, and Mu Bing's eyes grew determined. All right, let's meet here at this time tomorrow. Xu Qiu scratched his head awkwardly and said, you haven't mentioned what exactly the special training will be about. I need to prepare since it's my first time conducting such training. The 3 of them felt a twinge of doubt. Is this really going to work? As night fell, Xu Qiu returned to his dorm and called Ole. As soon as the call connected, he was met with a deafening roar. Hey, Commander. What are you up to? Xu Qiu asked, puzzled. I'm in the 11 spirit zone, the blazing hot volcano. Ole replied, swinging a spiked mace and sending a fire-breathing giant lizard flying. What's up? Xu Qiu briefly explained the situation. Ole, dodging a fireball with agility, then launched herself like a meteor towards the fire lizard's head. The impact created a large crater in the volcanic ground, with lava splattering everywhere and the searing spiritual energy boiling in the air. Special training is simple, Ole said while fighting. Master one key principle, and you can easily train excellent warriors. Xu Qiu held his breath, ready to listen. Listen up. If it doesn't kill you, train harder. Ole grinned. Xu Qiu was stunned. What? Commander, are you serious? Or are you joking? Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the phone. Human, you seek death. A talking beast? At least a 7th rank. Xu Qiu exclaimed. Ole, excited, said, there's a big one too. Haha, time for a good fight. I'm busy now, gotta go. Remember the training principle I told you, and think it over. The call ended, leaving Xu Qiu deep in thought. If it doesn't kill you, train harder. This training principle seemed overly simplistic and brutal. Yet, coming from Olay, he unexpectedly found it to make a lot of sense. If you're not dead, keep pushing yourself to the limit. Xu Qiu pondered over the advice Olay gave him all night. Eventually, he devised a training plan and headed to the sports field the next day. Early in the morning, Xu Qiu arrived at the field to find Feng Wuji, Mu Bing, Li Yunfeng, and Su Xiaoshuang already waiting for him. Their expectant gazes made Xu Qiu feel a bit pressured. Taking a deep breath, he said, after doing some research, I've chosen 3 level energy zones: Storm Plains, Dark Night Purple Star City, and the Desert Battlefield. They're all near the capital, and we can reach them by plane. Let's vote on which one to go to. The 4 exchanged uneasy glances. Li Yunfeng swallowed hard and asked nervously, you don't mean to take us there for training, do you? Xu Qiu nodded in confirmation. Feng Wuji frowned and said, but those are level energy zones. Even 6th level fighters face life-threatening dangers there. He explained the risks in detail, and the others showed signs of concern. Xu Qiu spoke with determination. I understand the risks, but true warriors only grow quickly when faced with life and death. If you want to surpass Zhao Zijing and win the university championship, you must take extraordinary measures. I have experience, but if anyone wants to back out, they can. The group fell silent, except for Su Xiaoshuang, who seemed eager. Mu Bing was the first to voice support, and the others soon followed suit. Xu Qiu nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I suggest we go to the desert battlefield. What do you all think? Everyone agreed. Next, Xu Qiu went to the principal's office to apply for permission. The principal was shocked. Are you out of your mind? That's a level energy zone. Xu Qiu patiently explained, Principal, they need new challenges. They've gotten used to the Azura Tower, and only real life and death trials can unlock their potential and transform it into strength. Upon hearing this, Principal Yanlong's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked gravely, in other words, you're intentionally pushing them to the brink of life and death? Xu Qiu nodded in agreement. You could say that. Principal Yanlong's brow furrowed, his voice filled with concern. It's still too dangerous. This concerns the students' lives, and I can't make this decision lightly. Besides, I'm not even in a position to make this call. We need to get their parents' consent first. Yes, I understand. I've already asked them to discuss it with their families, Xu Qiu replied calmly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the office door opened, and Mu Qingkong walked in slowly. She looked at Principal Yanlong, her tone resolute. I've already talked to my family about Mu Bing going to the desert battlefield. They agree that she indeed needs this experience. She then turned her gaze to Xu Qiu, a sharp glint in her eyes. Xu Qiu, pushing someone to the edge to force a breakthrough, did Ol teach you this method? Xu Qiu scratched his head, slightly puzzled. Is there a problem with it? Mu Qingkong's mouth twitched, her voice tinged with exasperation and reproach. Of course, Ol, that muscle-brained guy, couldn't teach you anything sensible. Let me remind you, not everyone is like you or Ol. This kind of intense training can only be endured by a few. Xu Qiu pondered for a moment and then retorted, but the entire Storm Bull squad has been through this training. That's because you have Zhao Xiaoyun, Mu Qingkong explained. Her life flower can quickly heal any injury. It's because of her powerful healing spirit that you all managed to survive. Without it, Ol's training would have already caused trouble. Hearing this, Xu Qiu grinned and clenched his fist in the air, summoning a dark inferno that engulfed his hand. The black flames flickered, casting an eerie glow on Xu Qiu's face, giving him an almost devilish appearance, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. The black hellfire burned in Xu Qiu's hand. The powerful aura made Mu Qingkong and Principal Yanlong look serious. However, Xu Qiu made an unexpected move. He took out the Panlong Pajun spear and unhesitatingly shot his own arm. Blood spurted out, leaving the two of them utterly shocked. Yet, in the next moment, the black flames engulfed Xu Qiu, and the wound healed visibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the injury vanished completely. Mu Qingkong and Principal Yanlong were stunned. This healing ability was even more powerful than Li Yunfeng's holy winged sword. Principal Yanlong gave Xu Qiu a deep look. Xu Qiu calmly stated, You've seen the healing power of these flames. With me around, I won't let anything happen to them. As long as there's a breath left, I can bring them back. These words were once only spoken by Zhao Xiaoyun, but now Xu Qiu had the right to say them too. Such a powerful healing ability was undoubtedly a huge reassurance. Mu Qingkong nodded slightly, feeling more at ease about sending Mu Bing to the desert battlefield. At that moment, a furious shout came from outside the office. Xu Qiu, get out here. Xu Qiu frowned and walked to the window, where he saw a burly man standing on the sports field. The man was as robust as a tower, wielding a giant axe that exuded a formidable aura. Xu Qiu immediately recognized the Great Earth attribute weapon soul, the Mountain River Axe. It was said to shake mountains and rivers with its swings, incredibly domineering. It's him. Captain of the 7th Squad of the Xinwu Group, Li Shanhe. Mu Qingkong exclaimed in surprise. Principal Yanlong added. Li Shanhe is Li Yunfeng's father. Xu Qiu suddenly understood and pushed open the window, leaping out from the 10th floor office. On the field, Li Yunfeng was trying to persuade his father. Dad, can we talk about this at home? This is a school. What about school? I want to see where Xu Qiu got the nerve to take you to upgrade spiritual zone. Li Shanhe snorted coldly. A mere kid. Does he know how dangerous such places are? At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky, landing heavily. As the dust cleared, Xu Qiu's figure appeared. He looked at Li Shanhe and smiled faintly. You were looking for me? Li Shanhe squinted his eyes slightly. So, you're Xu Qiu? I've heard of your reputation, but I didn't expect a bit of fame to make you so arrogant, thinking you can go to upgrade spiritual zone. And you want to take my son to die with you? I won't allow it. Xu Qiu replied calmly. In fact, I haven't forced anyone. I told them to discuss it with their families. If you don't agree, you could have stopped him yourselves. There's no need to involve me. Li Shanhe snorted coldly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. I don't know what kind of spell you've cast on my son, but he's dead set on joining you at the desert battlefield. Since I can't stop him, I'll have to stop you. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. Xu Qiu paused for a moment after hearing this, then reached out to grab the air. The Panlong Pajun spear instantly appeared in his hand, its shaft emitting a faint crackle of lightning. He calmly replied, if you can, go ahead and try. But if you can't, I hope you'll respect Li Yunfeng's own decision. Oomph. Arrogant brat. Li Shanhe sneered, stomping his foot so hard that the ground cracked beneath him. He swiftly advanced, raising his massive axe high and bringing it down with a force that seemed to split mountains. It was the 11th martial skill, mountain-splitting earthcleaver. Faced with this fierce attack, Xu Qiu stood his ground. He swiftly thrust the Panlong Pajun spear forward, its tip flickering with dazzling lightning. The two forces collided with a thunderous crash, causing the ground to depress instantly. Seeing Xu Qiu effortlessly block his full-strength attack, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Shanhe's eyes. He thought to himself, no wonder he's daring enough to venture into a level energy zone. He does have some skills. Without hesitation, he raised the giant axe again, launching one fierce strike after another. Each blow was more ferocious than the last, unleashing nearly all the power of a 7th-rank marquis-level fighter. Just then, Principal Yanlong and Mu Qingkong arrived at the scene. Observing the intense battle, they quickly activated an energy field to contain the fight and prevent damage to the surrounding buildings. After several minutes, Li Shanhe had cast aside any trace of contempt, his eyes now filled with a grave respect. Despite unleashing nearly all of his 7th-rank marquis-level power, he still couldn't harm Xu Qiu in the slightest. He had to admit, this young man's strength far exceeded his expectations. What an absolute monster! Li Shanhe unleashed the full power of a 7th-rank marquis, except for the soul fusion ability. Despite giving it his all, Li Shanhe couldn't make a dent in Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu's speed and strength were on par with, if not slightly superior to, those of a marquis-level fighter. This left everyone present in awe, including Xu Qiu himself. Even though I'm only at the 5th rank now, I can hold my ground against a 7th-rank marquis without using soul fusion. If I face a 6th rank, I might just crush them, Xu Qiu thought with delight. When Li Shanhe's axe came crashing down, Xu Qiu remained unfazed. With exceptional dynamic vision, he tracked Li Shanhe's movements, and with a flicker of his body, he effortlessly dodged using the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions technique. Boom! The axe hit the ground, carving out a massive crack that stretched for hundreds of meters. Xu Qiu smiled faintly. Captain Li, your strength is impressive, but your aim needs work. You should practice more. Li Shanhe frowned at the remark. As the captain of the 7th Squad of the Divine Martial Regiment, being mocked by a youngster like this was a blow to his pride. Kid, you're too cocky. Don't forget, the strongest aspect of a marquis-level fighter is soul fusion. Li Shanhe grinned, as light shimmered around him and his giant axe dissolved into light, merging with his body. His body swelled again, exuding a metallic sheen, and every movement carried the power to shake mountains and rivers. Li Shanhe, in soul fusion form. Seeing this, Xu Qiu twirled his coiling dragon breaker spear and proposed a bet. If he won, Li Yunfeng would accompany him to the desert battlefield. Li Shanhe laughed. Beat me? If you can last 10 moves, you'll be a top talent of the younger generation, let alone defeat me. Scared? Xu Qiu taunted. A bet it is. Li Shanhe accepted. In an instant, lightning surged from Xu Qiu, transforming into a domineering thunder dragon that spiraled and merged into his body. Dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. His entire body crackled with electricity, and his coiling dragon breaker spear hummed intensely. The crowd was stunned. A 5th rank capable of soul fusion? It shattered their understanding. Only Mu Qingkong and Principal Yanlong remained unfazed, silently acknowledging a talent fit for an emperor. Li Shanhe's pupils contracted, surprised to encounter such a prodigy. He charged at Xu Qiu without hesitation, each step causing the ground to tremble. Reaching Xu Qiu, Li Shanhe unleashed a punch, his fist gleaming with metallic luster, fierce and powerful. Xu Qiu stood his ground, thrusting his spear, a massive lightning bolt forming. Their powers collided, and Li Shanhe was sent flying, crashing into the energy field set by Principal Yanlong, causing cracks to ripple through it. Xu Qiu walked forward calmly, stating, "You should have known. When I was at the 4th rank, I could single-handedly slay a 7th rank marquis. Now, I'm at the 5th rank." Before he finished speaking, Xu Qiu shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Despite Li Shanhe's fusion with the indestructible mountain river axe, he was completely overpowered, forced into a defensive stance. The spectators were left speechless, murmuring in disbelief. A 4th rank killing a marquis. What could a 5th rank achieve? I can't even imagine. This guy is truly a monster. After advancing to the 5th level and using his soul fusion ability, Xu Qiu felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Previously, utilizing the soul fusion ability imposed a heavy burden on him, but this time, he only used the Thunder Dragon Soul. He felt like he could maintain it all day. Xu Qiu was brimming with overwhelming power, the Thunder Dragon Soul coursing through his body without a hint of fatigue. He wielded his spear, its tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, directly targeting Li Shanhe. The clashing of metal echoed repeatedly as Li Shanhe was forced to retreat continuously, always a step behind in his attempts to counterattack. Xu Qiu was secretly delighted, knowing he hadn't reached his limit yet. If he were to employ the Kunping Soul, his speed could at least triple. He felt invincible, confident enough to challenge even experts like Ole. After testing his strength, Xu Qiu swiftly appeared in front of Li Shanhe and calmly said, "Captain Li, I can't break through your defense, and you can't keep up with my speed. How about we call it a draw this time?" Li Shanhe was momentarily stunned, but then realized Xu Qiu was giving him a way out. He was impressed by the young man's exceptional skill and maturity in handling matters. He admitted, "Xu Qiu, I lost this battle. I accept it wholeheartedly." Xu Qiu nodded slightly, gaining more respect for Li Yunfeng's father for his openness. Li Shanhe patted his son on the back and said, "Yunfeng, when you go to the desert battlefield, listen to Xu Qiu." Li Yunfeng mumbled an acknowledgement, his eyes reflecting admiration for Xu Qiu. The next day at the gathering, Mu Bing and Li Yunfeng curiously asked Feng Wuji how he convinced his parents. Feng Wuji calmly replied that he was an orphan and didn't need to seek anyone's opinion. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, and Li Yunfeng repeatedly apologized. Xu Qiu calmly mentioned that his and his sister's parents had also passed away. Feng Wuji gave Xu Qiu a surprised glance, and the shared experience seemed to bring them closer. Mu Bing and Su Xiaoshuang both offered to arrange a helicopter. Xu Qiu was somewhat surprised and looked at his sister, asking, "How can you manage that too?" Su Xiaoshuang proudly explained that she was the chief pharmaceutical consultant for Laojun Pharmaceuticals and had some influence in the capital. Xu Qiu nodded slightly. "Your suggestions are all quite good, but I have a faster and more convenient solution." A sly smile played on Xu Qiu's lips, and a glint of mischief shone in his eyes. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they eagerly pressed for more details. However, Xu Qiu just gave a light smile and said, "Meet at the school gate at 2 p.m. before turning to leave, leaving everyone puzzled. Time flew by, and at 2 p.m., everyone gathered as planned. Xu Qiu stood there with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. Taking a deep breath, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from him. A black and gold light shot out from his body, rapidly expanding in midair to form a massive Kunpeng. Everyone was stunned. The Kunpeng spread its wings, spanning several dozen meters wide, with a body as large as a passenger plane, capable of carrying a dozen people. Li Yunfeng exclaimed, "Captain, you're a dual SS-level martial soul?" He swallowed hard, barely containing his excitement. "Are you planning for us to ride the Kunpeng?" Xu Qiu smiled and nodded gently. The others, upon hearing this, were thrilled. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Riding an SS-level martial soul was something to cherish forever. With a swift movement, Xu Qiu leapt gracefully onto the back of the Kunpeng. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. Seated on the Kunpeng's back, they felt its feathers soft as clouds and its broad back like a vast plain, exuding an extraordinary majesty. This setup was far superior to any armored transport plane. "Hold on tight," Xu Qiu said with a slight smile, and with a thought, the Kunpeng soared into the sky, speeding towards the desert battlefield. As they flew through the clouds, the fierce winds howled, and everyone felt as if they might be blown away. Their initial excitement quickly turned to fear as they clung tightly to the Kunpeng's feathers, terrified of falling. Looking down from thousands of meters above, their hearts trembled. None of them could fly, and a fall from this height would certainly be fatal. Li Yunfeng's voice quivered. "See, Captain, can't you fly a bit slower?" Xu Qiu raised an eyebrow, his tone firm. "Time is life. How can we waste it on travel?" Kunpeng, full speed ahead. The mighty Kunpeng sliced through the sky with incredible speed, beyond anyone's imagination. On its back, several people clung tightly to its feathers as the wind roared around them. Xu Qiu appeared calm and composed, while the others were tossed about by the gusts. After what seemed like an eternity of flight, the Kunpeng gradually descended. When they touched the ground, their legs felt weak, and their lips were blue, clearly still reeling from the exhilarating experience. Xu Qiu stood with arms crossed, a hint of mockery in his voice as he said, "Is that all you've got?" The others, unwilling to concede, struggled to their feet. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves in an endless desert. Amidst the swirling sand, eerie battle cries could be faintly heard. Xu Qiu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he declared, "This is the Blevel Psychic Zone, the desert battlefield." He briefly explained how this place was formed from an ancient war between two nations, with millions of souls unable to find peace. Their resentment combined with unique spiritual energy to create various ghostly beasts. Just as Xu Qiu finished explaining the classifications of these creatures, the desert sands began to churn, and countless skeletal hands emerged. In an instant, hundreds of skeleton soldiers surrounded them. Xu Qiu calmly remarked, "These skeleton soldiers are equivalent to first or second-tier warriors. Just shatter their bodies. You can handle them." Before he even finished speaking, Li Yunfeng and the others had already charged forward. Golden light flashed as weapons swung, and the skeleton soldiers shattered one after another. Su Xiaoshuang's palms glowed with gold, infused with spatial power, equally formidable. As the skeleton soldiers were nearly vanquished, the desert suddenly trembled. A massive silver skeleton emerged, its eye sockets flickering with green flames, wielding a gigantic axe over 10 meters long. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. The Silver Skeleton King. Ordinary skeleton soldiers are equivalent to first or second-tier warriors. Above them are the Silver Skeleton Warriors. As their name suggests, their bones have transformed into a silver hue, making them nearly indestructible. Xu Qiu looked serious as he introduced the Silver Skeleton King to the group. Its bones glimmered with a silvery light, resilient and unbreakable, impervious to ordinary attacks. Such a being possesses power comparable to the peak of the 5th tier, and only a 6th-tier warrior could confidently defeat it. With a slight smile, Xu Qiu decided to give his subordinates a chance to gain some battle experience. He said softly, "Everyone, this Silver Skeleton King is yours to handle. Try not to get killed." With that, he summoned his Kunpeng martial spirit and soared into the sky. Seeing Xu Qiu distance himself, the Silver Skeleton King's soul fire blazed fiercely in its eye sockets. It let out an earth-shattering roar and lifted a massive axe, over 10 meters long, swinging it towards Li Yunfeng and the others. The axe blade sliced through the air with a force like a mountain collapsing. Li Yunfeng and his companions' expressions shifted, sensing danger. Su Xiaoshuang glanced at Xu Qiu in the sky, silently grumbling, "My brother is ruthless, just like our leader." The four exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. Each showcased their skills, launching a coordinated attack. Li Yunfeng's blade flashed like lightning. Su Xiaoshuang moved with graceful agility, while the other two alternated between attack and defense with seamless teamwork. Thus began an epic battle of monumental proportions. High in the sky, Xu Qiu sat on the back of the Kunpeng, watching with amusement as Li Yunfeng and the other three battled fiercely against the Silver Skeleton King below. Each of the four showcased their unique abilities in the heat of the battle. Li Yunfeng and Feng Wuji took the offensive, their sword lights flashing like rainbows. Mu Bing provided support, with frost spreading in all directions. Meanwhile, the youngest, Su Xiaoshuang, was being protected by the others, though she seemed a bit dissatisfied. She thought to herself, "As the future leader of Blue Star, do I really need others to look after me?" Seizing the moment when the Silver Skeleton King swung an axe into the ground, Su Xiaoshuang leaped forward, landing right in front of it. She struck with a powerful palm, unleashing spatial energy that caused ripples in the air. With a loud bang, the Skeleton King's head was hit, causing the soul fire in its eye sockets to flicker violently, emitting a mournful howl. Witnessing this, Li Yunfeng and the others were taken aback. "What a powerful strike!" Feng Wuji exclaimed in admiration. "No wonder she's the captain's sister. We really underestimated her." With renewed confidence, they intensified their attack, soon leaving cracks all over the Silver Skeleton King's body. From above, Xu Qiu observed the scene, gently stroking his chin and murmuring, "This level of strength still seems lacking." Suddenly, he noticed a group of skeleton soldiers marching 3 kilometers away. His eyes lit up, and he patted the Kunpeng, flying towards the skeletal troops. In no time, Xu Qiu leaped from the Kunpeng's back, striking the ground with his spear. A deafening boom ensued, sending dust clouds into the air and creating a large crater. The skeleton soldiers turned their attention to Xu Qiu, who grinned and taunted them. "Come and catch me." With that, he turned and ran. The skeleton soldiers were momentarily stunned, then erupted in rage. "Roar! Kill him! Roar! You think we're pushovers? Roar! We're the rulers of the desert battlefield. Attack!" they shouted, chasing after him. Meanwhile, as Li Yunfeng and the others were about to deliver the final blow to the Silver Skeleton King, they heard the distant roars of skeleton soldiers. They saw Xu Qiu rushing towards them, followed by hundreds, if not thousands, of enraged skeleton soldiers, their murderous aura palpable. Li Yunfeng and his team were bewildered. "What's going on?" Feng Wuji exclaimed. "We were just about to take down the Silver Skeleton King, and now the captain brings us a new horde?" After leading the skeleton soldiers to them, Xu Qiu soared back into the sky, landing on the Kuanping and giving them a thumbs-up gesture. "What on earth are you cheering us on for?" Li Yunfeng and the others were on the verge of tears. The skeleton soldiers, seeing Xu Qiu fly away, grew even more furious and surrounded them. The weakened Silver Skeleton King sneered. "Roar, my children, you're just in time." Swallowing hard, Li Yunfeng gritted his teeth and declared, "This is a life-and-death situation. Let's give it everything we've got." They charged once more. Li Yunfeng wielded the holy winged sword, its fierce energy sweeping in all directions. Feng Wuji's punches and kicks were as swift as the wind, with the sound of bones shattering echoing continuously. Mu Bing's frost covered the battlefield, freezing skeleton after skeleton. Su Xiaoshuang seized the opportunity to jump onto the Silver Skeleton King's head, delivering a powerful blow, shockwave palm. "Stay down." With a loud crash, the Silver Skeleton King could no longer hold on and collapsed, its soul fire gradually extinguishing. Yet more skeleton soldiers swarmed in relentlessly. They feared nothing, or perhaps, having already died once, they cared little for dying again. The battlefield was filled with deafening cries. Nearly 2 hours had passed, and the four of them were utterly exhausted, bearing numerous wounds. But they had finally managed to deal with most of the skeleton soldiers. Li Yunfeng gripped the Sword of Divine Wings tightly. A white glow surrounded him, slowly healing his injuries. However, the recovery was much slower than before due to excessive spiritual energy depletion. Even someone like him, renowned for emerging unscathed from countless battles, was in a sorry state. The other three were even worse off, covered in wounds and collapsed on the ground. Su Xiaoshuang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and murmured as she looked up at the sky. "This is too harsh, big brother. You're way too harsh. I'm your sister, after all." Empress Qiongxiao replied calmly, "This is what they call no pain, no gain." For once, she agreed with Xu Qiu. Su Xiaoshuang needed to be pushed hard. Suddenly, Su Xiaoshuang felt something unusually hard and bony. She asked in confusion, "Are all the skeleton soldiers' bones this tough?" Empress Qiongxiao explained, "This is the essence of the skeleton soldier's bones. It can be used to craft various weapons. The essence of the white silver skeleton king's bones is even more precious, comparable to high-grade spiritual weapon materials, worth at least 500 million. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, and she was about to get up to search when a burst of laughter came from afar. A group of people with diverse attire approached, led by a tall, imposing figure clad in silver armor. He eyed the fallen white silver skeleton king with greedy, fiery eyes and laughed, "Ha ha, we're in luck. Who would have thought we'd come across a dead white silver skeleton king?" A group of people arrived at the chaotic battlefield, their eyes glinting with greed and desire as they licked their lips at the sight of the silver skeleton king's corpse. At the forefront stood a man with a scarred face, clad in silver-white armor, exuding a menacing aura. He sneered as he surveyed Li Yunfeng and his companions on the ground, his tone mocking. "Well, it's impressive that a few kids managed to take down the Silver Skeleton King." Li Yunfeng's face darkened with caution as he asked, "Who are you?" He recalled hearing about some adventure groups that not only hunted exotic beasts but also committed robbery and murder. "Ever heard of the Grey Wolf Adventurer Group?" the armored man replied arrogantly. Feng Wuji interjected coldly, "The notorious band of marauders, known for causing countless deaths." The armored man was unfazed. "Kid, the Spirit Zone is a lawless place. Today, I'll take both the essence of the Silver Skeleton King and your lives. Why do you have to kill us?" Mu Bing asked in confusion. "Haha, foolish. After robbing you, should I just wait for you to come for revenge?" The armored man laughed and then drew a blue-white broadsword, swinging it towards Li Yunfeng. In the nick of time, a spear shot down like a falling star. The armored man sensed the imminent danger and quickly raised his sword to block. With a loud clang, the terrifying force shattered his grip, and he was sent flying backward. Amidst the dust and smoke, Xu Qiu descended with his spear, glaring coldly at the Grey Wolf group. What do you intend to do to my teammates? The armored leader squinted at Xu Qiu, dismissively saying, Just you? You're not a threat. A tall, slender young man volunteered to step forward, his sword striking like a viper towards Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu scoffed, too slow. In a flash, his spear cut through the air, instantly knocking the opponent's sword aside and piercing through the young man's throat. Xu Qiu withdrew his spear, shaking his head with a sigh, too weak. The leader of the Grey Wolf group narrowed his eyes in shock. Although Xu Qiu had only made one move, the power he unleashed and his decisive demeanor proved that he was a formidable opponent. The leader of the Grey Wolf narrowed his eyes, quietly assessing the young man's capabilities in front of him. With a barely noticeable gesture, he signaled his men to encircle Xu Qiu. A tense atmosphere, ready to ignite, filled the air. Show your spirit beasts, the Grey Wolf leader commanded in a low voice. In an instant, radiant lights burst forth. Various beast and weapon spirits appeared around the adventurers, each surrounded by a colorful aura. Xu Qiu calmly surveyed the scene, quickly deducing that the strongest among them was only an rank spirit, with the only real threat being the 6th-tier Grey Wolf leader. Let's end this quickly, Xu Qiu murmured to himself, a determined look flashing in his eyes. The next moment, 3 dazzling lights erupted from Xu Qiu's body. A thunder dragon, a white tiger, and a Kuan Peng 3 SS rank spirits hovered beside him, exuding an overwhelming presence. The power of lightning intertwined with the white tiger's fierce aura, and the Kuan Peng's wings stirred up a mighty gale. The Grey Wolf leader's pupils shrank, and he trembled all over. Retreat! Retreat now! He shouted in panic, turning to flee. The others, snapping back to reality, scattered in all directions in a desperate bid to escape. Xu Qiu remained expressionless, uttering a single word. Kill! The Kuan Peng transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly catching up to an adventurer wielding a dog spirit. With a swift claw, it lifted him high and slammed him to the ground. The spirit shattered instantly, and the adventurer met his end. The white tiger moved with lethal grace, weaving through the crowd effortlessly. Each swipe of its claw claimed a life, blood splattering through the air. Meanwhile, the thunder dragon roamed the battlefield freely, leaving trails of lightning in its wake, unstoppable. The Grey Wolf leader fled with all his might, his Grey Wolf spirit carrying him across the desert. Yet Xu Qiu's speed was unmatched. With the power of the Kuan Peng, he blocked the leader's path in the blink of an eye. Tempest Slash! The Grey Wolf leader roared, launching his full-force attack. In response to his desperate strike, Xu Qiu casually thrust his spear. Storm Fury Slash! Facing the full-force attack from the leader of the Grey Wolf gang, Xu Qiu remained calm and composed, neither retreating nor dodging. His spear flashed like a sudden thunderbolt, as if the heavens themselves were enraged, deflecting the opponent's blade and piercing through the leader's chest, pinning him to the ground. The Grey Wolf leader summoned his spirit wolf for protection and lunged at Xu Qiu. However, the white tiger was already poised to strike and swatted the spirit wolf away with a single paw. The white tiger cast a disdainful glance, and with just one roar, the formidable A-level spirit crumbled and vanished in fear. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want, the Grey Wolf leader pleaded. Xu Qiu smirked. You once said to eliminate every route and ensure no future troubles. I remembered that. With that, he thrust his spear again. The Thunder King's spear erupted, infused with the white tiger's fierce aura, piercing through the Grey Wolf leader's chest, killing him instantly. Xu Qiu surveyed the area. The other members of the Grey Wolf gang had already fallen under the assault of the spirits. He retracted his spirit companions and approached Li Yunfeng and the others, saying calmly, You all need more practice. The group exchanged looks and smiled wryly. Feng Wuji couldn't help but say, Captain, our injuries are quite severe. Forcing ourselves to train might be dangerous. Xu Qiu smiled. I've prepared for that. He held a black flame in his palm. It might hurt a bit, bear with it. With that, he tossed the infernal fire towards them. A wave of pain hit them, causing cries of surprise. But soon, they realized their wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. As the flames dissipated, their injuries were completely healed. Captain, what kind of ability is this? Li Yunfeng marveled. My healing ability, Xu Qiu explained. How effective is it? Painful, but undeniably effective. Li Yunfeng gave a thumbs up. Feng Wuji, excited, said, With the captain's ability, I'm not afraid of any injury. We can train recklessly now. Xu Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Since you're all healed, the special training continues. Our next target is the depths of the desert battlefield. Before leaving, Xu Qiu picked up a piece of essence from the Silver Skeleton King and stored the valuable loot in his storage ring. He promised the group that once they got out, he would sell it and share the proceeds equally. Feng Wuji, being an orphan, has relied heavily on government assistance and his own hard work through part-time jobs to make it to college and reach where he is today. Suddenly coming into a large fortune, he feels as if happiness has descended upon him too swiftly. With a flood of emotions, a complex expression flickers in Feng Wuji's eyes. He takes a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his joy, and follows Xu Qiu and the others further into the depths of the desert battlefield. Shortly after they leave, a shadow quietly descends upon the battlefield. The newcomer, clad in a long robe, surveys the skeletal remains and lingering electric energy in the air with eyes as sharp as a hawk. His eyes light up as he mutters to himself, "This aura. It's almost certainly Xu Qiu." The man in the black robe curves his lips into a cold smile. "I've finally found you. This time, you're not at Yanlong University. Let's see who can protect you now." He looks into the distance with a cunning glint in his eyes. "And you've chosen to come to the desert battlefield. Ha, this is my territory." With a sinister laugh, he lifts his head, revealing a face familiar to Yanlong University students, Zhao Feihong, the enigmatic teacher. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu and his group continue deeper into the battlefield. Beyond the skeletal soldiers, they encounter a new threat: ghostly creatures known as wraiths. These spectral beasts, cloaked in black, float in midair, with the most terrifying feature being their claws capable of severely damaging a warrior's spirit. Li Yunfeng slices through a wraith with his sword, and suddenly senses something unusual in the distance. His pupils contract as he sees a fierce wind howling, as if thousands of ghosts are wailing. Xu Qiu also notices this scene, and alarm bells ring in his mind. Thousands of wraiths surge forward like a vast ocean, a terrifying sight akin to an ordinary person facing a monstrous tidal wave. Xu Qiu's heart sinks as he thinks, "Something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong." Xu Qiu squinted slightly as he watched the horde of ghostly creatures sweeping towards him like a vast ocean. He keenly sensed something unusual about this group of spirits. Although they typically moved in groups, such a large and orderly movement was rare. A chill ran down Xu Qiu's spine as he thought, there must be a powerful leader controlling them from behind. What made him even more cautious was that these ghostly creatures were heading straight for them. Furrowing his brows, Xu Qiu contemplated for a moment before taking decisive action. Moving like lightning, he appeared in front of Li Yunfeng and the others. "Get on," he commanded, summoning his Kunping spirit to lift them into the air and fly away. Xu Qiu deliberately kept the pace in check and, as expected, noticed the ghostly creatures following closely behind. "Someone's pulling the strings." Li Yunfeng suddenly pointed to the distance, where another wave of ghostly creatures was emerging. A glint of cold determination flashed in Xu Qiu's eyes. "It seems someone wants to take us down," he said gravely. The system prompt appeared just in time, presenting 3 options. Xu Qiu's gaze fixed on the last choice. Mental shield? Interesting, he mused with a hint of a smile. This ability rivals Enslevel Spirit, worth the gamble. Turning to the group, Xu Qiu declared, "I'm their target. You go ahead. I'll stay and confront whoever's behind this." Before anyone could respond, he leaped down. The ghostly creatures immediately surrounded Xu Qiu. Gripping his coiling dragon spear, his body crackled with lightning. "Bring it on," Xu Qiu shouted, unleashing a fierce surge of electricity. Boom, boom, boom. Under the onslaught of electrical arcs, the ghostly creatures shattered one after another. Unrestrained, Xu Qiu unleashed his lightning power, ready to face the true adversary. His gaze fell upon the group of ghostly creatures, searching for their mastermind. Suddenly, he realized something and fired a shot at the ghostly horde. The power of lightning instantly gathered, transforming into a massive spear that pierced through the air. With a thunderous roar, the swarm of ghostly creatures was torn apart, many of them vanishing into thin air. At that moment, Xu Qiu keenly noticed the remaining ghostly creatures converging in a certain direction. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he understood that this was where the controller was hiding. "Let's see how I drag you out, you scoundrel," Xu Qiu muttered under his breath, charging towards the gathering point of the ghostly creatures like a thunderous beast. Everywhere he went, the creatures fell by his hand. However, the deeper he went, the stronger the ghostly creatures became, advancing from the 3rd to the 5th tier. Xu Qiu had just acquired a mental shield and was eager to test it, but he knew the battlefield was no place for experiments. Carefully wielding his spear, he steadily advanced into the depths of the ghostly horde. Suddenly, 5 ghostly creatures wielding scythes appeared around him, each at least at the 6th tier. Xu Qiu's heart skipped a beat. Such rare entities were even more uncommon than golden skeletons, proving the mastermind's capabilities were indeed formidable. He smiled faintly, gripping his spear tightly as the Thunder Dragon and White Tiger martial souls simultaneously appeared and merged within him. With the fusion of his martial souls, Xu Qiu's aura and combat power soared dramatically. Whoosh! The scythe-wielding phantom swung its weapon, leaving a ghostly trail in the air. "Xu Qiu, with his exceptional dynamic vision, clearly tracked the scythe's path and swiftly dodged it. Yet the danger was far from over. A crescent-shaped black energy blade suddenly appeared behind him, slicing through the air. This was the signature move of a 6th-level scythe phantom, the Soul Shatter, capable of instantly devastating the mind of a warrior of the same rank. Xu Qiu evaded once more, thrusting his spear forward as lightning converged into a spear that pierced through the phantom's body. However, the surrounding phantoms dissolved into points of light and quickly restored the wound. This was the soul condensation ability of the scythe phantom, allowing it to devour its kin to heal itself. Surrounded by tens of thousands of these phantoms, Xu Qiu knew he was in a dire situation. Even if he could annihilate this horde, it would be futile without uncovering the mastermind behind it all. He had to devise a way to lure them out. An idea struck him, and Xu Qiu deliberately exposed a weakness, allowing a 5th-level phantom to scratch him. Unexpectedly, he was unharmed. Realizing his mental shielding could significantly weaken spiritual attacks, Xu Qiu feigned agony and let out a pained scream. Zhao Feihong, hiding in the shadows, was overjoyed at the sight. He was convinced Xu Qiu had fallen for the trap and only needed a final blow. After waiting for a while and seeing Xu Qiu still standing, Zhao Feihong could no longer hold back. He gathered dark energy in his palm and aimed it at Xu Qiu's back. In that critical moment, Xu Qiu suddenly spun around, his spear discharging lightning that pierced through the dark energy and impaled Zhao Feihong's hand. Zhao Feihong's expression changed drastically as he realized he had been caught in a trap. Xu Qiu stared coldly at him. "So it was you, you bastard. I always knew you meant me harm back in school, but I never thought you'd come all the way here to kill me. What grudge do we have? What vendetta? Heh, from the moment I first saw you, I knew only one of us would survive." Zhao Feihong sneered, as eerie black energy began to emanate from his body. The phantoms around them started converging towards him. Like loyal guardians, they stood protectively around him. Xu Qiu narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully examining Zhao Feihong before him. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, a flash of understanding in his eyes. "I finally understand where your intent to kill me comes from. It's because you're not human at all." Zhao Feihong's expression faltered for a moment, but quickly regained composure. Xu Qiu continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the real Zhao Feihong has long been dead. You merely took over his body. You are a 7th-tier spectral fiend." Xu Qiu's words made Zhao Feihong's pupils contract, clearly not expecting his true identity to be uncovered. Seeing this, Xu Qiu elaborated, "A 7th-tier spectral fiend is only slightly superior to a 6th-tier one, but possesses a unique ability possession. They can take over human bodies and memories, living among humans. Such creatures are extremely rare, comparable even to the golden skeleton king of the desert battlefield." Hearing this, Zhao Feihong couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually guessed my true identity? Truly impressive." Xu Qiu sneered, "Humans and beasts are like water and fire, incompatible. Seeing a talented young warrior like me, you naturally want to eliminate me. You're afraid of my potential, afraid that I will become a great threat to you in the future." The murderous intent in Zhao Feihong's eyes intensified, but Xu Qiu remained calm and continued to probe. "However, you, as a 7th-tier spectral fiend, taking over the body of a teacher at Yanlong University and hiding within the school, must have other plans, right?" "Xu Qiu, you know too much," Zhao Feihong said coldly, preparing to command the surrounding spectral fiends to attack again, but suddenly sensed something amiss. The spectral fiends around them suddenly became restless, emitting low growls. As their controller, Zhao Feihong could clearly feel the fear emanating from these creatures. Xu Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile. "As a 7th-tier spectral fiend, it's unsurprising you can control ordinary spectral fiends. Gathering so many of them here must have been quite a feat. But did you ever consider the possibility of these spectral fiends being controlled by someone else?" Before he finished speaking, a black light shot out from Xu Qiu's body. In an instant, an earth-shattering, mind-piercing roar echoed across the universe. "The ghost Qilin has emerged." The ghost Qilin reappears. Its pitch-black body and golden eyes exude an aura of dark majesty, causing countless spectral creatures present to tremble in fear. As soon as the ghost Qilin appears, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. Its body, black as ink, seems capable of devouring all light, while its golden eyes shine like two small suns. An invisible pressure emanates from it, making the surrounding phantoms shiver involuntarily. Xu Qiu speaks calmly, "This is a spirit that can take your life." No sooner are the words spoken than the ghost Qilin lets out a soul-shaking roar. In an instant, numerous phantom creatures fall to their knees, submitting to this dark sovereign. Zhao Feihong is shocked, exclaiming in anger, "Do not kneel." Yet his command falls on deaf ears. Although he is a 7th-tier phantom creature, he is no match for the SS-class spirit, the ghost Qilin. Xu Qiu watches Zhao Feihong with amusement, gently stroking the ghost Qilin's head as he calmly commands, "Good Qilin, Tear him apart for me. No sooner said than done. The surrounding phantoms, as if summoned, rushed towards Zhao Feihong. Even the sixth-tier scythe phantoms are no exception. Zhao Feihong's face turns pale with disbelief at the scene before him. He never imagined that he, the ruler of this desert battlefield, would find himself besieged by phantoms. Zhao Feihong roars in fury, "Get away from me!" A strange power erupts from him, intimidating the nearby phantoms. Just as he is about to seize the chance to escape, Xu Qiu blocks his path. "Do you really think you can get away?" Xu Qiu sneers, thrusting his spear forward. The force of lightning transforms into a formidable spear, blasting Zhao Feihong away and creating a massive crater. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoes from afar. An unprecedented sandstorm sweeps in, lifting the phantoms off their feet. The storm's power is so overwhelming that even a sixth-tier warrior might not survive. Seeing this, Zhao Feihong's eyes light up, and he recklessly charges into the sandstorm. Xu Qiu follows closely, his coiled dragon spear crackling with lightning as he strikes. Spear of Thunder Judgment. The spear pierces Zhao Feihong's body, exploding within the sandstorm. Lightning and sand intertwine, causing sonic booms in the void. The ground begins to sink, creating a terrifying quicksand zone. Xu Qiu ascends into the air, clutching the claw of the Thunder Dragon, overlooking the vast sandstorm below. He can't help but marvel. What a terrifying natural disaster. As the sandstorm gradually subsides, the sight before Xu Qiu leaves him astonished. A vast expanse of ruins emerges, the ancient structures weathered by sand yet still hinting at their former glory. The scale of this ancient city is immense, stretching for what seems like 100 miles. Xu Qiu murmurs to himself, recalling the myriad legends surrounding the desert battlefield. Legend has it that the formation of the Blevel psychic zone known as the desert battlefield is due to an ancient war between two nations. Millions of soldiers clashed here, and their lingering resentment after death created this desolate battleground. Xu Qiu gazed at the ancient ruins before him, speculating that this could very well be the remnants of one of those nations. Although it was a significant archaeological discovery, his interest in archaeology was minimal. He was more concerned about whether he could find an opportunity here to enhance his own abilities. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his mind, offering three choices: leave and report to his superiors, explore alone, or gather companions to explore together. The rewards were a physical enhancement card, Silver Moon Herb, and an level martial skill called Dragon Subduing 108 Palms. Xu Qiu was momentarily surprised and inwardly chuckled at the exaggerated name of the martial skill, but the allure of an level reward was undeniable. He quickly made his decision and recalled his Kuanping martial spirit. Before long, Li Yunfeng and the others arrived on the Kuanping, relieved to find Xu Qiu safe and sound. Xu Qiu briefly recounted Zhao Feihong's attack, shocking everyone with the revelation that their teacher was actually a seventh-tier ghostly creature. Mu Bing attempted to inform the school, only to find her phone had no signal. Xu Qiu explained, "This is a psychic zone. The magnetic field is chaotic, so of course, there's no signal. Instead of worrying about that, let's take a look at these ruins first." As they all turned their gaze to the ruins, a sense of awe was evident in their eyes. What an ancient relic. Who would have thought that such a place exists within this desolate battlefield? It's truly astonishing. The group marveled as they stepped into the long-sealed ancient city. With a keen eye, Xu Qiu analyzed the weathered marks on the city walls and remarked, "This must be a city from 800 years ago." "Wow, Captain, you know archaeology too?" Li Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise. Xu Qiu smiled modestly. "When you've read enough books, you naturally pick up a thing or two." He began to recount the history of the ancient city. It turns out this place was once the capital of the Lotus Kingdom, a small nation that worshipped the lotus flower. Pointing to the lotus patterns on the walls, Xu Qiu explained, "Legend has it that the royal family of the Lotus Kingdom possessed the secret to prolonging life, which made them the target of other nations' envy, ultimately leading to their downfall here." The group was engrossed in the tale when suddenly a strange noise echoed from afar. They saw several silver skeletons, armed and advancing toward them. "Who would have thought there'd be skeleton soldiers here?" Li Yunfeng exclaimed. However, he remained calm. The group quickly dispatched the skeletons. As they ventured deeper, the number of skeleton soldiers increased, and they grew more formidable. Soon, they encountered silver skeleton kings, often appearing in groups. "Damn it, there are so many high-level skeletons in these ruins." Li Yunfeng gasped, slicing off a silver skeleton king's arm with his sword. After defeating a wave of skeletons, Feng Wuji chuckled, "We're getting faster at taking down these silver skeleton kings. We're improving quite a bit." Just then, thunder roared in the distance. A lightning spear shot through the air, instantly piercing two silver skeleton kings. Hovering in the air, Xu Qiu, surrounded by crackling lightning, looked like the god of thunder himself. Li Yunfeng and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly. While it took all of them working together to barely handle one skeleton king, Xu Qiu could effortlessly take down two, clearly demonstrating their difference in skill. Xu Qiu landed and collected the bone essence, frowning slightly. What are you all standing around for? Keep moving. These skeleton creatures make the best training opponents. Once we clear this ruin, our mission will be complete. Under Xu Qiu's intense training and the threat of the skeleton creatures, Li Yunfeng and the others found themselves repeatedly on the brink of life and death. Yet, with the help of Xu Qiu's Hellfire Rebirth, they always managed to escape death. Through these trials, their skills improved rapidly. Just as Xu Qiu was about to lead them into another battle, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. Emerging from the streets of the city ruins was a golden figure. The figure wore armor engraved with lotus patterns, wielded a golden long sash, and had eyes burning with soul fire, exuding a chilling aura. Before them stood a striking sight, a golden skeleton. Xu Qiu's eyes flickered slightly as he thought to himself, a golden skeleton, so rare on the desert battlefield. Interesting. Suddenly, the skeleton spoke in a raspy voice, "Humans, you have disturbed His Majesty's slumber. You must die." Li Yunfeng and the others were taken aback. It can talk? Could it be a 7th-tier marquee-level entity? Xu Qiu sensed carefully and shook his head. It's merely a peak 6th-tier. A spirit-type beast with strong mental power. It has simply awakened its intelligence early. He asked calmly, "The Majesty you speak of, is he the king of the Lotus Kingdom?" "Indeed. I didn't expect anyone to remember my Lotus Kingdom. Unfortunately, for trespassing here, you cannot escape death," the skeleton declared, brandishing a golden sword that struck like a shooting star. Meteor sword. With a clang, Xu Qiu blocked with his spear. "Your sword is fast, but not fast enough." After several exchanges, the skeleton felt immense pressure. Xu Qiu's spear movements became increasingly fierce, finally disarming the skeleton and shattering its skull with a single thrust. At that moment, powerful auras erupted in the distance. Streams of light approached rapidly. It was 20 to 30 golden skeletons. All were 6th-tier, and some even 7th-tier marquee level. Their eyes burned with soul flames, exuding a murderous intent. Li Yunfeng and his companions swallowed hard, thinking to themselves, "Are we done for this time? Are we really going to meet our end here?" Li Yunfeng and the others couldn't help but swallow hard as they faced the 20 to 30 golden skeletons before them. This wasn't just one or two golden skeletons, but dozens. Each boasted 6th-tier power, with even some reaching the formidable 7th-tier marquee level. How could they possibly withstand such a terrifying lineup? The group instinctively turned their gaze towards Xu Qiu. If anyone could turn the tide, it was likely him. Xu Qiu's eyes were fixed on the leading golden skeleton. This creature gleamed with a radiant golden light, riding atop a golden warhorse, with soul fire in its eye sockets burning more fiercely than the others. Xu Qiu understood immediately this must be the legendary Golden Skeleton King. Well, isn't this something? First, we ran into a 7th-tier ghost monster, and now it's the Golden Skeleton King. Xu Qiu mused with a shake of his head and a smile. It seems I'm encountering every legend the desert battlefield has to offer. Human, for slaying my subordinates, you must die. The Golden Skeleton King declared coldly, brandishing its spear. The surrounding golden skeletons advanced on the group with a chilling aura. Xu Qiu smirked. "So you think numbers are your strength? Let me show you what real numbers look like." Before he finished speaking, a flash of black light erupted from him, and the ghost Qilin charged out. Following a mighty roar, countless ghost monsters appeared. These were the survivors of the sandstorm, including 6th-tier scythe-wielding ghost monsters, whose strength rivaled the golden skeletons. With thousands of ghost monsters at his command, Xu Qiu now had the upper hand in numbers. It was the first time Li Yunfeng and the others had seen the ghost Qilin. Though unfamiliar with this spirit weapon, its ability to command thousands of ghosts left them in awe. Even Xiong Xiao Di within Xu Qiu's ally, Xu Xiaoshuang, was secretly amazed, wondering, just how many secrets does this guy have? Xu Qiu raised his spear. Charge. The ghost monsters obeyed, launching a frenzied attack. The golden skeletons retaliated, and a fierce battle ensued. Despite each golden skeleton being a 6th-tier or near 7th-tier elite, they struggled against the overwhelming number of ghost monsters. The Golden Skeleton King was stunned by Xu Qiu's ability to summon so many ghost monsters and roared in fury, "Damn you." It dashed towards Xu Qiu, convinced that killing him would solve everything. The golden spear thrust forward like a dragon rising from the sea, exuding unparalleled power. Xu Qiu recognized the extraordinary nature of this attack, understanding that the Golden Skeleton King must have been a master spearman in life. His competitive spirit ignited. Xu Qiu chuckled and launched his own spear. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of metal was relentless, sparks flying as powerful energies swept through the area. Within a 100-meter radius, the air crackled with a force that could shatter stone. Li Yunfeng and the others retreated hundreds of meters, exclaiming, "This is beyond us. No wonder he's the captain. He can actually hold his own against the Golden Skeleton King." As the battle intensified, the Golden Skeleton King let out a roar, its warhorse neighing and spewing flames. Xu Qiu was momentarily caught off guard but quickly evaded, using his Phoenix Dance 6 illusions. Then, he swung his spear, infusing it with spiritual power. The coiling dragon and army-breaking spear glowed brilliantly, combining the power of lightning with that of a spiritual weapon, transforming into a dominant lightning spear that descended upon the Golden Skeleton King. This strike was enough to annihilate a 7th-tier powerhouse. Even the Golden Skeleton King couldn't help but feel a chill of fear as it mustered all its strength to counter with its spear. The spear gleamed like a shooting star, clashing Hedon with the thunderous spear. The void roared with a deafening thunderclap that shook the surroundings. In the swirling dust, the street was instantly reduced to ruins, leaving a massive crater in the ground. From its center, a battered figure staggered out the Golden Skeleton King. His armor was shattered, his warhorse reduced to dust, and he glared menacingly at Xu Qiu, gritting his teeth. "I will tear you to pieces." Xu Qiu smirked disdainfully. "If you have the guts, come at me." Yet inwardly, he remained on guard. Could it be that his opponent had more tricks up his sleeve, despite being so severely injured? The Skeleton King charged forward. Just as Xu Qiu was about to swing his spear, he suddenly felt a powerful force surging from beneath the ground. His Panlong Pajun spear was uncontrollably pulled and stuck to the ground. Is this magnetism? Xu Qiu was taken aback, and in that moment, the Skeleton King was already upon him, thrusting his spear at Xu Qiu's vitals. Xu Qiu executed his Phoenix Dance 6 illusions technique to evade, though his shoulder was still grazed, leaving a bloody mark. Unperturbed, he curiously inspected the spear on the ground. The Skeleton King boasted, "Indeed, beneath my Lotus Kingdom lies a massive magnet, refined into a spiritual weapon. Once activated, all warriors' weapons are drawn to it. But our skeletal warriors use bone weapons, completely unaffected." Xu Qiu's eyes sharpened, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Skeleton King launched another vicious attack. Xu Qiu remained calm, dodging with his agile footwork. Suddenly, he crossed his palms, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the surroundings. "Without my spear, I still have this." The 108 dragon subduing palms. Xu Qiu's hands moved swiftly, creating a gale of palm strikes. Each strike carried the force of a golden dragon, as if 100 dragons were unleashed, repeatedly crashing into the Golden Skeleton King. The supposedly indestructible armor shattered instantly, and the bones creaked under the immense pressure, fractures spreading across them. The Golden Skeleton King was hurled back like a meteor, smashing through countless structures, finally landing heavily in front of a grand building. As Xu Qiu arrived at the scene, he squinted slightly. Could this be the palace of the Lotus Kingdom? Before he finished speaking, skeleton soldiers had already surrounded him. Though they were only silver-ranked, they instinctively protected the palace. Xu Qiu felt a sense of admiration. "Very well. I'll respond with my full strength." Soul fusion. Xu Qiu's aura surged, continuing to unleash the dragon's subduing 108 palms. Each strike was accompanied by the power of lightning, transforming into a thunder dragon sweeping through the air. From a distance, Li Yunfeng and others watched in awe, exclaiming, "Just how many hidden cards does the captain have?" Meanwhile, skeleton soldiers began to attack them as well. The group summoned their soul spirits to fight back, fortunately unaffected by the underground magnetic stones. Su Xiaoshuang's shockwave palm was particularly formidable, sending ripples through the air and shattering the skeleton soldiers into pieces. Watching Xu Qiu's display of the lightning dragon palm technique from afar, Su Xiaoshuang marveled. "What an impressive technique. It's way cooler than my shockwave palm." Empress Xiao, overhearing, was displeased. "What do you know? The technique I taught you is in rank spatial martial skill, but you haven't mastered it yet. If you reach its peak, one palm could shake the heavens." Su Xiaoshuang curiously asked, "What level is my brother's technique then?" Empress Xiao replied with a peculiar expression, "It's also rank. Judging by his execution, he seems to have reached its peak." Su Xiaoshuang pondered, "I've never seen my brother practice this technique. Yet he mastered in rank martial skill without a word. That's incredible." Empress Xiao was puzzled internally. Achieving the pinnacle of rank martial skill requires tens of thousands of practices. When did Xu Qiu train? Could he have reached a level where he comprehends just by watching a few times? That's impossible. Such a prodigy might not even exist in the entire galaxy. "Xu Qiu, you intrigue me more and more." Bang bang bang. Xu Qiu continued to unleash the dragon subduing 108 palms. One by one, the skeleton soldiers were shattered into pieces by his strikes. He walked step by step toward the palace, curious to discover why these skeleton soldiers had been guarding it for so many years. Xu Qiu cautiously made his way through the shadowy halls of the palace, feeling as though the empty eye sockets of the skeleton soldiers were watching his every move. At last, he reached the heart of the palace, where an imposing tomb loomed before him. "Don't you dare disturb His Majesty!" The golden skeleton king blocked Xu Qiu's path once again. Despite the cracks covering its body, it refused to yield an inch. Xu Qiu let out a cold laugh. "The more you try to stop me, the more determined I am to see what's inside." As the golden skeleton king thrust its spear toward him, Xu Qiu met the attack with a powerful strike, 100 Dragons Roar. The forceful lightning energy sent the golden skeleton king flying, crashing into the tomb and causing it to tremble violently, dust billowing everywhere. A chilling aura emanated from the tomb as its doors slowly creaked open. An emaciated old man emerged, clad in ancient yellow robes, his gaze dark and penetrating. All the skeleton soldiers immediately knelt and bowed. "Your Majesty." A flicker of surprise crossed Xu Qiu's eyes. Could it be that the ruler of Lotus Kingdom had lived for 800 years? He quickly assessed the man's aura, which was at least at the 7th tier, bordering on the 8th. Xu Qiu calculated that he still had a fighting chance, especially since this was a desert battlefield where he could summon spectral creatures for assistance at any moment. "Oomph! Useless bunch," the old man sneered. "You allowed someone to breach the palace and disturb my slumber. In that case, I'll use your power to aid my recovery." As he finished speaking, a powerful suction force erupted from his body, rapidly draining the strength and soul fire of the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Witnessing this, Xu Qiu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. These soldiers had protected him for centuries, and the moment he emerged, he drained them dry. With a ruler like this, it's no wonder the Lotus Kingdom fell into ruin. Xu Qiu was amazed by the Lotus Kingdom's ruler, who absorbed the strength of his own people as soon as he appeared. Xu Qiu prepared himself, channeling his spiritual energy and getting ready for battle. The ruler of the Lotus Kingdom glanced at Xu Qiu with cold disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips. In a flash, he appeared before Xu Qiu, launching a powerful punch with overwhelming force. Xu Qiu stood his ground, meeting the attack with both palms, employing the formidable technique of the 108 dragon subduing palms. Their clash sent shockwaves rippling through the air. After exchanging over a dozen moves, a flicker of surprise crossed the ruler's eyes as he realized Xu Qiu was no ordinary opponent. With a low growl, he unleashed his full spiritual power, pressing his palms together as white lotus blossoms radiated from his body, hurtling towards Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu remained vigilant, his palms striking out in rapid succession, the roar of 100 dragons echoing around him. Yet, at that moment, a white beam suddenly shot from the lotus, striking Xu Qiu's shoulder. He grunted in pain, sent flying backwards. The Lotus Kingdom's ruler smiled triumphantly, only to see Xu Qiu rise from the rubble, black flames enveloping him, his shoulder wound healing visibly. Shocked and envious, the ruler watched Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu employed the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions technique, creating 6 simultaneous images of himself. Unable to discern the real from the illusions, the ruler was caught off guard, retreating under Xu Qiu's relentless palm strikes. With a loud crash, the ruler was driven into the ground. Seizing the advantage, Xu Qiu, channeling his martial soul, attacked with the ferocity of a raging dragon. Cornered, the Lotus Kingdom's ruler summoned his class martial soul, the flaming white lotus. The clash between the white flames and Xu Qiu's hellfire created a terrifying sea of black and white flames beneath the earth. The ground began to collapse, and the Lotus Palace was reduced to ruins. As Li Yunfeng and his companions panicked, a Kuanpeng martial soul descended from the sky, carrying them to safety. In awe, Li Yunfeng exclaimed, "It's the captain." To prevent us from getting hurt, he even sent the Kuanpeng to rescue us. They were at a loss for words, touched by his kindness. At the same time, they marveled at Xu Qiu's strength. Despite the intense battle, he still had the presence of mind to ensure their safety. Terrifying. Just how powerful is this opponent? Beneath the earth, black and white flames blazed on relentlessly, their heat intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, dozens of fire pillars erupted from the ground, shooting skyward. With a thunderous roar, the desert was illuminated, leaving everyone in stunned silence. 2 figures burst from the earth: Xu Qiu and the Lotus Kingdom's ruler. The ruler's yellow robe was tattered, his body charred black. In stark contrast, Xu Qiu was enveloped in a black inferno, with a hellish phoenix shrieking behind him. He appeared like an undying demon, his presence increasingly formidable. The Lotus Kingdom ruler was filled with dread. Who is this guy? Even my white lotus fire is being overpowered. He felt his life force waning, realizing that continuing the fight might truly lead to his demise. Fear, frustration, and anger mingled within him as he gritted his teeth and dashed toward a nearby tomb. Xu Qiu had no intention of letting him escape. He flickered forward, close on the ruler's heels. Trying to run? Not a chance. The two of them rushed into the tomb, the door slamming shut behind them. A dark aura pervaded the tomb, and Xu Qiu discovered it was guarded by golden skeletons. The Lotus Kingdom ruler sneered. Destroy him! The skeletons lunged at Xu Qiu. Yet at this moment, Xu Qiu was like an unstoppable demon. His palms unleashed a torrent of blue lightning and black flames, merging into a thunderfire dragon that ravaged everything around. The combined might of the Thunder Dragon and Hell Phoenix spirits was unmatched. Inside the tomb, Xu Qiu faced the onslaught of golden skeletons with fearless determination. In an instant, the dual martial souls of Thunder Dragon and Hell Phoenix merged, weaving a terrifying force of thunder and hellfire. Xu Qiu moved with lightning speed, unleashing a series of powerful strikes known as the 108 Dragon Subduing Palms. Each strike carried a destructive force, reducing the golden skeletons to mere fragments. A 5th-rank warrior effortlessly demolishing a group of 6th-rank golden skeletons would be a shocking sight to any onlooker. At this moment, Xu Qiu resembled an indomitable warlord, surrounded by thunder and fire, with eyes radiating fierce determination and an unstoppable aura. Outside the tomb, Li Yunfeng and his companions were in a state of anxious urgency. With a frustrated shout, Li Yunfeng swung his sword at the tomb's massive door. The sword energy exploded with a loud bang, but only left a faint mark on the door. Damn it! This tomb is too solid. Li Yunfeng gritted his teeth. Our strength is nowhere near enough to break it. What should we do? As the group pondered their predicament, a figure approached from the distance, riding a sword through the air. The newcomer, an elderly man with white hair, appeared as a sword immortal. The group watched him warily. The old man smiled and introduced himself. I am Shangguan Hao, an archaeologist. It seems I've found the ancient capital of the Lotus Kingdom from 800 years ago. His gaze shifted to the Kuanping martial soul beneath them, and he exclaimed in admiration, an SS-class martial soul, Kuanping. Truly impressive. Whose martial soul is this? The group exchanged glances, but remained silent. Suddenly, Mu Bing's eyes lit up. I've heard my sister mention you. You're the brother of the current head of the Shangguan family, aren't you? Shangguan Hao nodded. Indeed. And you are? I'm Mu Bing. Mu Qingkong is my sister. Mu Bing recounted the events in detail. Shangguan Hao listened with amazement. Who would have thought the ruler of the Lotus Kingdom from 800 years ago is still alive? This is a significant discovery. Rest assured, I will contact other archaeologists to help rescue your friend. He glanced at the unharmed Kuanping martial soul and reassured them. The martial soul is closely linked to its master, so Xu Qiu should be safe for now. With that, he departed on his flying sword to gather more scholars. The news spread like wildfire in the archaeological community. Many renowned scholars arrived in droves, and the military dispatched troops to secure the entire site. The skeleton soldiers were no match for the army and were swiftly eliminated. The military had sent a king, among them the Ghost King, one of the 10 great kings of the Xia dynasty. Within the Lotus capital, a tall man in military uniform stood proudly. Several skeleton soldiers lunged at him, but couldn't even graze his clothing. Impatiently, he waved his hand, reducing the skeleton soldiers to dust and leaving a crater in the ground. Shangguan Hao arrived on his sword and, upon witnessing the scene, was immediately infuriated. Ghost King, could you please be a bit more restrained? These are valuable archaeological relics. The Ghost King shrugged, glancing at the ruins with indifference. This place was already a mess before I got here. My little bit of destruction is nothing in comparison. Shangguan Hao was equally astonished. It's truly hard to imagine a 5th-level warrior could fiercely contend with the Lotus Kingdom's ruler to such an extent. A look of amazement crossed Shangguan Hao's eyes, and his tone carried a hint of admiration. The Ghost King nodded slightly and said calmly, Xu Qiu is indeed an extraordinary young man. Orders from above have been issued. We must rescue him at all costs. Shangguan Hao nodded solemnly. Rest assured. We'll do everything we can. As they approached the tomb, they saw a large group of archaeologists already gathered around. They were intently observing the tomb, occasionally whispering and discussing in low voices. One of the scholars pointed to the exterior wall of the tomb and explained, this is constructed from a special kind of mineral. Even a 7th-level titled noble warrior would find it hard to destroy. Moreover, the internal mechanisms are ingeniously complex, truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King wordlessly raised his fist and punched out. With a thunderous sound, a hole was blasted into the tomb's gate. However, the next moment, a buzzing sound emanated from within the tomb, as if some mechanism had been activated. Just as the Ghost King was about to strike again, Shangguan Hao quickly stopped him. Stop! Do you want to endanger Xu Qiu? What's going on? The Ghost King frowned. Shangguan Hao explained, the tomb is equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. Once it experiences a strong impact, it activates, and everyone inside or outside will be in danger. The Ghost King furrowed his brow. What should we do then? We're working on it. Give us a few more days, and we can disable that self-destruct mechanism, Shang Wanhao assured. The Ghost King expressed concern. But Xu Qiu is inside, and we don't know if he's alive or dead. Shang Wanhao pointed to the distant Kuanping martial spirit and said, Look, his martial spirit is still vibrant and lively. Xu Qiu won't die so easily, trust me. Meanwhile, Li Yunfeng and others watched the busy archaeologists, feeling somewhat useless. The Ghost King approached them and said, You're students from Yanlong University, right? The university tournament is about to start. Why not return and participate? Once we rescue Xu Qiu, we'll personally bring him back. Li Yunfeng and his friends looked at the bustling archaeologists and felt like they were just getting in the way. They were neither archaeologists nor powerful like the Ghost King. Staying there seemed to serve no purpose. Li Yunfeng and his companions exchanged uncertain glances. Let's head back for now, Li Yunfeng said, taking a deep breath. Yanlong University still needs us for the competition. The captain will definitely catch up once he's out. They all looked at Su Xiaoshuang. As Xu Qiu's sister, her decision was crucial. Unexpectedly, a determined spark appeared in her eyes. Even if my brother's not here, I have to win first place for him. He can take down an 8th-tier beast king. A mere tomb won't hold him back. The Ghost King quickly arranged for their return. Meanwhile, deep within the tomb, Xu Qiu was surrounded by intertwining lightning and fire, effortlessly shattering golden skeletons as he followed the Lotus Kingdom's ruler to a massive lotus pond. The water was filled with blooming white lotuses, shrouded in mist, exuding a powerful life force. Without hesitation, the Lotus Kingdom's ruler leapt in, his injuries healing visibly. Xu Qiu frowned, sensing the change in the opponent's aura. The ruler formed a hand seal, and a white lotus spirit appeared behind him, releasing a devastating beam of white light. Unwilling to back down, Xu Qiu struck out with a palm, dragons roaring, lightning and fire intertwined. The collision of forces shook the entire tomb. Prepare to die, boy! The Lotus Kingdom's ruler shouted, launching several white beams in rapid succession. Xu Qiu smirked, as the spirits of the White Tiger and Ghost Qilin emerged around him once more. The four spirits fused in an instant, causing him excruciating pain, yet his aura soared to an unprecedented level. The ruler's pupils contracted in disbelief as Xu Qiu, moving like a specter from hell, evaded his attacks and closed in swiftly. For the first time, he felt fear. How could someone of the 5th tier unleash such terrifying power? In a flash, Xu Qiu was in front of the ruler. His fingers formed into dragon claws, unleashing the formidable 108 dragon palms, sending the ruler flying out of the lotus pond. The ruler, head bloodied, knew another hit would be fatal. Glaring at Xu Qiu with a resolute look, he muttered, You forced my hand. With a roar, his spirit ascended, and he formed another hand seal. A wave of serene energy radiated from him as his eyes turned completely white, even the pupils. Soul Fusion, S-Class martial technique, White Lotus Soul Suppression. Archaeologists have deciphered astonishing information from an ancient text. White Lotus Soul Suppression is one of the 2 legendary martial techniques of the Lotus Kingdom, with power surpassing even the White Lotus Light. This is a secret art of spiritual attack, but its execution demands stringent conditions. It requires a 7th-tier marquee-level cultivation and can only be performed in a state of soul fusion. Moreover, it drains some of the caster's mental energy, posing the risk of falling into a deep sleep. Despite the significant cost, its power is indeed terrifying. It is said that the Lotus Kingdom's ruler used this technique to slay the ruler of the Blackwater Kingdom. Inside the tomb, the Lotus Kingdom's ruler, sparing no effort, activated the White Lotus Soul Suppression, determined to kill Xu Qiu. His eyes emitted a beam of white light, seemingly peaceful yet harboring deadly intent, directly targeting Xu Qiu's spirit. The ruler was confident, believing that a technique capable of killing the Blackwater Kingdom's ruler would easily dispose of a 5th-tier warrior. The white light moved with incredible speed, nearly impossible to evade. Xu Qiu was struck, his mind buzzing, momentarily disoriented. Seeing this, the ruler was overjoyed, immediately charging forward with a fist blazing with white flames, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Xu Qiu. However, in the next instant, the situation drastically changed. Xu Qiu astonishingly raised his hand and firmly caught the ruler's fist, a playful glint in his eyes. This sight left the ruler gasping in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? How could you withstand the White Lotus Soul Suppression? How could Xu Qiu, merely a 5th-tier warrior, manage to resist it? The Lord of the Lotus Kingdom stared at Xu Qiu in disbelief. How could his pride, the White Lotus Soul calming technique, have no effect on this young man? It seemed impossible. Even the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom couldn't withstand such a mental assault. Yet Xu Qiu appeared completely immune. Xu Qiu felt a surge of relief, thankful for the mental shield talent he had acquired earlier, without which this attack would have been difficult to withstand. A slight smile played on his lips, and a hint of triumph flashed in his eyes. The system's offerings truly lived up to their reputation. Taking advantage of the Lotus Kingdom Lord's momentary daze, Xu Qiu seized his opponent's fist and unleashed the 108 palms of the dragon. The palm strikes came down like a relentless storm, pounding the Lotus Kingdom Lord continuously. I refuse to accept this. The Lotus Kingdom Lord roared one last time, but his fate of being utterly defeated was sealed. After disengaging from the martial soul fusion state, Xu Qiu breathed heavily, feeling the strain of combining four powerful martial souls. Even he found it somewhat taxing. He slowly approached the lotus pond, feeling the vast life energy within the water, and licked his lips in anticipation. Without hesitation, Xu Qiu stepped into the pond, absorbing the life energy that not only healed his hidden wounds but also enhanced his physical attributes. To his delight, he discovered that the lotus pond could even boost his stamina. Despite centuries passing, the life energy in the pond remained as vast as the ocean. Xu Qiu contemplated that if he could absorb it all, his power would significantly increase. However, such an immense amount of energy would be difficult for even a 6th or 7th tier warrior to fully absorb in a short time. But Xu Qiu was no ordinary person. With a knowing smile, he communicated with the Taotai martial soul within him. The Taotai let out a deep growl, as if saying, "Finally, it's my turn." In an instant, a terrifying suction force erupted, and Xu Qiu began to ravenously absorb the life energy from the entire lotus pond. Moreover, even the spiritual energy from the tomb was rapidly converging towards him, forming a massive spiritual vortex. Outside the tomb, scholars engaged in their research sensed the anomaly and the dramatic shift in spiritual energy. They exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Only the Ghost King seemed to understand, glancing at the Kunping martial soul soaring in the sky, noticing its increasingly vibrant appearance. The Ghost King smiled knowingly, murmuring, "Well done, young one." Meanwhile, at the Imperial University League event, participants from various schools were making their appearances. The most eye-catching lineup was undoubtedly from Imperial University. The audience buzzed with chatter, their attention fixed on the Imperial University competitors area. "Look, that's more only inching the top of Imperial University's rankings," someone exclaimed. "He's only 20 years old and already a 6th-tier warrior, just a step away from being ennobled. He might become the youngest ennobled warrior in history." People marveled at this, yet someone else noticed an unfamiliar face among Imperial University's participants this year. There was a woman dressed in white, exuding a cool and captivating aura. Her features were delicate, and her figure graceful, almost like an untouchable ice goddess. As people caught sight of her, curiosity and surprise flickered in their eyes. Someone whispered, "Who is she? I heard she's a new student at the Imperial Capital University. A freshman? How can she participate in the University League?" Someone nearby explained, "Don't underestimate her. That's Luo Qingxue, the strongest freshman in the history of Imperial Capital University. Within less than a month of enrolling, she defeated several third-year seniors and ranked second on the power list." "Wow, that's strong." "Absolutely. This year's freshmen are extraordinary. Our school got a pair of twins with S-grade martial spirits who also made it to the power list." "You're talking about the Jiangwan and Jiangwu brothers, right? They're impressive, but still not quite on Luo Qingxue's level. By the way, where's Xu Qiu, the martial arts entrance exam champion, who went to Yanlong University? Haven't seen him around." The crowd buzzed with conversation, frequently glancing at Luo Qingxue. She sat calmly in the competitor's seat, seemingly indifferent to the attention surrounding her. Suddenly, the contestants from Yanlong University entered. A look of anticipation flashed in Luo Qingxue's eyes, but the person she wanted to see was missing. A hint of disappointment crossed her face, yet she stood and walked towards Yanlong University's direction. Su Xiaoshuang noticed her and brightened up. "Sister Luo, long time no see. You're competing too?" "Yes, Xiaoshuang. Where's your brother?" "He's in the grave. He's in the tomb," Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue's face turned pale, her lips losing their color. Her voice trembled as she asked, What did you say?" Realizing her words could be easily misunderstood, Su Xiaoshuang quickly clarified, "Don't worry, Sister Luo, my brother is fine." She swiftly recounted the events, emphasizing, "When I left, the Kunping martial spirit was still energetic, and now the Ghost King has gone too, so my brother will be all right. The only question is whether he'll make it back in time for the tournament." Luo Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but tap Su Xiaoshuang on the head. "You little rascal, can you stop scaring me like that?" Su Xiaoshuang stuck out her tongue playfully, and Luo Qingxue smiled wryly, though concern still lingered in her eyes. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuang reassured her further. "Don't worry, Sister Luo. My brother promised he'd participate in the tournament. He's very reliable and would never break a promise. She looked around at the Imperial University contestants and declared with determination, "Until then, let me take on the challenge in his place." Luo Qingxue smiled. "All right, I'm looking forward to seeing you in action." Although she considered Xu Qiu her greatest rival, she was well aware that Xu Xiaoshuang was not to be underestimated either. This sibling duo was formidable indeed. After exchanging greetings, Luo Qingxue returned to the Imperial University contestant area. A handsome young man with long hair remarked indifferently, "You represent Imperial University now. Being too close with competitors from other schools could lead to misunderstandings." Luo Qingxue retorted coldly, "What kind of misunderstanding? Do you think I'd go easy on them?" Murong Lianqing replied, "I don't think so, but others might." Luo Qingxue chuckled, "Murong Lianqing, you underestimate me, and you underestimate him. In martial arts, we are the most devoted followers and would never let personal feelings interfere. My duel with him will be a full and effort." Murong Lianqing gave her a meaningful look. "Even if you like him, it makes no difference?" Luo Qingxue scoffed, "Pointless probing. Those are two separate matters." Murong Lianqing glanced at the Yanlong University camp and said nonchalantly, "It seems he hasn't come to compete. Without him, Yanlong University poses no threat. We'll take the championship again." Luo Qingxue replied icily, "That's not certain. You've underestimated him and those around him." She couldn't be bothered to argue further and sat back down in silence. Nearby, Shangguanbai sneered, "A school that's been at the bottom for years thinks they can rise with one freshman? Dream on. Murong, you won't even need to step in. I can take them all down myself." He glanced at Zhao Zijin. "I won't embarrass myself like someone else did." Zhao Zijin fumed. "Who are you talking about?" Shangguanbai smirked. "Whoever's getting worked up. If you faced Xu Qiu, you'd lose even faster than I did." As the two seemed ready to argue again, Murong Lianqing coolly said, "Quiet." They fell silent immediately. Over at Yanlong University, Xu Xiaoshuang watched the bickering Imperial University contestants and remarked, "If they argue so easily, they can't be that impressive." Li Yunfeng cautioned seriously, "Xiaoshuang, don't underestimate them. Imperial University values individual ability, so a lack of unity isn't surprising, but it doesn't mean they're weak. You saw how Murong Lianqing's words could silence those proud elites, which shows his strength." Xu Xiaoshuang nodded, "I understand, but I won't lose." Soon, the tournament began, divided into individual and team competitions. Winning a match in the individual competition earned a point, while losing deducted a point. In the team competition, defeating a team member earned a point, and defeating the captain earned 10 points. After 2 matches, the one with the highest score would win. After the draw, a steel-forged arena appeared, and the big screen displayed the first matchup, Qingyun University's Zhang Hao versus Yanlong University's Xu Xiaoshuang. Xu Xiaoshuang was momentarily surprised to be the first up. Mu Bing advised, "Be careful." Xu Xiaoshuang nodded. "Don't worry." She strode towards the arena, determined. "With my brother absent, I must hold the fort. This is my first battle and Yanlong University's debut. I must win beautifully." As Xu Xiaoshuang stepped onto the stage, all eyes were on her. Some were surprised by her age, while others reminded that she ranked second only to Xu Qiu in the martial arts entrance exam. Her opponent, Zhang Hao, also took the stage. Looking at the visibly younger Xu Xiaoshuang with disdain, "Little girl, this isn't a playground." Xu Xiaoshuang remained silent, merely gesturing for him to come at her. Zhang Hao sneered, "All right, let me teach you a lesson." He summoned his martial spirit, the blazing sword, a long sword engulfed in flames. In the next moment, he dashed towards Xu Xiaoshuang, the sword's tip blazing, sending waves of heat. Xu Xiaoshuang stood her ground, raising her hand to channel her spirit power, and unleashed a palm strike, shockwave palm. Boom. The air rippled. The surging heat wave reversed, crashing back. Zhang Hao felt a powerful force hit him, sending him flying uncontrollably. He spat blood, unable to resist as he was blasted off the stage. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Silence. The room was completely still. Everyone was stunned as they watched Xu Xiaoshuang send Zhang Hao flying with a single strike. He was supposed to be one of the strongest competitors representing Qingyun University, yet he was effortlessly defeated by a young girl. Exclamations filled the air. "Wow, is this girl really that strong? No wonder she ranked second in the martial arts entrance exam. She's terrifying." The host quickly regained composure and announced loudly, "The winner of the first match is Xu Xiaoshuang from Yanlong University." The students of Yanlong University erupted in cheers. "Xu the Invincible." Xu Xiaoshuang descended from the stage with her head held high, her expression calm and composed. In the direction of the Imperial Capital University, Murong Lianqing's eyes glimmered as he remarked to Luo Qingxue, "No wonder you're so confident, she's indeed impressive." Then he added, "However, this won't stop Imperial Capital University from defending our championship title." Luo Qingxue didn't argue. simply watching Su Xiaoshuang's retreating figure with satisfaction, thinking that Xu Qiu must be even more extraordinary. Seeing Luo Qingxue ignore him, Murong Lianqing grew irritated and coldly ordered, "When you face Yanlong University later, don't hold back. Show them who the true champions are." The individual matches continued, and soon it was Mu Bing from Yanlong University's turn to compete against Zhao Zijing from Imperial Capital University. Zhao Zijing arrogantly asked, "Do you want to surrender now?" Mu Bing sneered, "Are you out of your mind?" Both summoned their martial spirits, and the tension was palpable. The students of Yanlong University were worried, remembering how Zhao Zijing had single-handedly defeated their prodigy a few months ago, and Mu Bing had also lost to him then. Even with Xu Qiu's intensive training, how much stronger could she have become in just a few months? Mu Bing felt a bit anxious, but gripped her golden cudgel tightly, ready for battle. Zhao Zijing smirked, lunging forward like a hurricane and throwing a punch at her in the blink of an eye. An unusual light flickered in Mu Bing's eyes as she blocked the punch with her cudgel. Although forced back several steps, her fear gradually dissipated. She could actually keep up with his speed. Zhao Zijing was also surprised and continued his relentless assault. However, Mu Bing's golden cudgel formed an impenetrable defense, blocking each attack. Zhao Zijing was shocked. How was she doing this? In his moment of distraction, a heavy blow struck his armor, sending him back several meters. Mu Bing smiled confidently. "Your speed is far inferior to our captain's." The experience of sparring with Xu Qiu had made handling Zhao Zijing much easier for her. Annoying. Just because you can keep up with my speed, you're getting cocky? Break through my defense first. Zhao Zijing retorted coldly. Mu Bing smiled slightly and said, "As you wish." Suddenly, her spiritual power erupted, and her aura surged to the 6th rank, lower grade. This tremendous progress was astonishing. Filled with fighting spirit, she reached the peak of her vitality and energy. Wielding her Vajra staff, each strike was powerful and formidable. Amidst the resounding clashes, the staff repeatedly struck Zhao Zijing's armor. After dozens of exchanges, Zhao Zijing began to show signs of faltering. With a low shout, his spiritual power surged, and his fists whirled like a raging storm. The battle intensified. Suddenly, a crack appeared in Zhao Zijing's armor. He was incredulous, unable to comprehend how Mu Bing managed to breach the Gale armor. Offstage, Mu Qingkong smiled, a brilliant tactic. Continuous attacks on the same spot will wear down even the sturdiest armor. Principal Yen Long marveled. What kind of special training did Xu Qiu provide to enable such remarkable progress? Mu Bing swung her staff again, precisely targeting the crack. The terrifying force pierced through the armor, blasting Zhao Zijing off the platform. Mu Bing was victorious. Standing on the stage, she reflected on how, just months ago, she was at a loss. Yet now she had defeated Zhao Zijing. Recalling the near-death experiences on the desert battlefield, she thought it was all worth it. I lost. I actually lost? Damn it, how is this possible? Zhao Zijing stared in disbelief at Mu Bing, who stood on the stage. Just a few months ago, this person was powerless before him, and now he had been defeated. What had happened in such a short time? Tisk, TSK, what a loser, Shang Wanbai sneered from the Imperial University team area, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Zijing. Beside him, Murong Lianqing mused, "It seems Flame Dragon University is different now, quite interesting." The competition continued. Imperial University and Flame Dragon University did not meet again, but both teams secured several victories. The transformation of Flame Dragon University caught everyone's attention. This year's Flame Dragon University is different. Yeah, their competitors are much stronger. They've already won 4 consecutive matches. Could Flame Dragon University be making a comeback? Amid the chatter, Luo Qingxue stepped onto the stage. Her opponent was Zhao Jun from White Tiger University, a prominent figure on the rankings. "Luo Qingxue, I've heard of you." Zhao Jun smirked playfully. "Would you consider marrying into the Zhao family?" Luo Qingxue remained expressionless, but an aura of coldness emanated from her, snowflakes swirling around. "You're not worthy." You're asking for it." Zhao Jun shouted angrily, flames flickering around him as a blazing sky roaring bear charged forward. Facing the fierce flames, Luo Qingxue's expression remained unchanged. A chilling aura surged from within her, instantly freezing the entire stage. Behind her, a divine phoenix soared skyward with a cry. With a single breath, the fiery bear was completely frozen. Zhao Jun's pupils contracted in shock. An SS-level martial soul was truly terrifying. Luo Qingxue casually formed an ice spear, which pierced through the air and struck Zhao Jun's shoulder, knocking him off the stage. She turned to leave, her eyes showing no hint of respect. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, an SS-level martial soul is incredibly powerful. They're not even on the same level. She must be at least at the 5th stage. Meanwhile, in the level spiritual energy zone at the desert battlefield, within the Lotus Nation's tomb. Xu Qiu emerged from the Lotus Pond, feeling the surge of power within him. With a punch, the air exploded with sound. He marveled silently. I can easily defeat a 5th-stage martial artist with just my physical strength. Besides his physical strength, his spiritual power had also risen to the upper 5th stage. This was the result of the Taotai's devouring of the entire tomb's spiritual energy. Xu Qiu took out his phone and gasped, "Damn, the university tournament has already started. I need to hurry back." He quickly made his way to the tomb's entrance, knocking and tapping on the walls, but couldn't find the mechanism to open the door. He cracked his knuckles, realizing he might have to resort to a bit of force. Xu Qiu furrowed his brow and took a deep breath. He clenched his fists, muscles tensing, and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, the tomb shook, but the door remained completely unmoved. Unfazed, he threw several more punches, each infused with spiritual energy and martial skill. Yet, the door stood firm, unyielding. A flicker of anger crossed Xu Qiu's eyes as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Do I really have to use my ultimate move?" He retrieved a pearl from his pocket, the last of the 10,000 thunder burst spirit beads. Tossing it high into the air, countless bolts of lightning spread out like a web, using the metal structures as conduits, rapidly covering the entire tomb. Meanwhile, outside the tomb, archaeologists were engaged in a tense discussion. Shangguan Hao, with a grave expression, said, "This tomb has a unique structure. Forcing entry from the outside might trigger the self-destruct mechanism. However, breaking in from the inside reduces that risk." As soon as he finished speaking, the tomb was rocked by intense tremors. The continuous bang, bang, bang sounds echoed, as if a ferocious beast was about to break free from its cage. The group retreated in fear, except for Ghost King and Shangguan Hao, who remained in place. Ghost King's eyes lit up. If it were the sovereign of the Lotus Kingdom, he would know how to open the door without resorting to violence. This must be Xu Qiu. Shangguan Hao's face changed, and he quickly shouted, "Everyone, fall back. Prevent triggering the self-destruct mechanism." Inside the tomb, Xu Qiu shouted, "Thunder Judgment Spear." He concentrated all the lightning from the 10,000 thunder burst spirit bead, unleashing and shrank martial skill, transforming it into a terrifying spear of lightning that shot forward. The Thunder Judgment gun struck the tomb's entrance with terrifying force, unleashing a torrent of electricity that rendered all the mechanisms within the tomb useless. Although Xu Qiu's attack was incredibly powerful, the tomb's door was exceptionally sturdy, only showing spiderweb-like cracks on its surface. He furrowed his brows, contemplating his next move, when suddenly, inspiration struck. Panlong Pajun Spear. With a thought, Xu Qiu summoned the divine weapon he had left outside. Outside the tomb, scholars examining the mysterious spear gasped in astonishment. The dark golden spear trembled, and the dragon pattern seemed to come alive, emitting a resonant dragon's roar. In the next moment, the spear soared into the sky, transforming into a golden dragon shadow that charged towards the tomb's entrance. Boom! The Panlong Pajun spear precisely struck the cracks, combining with the internal force of the Thunder Judgment Spear to create a pincer attack. Under the impact of these two formidable forces, the tomb's entrance finally shattered with a resounding crash. As the dust settled, Xu Qiu caught the returning Panlong Pajun spear and gently stroked its shaft. "Well done, my friend." On his way back to school, riding his Kuanping martial spirit, Xu Qiu suddenly sensed two figures. One was an elderly man carrying a long sword, while the other was a burly figure, as imposing as a tower. Although the latter's spiritual energy was not particularly strong, he exuded an unprecedented sense of pressure on Xu Qiu. Relying on his warrior's instincts, Xu Qiu realized that this individual was extremely formidable, even reminding him of Olay. As he scrutinized the figure, Xu Qiu suddenly recalled a title Ghost King, one of the 10 king-ranked warriors of Xia, known for rising from the lowest grade martial spirit to a body-refining king capable of defeating champions with mere physical strength. Xu Qiu stood with respect and saluted. "Xu Qiu, student of Yanlong University, greets the Ghost King." The Ghost King nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Seeing Xu Qiu, the Ghost King felt confident about Xia's future. A strong youth foretells a strong nation. With this thought, he looked at Xu Qiu more favorably. Suddenly, he let out a small sound of surprise, walked up to Xu Qiu, and grabbed his arm, feeling around a bit. The Ghost King frowned slightly, his fingers gently probing Xu Qiu's muscles. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he carefully assessed the density of Xu Qiu's bones and flesh. Well, you're actually a body cultivator?" the Ghost King exclaimed. "And you've reached the 6th level." Xu Qiu looked a bit puzzled, but didn't pull away from the Ghost King's touch. This was the first time he'd heard of levels in body cultivation. The Ghost King continued, "The path of body cultivation is incredibly arduous. I achieved my current level through a profound inheritance, But for you to reach the 6th level at your age is truly remarkable. Do you have some special inheritance as well? Xu Qiu rubbed his nose and calmly explained, I'm not a body cultivator. I just absorbed the energy from a lotus pond in a tomb, which boosted my physical abilities to this level. The Ghost King was even more shocked upon hearing this. The energy from that lotus pond must have been immense. It's a miracle you didn't explode from it. Xu Qiu chuckled lightly. I have a Taotai martial spirit. It's no secret. The Ghost King nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. The Taotai, which devours everything. No wonder you could withstand such enormous energy. Teske, you really have quite a few martial spirits, he said with a hint of envy in his voice. Sensing the urgency of time, Xu Qiu took his leave. Ghost King, I need to get back for the tournament, so I can't stay long. The Ghost King smiled and nodded. Go ahead, I'll find you again. Xu Qiu gave him a curious glance, but didn't ask further questions. With a swift leap, he mounted the Kuanpeng, and with a powerful flap of its wings, he soared away like a shooting star. Watching Xu Qiu's departing figure, the Ghost King smiled slightly. A 6th-level body cultivator, that's quite rare. And with his Taotai, perhaps he could become my successor. The University League is in full swing, and the individual competition is nearing its conclusion. On the field, Yanlong University has unexpectedly maintained an undefeated record, while the favorite to win, Daidu University, suffered an unexpected setback. After losing to Mu Bing, Zhao Zijing was ridiculed by his teammate, Shang Wanbai. Murong Lianqing watched with a cold expression, determined to defeat Yanlong University. The lineup for the new round was announced. Yanlong University's Li Yunfeng versus Daidu University's Murong Lianqing. Li Yunfeng felt immense pressure, but with encouragement from his teammates, he confidently stepped onto the stage. Murong Lianqing stood arrogantly, demanding his opponent to surrender. Li Yunfeng scoffed and summoned his strength light attribute martial soul, the holy winged sword. The battle was about to begin. Li Yunfeng's sword gleamed as he launched a fierce attack. Murong Lianqing effortlessly caught the blade and punched his opponent, sending him flying. Li Yunfeng quickly recovered using his martial soul's self-healing ability and launched another aggressive assault. Murong Lianqing's moves seemed simple but were incredibly powerful, forcing Li Yunfeng to retreat step by step. Li Yunfeng, undeterred by repeated failures, refused to give up. He moved swiftly around the arena, his sword energy cutting through the air as he sought an opening in his opponent's defenses. Murong Lianqing frowned slightly, disliking stubborn opponents. With a wave of his fists, he shattered all the sword energy. Li Yunfeng chuckled. Well, I'm the opposite of you. I enjoy facing tough opponents. They let me fully experience the thrill of battle. A spark of excitement flashed in Li Yunfeng's eyes. Despite being at a disadvantage, his fighting spirit soared. He calmly observed Murong Lianqing's movements, while skillfully maneuvering and attacking with his sword, searching for an opening. Li Yunfeng firmly believed that no opponent was invincible, and Murong Lianqing was no exception. As he pondered his next move, Murong Lianqing suddenly vanished. A chill ran down Li Yunfeng's spine as he felt a surge of coldness. In the blink of an eye, Murong Lianqing appeared before him and delivered a powerful punch. Blood splattered as Li Yunfeng was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Murong Lianqing stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Li Yunfeng with disdain. In front of me, you're nothing but an ant. I could crush you anytime, and you won't even touch a hair on my head. I'll ask you again, do you surrender? The onlookers buzzed with shock, discussing the vast gap in their abilities. Although Li Yunfeng knew his chances of winning were slim, he recalled the life-and-death challenges on the desert battlefield, gritted his teeth, and tightened his grip on the sacred winged sword. Murong Lianqing, you're strong. But unfortunately, as I said before, at Yanlong University, we fight to the end. We never surrender. Li Yunfeng shouted, swiftly healing his wounds and charging at Murong Lianqing with all his might. His sword slashed wildly, the light of the blade dazzling as he abandoned defense, determined to test his endurance against his opponent. Li Yunfeng is planning to test his endurance against Murong Lianqing. Clutching the sacred feather sword tightly, determination flashed in Li Yunfeng's eyes. He knew his advantage lay in rapid recovery, a capability Murong Lianqing lacked. This was his sole chance of victory. With this in mind, Li Yunfeng launched a sudden assault. His sword's light was like a rainbow, and sword energy crisscrossed, leaving the entire arena covered in cracks. The audience gasped in astonishment, not expecting such power from Li Yunfeng. Murong Lianqing let out a cold snort and struck with a punch. Li Yunfeng was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood mixed with fragments of his organs. However, he quickly utilized the sacred feather sword to heal and charged at his opponent once more. This scene repeated over and over, leaving the audience on edge. Some couldn't help but urge Li Shanhai to have his son concede. But Li Shanhai only clenched his fists, choosing to respect his son's decision. Finally, Li Yunfeng seized an opportunity and slashed Murong Lianqing's sleeve, leaving a shallow cut on his arm. This seemingly insignificant wound completely enraged Murong Lianqing. He no longer held back, raining punches down on Li Yunfeng like a storm. Deprived of his spiritual power, Li Yunfeng could no longer heal himself and had to endure the relentless assault. Just as Murong Lianqing was about to deliver a fatal blow, the audience cried out to stop him. At that critical moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. On the stage, a figure wielding a spear suddenly appeared, the tip of the long weapon aimed directly at Murong Lianqing's throat. A chilling presence washed over him, causing Murong Lianqing to freeze in place, too afraid to make a move. An icy voice filled with murderous intent echoed in his ear. "Move again, and I'll kill you." Murong Lianqing looked up to find Xu Qiu's eyes, cold as ice, locked onto him. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized this was no bluff. Any slight movement could lead this madman to kill him right here, in front of everyone, at this prestigious tournament where powerful contenders gathered. The audience below recognized the intruder as Xu Qiu, and a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Some were stunned, others delighted, but most were filled with anticipation. That's Xu Qiu. Incredible. Even Murong Lianqing doesn't dare to move. That lightning strike earlier must have been his doing, to pierce through the arena's energy shield with one blow. This guy is a monster. Over at Yanlong University, Su Xiaoshuang, Mu Bing, and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The captain's okay. Thank goodness. Captain, give him a beating. At Imperial University, Zhao Zijin's eyes flickered with envy. Xu Qiu, that guy finally showed up? Beside him, Luo Qingxue smirked slightly. You're always like this, making such a dramatic entrance every time. At Qingyun University, brothers Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu brightened up. Jiang Wu couldn't help but stand to look out. It's our idol, he's here. On the stage, Murong Lianqing forced himself to remain calm, retracting his power and putting on a fake smile. Xu Qiu, welcome to the university tournament. You have an ugly smile, Xu Qiu replied coldly. At this moment, the host hurried forward to mediate. The winner of this match is Murong Lianqing of Imperial University. Xu Qiu, Li Yunfeng is seriously injured. Please take him for treatment. Xu Qiu nodded slightly, put away his spear, and hoisted Li Yunfeng onto his back, ready to leave. As he passed Murong Lianqing, the latter said with a smile, Xu Qiu, the next round is the team competition. I'm looking forward to facing you. Xu Qiu replied casually, I'll make you cry. Li Yunfeng was seriously injured, and after Xu Qiu helped him off the stage, he immediately began to treat him. The hellfire of Nirvana roared to life. The flames engulfed Li Yunfeng instantly, causing him to let out a piercing scream. Despite enduring a lengthy battle with Murong Lianqing without a cry of pain, he now howled incessantly from the treatment, highlighting the depth of his agony. The onlookers were horrified, questioning Xu Qiu's sanity for using fire on his own teammate. However, those paying close attention soon noticed Li Yunfeng's injuries healing at a visible pace. Within moments, he was completely restored. The crowd then realized and marveled at Xu Qiu's remarkable healing technique. Xu Qiu demonstrated both lightning and healing abilities, causing a flicker of apprehension in the eyes of the spectators. They could not help but wonder how many more surprises the enigmatic captain of Yanlong University held. Once recovered, Li Yunfeng exclaimed excitedly, Captain, you're finally back. We're sure to win now. His words made others frown, considering him overly arrogant. Some looked at Xu Qiu with hostility, determined to defeat this formidable opponent. Luo Qingxue approached gracefully, smiling at Xu Qiu. I knew you'd come back. It's time to fulfill our promise. Xu Qiu, observing the long-absent Luo Qingxue, sincerely praised, Qingxue, long time no see. You seem even more beautiful. Luo Qingxue was overjoyed but feigned calmness, replying, You look more handsome too? Xu Qiu chuckled with satisfaction. You didn't need to say that. Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes. I was just being polite, and you took it seriously. She shifted the topic. Congratulations on becoming the captain of Yanlong University. It's a pity I couldn't become the captain of Imperial University. It's a bit disappointing. Xu Qiu consoled her. It's okay. Also, when you go back, tell your captain that I won't hold Li Yunfeng's account any longer. I think he should understand. Luo Qingxue smiled slightly, knowing Xu Qiu's character, and understood that Murong Lianqing was likely in trouble this time. Despite being on the same team, she couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. Before parting, Luo Qingxue said seriously, Xu Qiu, if we meet in the team competition, I won't go easy on you. Xu Qiu confidently replied, Neither will I. No matter how many times you challenge me, I'll always beat you. You'll always be second to me. Luo Qingxue, instead of getting angry, laughed with admiration in her eyes. She turned to return to the Imperial University camp, her smile vanishing, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. The members of Imperial University murmured discontentedly, especially Morong Lianqing, who frowned and warned, Luo Qingxue, I've told you to stay away from the people of Yanlong University. Being too close to them raises suspicions. Luo Qingxue coldly replied. I've also said that I won't mix personal feelings with the competition. What you think is none of my concern. With that, she sat down, ignoring the others. Though Morong Lianqing was the captain, he had no means to control her. This left him seething with resentment, his gaze at Xu Qiu filled with jealousy and hostility. Luo Qingxue was the kind of woman who was both beautiful and strong, with limitless potential. Although Morong Lianqing didn't say anything, he was indeed impressed by the other person. In his opinion, only that person was worthy of him. Morong Lianqing's eyes briefly showed admiration, which was quickly replaced by jealousy. He noticed that Luo Qingxue's attitude towards Xu Qiu was different from her usual cold demeanor. Normally as icy as frost, she was now smiling warmly at Xu Qiu, even with a hint of shyness. This contrast ignited a burning rage within Morong Lianqing. At that moment, Xu Qiu seemed to sense something, and turned to look towards the direction of Imperial University. Their eyes met in the air, and sparks flew. Xu Qiu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he raised his hand and made a provocative gesture with his middle finger. This blatant provocation made Morong Lianqing laugh in anger. The onlookers from other schools saw this and began to chatter among themselves. Wow, Xu Qiu is really bold. I heard he has several SS-level martial souls. I'd be just as bold if I were him. You're only young once. This league is going to be exciting. Let's see which of these two geniuses will come out on top. Everyone agreed that the brightest stars in this university league were undoubtedly Xu Qiu and Morong Lianqing. After the individual competition, the even more spectacular team competition was about to begin. 500 participants from 100 martial arts universities would be thrown into the same competition area for an earth-shattering battle royale. Compared to the unknown matches of the individual competition, the scale and intensity of this event would be on a whole different level. In the rest area of Yanlong University, the principal was eagerly analyzing the situation. We currently have 32 points. Based on past experience, 80 points will get us into the top 8, and 120 points could give us a shot at the championship. He rubbed his hands with excitement, as if already seeing the dawn of victory. With the blessings of all past principals of Yanlong University, we finally have a chance to turn things around this time. While Yanlong University was busy discussing strategies and tactics, a different kind of conflict was brewing at Imperial Capital University. Morong Lianqing cast a sharp glance around the lounge at his team members, finally settling his gaze on Luo Qingxue, who sat alone. He spoke in a calm tone. We're discussing strategies for the team competition. Do you have any thoughts? Luo Qingxue glanced up at him, her tone indifferent. Imperial Capital University has always emphasized individual strength. In past leagues, team competitions were fought individually. Why bother with strategy? Though her words held some truth, they caused Morong Lianqing to frown slightly. He wasn't genuinely seeking advice. He wanted Luo Qingxue to show some commitment to the team. Yet, she maintained her aloof and detached demeanor. Suddenly, Luo Qingxue stood up, her voice steady. I'm going out for some air. You all continue. With that, she turned and left. The atmosphere in the lounge turned awkward. Zhao Zijing, eyes darting, tentatively said, Boss Morong. It seems Luo Qingxue isn't very cooperative. Shang Wanbai chimed in. Yeah, boss. She's definitely a bit difficult. Morong Qian, heavily made up, suddenly spoke up. Boss, I noticed Luo Qingxue is quite close with Xu Qiu. There's no guarantee she won't betray us during the competition. Why not replace her? Morong Lianqing fell into deep thought at her words. Morong Qian, seeing this, continued to fuel the fire. Her defiance is a liability. With her close ties to Xu Qiu, she might throw the match. Boss, this is your last chance for a four-peat championship. It's not worth the risk. Morong Lianqing took a deep breath, a determined look in his eyes, then wheeled aside by vote. Those in favor of replacing Luo Qingxue, raise your hand. Shang Wanbai, Zhao Zijing, and Morong Qian all raised their hands. Morong Lianqing nodded slightly. Since everyone agrees, I'll make the arrangements. Soon, Morong Luren, a member of the Morong family, took Luo Qingxue's place. When Luo Qingxue learned she had been replaced, she simply paused for a moment before returning to her calm demeanor. Her reaction left Morong Lianqing with a sense of frustration. Luo Qingxue, don't you have anything to say? Morong Lianqing asked sternly. Luo Qingxue replied calmly. Since the decision is made, nothing I say will change the outcome, right? Morong Qian couldn't help but probe further. Aren't you angry? Luo Qingxue said flatly. I see no reason to waste my emotions on you. With that, she turned and left. Morong Qian watched her leave and then glanced at Morong Lianqing and the others, whose faces were as dark as thunderclouds. She mused, some people are very restrained with their emotions, showing them only in front of those they care about. It seems we hold no significance in her heart. Murong Qian's words made Murong Lianqing and the others look even more displeased. Zhao Zijing snorted. Acting all high and mighty, who was she trying to impress? He had once pursued Luo Qingxue, but having lost all hope, he now felt even more resentful. Murong Lianqing said coldly, since she's been replaced, let's go all out to win. Otherwise, we'll just be a laughingstock to her. Determination ignited in their eyes, and they swore to uphold their dignity as men in front of Luo Qingxue. Murong Lu asked, scratching his head, why was Luo Qingxue suddenly replaced? Murong Lianqing replied indifferently, you don't need to worry about that. Just focus on doing your part. As the team competition commenced, participants from each school, wearing their competition wristbands, walked out of the rest area. Su Xiaoshuang suddenly noticed something amiss and said to Xu Qiu, Big brother, Sister Luo is missing? Xu Qiu looked over, equally astonished. What's going on? Other contestants also noticed the change in the Imperial University team. Speculation ran rampant. Where did Luo Qingxue go? Was she replaced? How could that be? Her skills are on par with Murong Lianqing. Why would they replace such a key player? Everyone was baffled. Xu Qiu scanned the competitors from Imperial University, frowning when he didn't spot Luo Qingxue. He strode towards the group from Imperial University. Seeing Xu Qiu approach, Murong Lianqing and his companions instinctively tensed up, ready for confrontation. Xu Qiu glanced at them coldly and got straight to the point. Where's Qingxue? Murong Lianqing replied coolly, she's been replaced. Why? Xu Qiu pressed. This is an internal matter of Imperial University. It has nothing to do with you. Murong Lianqing responded curtly. Xu Qiu let out a derisive laugh, shaking his head. I never expected you all to be so foolish. As dumb as pigs. At his words, their expressions darkened, anger evident. What do you mean by that? Xu Qiu sneered. With Qingxue, you might have stood a chance against me. But now, you're nothing more than easy prey. This provoked a furious response from the Imperial University group. Xu Qiu, you're too arrogant. Want to test it out right now? They readied themselves, power surging. Unperturbed, Xu Qiu drew a gun, slamming it into the ground with a thud, creating a small crater. You can all come at me together, he stated icily. The host quickly intervened, trying to calm the situation. Gentlemen, whatever grievances you have, settle them in the competition. But no one listened, the tension only escalating. At that moment, a clear, cool voice interrupted. Xu Qiu, I'm here. Xu Qiu turned towards the sound, spotting Luo Qingxue in the stands. He immediately leapt to her side, concern evident. What happened? Luo Qingxue shook her head helplessly. Imperial University replaced me, probably because they think I'm too troublesome. Xu Qiu pursed his lips, clearly skeptical. Do they think because we're close, you might go easy on me during the competition? So they replaced you? Ha, this has nothing to do with you. Luo Qingxue replied with a soft laugh. How can it not be my business? You were replaced because of me. I must get justice for you. Xu Qiu insisted earnestly. Luo Qingxue's heart fluttered, secretly delighted by Xu Qiu's concern. She wasn't bothered by being replaced, as Xu Qiu's participation meant the outcome was already set. She only wanted to compete against him, and there would be other opportunities. But Xu Qiu's reaction thrilled her. Just then, a system prompt appeared with options. 1. Do nothing. Reward. A slap. 2. Crush the Imperial University team in the group competition. Reward. S-level martial skill. Heavenly crippled foot. 3. Declare war publicly. Defeat the Imperial University team and reinstate Luo Qingxue. Reward. S-level martial skill. Qilin's 7-word technique. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up, and he unhesitatingly chose the third option. Rising to his feet, he pointed his dragon-breaking spear at Murong Lianqing and his group, declaring coldly, Murong Lianqing, I've changed my mind. I'm going to make you all cry. Murong Lianqing squinted in response. Let's see if you have what it takes. Xu Qiu smiled at Luo Qingxue before leaping back to his teammates. The stands erupted with excitement, the crowd admiring Xu Qiu's heroism. His support skyrocketed, causing Murong Lianqing and his team to regret their actions. But Murong Lianqing quickly regained his composure. What does support matter? The competition is about skill. He resolved internally. Xu Qiu, I will defeat you thoroughly in the competition. Determination shone in his eyes. This battle, he could not afford to lose. Before the team competition began, Xu Qiu had already put on a dramatic show of fighting for love, instantly gaining a wave of reputation. The support for Yanlong University surged like a tidal wave. It wasn't just Xu Qiu's heroic deeds. It was also because Yanlong University had been at the bottom of the rankings for years. Winning the championship would be a comeback story as epic as Xu Qiu's feats, equally captivating. The teachers at Taotai University were furrowing their brows. Yanlong University's performance this year was indeed extraordinary, and with Xu Qiu as a wild card, winning the championship wasn't out of the question. An elderly teacher with white hair secretly approached Murong Lianqing, asking gravely, Lianqing? How confident are you about this battle? Murong Lianqing recalled the moment Xu Qiu descended from the sky to save Li Yunfeng, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. But he quickly masked it, responding, "Of course, I'm confident." The teacher noticed the fleeting expression on his face and handed him an ornate box, whispering, "Use this in a critical moment." Murong Lianqing opened it, his pupils contracting slightly. The teacher continued, "The family head has high hopes for you. Helping Taotai University secure a fourth consecutive championship before graduation will not only enhance your personal record, but also bring honor to the Murong family. In this battle, you must win, not lose." Murong Lianqing solemnly tucked away the box and replied firmly, "I understand." The host stood on the platform, announcing enthusiastically, "Ladies and gentlemen, the league has reached its final and most crucial stage, the team competition. I believe everyone is familiar with the rules. Each university fields a team of 5. Defeating a regular team member earns 1 point. Defeating the captain earns 10 points. The school with the highest score at the end will be the champion of this competition." He pointed to the large screen behind him and continued, "Now, let's turn our attention to the venue for this team competition." The screen displayed a massive steel base. Surrounded by towering walls, the interior was an extensive competition field featuring forests, plains, waterfalls, deserts, and various terrains, creating a unique geographical landscape. The host introduced, "This is the venue for the team competition, a large-scale base built at a cost of hundreds of billions, nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. It includes various geographical environments, allowing participants to freely choose suitable combat locations and fully utilize their skills. During the competition, we will deploy 180 drones to monitor the participants' status throughout." After introducing the sponsors, Xu Qiu and the others boarded a bus to the base. Once everyone was in position, a sharp alarm sounded, signaling the official start of the team competition. Xu Qiu briefly instructed Li Yunfeng and the others, "You guys stick together and take down as many opponents as you can. I'll move on my own and try to take down as many enemies as possible." This was their prearranged strategy. Xu Qiu's strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, capable of overwhelming an entire team on his own. Letting him act independently was the best choice. As long as he remained undefeated, Yanlong University would stand invincible. Meanwhile, Li Yunfeng and the others were formidable enough to handle regular teams. Su Xiaoshuang grinned, "Okay, Captain, big brother, let's see who can score more points." Su Qiu affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right." Then, Su Qiu summoned his Kunping spirit, soaring into the air to search for his target, the Taotai University team. His gaze was cold as he murmured to himself, "Replacing Qingxue was your biggest mistake." Outside the arena, the stands were filled with spectators eagerly watching the team match unfold. Inside, the atmosphere was tense as the audience kept their eyes glued to the field. The league organizers focused the cameras on Xu Qiu, whose Kunping martial spirit exuded an imposing aura. Xu Qiu flew solo with incredible speed, circling the arena in the blink of an eye. The crowd buzzed with speculation about his intentions. Some thought he was scouting for the Imperial University team, planning to challenge them single-handedly. This idea sent waves of excitement through the audience, though others deemed it reckless. Only Luo Qingxue understood his actions. To her, it wasn't recklessness but rather Xu Qiu's unwavering determination. If he set his mind to something, he would achieve it. Meanwhile, the Imperial University team was gathering on a plain within their base. Murong Lianqing issued a cold command, insisting that each member earn at least 10 points. The team responded with confidence. At that moment, Murong Qian let out a startled cry, causing everyone to look up. A dark figure descended like a meteor, creating a crater upon impact. From the cloud of dust, Xu Qiu emerged, shouldering a gun. Xu Qiu, with his gun in hand, asked, "Are you ready to leave the field? Are you ready to leave the stage?" Xu Qiu emerged slowly, carrying his weapon, and swept a cold glance over Murong Lianqing and his team. Ever since they replaced Luo Qingxue, the outcome of this team match had been sealed. The spectators gasped as they watched Xu Qiu challenge the entire Imperial University team alone. "This guy is too arrogant," someone exclaimed. Everyone fixed their eyes on the big screen, eagerly anticipating the upcoming showdown. Murong Lianqing was taken aback, not expecting to face Xu Qiu so soon. He secretly mocked Xu Qiu for being foolish and reckless. Murong Qian let out a soft snort, sending a burst of white light from her hand that transformed into a halo surrounding Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu immediately felt his spiritual energy being suppressed, and his brow furrowed slightly. "It's the spirit-limiting halo," the Imperial University students excitedly discussed. "He's definitely going to lose now." Taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Zijin charged forward with a sneer, swinging his fist. "Without your spiritual energy, what do you have to fight with?" Bang! Xu Qiu caught the punch effortlessly and calmly said, "Is that all you've got?" Everyone was shocked to realize that Xu Qiu was actually a physical cultivator. Xu Qiu's fist shot out like lightning, landing squarely on Zhao Zijin's face. With a scream, Zhao Zijin flew backward and was knocked out, eliminated from the match. Morong Qian and the others' expressions changed dramatically, realizing Xu Qiu was well prepared. They quickly summoned their weapons and charged at him together. Xu Qiu's spear suddenly thrust forward. Bang! As the weapon clashed, a cloud of dust erupted around them. Taking advantage of the situation, Morong Qian slipped through the smoke and dust, stealthily approaching Xu Qiu from behind, and thrust her dagger forward. Xu Qiu didn't flinch, allowing the dagger to pierce his body. A flash of triumph crossed Morong Qian's eyes, but as she tried to withdraw the weapon, she realized something was wrong. The dagger was firmly wedged by Xu Qiu's strong muscles and bones. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she realized Xu Qiu had intentionally taken the hit. What kind of madman fights like this? Panic-stricken, Morong Qian attempted to abandon the dagger and flee, but it was too late. Xu Qiu's hand moved like lightning, grabbing her long hair and mercilessly smashing her face into the ground. Her delicate features met the hard earth, creating a shallow crater. Her eyes rolled back, her mind buzzing, and she instantly lost consciousness. As Morong Qian fell, the restraining aura dissipated. Xu Qiu's inner energy surged, and he executed the Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions technique. 6 figures appeared on the battlefield, leaving the remaining 3 opponents bewildered. In his panic, Morong Lurin struck a phantom, only to hear a thunderous roar beside his ear. Xu Qiu himself was already in front of him, driving the coiling dragon war lance through his shoulder. Morong Lurin clung desperately to the spear, while Shangguanbai, seeing this, commanded his martial spirit, a giant spider, to attack. Xu Qiu decisively abandoned the weapon, unleashing the full power of the dragon, subduing 108 palms. The powerful force sent the giant spider flying. Shangguanbai's pupils contracted in shock, but before he could react, Xu Qiu was upon him, delivering a flurry of palm strikes. The sound of breaking bones was relentless, and Shangguanbai was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned. From the start of the battle to now, only a matter of seconds had passed. Yet, aside from Morong Lianqing, the other 4 had already been defeated. What the heck? How is he so monstrous? Are you kidding me? I did the math, and it was only 13 seconds. In just 13 seconds, the team from Imperial University was almost completely wiped out by him. The audience erupted in shock. The scene of Xu Qiu swiftly defeating 4 competitors from Imperial University was replayed on the big screen, causing a wave of gasps. Such a dominating battle had never been seen in the history of the University League. Xu the Almighty is amazing, someone shouted excitedly. On the battlefield, Xu Qiu extended his hand, and the Panlong Brojun spear, which had been lodged in Morong Lurin, flew back to his grasp. Morong Lurin crashed to the ground. Although he hadn't lost his fighting ability, he chose to play dead. Regret filled his heart. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have competed. Xu Qiu turned his gaze to his final opponent, Morong Lianqing, and raised 3 fingers. I'll finish you in 3 minutes. Morong Lianqing was furious. You're dreaming? He unleashed his full power, and a dark, molten force surged from within him. A massive vortex formed in front of him, and a giant engulfed in molten lava and flames emerged, roaring skyward. SS-class martial soul, Hellfire Demon, the audience exclaimed. Legend had it that this martial soul once destroyed a nation, making it one of the best even among SS-class martial souls. The students from Imperial University were both excited and terrified, fully aware of its terrifying power. Everyone eagerly awaited Xu Qiu's response. With a snap of his fingers, Hellfire rose behind him, rapidly healing his wounds. The piercing cry of a phoenix echoed across the sky as the Hellfire Undying Phoenix appeared. The 2 Hell-type martial souls faced off, with the Hellfire Demon roaring and the Phoenix screeching. Lava erupted from the ground, and Hellfire descended from the sky. The battlefield instantly transformed into a scorching inferno. Morong Lianqing, wielding a long sword, dashed towards Xu Qiu in a flash. A blade engulfed in pitch-black flames. It was undeniably a superior martial spirit weapon. Morong Lianqing wielded the long blade, surrounded by black fire. In a swift motion, he appeared before Xu Qiu, sweeping the blade horizontally as flames wove into a net. Grade A martial skill, Flame Slash. Xu Qiu, unfazed, thrust his spear, crackling with lightning. Thunder King Spear. The 2 Grade A martial skills clashed heat, with fire and lightning intertwining, echoing with continuous roars. The blade and spear collided with a relentless intensity, like a torrential downpour. As the battle escalated, both unleashed their Grade S martial skills. Hellish Nether Slash. Morong Lianqing muttered, raising his long blade high. Black flames surged forth, forming a colossal blade in the sky. Thunder Judgment Spear. Xu Qiu launched his spear, carrying the force of 1,000 thunders. The two great martial skills collided directly, shaking the heavens and the earth. As the dust settled, Murong Lianqing was forced back dozens of meters, while Xu Qiu remained unmoved. Murong Lianqing's expression darkened as he silently initiated his martial soul fusion. The Hellfire demon roared, merging into his body. He emanated a dark aura, molten lava flowing over his skin, his eyes pitch black, and his face marked with sinister patterns, resembling a beast from the depths of hell. Xu Qiu, witness my true power. Murong Lianqing growled. Xu Qiu, witness my true power. Murong Lianqing let out a low roar, unleashing a powerful aura. With his martial spirit fused with the Hellfire demon, he resembled a beast straight out of hell, his ominous energy sweeping the surroundings. Xu Qiu, however, remained unfazed, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's just a martial spirit fusion. Who can't do that? With a snap of his fingers, the undying phoenix of hell descended from the sky and merged with him. Hellfire raged wildly as a pair of fiery phoenix wings unfurled from Xu Qiu's back, his eyes turning golden, surrounded by an aura both dark and divine. The contrast between the two was stark. Murong Lianqing was like a beast crawling out of hell, while Xu Qiu appeared as a divine ruler of the underworld. Attack! Murong Lianqing roared, charging at Xu Qiu with his long blade, flames filling the sky. Xu Qiu stood his ground, countering with his spear. With a resounding clash, Murong Lianqing was struck by an overwhelming force, sent flying backwards, creating a crater upon impact. He was stunned. How could there be such a vast difference when both were using martial spirit fusion? Xu Qiu looked down at his disheveled opponent, chuckling softly. He was well versed in the power of martial spirit fusion, and with his sixth-tier physical strength, defeating Murong Lianqing was effortless. In a flash, Xu Qiu appeared before Murong Lianqing, raining down spear strikes like a storm. Murong Lianqing was powerless, tossed around like a ragdoll. The audience was in an uproar. This was Murong Lianqing, the top of the wind and cloud rankings, being utterly dominated. People rubbed their eyes in disbelief, fearing they were dreaming. Even the host was stunned before excitedly announcing, "This is unbelievable. Contestant Xu Qiu is completely overwhelming Murong Lianqing, and he's the holder of an SS-ranked martial spirit." Luo Qingxue smiled slightly, unsurprised by the scene. In her eyes, what was Murong Lianqing compared to Xu Qiu? The white-haired professor from Imperial University clenched his fists, staring intently at the screen. It seemed time to use that secret weapon. On the battlefield, the battered Murong Lianqing was questioning his very existence. He was supposed to be the pride of the younger generation in the capital. How could he be reduced to such a state? Amidst his frustrated roars, a surge of magma erupted from him, temporarily forcing Xu Qiu back. Damn it! Murong Lianqing roared, magma gushing from his body. Taking advantage of the momentary reprieve, he swiftly retrieved an ornate box from his robes, crushed it, and swallowed a dark red pill. Thanks to the thick black smoke from the lava, no one noticed him taking the elixir. All they saw was Murong Lianqing emerging from the smoke, his body radiating an even more powerful surge of spiritual energy. Veins bulged on Murong Lianqing's forehead, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a single slash towards Xu Qiu, the blade carried double its previous might. Xu Qiu frowned slightly but held his ground, skillfully blocking the sudden fierce attack with his spear. Everyone else was equally astonished. How had Murong Lianqing, who was just being suppressed, suddenly unleashed such formidable power? From the direction of Yanlong University, the principal exchanged a meaningful look with Mu Qingkong. Mu Qingkong mused, "In this state, I suspect he has taken some kind of forbidden drug." The principal nodded in agreement but then frowned. "The problem is, the drone didn't capture any footage of it, which complicates things." Mu Qingkong responded calmly, "Trust Xu Qiu." Xu Qiu observed Murong Lianqing's unusual state and immediately understood. As a scholar of the highest order, he was well versed in the rare treasures of Blue Star. Bloodburst pill. Xu Qiu surmised silently. This forbidden drug could significantly boost one's power for a short time, but its side effects were severe. However, with the resources of the Murong family, compensating for such a deficit wouldn't be difficult. A cold smile crept onto Xu Qiu's lips. "Do you really think using a forbidden drug will let you defeat me? How foolish." Suddenly, lightning intertwined around him, as the Thunder Dragon and Hell Phoenix spirits manifested, transforming into a formidable force of thunder and fire within him. As Murong Lianqing charged once more, Xu Qiu unleashed a strike with his spear, merging thunder and hellfire into an unstoppable force. This was the Thunderfire Judgment Spear. The Spear of Judgment, intertwined with thunder and fire, surged forward with unparalleled might. Even though Murong Lianqing had enhanced his strength by taking forbidden medicine, he felt insignificant in the face of this one strike. He roared and swung his long blade, creating a massive arc of black fire. However, The blade energy shattered instantly upon contact with the thunderfire spear, and the overpowering force engulfed him. Amidst his piercing screams, Murong Lianqing was on the brink of death. The contestant wristband on his arm detected his rapidly deteriorating life signs and automatically activated an energy shield to encase him. The thunderfire crashed against the shield, producing a deafening roar, while the wristband flickered with sparks, on the verge of breaking down. The spectators were struck with terror, finding it hard to believe that this mid-grade martial spirit weapon could barely withstand the assault. As the thunder and fire dissipated, Murong Lianqing lay unconscious on the ground, his body charred, with only a thin layer of the shield remaining. Had Xu Qiu not first shattered this grade martial technique, consuming part of its power, even this layer of protection might not have survived. Someone timed the fight, realizing that Xu Qiu had defeated Murong Lianqing in under 3 minutes. The crowd from Imperial University fell into a stunned silence. All 5 of their contestants had been defeated by a single individual, an unprecedented event in the history of the martial arts tournament. Could it be that the 3-time champion Imperial University would end up at the bottom this time? Suddenly, someone noticed that Murong Lurin had not yet been disqualified. He was discreetly trying to move away, attempting to escape the battlefield. A flicker of hope ignited among the Imperial University spectators, but some shook their heads in resignation, doubting he could change the outcome. Murong Lurin moved cautiously, terrified of alerting Xu Qiu, the monster. He consoled himself, thinking he wasn't fleeing for selfish reasons, but preserving hope for Imperial University. However, a spear suddenly struck the ground in front of him. Xu Qiu, with an amused smile, asked, "Hey, where do you think you're sneaking off to?" Murong Lurin turned pale and raised his wristband, intending to forfeit. Xu Qiu stopped him. "If you dare to forfeit, I'll kill you." Murong Lurin froze, baffled by Xu Qiu's intentions. What do you want?" Murong Lurin asked, his voice trembling. Xu Qiu chuckled. "I don't want much. I just need you to stay right here and not move." "What do you mean? Stop asking questions." Xu Qiu said coldly, pressing the gun to Murong Lurin's temple. "Remember, stay here and don't move unless someone comes to replace you. Otherwise, if I find out you've made any moves, I'll still come for your life once I'm out." Murong Lurin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. "You want Luo Qingxue to replace me and come back? Smart," Xu Qiu said, tapping the gun against his head. Murong Lurin didn't dare resist and obediently lowered his head. Satisfied, Xu Qiu smiled, then turned to speak to the drone overhead. "I'll be waiting for you to come back." With that, he turned and left. In the spectator stands, all eyes were on Luo Qingxue. Some were envious, others were moved. So that's it. Xu Qiu targeted the team from the Imperial University and even spared Murong Lurin just to get Luo Qingxue back on the field. How romantic. If you meet a man like that, you should marry him. Xu Qiu, I'm available. Ha, you may be available, but he might not be interested. Someone analyzed. Now, with Murong Lurin injured, the rest of the Imperial University team is wiped out. Xu Qiu won't let him make a move. So if the Imperial University wants to avoid coming in last, they have to let Luo Qingxue back in. It's a brilliant strategy. Listening to the discussions around her, Luo Qingxue's lips curled slightly. Xu Qiu had said he would get justice for her, and he did. Soon, the teachers from the Imperial University approached Luo Qingxue. "Qingxue, we'd like you to step in. We hope you can turn the tide and not let us down." Luo Qingxue looked at the teachers, a cold smile on her lips. "I do have the ability to uphold the reputation of the Imperial University, at least to ensure we don't come in last. But why should I go on?" The teachers were stunned. "What do you mean?" Luo Qingxue sat back, crossing her legs and said calmly, "I refuse to participate." Inside the team competition base, Xu Qiu, after defeating the team from Imperial Capital University, continued to launch attacks on participants from other schools. His strength was like a sharp sword, cutting through all opposition. Even the strongest competitor, Murong Lianqing, was easily defeated by him, not to mention the others. With a slight smile on his lips, Xu Qiu muttered to himself, "Qingxue, don't waste the opportunity I've created for you." He had a hidden agenda not only to get Luo Qingxue back into the competition, but also to extort a sum from Imperial Capital University. In the Imperial Capital University lounge, Luo Qingxue seemed to be in sync with Xu Qiu, instantly grasping the power of this open strategy. With her legs crossed, she responded coldly to the teachers who came to ask her to return. "I refuse." The teachers' expressions changed dramatically. The elderly man with white hair took a deep breath and asked, "What will it take for you to return to the competition?" Luo Qingxue smiled and laid out 2 conditions. First, a public apology acknowledging that Murong Lianqing was behind the replacement. Second, free access to all spiritual energy zones during her time at the university. It was the second condition that was her true aim. Those zones, rich with cultivation resources, were usually very costly to enter. The elderly man frowned, but after weighing the pros and cons, he agreed to her demands. Soon, Luo Qingxue returned to the competition as the sole participant from her team. Some defeated contestants were carried out on stretchers by medical staff, and among them were Murong Lianqing and his companions. Luo Qingxue stepped into the base, just as the stretcher team passed by. The contestants on the stretchers had regained consciousness, but their bodies were still immobile. When they saw Luo Qingxue, who had been ousted but returned to the competition, disbelief flashed in their eyes. Murong Lianqing's brows furrowed, his expression dark as ink, as if realizing something. He gritted his teeth and murmured, "Is this Xu Qiu's true intention?" Luo Qingxue glanced at them coldly, her tone indifferent. "You should know why I'm here. Blame yourselves for being too weak." She paused, a slight smile playing on her lips. "But it's understandable, considering you're up against Xu Qiu." At the mention of Xu Qiu, a look of terror appeared on the faces of those on the stretchers. Zhao Zijing even trembled slightly, as if Xu Qiu had become a nightmare in his mind. A medical staff member noticed their rising heart rates and quickly said to Luo Qingxue, "Please, don't provoke them any further." Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head, such poor mental resilience. Before she finished speaking, the monitoring equipment started to emit urgent alarm sounds. Ignoring them, Luo Qingxue proceeded into the team competition base. As soon as she entered, countless drone cameras focused on her. She wasn't surprised, knowing that joining mid-competition would inevitably draw attention. Suddenly, rapid footsteps sounded from not far away. Several figures rushed toward her at high speed. Leading them was Zhao Jun, a martial artist from the Zhao family, one of the four great families, whom she had defeated in the individual competition from White Tiger University. He, along with four other contestants from White Tiger University, quickly surrounded Luo Qingxue. Surrounded by students from White Tiger University, Luo Qingxue remained unafraid, standing calmly with an indifferent expression. Zhao Jun's eyes flashed with coldness as he gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Qingxue, the humiliation I suffered in the individual match, I will make you pay for it today." He glanced at his companions and sneered, "This time, it's not unknown. There are 5 of us, and we refuse to believe we can't take you down." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Jun signaled with a wave of his hand, and the 5 of them attacked simultaneously. Their beast and weapon spirits surged forward, aiming for Luo Qingxue. Despite the overwhelming assault, she remained composed and softly remarked, "Sometimes, sheer numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute power." As soon as she spoke, a biting chill erupted from around her. An ice crystal sword formed in her palm, effortlessly blocking the attacks of the 2 foremost weapon spirit users. Meanwhile, the ice phoenix soared behind her, its cry freezing the 3 beast spirits instantly. Wielding her sword, Luo Qingxue executed a graceful and fluid sword technique. Sword energy burst forth, forcing the 2 weapon spirit users back several steps. "Grade A martial skill, ice sword technique," she exclaimed, unleashing a series of strikes that sent cold energy into their bodies, leaving them immobilized. Swiftly, she delivered a palm strike, sending a spiral of cold energy that blasted the 2 away, rendering them incapable of further combat. The other 3, whose beast spirits had been shattered by the ice phoenix, spat blood due to the backlash. Luo Qingxue showed no mercy, advancing with sword in palm, sending the 3 flying, their bodies covered in frost, unable to move. In just a few exchanges, Luo Qingxue single-handedly wiped out the 5-member team from White Tiger University. Outside, the commentator watched in amazement, exclaiming at her strength, taking on an entire team alone. In the team competition so far, apart from Xu Qiu, Luo Qingxue is the second to achieve such a feat. It's not impossible for Imperial University to rely on her to turn the tide. The young man holding the crystal ball seemed lost in thought as he watched the scene of Luo Qingxue unfold. "We might actually have a chance," he mused. A glint of cunning appeared in his eyes, and a sly smile played on his lips. Turning to the captain, he spoke with a hint of excitement, "Captain, I've got an idea. Why not pit Luo Qingxue against Xu Qiu and let them fight it out? We can then swoop in and reap the benefits." The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. However, one team member frowned and asked, "But I've heard Luo Qingxue and Xu Qiu are quite close. Will they really fight each other?" The young man shrugged, unconcerned. "This is a competition. No matter how close they are, someone has to come out on top. Besides, we don't have any other options right now, do we?" Another team member voiced his concern, "Even if they both end up exhausted, can we really take down either one with just our team?" The young man smiled faintly and turned to another member. "Shaoli, your messenger hawk is fast and can communicate with you almost telepathically. Since our communication devices are confiscated during the match, we'll rely on your spirit to relay our plan to the other teams." Shaoli nodded in agreement. "All right, then Captain, please use the Sky Eye crystal to locate the other teams." The young man nodded and focused intently on the crystal ball. Their plan was straightforward. unite their strength to first take down Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu, high above in the sky, leisurely stroked his chin and confidently muttered to himself, I've been active for a while now. They should know how formidable I am. Even if several teams come at me together, they're no match. I'm curious to see what tricks they think they can pull. It's going to be interesting. He was certain that these carefully selected competitors from various universities wouldn't just stand by and let him dominate the arena. Luo Qingxue walked through the team competition base. Though it was called a team competition, she was the only one left from the Imperial Capital University's team. Her gaze was sharp and her steps steady. Along the way, she had already wiped out several teams. In her mind, only Xu Qiu was worthy of being called an opponent. Suddenly, a white figure flashed past. Luo Qingxue's eyes glinted as she accelerated in pursuit. The figure seemed to be leading her somewhere, but Luo Qingxue wouldn't fall into a trap so easily. She sneered, using her body movement martial technique to abruptly increase her speed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Qingxue was behind the white figure, conjuring an ice crystal sword to stab at the person's shoulder. The cold instantly froze the opponent, leaving them immobile. With a casual swing, Luo Qingxue struck the competition bracelet on their wrist, activating the energy shield and disqualifying them. The person gave a wry smile. I always prided myself on my speed. But in front of you, it's nothing. Luo Qingxue replied indifferently, you're proud of that speed? If you met another guy, you'd probably be scared to death. She was thinking of Xu Qiu's Kunpeng martial soul, which was true speed. As she spoke, Luo Qingxue sensed movement behind her. She turned to see a warrior aiming a sniper rifle at her. Before the bullet could reach her, it was frozen by the surrounding cold and fell to the ground. The sniper was stunned. His weapon was 10 times more powerful than a regular sniper rifle. Luo Qingxue frowned slightly, casually slashing out a wave of icy sword energy. The sniper dodged, using his movement technique to flee. Luo Qingxue snorted coldly and gave chase. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu encountered a similar situation. After defeating several warriors trying to lead him somewhere, he sensed something was off. With the 8th guide under his foot, he mused, it seems you're trying to lead me to a place. Let me guess, is it your ambush point? Xu Qiu listed several detection-type martial souls, and when he mentioned Sky Eye Crystal, the person beneath him flinched. Xu Qiu realized, so it's the Sky Eye Crystal, an S-class martial soul capable of detecting the number, strength, and even the terrain within a certain range, projecting the detection image. It's one of the most powerful detection-type martial souls. He looked up at the sky, seemingly making eye contact with the youth holding the Sky Eye Crystal in the distance. The youth's forehead was beaded with sweat, amazed. This person figured out we have the Sky Eye Crystal with just a few words. His wisdom is as unfathomable as his strength. Despite their plan being exposed, the youth persisted. We've already drawn the bow. There's no turning back. If we don't deal with these two, we have no chance. Xu Qiu chuckled, following the newly appeared guide. He was curious to see what these people were up to. With his strength, he feared nothing. On the plains, Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue finally met. They stood several dozen meters apart, and as their eyes met, both wore expressions of sudden realization. Without needing to exchange words, they understood the scheme of the person behind the scenes. Luo Qingxue's lips curled into a slight smile as she calmly remarked, so, it's a classic case of the snipe and the clam fighting, while the fisherman gains. Xu Qiu nodded slightly, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. These people are well hidden. If we don't determine a winner, they probably won't show themselves easily. A spark of battle intent suddenly ignited in Luo Qingxue's eyes as she eagerly suggested, then why not give them what they want and have a fight? She had been waiting for this battle since their high school days. Noticing the fire burning in her eyes, Xu Qiu's lips curved into a smile. Speaking of which, when was the last time we faced off? I think it was during a tournament as well, right? Yes, the high school league in Qingyun City. That's right. Back then we were only second-tier warriors. Luo Qingxue replied softly, a glimmer of nostalgia in her gaze. And now, I've reached the peak of the 5th tier, Xu Qiu stated confidently. Coincidentally, so have I. Luo Qingxue responded with a calm smile, her spiritual power surging like a tidal wave. Her energy surpassed that of an ordinary 5th-tier peak warrior, rivaling even those of the 6th tier. Not to be outdone, Xu Qiu unleashed his own formidable spiritual power. The collision of their powerful energies was like two mountains crashing together. The howling wind flattened the grass on the plain, and the earth trembled, splitting into numerous cracks. The two rising stars of the martial arts university were finally about to engage in a peak showdown. On a nearby mountain, a young man held a celestial eye crystal, staring intently at the scene before him. He swallowed hard and muttered to himself, if just their spiritual power clash has such impact, an actual fight would be catastrophic. This is unbelievable. It seems if we want to stand out in this tournament, We'll have to find a way to deal with these two first. In the vast plains, Luo Qingxue and Xu Qiu hadn't actually started their fight. Yet the spiritual energy emanating from them clashed like two mighty mountains. The air was filled with the sound of sonic booms, and the ground cracked in response. In a flash, their figures darted, with Luo's ice crystal sword and Su's Panlong Pajun spear fiercely colliding. The metallic clangs resounded like thunder, with sound waves so sharp they seemed tangible. In just 2 seconds, Xu Qiu unleashed 36 spear strikes like a storm, while Luo Qingxue countered with 34 sword strikes like lightning, the clash of sword and spear unending. Energy surged and scattered, leaving the ground riddled with craters. This was merely a probing skirmish. Luo Qingxue's sword unleashed a biting chill as she executed the Ice God sword technique. Xu Qiu responded with a calm smile, his Thunder King spear unstoppable. As sword and spear intertwined, lightning and frost intertwined relentlessly. Their figures flickered, leaving only afterimages in the air. Spectators struggled to track them through the Sky Eye crystal, unable to keep up with their speed. Some questioned if there was an issue with the Sky Eye crystal. Chun Jing explained helplessly, "It's because they're too fast, not the crystal's fault." Faced with unreasonable demands from the audience to slow down the action, Chun Jing was exasperated. "This isn't a video. You can't just slow it down." In mere tens of seconds, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, their mastery of a level martial skills evenly matched. With a loud crash, they each retreated. Behind Luo Qingxue, an ice phoenix soared into the sky, cold air sweeping across miles. She taunted, "Xu Qiu, let's see whose phoenix martial soul is superior." Xu Qiu smiled back, summoning his Hellfire Phoenix martial soul, its infernal flames blazing. The two Phoenix martial souls met, both excited and wary. At their master's command, the Ice Phoenix launched the first attack. The Hellfire Phoenix, undeterred, surged forward with roaring flames. The two phoenixes clashed fiercely in the sky, cold and hellfire intertwining, tearing through the clouds. Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue engaged once more, their martial prowess escalating. Drones broadcasted this astonishing scene to the outside world, leaving viewers in awe. Incredible. A duel between two phoenix martial souls. It's unheard of. They really are a perfect match. Inside the base, Su Xiaoshuang and her team had just defeated another squad when they noticed the extraordinary phenomena in the distance. Recognizing it as Luo Qingxue's Ice Phoenix, they exclaimed, "The captain and Luo Qingxue are fighting? Is this what they mean by fighting like lovers?" Naturally, they wouldn't miss this battle. They hurried over to witness it. By the time they arrived at the scene, the once flat plain had been left riddled with craters and scars from the intense clash between the two. Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue's battle had reached a fever pitch. Sparks flew as their spear and sword clashed, their figures darting back and forth across the shattered ground like lightning. A fierce storm of spiritual energy swept the area, sending debris flying. Su Xiaoshuang watched in stunned silence, murmuring to herself, "Is this some sort of domestic dispute?" She knew her brother and Luo Qingxue were both deeply dedicated to martial arts, but she hadn't expected their fight to escalate to such an extent. As the battle intensified, Luo Qingxue suddenly had a thought, and a brilliant blue light erupted from her body. The light transformed into a magnificent spirit in the form of a mermaid, graceful yet commanding, with golden eyes filled with authority. It was the SS-level spirit, the Siren Queen. With the appearance of her spirit, the surrounding air became moist, and rainwater gathered into a vast ocean. Xu Qiu was unsurprised, as he knew it was the ancient supreme legacy contained within the sea god necklace he had given to Luo Qingxue. However, the others were stunned by the sight. What? A second SS-level spirit? Luo Qingxue is a dual SS-level spirit wielder, they exclaimed in shock. Although Xu Qiu possessed several SS-level spirits, such a phenomenon was a rarity seen once in many years. Now, another dual SS-level spirit wielder had appeared, leaving everyone awestruck. Someone shouted with excitement, "With these two, the future of Xia is bright. I love this power couple. Other than Xu Qiu, I can't think of anyone worthy of Luo Qingxue." The Merfolk Queen appeared, and as the water vapor spread, it astonishingly formed a vast ocean in midair. A massive wave surged towards Xu Qiu. Reacting swiftly, Xu Qiu swung his spear, shattering the incoming wave with a thunderous blow. He gazed at the Merfolk Queen, a look of surprise in his eyes. "What a remarkable water element martial soul, perfectly complementing your Ice Phoenix," he remarked, a flash of insight crossing his mind. Ice and water are inherently connected. When combined, their power must increase exponentially. Luo Qingxue's lips curved into a slight smile. "As expected from you, your combat intuition is sharp indeed. In that case, let me show you the true might of their combination." Before her words finished, the Ice Phoenix soared into the sky, hovering above the Merfolk Queen. With a wave of her hand, the merfolk queen conjured countless water arrows. The ice phoenix exuded a chilling aura, instantly freezing the arrows. Thousands of ice arrows rained down with increased power. Xu Qiu twirled his spear, shattering the ice arrows one by one. Meanwhile, the hell phoenix launched a fierce attack on the ice phoenix. Seeing this, the merfolk queen waved her hands, summoning a massive tidal wave. The ice phoenix emitted a frigid blast, embedding enormous ice blocks within the tsunami. The powerful impact forced the hell phoenix to retreat dozens of meters. The combined might of ice and water was truly awe-inspiring. Xu Qiu chuckled softly, his mind racing. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds churned, and a majestic thunder dragon appeared. The thunder dragon stood alongside the hell phoenix, engaging in a fierce clash of lightning and fire against ice and water. The four SS-class martial souls clashed, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The audience watched in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom such a scene. It was unimaginable, yet it unfolded right before their eyes. Even more astonishing was that these four top-tier martial souls were wielded by just two individuals. The battle between Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue grew more intense. As their spiritual energy waned, both realized the decisive moment was near. Luo Qingxue ascended, unleashing her ultimate technique martial soul fusion. In an instant, the Ice Phoenix and Merfolk Queen merged with her. Ice crystal wings sprouted from her back, scales appeared on her cheeks, and her golden eyes gleamed with divine brilliance. The intertwining cold and water vapor transformed her into the goddess of ice and ocean. Not to be outdone, Xu Qiu also fused with the Thunder Dragon and Hell Phoenix. Fiery wings emerged from his back, a dragon horn sprouted from his forehead, and lightning and fire intertwined around him, exuding an imposing aura. If Luo Qingxue was the noble goddess, Xu Qiu was the indomitable war god. Their eyes met, revealing perfect harmony. In the next instant, they soared into the sky, engaging in a fierce battle amidst the clouds. The terrifying energy waves shattered the clouds, causing nearby drones to malfunction. The audience on the ground grew restless. Where's the footage? Why did it suddenly cut off? The host quickly reassured them, please be patient. We've dispatched our top drone to continue the broadcast. High above, an eagle martial soul with a camera around its neck trembled as it flew towards the battle's epicenter. It struggled to get closer, activating the drone, but could only capture blurry images from a distance. The audience was displeased, clamoring for a clearer view. The host discreetly made a phone call. Hello, what's going on? Why is the footage so blurry? How am I supposed to commentate on this? There's nothing I can do. This is the limit of my spirit power, came the helpless voice on the other end. If I get any closer, my spirit would be shattered by their battle waves. These two, they're terrifying. High above the clouds, the battle between Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue had reached a fever pitch. In their fused spirit state, their power far surpassed that of an average 7th-level warrior. A violent whirlwind of spiritual energy formed around them, shredding anything that dared approach. Luo Qingxue's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, leaving her with just enough for one final strike. She took a deep breath, raised her ice crystal sword high, as cold air and moisture coiled around the blade, forming countless shards of ice. These shards danced wildly, reflecting beams of spiritual light, radiating a beauty imbued with the power to destroy worlds. Xu Qiu, this is my final and strongest move. Be careful. Luo Qingxue called out, class martial skill, Song of Ice Fury. As she swung her sword, the ice shards transformed into a torrent of sword energy, surging towards Xu Qiu. Seeing this, Xu Qiu didn't dare to hold back. Lightning and fire entwined at the tip of his spear as he unleashed his own full-force attack. Spear of Thunder Judgment. The clash of the two ultimate techniques unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, creating a massive mushroom cloud in the sky. Luo Qingxue was sent flying, coughing up blood, as her spirit state was forcibly broken. As she plummeted towards the ground, Xu Qiu pierced through the energy storm, darted to her side, wrapped an arm around her waist, and gracefully landed while spinning. This moment was captured perfectly by a drone, broadcasting the scene live to the audience. The spectators erupted with excitement. Some screamed in delight, wow, that's so romantic. You guys should just get married already. I'll help move the registry office for you. Others, less invested in the romance, couldn't help but comment, is this really a fierce battle? Looks more like a couple flirting. Ugh, totally got fed some dog food there. Nonetheless, this battle undeniably left everyone in awe, marking it as the most spectacular fight since the team tournament began. Xu Qiu held Luo Qingxue as they landed smoothly. The moment they touched the ground, silence enveloped the area. Xu Qiu noticed the blood on the corner of Luo Qingxue's mouth and shook his head helplessly. You really push yourself to the limit. Do you want to defeat me that badly? Luo Qingxue wiped the blood away and replied with a soft laugh. I gave it my all, but unfortunately, I still couldn't hurt you. Xu Qiu sincerely praised her. Among our peers, you are the strongest I've ever encountered. No one can compare. This compliment brought a slight smile to Luo Qingxue's face. Well, that's because I have you as my opponent. Just then, Su Xiaoshuang ran over and asked with concern, Sister Luo, are you alright? She pulled out a healing pill from her pouch. Here, this is for healing. Su Qiu's hand ignited with hellfire. Let me heal you instead. Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched. Are you trying to kill me? Then she asked, can your hellfire actually heal? Su Qiu nodded. Su Xiaoshuang quickly advised, Sister Luo, don't use the hellfire, it's too painful. Just take my pill. Luo Qingxue agreed. Yes, Su Qiu, you should conserve your strength. There are more battles ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, nearly 100 figures suddenly appeared from the distance, surrounding them. Leading the group, Chun Jing clapped and said, what a spectacular fight. Li Yunfeng and the others immediately became alert, quickly realizing it was a trap. The spectators weren't surprised by this turn of events, but felt pity for Xu Qiu and his companions. They believed Xu Qiu and Luo Qingxue were undoubtedly the top two contenders in this league, and even if they were forced to withdraw due to exhaustion, it wouldn't diminish their strength. Inside the base, Qin Jing looked at Xu Qiu and remarked, you're the first to have so many contestants join forces against you. You're truly remarkable. Xu Qiu smiled slightly. I don't need you to tell me I'm remarkable. It's you who underestimated me. Before he finished speaking, Xu Qiu unleashed a powerful spiritual force. Moving like lightning, he appeared before a warrior and knocked him out of the competition with a single strike. He then moved effortlessly through the crowd, dominating the battlefield. Chun Jing and the others watched in disbelief, realizing Xu Qiu still had such terrifying strength in reserve. In shock, everyone summoned their martial spirits to confront him. Xu Qiu, however, remained unfazed and summoned 4 SS-level martial spirits, Thunder Dragon, Hell Phoenix, White Tiger, and Kuan-Peng, wreaking havoc all around. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, realizing they had severely underestimated Xu Qiu's power. Chun Jing was stunned. In his plan, even if Xu Qiu hadn't sustained any injuries from battling Luo Qingxue, his energy should have been depleted significantly, diminishing his combat effectiveness. But why does he still possess such a high level of spiritual power? During his battle with Luo Qingxue, Xu Qiu clearly held back his strength. He defeated her using just 2 martial spirits, yet now he's unleashing 4 SS-level martial spirits, taking on 100 opponents. Luo Qingxue watched Xu Qiu effortlessly overpower the others and couldn't help but marvel. He probably didn't even use half of his power when he fought her. The audience gasped in astonishment. Xu Qiu first single-handedly took on the Imperial Capital University's team, defeating Murong Lianqing, then continued to crush other teams. After his intense battle with Luo Qingxue, he could still face 100 opponents alone. What kind of power is this? In the scene, Xu Qiu stood against nearly 100 martial artists, his 4 SS-level martial spirits unstoppable. He moved as if in an empty realm, defeating his opponents one by one. The crowd was dumbfounded, as if witnessing a scene from hell. The sound of explosions was constant, and more martial artists fell. Soon, only Chun Jing and a few others remained. Seeing their comrades lying around them, Chun Jing gulped and decisively activated his energy shield to concede. The others quickly followed suit. Some of the beaten martial artists saw this and their mouths twitched. Seriously? You're surrendering this quickly? If we had known, we wouldn't have fought either. They stared at Xu Qiu in terror, realizing this monster would become an enduring nightmare for them. In this battle, Xu Qiu single-handedly defeated over 100 martial artists, and with his previous victories, nearly half of the contestants had fallen at his hands. Yanlong University could already start popping the champagne in celebration. The team competition has concluded. Xu Qiu secured a massive amount of points with an overwhelming and absolute advantage. Soon, it was time to announce the scores. The host furrowed his brows slightly, and after tallying everyone's points, he suppressed his internal shock and displayed the results on the big screen. Yanlong University, with a staggering score of 1,800 points, unsurprisingly took the first place, while the second place, Qingfeng Martial Arts University, had only 171 points, creating a huge gap between the two. The entire audience was in an uproar. Although it was anticipated, such a wide margin still took everyone's breath away. Someone whispered, "Isn't this the first time in the history of the martial arts entrance exam?" Imperial Capital University barely squeezed into the top 8 with 91 points, relying solely on Luo Qingxue's efforts. The teachers from Imperial Capital University looked grim, as the glory of their past 3 consecutive championships had become a distant memory. The host announced Yanlong University as the champion and introduced the generous rewards that followed. The principal of Yanlong University beamed with joy. Mu Qingkong's lips curled into a slight smile, and the students cheered, lifting Xu Qiu high into the air and catching him steadily. Luo Qingxue watched with a smile from the side and only stepped forward to congratulate him after the crowd had dispersed. The two exchanged a brief conversation, teasing each other while also expressing their own resolve. Although the league had ended, its impact lingered. Xu Qiu's astonishing performance sparked heated discussions online, with many predicting he would become the next king, or even an emperor. Meanwhile, in Qingyun City, Olay watched a replay of the league while munching on chips. Seeing Xu Qiu's impressive display, she couldn't help but smile. This kid is growing up so fast. At that moment, both Olay and Zhao Xiaoyun received invitations. Olay politely declined the invitation from the Shenwu group, while Zhao Xiaoyun received an invitation from the chief's residence, asking her to treat someone. They both realized that this invitation might carry an unusual significance. Zhao Xiaoyun remarked softly. Olay's eyes flashed, thinking of the chief's residence, the highest authority in Xia. As the name suggests, it is an institution composed of various chiefs of Xia, responsible for formulating and issuing policies across the nation. The head of the chief's residence, the Grand Chief, is the nominal highest leader of the Great Xia. The chief's residence had extended an invitation to Zhao Xiaoyun. Zhao Xiaoyun exchanged a glance with Olay, a trace of worry in their eyes. Olay, thoughtfully stroking her chin, said, "Is a certain chief ill?" Zhao Xiaoyun frowned slightly. "I hope it's not that one." That one she referred to was, of course, the Grand Chief. According to rumors, although the Grand Chief wasn't skilled in combat, his political acumen was exceptional. With just his personal charisma, he managed to enlist numerous experts under his command, governing Great Xia with remarkable order. If something happened to him, the entire Great Xia might be plunged into turmoil. Olay pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll go with you, and maybe visit Xu Qiu." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyun's lips curved into an amused smile. "Weren't you just saying you wouldn't go?" Olay shrugged, her expression slightly tense. "I wouldn't feel comfortable with you going to the capital alone. There are so many experts there, and you're just a healer. What if someone takes advantage of you?" Zhao Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively. "The chief's residence invited me. They'll naturally ensure my safety, don't worry." But Olay insisted, "I don't trust anyone else." Zhao Xiaoyun smiled helplessly, knowing that once Olay made up her mind, nothing could change it. She agreed. "All right then." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yanlong University in the capital. Xu Qiu and his companions had returned to their dormitory. He collapsed onto his bed, too exhausted to move. Recently, he had been leading his team on a training mission in the desert battlefield, followed by participating in a league, leaving him without a decent night's sleep for months. Now lying on the soft bed, Xu Qiu felt an overwhelming urge to stay there forever. He soon fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until noon the next day, stretching with a satisfied sigh, feeling completely refreshed. However, too much comfort could be detrimental. Xu Qiu, stroking his chin thoughtfully, considered, "It's been a while since I challenged the Azura Tower. Maybe it's time to give it another go." Xu Qiu, carrying the Panlong Pao Jun spear, headed towards the Azura Tower. On the way, many students warmly greeted him. Seeing Xu Qiu with his spear heading to the Azura Tower, people couldn't help but admire. Xu Shin only took a day off and is already back to training. He's not only incredibly gifted, but also so diligent. Someone clenched their fist, encouraging themselves, "I can't fall behind. I must work twice as hard." Unaware of the competitive spirit he inadvertently sparked, Xu Qiu arrived at the Azura Tower, only to find a tall, long-haired, middle-aged man standing at the entrance. Xu Qiu felt the man looked familiar and approached him to say hello. The man turned, sizing Xu Qiu up with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You must be Xu Qiu." "Yes, and you are?" "My last name is Luo. I'm a friend of the principal." "I see. Nice to meet you, Mr. Luo. Are you here to challenge the tower as well?" "That's right. Shall we go together?" "Sure thing." The two entered the Azura Tower simultaneously. The scene around them changed abruptly, and Xu Qiu found himself in a vast white space where Azura phantoms appeared. He smiled slightly and charged forward with his spear. Thanks to his experience on the desert battlefield, Xu Qiu stormed through the first 5 levels in less than 20 minutes. He took 19 minutes on the 6th level and 31 on the 7th. Reaching the 8th level, he sensed it was less challenging than before, which greatly boosted his fighting spirit. With his spear moving like a dragon, Xu Qiu deployed various martial techniques, defeating the Azura phantoms one by one. Finally, he successfully cleared the 8th level and excitedly looked at the passage leading to the 9th. Upon entering the 9th level, Xu Qiu gasped as he faced 256 Azura phantoms with powers equal to his own. He marveled. "This is insane. How did Olay manage to pass this?" Without dwelling on it, Xu Qiu charged at his phantoms. After a fierce battle, he was left battered and bruised, managing to defeat only a few dozen phantoms before being overwhelmed by the rest. Xu Qiu was expelled from the Azura Tower, rubbing his sore back as he looked at the display screen. 8th level. Time taken 10 hours and 17 minutes. As night fell, He pondered Mr. Luo's progress when suddenly a figure burst out of the tower, still brimming with fighting spirit. The intensity of the fighting spirit left Xu Qiu secretly amazed. Xu Qiu gazed at the man in front of him, whose aura was overwhelming, and felt a deep sense of awe. This immense battle spirit was second only to that of Olay, someone he had previously encountered, and even surpassed his own current level. He couldn't help but glance at the display screen. Luo Ao, 8th level, took 10 hours and 28 minutes. The name seemed oddly familiar, and Xu Qiu frowned as he tried to recall. Suddenly, he gasped Battle King Luo Ao, one of the 10 kings of the Great Xia dynasty. No wonder he seemed familiar. He must have seen him in the media. Luo Ao reined in his battle spirit and murmured to himself, "It's been a while since I attempted the Azura Tower, and I still can't get past the 9th level. How did that girl Olay manage it?" He noticed Xu Qiu's achievement, and his pupils contracted sharply. "You've conquered the 8th level too?" His tone was full of disbelief. As a battle king, he understood that such a fighting spirit could only be honed through countless life-and-death trials. Yet, this student before him was on par with him? A genius. Luo Ao thought to himself. An extraordinary genius in terms of battle spirit. Considering Xu Qiu's martial soul talent, he couldn't help but feel astonished about the young man's future. Xu Qiu respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Battle King." Luo Ao looked directly at Xu Qiu, his gaze intense. "Xu Qiu, become my disciple." Xu Qiu was taken aback. "What? That was so straightforward. This is our first meeting today, isn't it?" The president of Yanlong University couldn't sleep out of excitement and called a meeting with all the teachers the next day to discuss the university's future plans. He announced enthusiastically, "Everyone, our school has won the league championship for the first time. This is a golden opportunity for us to regain the glory of Yanlong University." Mu Qingkong calmly reminded, "President, don't forget to reward the heroes." The president nodded. "Of course, I plan to give each one a martial arts artifact and an additional 2 billion martial arts funding to Xu Qiu." As everyone was eagerly discussing this, the Ghost King suddenly appeared. The president quickly went to greet him. "Ghost King, it's an honor to have you here." The Ghost King waved his hand. "No need for formalities. I'm here to see Xu Qiu." The president led the way to Xu Qiu's dorm, only to find it empty. After asking around, they learned Xu Qiu had gone to the Azura Tower. The Ghost King praised, "A promising talent, gifted and hardworking, perfect to be my disciple." The president was taken aback. "You're here to take a disciple? But aren't you a body refiner?" He worried about Xu Qiu wasting his talent and resolved to intervene, even if it meant offending the Ghost King. The Ghost King sneered. "What do you know? No one in this world is more suited to body refining than Xu Qiu." The president recalled Xu Qiu's remarkable physical abilities and fell silent. As they reached the Azura Tower, they heard Luo Ao's hearty voice, "Xu Qiu, be my disciple." The Ghost King's face darkened as he rushed forward to grab Luo Ao's wrist. "Xu Qiu is my disciple. Who let you poach him?" Xu Qiu looked puzzled. "When did I become your disciple?" Luo Ao raised an eyebrow mockingly. "Ghost King, do you think you can compete with me for a disciple?" The Ghost King, enraged, retaliated. "You're just a brawler with a one-track mind. How dare you challenge me?" The tension between the two kings was palpable, and they were on the verge of fighting. Luo Ao said coldly, "Let go of me first." The Ghost King scoffed. "What if I don't?" Before he could finish, Luo Ao had already thrown him over his shoulder, slamming him hard into the ground, cracking it. The Ghost King leapt up, roaring, "Despicable," and threw a punch. Luo Ao neither retreated nor dodged, meeting it with a punch of his own. The collision was like a meteor impact, sending shockwaves through the air. The entire Yanlong University was affected, and everyone was in a panic. When they realized it was a duel between two kings, they gasped in disbelief as they listened to the heated exchange. "I've decided to take Xu Qiu as my disciple. Now get lost," the Ghost King shouted. "Nonsense. Letting Xu Qiu train with you in body refining is a waste. He's a genius in combat spirit and must train with me." Luo Ao retorted with a cold smile. Everyone stared in shock at the innocent Xu Qiu. They marveled. Truly, Xu Shun, to have two kings fighting over him. This scene was unbelievably rare. Oh wow, Xu Shun indeed. While others struggle to become disciples, he has two kings fighting over him. In front of the Azura Tower at Yanlong University, two mighty warriors stand in fierce opposition over Xu Qiu. The Ghost King and Luo Ao are suspended in midair, their auras commanding and formidable. The Ghost King's blood surges within him, his muscles rippling like those of a human beast. Luo Ao, on the other hand, is brimming with fighting spirit, his energy ebbing and flowing like the tides. Their eyes lock, and sparks fly. "Only physical strength can conquer all," the Ghost King declares in a deep voice. "Ridiculous. Only the will to fight is supreme." Luo Ao retorts defiantly. Before the words even fade, the two collide like cannonballs. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoes through the sky, waves of energy roil, and the air trembles. Students watching from a distance are buffeted by the fierce winds, exclaiming in shock. This is unbelievable. No wonder it's a battle of kings. The two warriors exchange blows, their movements as quick as lightning, their speed dizzying. Only Xu Qiu, with his exceptional dynamic vision, can barely trace the battle's trajectory. He observes intently, inwardly marveling. Is this the power of the top 10 kings of Xia? Truly extraordinary. As the battle reaches its peak, a helicopter streaks across the sky. Suddenly, a shadow plummets from above, carrying an overwhelming fighting spirit like a galaxy pouring forth. The Azura Tower glows golden, as if welcoming its king's return. Mu Qingkong stands inside the school building, sensing the familiar presence, her lips twitching slightly. That guy is back. In the sky, the shadow, wrapped in an unstoppable fighting spirit, descends upon the two warriors. Even the Ghost King and Luo Ao now show signs of unease. Ha 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 ha, a battle of kings, why not include me? Booms a laughter that pierces the clouds. Everyone can now see the shadow clearly. A striking woman clad in a white vest, wielding a spiked club, exuded an intense aura of battle readiness. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she faced the two formidable kings. Using the momentum of her descent, she raised her spiked club. She moved like lightning, and her club whistled through the air. The two kings' pupils contracted sharply as they sensed a lethal threat. Instinctively, they both punched towards her, and the three forces collided midair with a thunderous crash. In an instant, shockwaves rippled, the ground cracked, and trees snapped like twigs. Onlookers were stunned, watching in horror as it seemed Flame Dragon University was on the brink of destruction. In the nick of time, Mu Qingkong appeared out of nowhere. Her fists, clad in fiery gauntlets, unleashed a punch that sent a pillar of fire skyward, instantly forming a massive flaming prison that contained the violent shockwaves. Flame Dragon University was spared, though within the prison, 100-meter-deep crater appeared, resembling the impact of a meteor. That's terrifying, someone exclaimed. Who is that woman, capable of holding her own against the two kings? I remember now, a student stammered. She's the only person in nearly a century to have cleared the 9th level of the Azura Tower, the queen of the Azura Tower. In the crater, Olay hoisted her spiked club over her shoulder and grinned. The two kings were on high alert, especially Luo Ao, who knew Olay was an undeniable battle maniac. Come on, let's continue, Olay said, her fighting spirit ablaze. Just then, Mu Qingkong appeared beside Olay in a flash, aiming a punch at her head and shouting angrily, "Continue my foot." Mu Qingkong approached Olay and landed a punch squarely on her. Olay, completely focused on the two kings in front of her, didn't notice Mu Qingkong's sudden appearance and was hit solidly. With a loud thud, Olay fell to the ground. She angrily got up and glared at Mu Qingkong. Is fighting the only thing on your mind? You just got back and already made a huge mess. Do you want to destroy the school? Faced with Mu Qingkong's cracking knuckles, Olay was at a loss for words and avoided eye contact. She spotted Xu Qiu not far away and quickly went over to greet him. Hey, Xu Qiu, long time no see. Xu Qiu's mouth twitched. Captain, your attempt to change the subject is too obvious. Olay's arrival surprised Xu Qiu a bit, and he smiled. Captain, what brings you to the capital? Not just me, old Zhao is here too, Olay replied with a grin. As they were catching up, Su Xiaoshuang ran over and gave Olay a big hug. Big sis? Olay patted her head. Wow, you've grown taller. Of course, it won't be long before I'm taller than you. Su Xiaoshuang boasted proudly. Su Qiu glanced at Olay's nearly 6-foot woe height and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Meanwhile, the two neglected kings exchanged glances. The Ghost King said indifferently, looks like we're not going to finish this today. Luo Ao snorted, next time, we'll settle this. But I'm determined to take Xu Qiu as my disciple. He's mine. The Ghost King retorted defiantly. Mu Qingkong couldn't hold back any longer. Xu Qiu isn't an object. What's the point of fighting over him? Why not just ask him directly? The two kings turned their gaze to Xu Qiu, making him feel a bit pressured. A system prompt sounded, offering him 3 choices. After a moment of thought, Xu Qiu took a deep breath and said, "Thank you both for your kind offer, but I've decided to forge my own path in martial arts, so I must decline." The kings frowned at his words. Luo Ao tried once more. Xu Qiu, with my help, you could avoid many pitfalls. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Olay interjected. Come on, your fighting spirit isn't even as strong as mine, and you want to be his master? Stop flattering yourself. Luo Ao's face turned dark. Olay, you're too impudent. Olay grinned, her aura fluctuating with powerful energy, not inferior to Luo Ao's at all. Luo Ao was surprised. You've broken through? So what? Our great Xia has gained another king. Olay proclaimed proudly. The Ghost King laughed heartily, and Luoao gave Olay a long look. He knew that with Olay's formidable fighting spirit and her level 8 king status, even he wouldn't gain any advantage. Fine, with a captain like you guiding him, it doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Luoao shook his head, no longer insistent. The Ghost King said to Xu Qiu, I see your mind is made up, so I won't push. If you ever have questions about body refinement, feel free to ask me. With that, they exchanged contact information. After the two kings left, Xu Qiu and Olay found a place to eat and chat. Captain, how's everyone back in Qingyan City? They're doing well. I trained them recently, and their spirits are high, Olay replied with a smile. Xu Qiu couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for them, recalling Olay's training methods. By the way, what brings you to the capital this time, Captain? Olay's expression turned serious. It's old Zhao. She's here to treat a high-ranking official at the head's residence. Xu Qiu's heart sank. It wouldn't be that official, would it? Olay remained silent, but her demeanor said it all. Xu Qiu's mood grew heavy. If something happened to that official, Great Xiao would be shaken. Even with the 10 kings and 3 emperors, in terms of governance, these 13 might not compare to one great leader. With that person's means, even if their lifespan is nearing its end, they wouldn't be unprepared, right? Xu Qiu asked. The illness came too suddenly. Even that person couldn't respond in time, Olay said helplessly. Can Sister Zhao cure him? Uncertain. Besides old Zhao, other physicians have been brought from across the country. Everyone's trying to find a solution. The situation indeed seemed dire. Xu Qiu sighed, feeling a bit worried. Olay gave Xu Qiu a light pat on the shoulder, her eyes glinting with a hint of teasing. She laughed and said, Don't worry so much. The Great Xia has the 10 kings and 3 emperors keeping things in check, not to mention I'm here as the captain. If trouble arises, we've got it covered. Xu Qiu forced a smile and nodded. Of course, I trust our captains. Despite his words, he couldn't shake off his concerns. The 10 kings and 3 emperors were indeed incredibly powerful, but most of them weren't stationed in the capital. Some were guarding the borders, while others were in turbulent regions. In an emergency, they might not arrive in time. Even the likes of the Ghost King and the Battle King, who were usually in the capital, could be called away for missions at any moment. The Great Xia wasn't entirely out of danger yet. Xu Qiu resolved to quickly grow into a king-level powerhouse to truly help alleviate the nation's burdens. Olay seemed to read Xu Qiu's thoughts and grinned. Stop overthinking it. Come on, spar with me. I want to see how much you've improved lately. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up, exactly what he was hoping for. As night fell, Xu Qiu spread his wings, merging with his Kunpeng martial spirit, and sped out of the capital to the grade energy zone of the desert battlefield. The desolate area was perfect for an unrestricted fight. Olay followed closely. She surveyed the barren landscape, stretching her muscles as she teased. Choosing a place like this, are you planning to fight me to the death? Xu Qiu brandished his coiling dragon spear, spinning it to unleash a wave of domineering energy. Isn't this what you've always wanted, Captain? The Thunder Dragon, White Tiger, and Hell Phoenix martial spirits emerged, merging into a torrent of energy within Xu Qiu. With the Kunpeng already fused, he completed the integration of 4 martial spirits in an instant. His body was engulfed in hellfire and lightning, his eyes gleaming golden, with the character 4 King appearing on his forehead. The Kunpeng wings on his back quivered. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing the 7th tier Marquis level, approaching the 8th tier King level. The fierce pressure caused the ground to sink, and a whirlwind of sand erupted. Nearby skeletal soldiers disintegrated instantly. If the students from the Martial Arts University League saw this, they'd likely surrender in fear. In truth, since arriving in the capital, Xu Qiu had never truly gone all out, except in the Azura Tower. But now, facing the recently advanced 8th tier King Olay, he no longer needed to hide his strength. Olay trembled with excitement. Oh my gosh! Xu Qiu, in this form, you're both powerful and beautiful. I'm shaking with excitement. Before her words faded, terrifying energy waves mingled with fierce battle intent spread out, colliding violently with Xu Qiu's power. With a thunderous boom, a crater blasted open in the desert. A dormant silver skeleton king beneath the ground was shattered to pieces by the shockwave. Bang! Xu Qiu and Olay vanished almost simultaneously. When they reappeared, their spiked club and coiling dragon spear clashed. The impact created sound waves that swept across kilometers, raising a storm of sand and dust. Their battle was even more intense than when the Ghost King and Battle King clashed at Yanlong University. Those two kings held back, mindful of their surroundings. But here, in this desolate battlefield, Olay and Xu Qiu, as combat enthusiasts who knew each other well, fought without restraint, pouring everything into each move. The spear and club collided countless times, their terrifying force shaking half the desert battlefield. Countless spectral creatures and skeletal soldiers caught in the crossfire were obliterated, while the survivors instinctively cowered. Meanwhile, in a military base somewhere in the capital, a detection radar began to beep incessantly. A radar operator quickly reported, detecting high-intensity energy waves erupting near the capital. The intensity level is 8th tier. Each collision unleashed a force that seemed capable of tearing the world apart. In the desert, lightning intertwined with flames, while wooden vines clashed with fierce combat energy. Two figures fiercely battled in this vast landscape, each collision causing earth-shattering explosions. Satellite images zoomed in, finally capturing the faces of the combatants. The military swiftly accessed their database, inputting the images of the two for identification. Soon, a file appeared on the screen. "Got it!" exclaimed an officer. "That woman wielding the spiked club is Olay, a graduate of Yanlong University and leader of the Qingyun City Storm Bull Group. She was recently invited to the capital by the Shunwu Group." The other figure, however, was hard to identify. "This one doesn't seem human," another officer remarked with a frown. "The face is somewhat unusual and unidentifiable." Upon hearing the report, the general furrowed his brow. The leader of the Storm Bull Group? In the desert battlefield? Could they be hunting a beast king? He pondered for a moment before ordering, "Send the footage to the Shinwu Group and let the experts assess it. This battle has reached an 8th level magnitude. We can't afford to be careless." The military understood that handling such powerful entities might require heavy weaponry, possibly even nuclear options. However, leaving it to a professional hunting group seemed more appropriate, especially since the Shinwu Group's leader was a bona fide 8th level king. Meanwhile, at the Shinwu Group headquarters, Shinwu King Jun Han, known as the Great Xia's first king, was buried in paperwork. Since the chief's incident, his workload had increased significantly, turning his days and nights upside down. Fortunately, his kingly physique allowed him to endure. "Chief, you better be all right," Jun Han murmured to himself, rubbing his temples. Suddenly, his computer received a video from the military. In the footage, Olay was fiercely battling a humanoid beast. Jun Han frowned and said, "Why is Olay fighting a beast of this level? And this beast? Its appearance is quite peculiar. I've never seen anything like it." Jun Han furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying Olay. This junior, who had always refused his recruitment offers, had now become an indispensable powerhouse of Xia. Seeing her face such a formidable beast alone, a tinge of worry stirred within him. As he pondered whether he should step in to help, Zhao Xiaoyun was called over. She glanced at the screen, a twitch forming at the corner of her mouth. "This one can't sit still," challenging Xu Qiu as soon as she arrived in the capital. Jun Han was taken aback. "A challenge? That beast is Xu Qiu?" Shock flickered in his eyes. As the highly anticipated top scorer of the college entrance exams, Xu Qiu had grown at an astonishing rate. Being able to hold his own against a powerhouse like Olay already showed potential for future supremacy. After Zhao Xiaoyun nodded in confirmation, Jun Han fell into contemplation. He noticed the uncontainable excitement and anticipation on Olay's face, clearly thrilled to have found a worthy opponent. "Should we intervene?" Jun Han asked. Zhao Xiaoyun shook her head. "No need, but I'll check it out to make sure they don't get carried away." With that, she politely declined Jun Han's offer to send someone to escort her and drove off on her own. Meanwhile, a young man in black discreetly followed Zhao Xiaoyun's car. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "The target has appeared." On the desert battlefield, the fight between Xu Qiu and Olay grew increasingly intense. The clash of spear and wolf fang club thundered, echoing far and wide. Xu Qiu unleashed this level martial skill, Thunder Judgment Spear, with a colossal spear shadow enveloped in lightning and hellfire streaking through the air. Olay advanced instead of retreating, infusing her wolf fang club with spiritual power, and shouted, "Martial skill, Sky Shatter." The club collided with the thunder spear, shattering it into pieces. Xu Qiu clicked his tongue in amazement. The captains become even more monstrous. Olay grinned. "Got any better moves?" Xu Qiu nodded, and a Qilin silhouette materialized behind him, exuding a formidable aura. In a flash, he appeared above Olay, his speed astonishing. "Qilin step." Xu Qiu stomped down, condensing terrifying spiritual power into a massive thunderous foot. Olay dared not be careless, swiftly completing a martial soul fusion and once again using Sky Shatter to counter. The collision of forces seemed to tear the void apart. Xu Qiu's form flickered again, reappearing in front of Olay, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Qilin fist. The punch roared with the sound of a Qilin's fury. A beam of white light shot out with incredible speed. Olay raised her wolf-tooth club to block, but the sheer force sent her flying hundreds of meters. As soon as she regained her balance, Xu Qiu was upon her again. He pointed a finger and shouted, "Qilin finger!" The force of the strike cut through the air, and Olay, unable to dodge in time, was blasted into the ground, her shoulder pierced and bleeding. Yet, instead of fear, Olay laughed heartily, What an impressive chain of martial arts techniques. Fist, finger, foot. What comes next? Xu Qiu took a deep breath and launched a claw attack. His spiritual energy formed a massive Qilin claw that tore 4 cracks into the ground as it surged toward Olay. Olay unleashed her full power to counter it with her club. With a thunderous roar, the ground within a 2-kilometer radius collapsed into a massive crater. Olay emerged from the depths, her clothes tattered, revealing her toned muscles. She excitedly asked, "What technique is this?" "The Qilin 7 techniques," Xu Qiu admitted. It was his S-grade trump card from the Martial Arts League, too powerful to have been used before. Olay's eyes sparkled. 7 techniques? Does that mean 7 moves? Xu Qiu nodded. Exactly. They are step, foot, fist, finger, claw, roar, and seal. Each corresponds to a different style of attack. Recalling the battle, Olay analyzed, "You've used 5 of them, right? The foot overwhelms with momentum, the fist with brute force, the finger focuses power into a piercing point, and the claw is as sharp as a sword. The first one must have been the step, to accelerate instantly, correct?" Xu Qiu was a bit surprised, then gave her a thumbs up. As expected of the captain, she quickly grasped the intricacies of the Qilin 7 techniques. Her talent in combat was truly remarkable. After witnessing the power of the Qilin 7-word technique, Olay was elated. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded in appreciation. "This battle thrilled me even more than the one with the king. Not only did I witness an S-grade martial art, but I also saw your growth." Xu Qiu smiled humbly, and Olay continued, "Besides your cultivation, your fighting spirit is commendable. You must have passed the 8th level of the Azura Tower, right?" Xu Qiu nodded in confirmation, and Olay gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, very good, better than I was. It took me a year to clear the 8th level and another year and a half to get through the 9th. She slung her mace over her shoulder, and the horns on her head began to retract, releasing her martial soul fusion state. Xu Qiu was about to do the same when Olay chuckled softly. "You've shown me the mysteries of S-grade martial arts today, so let me show you my new ability." Xu Qiu's eyes flashed with curiosity, as he thought to himself, a new ability, could it be? The next second, a force several times stronger than before erupted from Olay, causing Xu Qiu's body to tense up instantly. Streams of spiritual energy radiated from Olay, weaving through the air. The once barren landscape transformed dramatically under Olay's aura. Massive vines surged from the ground, and towering trees sprang up, turning the area into a lush, verdant forest in the blink of an eye. "This is a domain," Xu Qiu exclaimed. Olay nodded in confirmation. "Yes, this is the unique ability of an 8th-level king. A domain beyond martial soul fusion." She raised her hand gently, and vines whistled towards Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu quickly evaded, unleashing a torrent of thunder and fire to shatter the vines. He charged towards Olay, only to be intercepted by a sudden net. The surrounding trees morphed into war trance that rushed at him. Xu Qiu pushed his power to the limit, shattering them one by one, but more kept coming. The captain's Azure Bull demon is wood attributed, and her domain is plant-related. Who would have thought that seemingly frail plants could be so terrifying in her hands? Xu Qiu mused. Facing the overwhelming plant army, Xu Qiu took a deep breath and shouted, "Qilin's 7-word technique, roar." The earth-shaking roar momentarily stunned all the plant avatars. Xu Qiu seized the opportunity, using the step technique to speed towards Olay in a blur, thrusting his spear forward. However, Olay caught the spear effortlessly with one hand and flung Xu Qiu aside. She grinned. "I forgot to mention, in this domain, I am the strongest existence." Olay's figure flickered, her mace swinging like a mountain, forcing Xu Qiu to parry continuously, his arms growing numb. Amidst the fierce battle, Olay suddenly halted. A ringing sound came from Olay's pocket. Xu Qiu was puzzled. This was a spirit energy zone where all communication methods should be ineffective, so how was a call coming through? As he wondered, Olay pulled out the source of the ringing. It wasn't a phone, but a small silver bell that chimed melodiously. Olay's expression darkened instantly, and her domain trembled with her anger, causing countless plants to thrash wildly. It seemed to transform into countless plant demons. Xu Qiu's eyes widened as he felt the sudden intensification of pressure around him. Olay's domain had surged in power, with vines writhing like living creatures, emanating an unsettling aura. He gulped and asked, "Captain, what's happening?" Olay furrowed her brow, and with a wave of her hand retracted the domain. The desert reappeared before them, and she said gravely, "Lao Zhao is in trouble." "Sister Zhao? What's going on?" Xu Qiu pressed for details. Olay took out a small bell and explained, "This is a martial spirit artifact. Lao Zhao and I each have one. When in danger, shaking it alerts the other person." She paused. Although Zhao Xiaoyun is a healer, Her strength is nearly at the 7th tier Marquis level. For her to call for aid, her opponent must be at least 7th tier Marquis level. Xu Qiu's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Olay decisively said, "That's enough sparring for now. I'm going to find Lao Zhao." With that, she swiftly followed the bell's guidance. Xu Qiu didn't hesitate and followed right behind her. Meanwhile, on the highway of the desert battlefield, Zhao Xiaoyun warily watched the people in front of her. Her sports car was now a heap of scrap metal, and she was fortunate to have escaped in time. The leading elderly man with blonde hair and blue eyes spoke fluent Daxia. "Miss Zhao, please come with us." Before he finished speaking, he had already flashed in front of Zhao Xiaoyun, his hand aimed straight for her neck. Zhao Xiaoyun barely managed to block, but with a crack, her forearm broke, and she was sent flying backward. The old man sneered, "You're just a healer, better surrender quietly." Suppressing her pain, Zhao Xiaoyun smirked coldly, "Unfortunately for you, now you can't leave." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky. Olay shouted angrily, "Hurt a member of the violent bull squad, and you're courting death." As she landed heavily, countless vines burst from the ground, instantly forming a massive barrier that trapped everyone present. Enormous vines erupted from the ground, intertwining around the area to form a large barrier that completely enclosed those present. The elderly man with blonde hair and blue eyes turned pale and exclaimed, "The bull squad's Olay? This is bad. Retreat quickly." From his intelligence reports, he knew Olay's strength far exceeded his own, prompting him to turn and flee. He punched the vine barrier, but only managed to cause a slight tremor. Shocked, he muttered, "A 7th level Marquis-ranked warrior can't even break this?" With no other option, he unleashed his wolf-shaped martial spirit, merging with it to become a golden werewolf. Just as he prepared to strike again, Olay appeared above him, grabbing his head and slamming it into the ground. Boom! The ground shattered, and the werewolf bled from all 7 orifices, nearly losing consciousness. He let out a low growl, trying to break free with a surge of spiritual power. Olay, expressionless, delivered 3 more heavy punches. Bam, bam, bam. The werewolf's head was on the verge of exploding, blood staining the concrete. The golden werewolf was forced out of his martial spirit form, eyes rolling back as he fainted. Still seething, Olay was about to strike again when Zhao Xiaoyun quickly shouted, "Captain, leave him alive." Only then did Olay relent. The others, witnessing their leader's swift defeat, were paralyzed with fear. One martial artist summoned a pangolin martial spirit to burrow underground and escape, but Xu Qiu knocked him down with a series of thunderous spear strikes. Xu Qiu surveyed the surroundings thoughtfully. "Foreign martial artists. Seems like they're spies from other countries." Zhao Xiaoyun nodded. "That's why I asked the captain to leave them alive. So we can take them back for interrogation?" Olay asked, puzzled. "Old Zhao, how did you end up here?" Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. "It's because of the commotion you guys caused." She briefly explained the situation. Olay realized what had happened and then, dissatisfied, waved her fist. "Jun Han really should have sent some guards. I'll have a word with him when we get back." Zhao Xiaoyun shook her head. "I chose not to have any guards." Xu Qiu curiously asked, "Sister Zhao, how is that person doing?" Zhao Xiaoyun looked around and lowered her voice. "Not too well. My abilities can't heal them, so I can only suppress the condition temporarily with my martial spirit's power." Xu Qiu couldn't help but feel worried. Soon, members of the Xinwu group arrived and took the spies away one by one. Xu Qiu finally met the Xinwu group's leader Jun Han, the foremost king of Daxia. Despite Jun Han's efforts to mask it, Xu Qiu noticed the fatigue in his expression. He looked Xu Qiu up and down, then patted his shoulder approvingly. "Good lad, to have such skill at a young age. Impressive. The future of Daxia rests on young people like you." Receiving praise from Daxia's foremost king would make anyone's heart race with excitement, and even Xu Qiu couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. Xu Qiu sincerely expressed his gratitude, his eyes shining with determination. Jun Han gave a slight smile, his gaze filled with approval. "The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Your growth is the greatest help you can offer us." Turning to Zhao Xiaoyun, he apologized, "Dr. Zhao, I'm truly sorry for my oversight that put you in danger." Zhao Xiaoyun shook her head and replied calmly, "It's all right. I'm safe now." Jun Han nodded in acknowledgement and then departed with his entourage. Despite his brief visit, his kind demeanor left a lasting impression on Xu Qiu. Olay patted Xu Qiu on the shoulder. "Kid, I'll be staying in the capital for a while. Reach out if you need anything." Xu Qiu nodded in agreement. Back in his dormitory, Xu Qiu quickly washed up and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he awoke feeling refreshed and was about to resume his challenge in the Azura Tower when his phone chimed with a notification. "You have received a deposit of 200 million. Xu Qiu was stunned, murmuring in confusion, 200 million? I haven't sold anything. How did I suddenly get 200 million? He quickly contacted customer service to confirm and found that everything was indeed in order. Just as he was puzzling over this, Mu Qingkong sent a message instructing him to go to the principal's office immediately. Rushing over, Xu Qiu found Su Xiaoshuang, Mu Bing, Feng Wuji, and Li Yunfeng already present. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they had already guessed what was happening. Principal Yanlong solemnly retrieved a delicate box from his drawer and slowly opened it. Inside were 5 rings, each glowing with a mysterious light. The group looked at the 5 rings with curiosity in their eyes. Principal Yanlong smiled lightly and explained, "These are storage rings, medium-grade martial arts spiritual devices that we had specially crafted for you. You can use them to store personal items." The group's eyes lit up, but Xu Qiu frowned and said, "Aren't spatial attribute spiritual devices usually high-grade?" The principal chuckled. That used to be the case. But with advancements in technology and martial arts, this is the latest achievement from the Daxia Research Institute. Although the space isn't large, it breaks previous limitations. The group was thrilled, feeling both honored and proud of the nation's progress. Xu Qiu silently reflected on the need not to be constrained by outdated knowledge. Empress Qiongxia was unimpressed. Getting excited over a few little rings? Back in my day, my storage devices could hold an entire planet. Su Xiaoshuang innocently asked, "Could it hold you too?" The Empress was taken aback, having never considered that possibility. Everyone accepted the rings. Xu Qiu, despite having better ones, gladly took his as well. He had a sudden inspiration. By placing a ring inside another, he could effectively expand the storage space. The principal then inquired if Xu Qiu had received the 2 billion. The others weren't envious, feeling it was well-deserved. Xu Qiu's contributions were invaluable, and the special training was priceless. Xu Qiu brought up the distribution of bone essence. He estimated its value at 4 billion and transferred 1 billion to each person on the spot. Su Xiaoshuang blinked and asked, "Brother, what about mine?" Xu Qiu teased, "Don't pretend. Who knows how many billions are in your little treasure trove?" The others looked at Su Xiaoshuang in surprise, not expecting her to be so wealthy. Su Xiaoshuang giggled shyly, "Big brother, don't expose me like that." In the capital city, a bustling skyscraper. Su Qiu led Su Xiaoshuang into the building. "I've been in the capital for quite some time, but I've never really had the chance to explore. Today, it's rare to see you in the mood for a stroll, big brother," Su Xiaoshuang remarked, looking at Xu Qiu, who was usually engrossed in his cultivation. Xu Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes. It's all about balancing work and rest. Besides, today's not just for fun. We also need to cash in those bone essences. He lightly tapped his storage ring, which held bone essences worth a fortune, enough to trade for a vast amount of martial arts resources. The siblings wandered leisurely, with Su Xiaoshuang flitting from shop to shop like a butterfly. From clothing and jewelry to bags, toys, and games, she left her mark everywhere, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of spending freely. Before long, they arrived at the top floor of a building, stopping in front of a shop called Shanghai Pavilion, a store specializing in exotic beast materials. It was the largest enterprise of its kind within the Great Xia, with the capital's flagship store operating under a strict VIP membership system. Su Qiu, composed, handed a piece of golden hand bone to the store clerk. "I'd like to sell this bone essence. Please present it to the manager for appraisal." It was a bone from a golden skeleton soldier, worth a staggering 5 billion. The clerk's eyes gleamed with recognition, and they paused as they looked at Su Qiu again. "Oh, aren't you Su Qiu, the top scorer in the martial arts entrance exam and the rising star of the Martial Arts University League? The leading figure of the younger generation. A celebrity indeed." The clerk was visibly shocked when he recognized Su Qiu, knowing that someone of such prominence should be treated with the utmost respect, even if they weren't a member. Quickly, the clerk ushered Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang into the Shanghai Pavilion, respectfully saying, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll fetch the manager to speak with you." Su Qiu nodded. "That's fine, but we'd like to browse around first." "Of course," the clerk replied, bowing slightly as he stepped away. Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang wandered around curiously. The interior of the Shanghai Pavilion was spacious, with glass display cases lining the walls, showcasing a variety of exotic beast materials. There were hurricane wolf fangs, scales of the mountain river python, and even the skeletal essence of the skeleton soldiers that Su Qiu had brought to sell. The array of materials was dazzling. Suddenly, something caught Su Qiu's eye. It was a fiery red crystal, exuding a restless aura of spiritual energy. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. "This is an elemental crystal core." He examined the crystal core carefully, calculating in his mind. It was a fragment of a third-tier elemental beast core, containing a significant amount of elemental energy. For ordinary warriors, this energy was difficult to absorb directly. But Su Qiu thought to himself, "With my gluttonous martial soul, I can absorb energy from all things. This might be a shortcut to accelerate my cultivation." While Su Qiu was lost in thought, A middle-aged man was having a conversation with an elderly man in a gray robe nearby. A woman approached the middle-aged man and whispered something in his ear, mentioning the name Xu Qiu. The middle-aged man frowned in thought for a moment, then said to the woman, "You go ahead and attend to Xu Qiu. I'll join you after I finish speaking with Elder Zhao." Half an hour passed, and Xu Qiu was growing impatient. He asked coolly, "Do you only have one manager? If they can't come, perhaps someone else could handle it." Just then, a woman in a cheongsam elegantly approached. She smiled slightly at Xu Qiu and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Manager Li, and I'll be appraising the value of your skeletal essence." Manager Li inspected the skeletal essence carefully, a glint of surprise in her eyes. This is indeed the essence from a golden skeleton. According to the market price, it's valued at 1 billion per inch. This piece is 5 and 1/8 inches long, totaling 5 billion and 100 million. I'll have a contract drafted right away. Xu Qiu smirked. "No rush, I have more. I'm just not sure if you can handle it all." Manager Li smiled confidently. "You're too kind, Mr. Su. Shanghai Pavilion is the largest exotic beast material buyer in the Great Summer. If we can't handle it, few others can." Just as Xu Qiu was about to retrieve more skeletal essence from his storage ring, the middle-aged man from earlier approached. Xu Qiu glanced at him, then noticed the elderly man standing behind him. There was an unusual aura about the old man that made Xu Qiu uneasy. This familiar yet strange feeling put him on alert, but for now, business took priority. He paid no attention to the displeased expression on the middle-aged man's face and began to take out piece after piece of precious bone essence from his storage ring. Xu Qiu's movements were smooth, almost like a magic trick, as he retrieved a collection of rare bone essence from the storage ring. The golden skeletons were pristine and translucent, the silver skeleton kings exuded a subtle brilliance, and there were even the rare golden skeleton king bones, which emitted an intimidating aura. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply, the woman in the cheongsam gasped, and the staff within the Mountain River Pavilion were utterly stunned. Each piece of this bone essence was worth over 1 billion, and here Xu Qiu was, casually pulling out a whole heap of them. Where did these come from?" The middle-aged man stammered, swallowing hard as he calculated their total value in his mind. Although many ventured into the desert battlefield, he had never heard of anyone obtaining such a vast amount of bone essence. Xu Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile, knowing that most of these treasures came from the Lianhua Kingdom's tomb. He replied indifferently, "The source is not important. What matters is the transaction." The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with interest, estimating the total value at least 100 billion. If he could secure this deal, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. "Someone, quickly serve Mr. Su some tea," the middle-aged man urgently called out. Xu Qiu waved his hand. "No need. I've had so much tea I'm full." He turned to the woman in the cheongsam. "You handle this deal." The woman in the cheongsam's eyes lit up with excitement. "All right." The middle-aged man was filled with regret. If he had known, he would have finished the smaller 10 billion deal with old Zhao quickly and come straight to Xu Qiu. Unfortunately, it was too late now, and he could only watch the big deal slip away. The woman in the cheongsam quickly completed the valuation, and the result left her astonished. The total value of this batch of bone essence was a staggering 120 billion. After deducting the handling fee, the actual amount was 114 billion. Xu Qiu calmly said, "All right, let's settle the payment." The woman in the cheongsam didn't dare delay, and immediately contacted the higher-ups at the Mountain Sea Pavilion for confirmation. Upon receiving approval, she swiftly completed the transfer process. In less than half a day, Xu Qiu earned over 100 billion. Seeing the billions credited to his account, Xu Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile. He then calmly asked, "How many elemental crystal cores do you have here?" Though Xu Qiu's tone was calm, there was a glint in his eyes. The woman in the qipao was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully inquired, "What kind of elemental crystal cores are you looking for, Mr. Su?" "Preferably ones with lightning attributes." Xu Qiu replied immediately, recalling the 10th level lightning body tempering technique he had acquired after declining apprenticeship offers from 2 great kings. He added, "Of course, other attributes are fine too." The woman quickly compiled a list of elemental crystal cores. Xu Qiu glanced at it and spent 10 billion to purchase 10 cores, with one of the 6th tier costing 5 billion alone. The woman beamed, calculating her generous commission. After buying the crystals, Xu Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang left under the envious gazes of onlookers. Just outside the Shanghai Pavilion, Xu Qiu spotted Zhao Lao, who emitted a strange aura. His brow furrowed as he suddenly recalled something, his pupils narrowing. "It's a soul snatcher." Xu Qiu instructed Xiaoshuang to head back first while he discreetly followed Zhao Lao. The latter seemed to sense this, but unusually led Xu Qiu to a secluded area in the outskirts. Abruptly, Zhao Lao stopped and said calmly, "Xu Qiu, you've been following me this whole way. What exactly do you want?" "Heh, soul snatcher. We're old friends, aren't we? No need to pretend." Xu Qiu sneered. Zhao Lao laughed heartily. You really can't be fooled. Your martial spirit is exceptionally sensitive to phantom-type beasts. With that, he drew his sword and unleashed a slash of sword energy. Xu Qiu effortlessly shattered the sword energy with his panlong broad spear. Just as he was about to strike, the soul snatcher turned to flee. Xu Qiu pursued relentlessly, the two of them racing until they burst into a grand courtyard. Above the entrance hung a plaque reading, Zhao family. Xu Qiu suddenly understood. This guy intended to seek refuge with the Zhao family. Hearing the commotion, members of the Zhao family rushed out. Third uncle, are you all right? What happened? Everyone stared in shock at the elderly man called Zhao Lao, who was left coughing up blood, struggling to comprehend the situation before them. Concerned, they rushed forward, only to hear Zhao Lao painfully accuse, It's Xu Qiu. He attacked me without discernment, claiming I'm some sort of soul-stealing monster and tried to kill me." These words hit like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere at the scene. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their glare towards Xu Qiu with anger. Particularly incensed were Zhao Zijin and Zhao Jun, two young men whose eyes burned with fury. One had suffered losses under Xu Qiu before, and the other had been defeated twice by Luo Qingxue, so naturally, they had no fond feelings for him. Now that Xu Qiu dared to cause trouble at the Zhao family's doorstep, it was the last straw. This is outrageous. Xu Qiu, do you really think you can do whatever you please? Zhao Zijin shouted sternly. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the Zhao family. Xu Qiu cast a cold glance over the crowd, his gaze finally settling on Zhao Lao, who was hiding among them. A fleeting look of smugness crossed the old man's face, causing Xu Qiu's brow to furrow. This soul stealer was indeed cunning. Amid the tense standoff, several options suddenly appeared before Xu Qiu. Ding! Faced with the soul stealer's provocation and the Zhao family's obstruction, you have the following choices. 1. A wise man knows when to retreat. For now, you are still somewhat inexperienced against the Zhao family, so turn around and leave. Reward, physical enhancement card. 2. Argue with the Zhao family. Try to convince them that Zhao Lao is indeed the soul stealer. Reward, 1/6 tier element crystal core. 3. Anyone who blocks me from killing the soul stealer will face the consequences. No matter who it is, stand in my way at your own risk. Cause a ruckus, young man. Reward, 10 thunderstorm spirit orbs. Xu Qiu's eyes flickered as he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. 10 thunderstorm spirit orbs, that was like carrying 10 nuclear bombs. More importantly, the soul stealer's arrogant attitude had thoroughly enraged him. A glint of determination flashed in Xu Qiu's eyes, and a cold smile played at his lips. He thought to himself, today, nobody can save you. I mean it. Today, no one can save you. Mark my words. Xu Qiu glared coldly at the Dementor hiding behind the Zhao family members. His voice was icy. He stepped forward with a spear in hand, exuding a murderous aura. Zhao Jun, Zhao Zijin, and others stood in his path, trying to thwart his onslaught. But the disparity in strength was too vast. Before they could summon their martial spirits, Xu Qiu struck them down with a single spear thrust. The other Zhao family warriors rushed forward, only to be repelled by Xu Qiu's move, Thunder Judgment Spear, leaving the weaker ones charred on the spot. Xu Qiu advanced like an unstoppable force, resembling a god of war. The Dementor, trembling with fear, attempted to flee deeper into the Zhao estate. Yet Xu Qiu's movements were ghostly swift, and he appeared before it in an instant. Where do you think you can run? He sneered. With a swing of his spear, lightning pierced through the Dementor's body. Amidst its anguished screams, it turned to ash, life extinguished. As Xu Qiu pondered his next move, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the depths of the Zhao estate. 5 7th-tier Marquis-level experts charged forth, led by an elderly man with white hair, whose strength was nearing the 8th-tier king level. Surveying the devastation around him, his expression darkened. Xu Qiu, your arrogance knows no bounds. Xu Qiu stood firm, spear in hand, and replied calmly, I killed the Dementor. It was you who insisted on getting in my way, so don't blame me. The white-haired elder scoffed. Nonsense. Dementors are extremely rare. How could the Zhao family possess such a creature? You're clearly fabricating an excuse to stir up trouble. His spiritual energy flared as he shouted, Let me, Zhao Yu, deal with you. Zhao Yu launched his attack with the class martial skill, Heaven-Shattering Fist. Xu Qiu, not underestimating his opponent, shouted as he completed his martial spirit fusion, meeting the attack with his spear. The Thunder Judgment Spear clashed violently with the Heaven-Shattering Fist, causing the ground beneath the Zhao estate to erupt. Zhao Yu was forced back several steps, surprise flickering in his eyes. A blue light flashed around him, forming this class dual attribute ice and fire weapon spirit, blue scale ice sword. Xu Qiu narrowed his eyes, recognizing the menacing sword. Zhao Yu sneered, good eye. Now, witness its power. With that, he dashed towards Xu Qiu, ready for close combat. In close combat, he was confident he could gain the upper hand. However, the moment they clashed, Xiao Yu suddenly realized he was gravely mistaken. Xu Qiu wielded his spear like a nimble dragon, executing moves of unparalleled finesse. His defense was impenetrable, and his attacks were like a relentless storm. What was even more astonishing was Xu Qiu's overwhelming battle intent, crashing down like a tidal wave, far surpassing Xiao Yu's own. This intense fighting spirit reminded Xiao Yu of one of the top 10 champions of the Great Xia, the Battle King Luo Ao. Xiao Yu swallowed hard, finding himself completely overpowered in just over a dozen exchanges, teetering on the brink of danger. The other Marquis-level powerhouses noticed something was amiss, their expressions shifting slightly. They exchanged glances and charged towards Xu Qiu together. Xu Qiu struck Xiao Yu back with a single thrust of his spear, then turned to face the 4 approaching attackers, roaring, "Get lost." His voice boomed like thunder, sending shockwaves through the air. For a moment, the group seemed to see a formidable beast, and their spirits quivered in fear. This was the Kirin Roar, one of the 7 Kirin techniques. The Marquis-level powerhouses were momentarily stunned, giving Xu Qiu a chance to break free. Just then, golden pillars of light descended from the sky, forming a golden prison around Xu Qiu. The intricate patterns flowed, making it indestructible. Xu Qiu immediately recognized it as a high-grade martial artifact, designed to trap powerful individuals. Even a 7th-tier Marquis would struggle to escape. As the prison materialized, another Marquis-level powerhouse appeared in the void. He had a head of thick, short hair, and looked to be in his 40s. It was he who controlled the golden prison, trapping Xu Qiu. "Great job, Xiao Yuan." Xiao Yu, looking at the middle-aged man with short hair, let out a hearty laugh. Xiao Yu's laughter was filled with pride and disdain. He turned to Xu Qiu, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. "Xu Qiu, you should feel honored that all 6 of the Zhao family's marquis-level warriors have been mobilized against you." Xu Qiu remained silent, simply thrusting his spear forward. The power of lightning surged towards the golden prison, unleashing a deafening roar. However, the golden prison remained unshaken. Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. "It's useless. This golden prison is a treasured artifact of the Zhao family, an upper-grade spiritual tool nearing the pinnacle of its kind. Even the Sword Emperor couldn't damage it with a single strike. You have no chance of breaking free." Someone suggested, "Xu Qiu, no one has dared to act recklessly in the Zhao family for 100 years. If we don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think we're easy to bully. Why not imprison him in this golden prison for 10 years, let him reflect on his actions?" Everyone nodded in agreement, secretly planning to study Xu Qiu's multiple SS-level martial souls during his confinement. Xu Qiu chuckled softly, a resolute glint in his eyes. "No one has dared to challenge the Zhao family in a century? Then today, I'll be the first in 100 years." Before his words even settled, his spiritual power erupted, as the Hell Phoenix and White Tiger martial souls manifested, merging with the Thunder Dragon from before. With the fusion of the 3 martial souls, Xu Qiu's aura surged, the terrifying pressure causing the golden prison to hum. Xiao Yuan remained supremely confident. "It's futile, Xu Qiu. No matter how you struggle, you can't break the golden prison. It is unbreakable by anyone below a king." A fierce determination flashed in Xu Qiu's eyes as he retrieved 3 Thunderburst spirit orbs. With a thunderous explosion, all 3 orbs detonated simultaneously, unleashing an endless torrent of lightning. The crowd gasped. The power was enough to threaten a king, and Xu Qiu dared to detonate it in such a confined space? Yet, when the thunder subsided, everyone was astonished to see Xu Qiu standing unharmed. Even Xu Qiu himself was slightly surprised. The lightning had only given him a tingling sensation, causing almost no harm. This is the effect of the 10th level Thunder Body Refinement technique. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up as he recalled the body refinement method he had acquired earlier. It not only allowed him to temper his body with the power of thunder, but also granted him a certain immunity to it. Coupled with his SS-level martial soul, the Thunder Dragon, he might truly become a god of thunder. Bathed in lightning, a smile crept onto Xu Qiu's lips. He gripped his spear tightly, gathering the surrounding thunder's power, and with a low shout, he declared, "Spear of Thunder Judgment." The terrifying thunder spear roared forth, infused with the power of 3 thunder explosion spirit beads. Xu Qiu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. In the past, a single thunder explosion spirit bead could kill an injured 8th-tier king beast. Now, with 3 unleashed simultaneously, even the Demon Sky sect leader at full strength might struggle to withstand it. Boom! The thunder spear crashed heavily against the golden prison. The enormous prison emitted a deafening roar, glowing brightly as if resisting with all its might. But as the spear's power continued to pour forth, a crack sounded, and a fissure appeared on the prison. The crack quickly spread, covering the entire prison in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, the golden prison shattered. The unleashed thunder power swept through the surroundings like a vast ocean. Even the aftershocks forced several marquee-level experts to retreat and destroyed over a dozen nearby buildings. Half of the Zhao family estate was reduced to ruins in an instant. Xiao Yu and Zhao Yuan were both shocked and furious. They stared intently at Xu Qiu, whose figure was gradually emerging from the dust, and they immediately completed their martial soul fusion, preparing to fight with all their might. However, in the next moment, Xu Qiu's figure flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he was in front of a marquee-level expert who had just completed his martial soul fusion. The man, with dragon horns on his head and a long blade in hand, exuded a murderous aura, but Xu Qiu's speed made his pupils contract in fear. Qilin fist. Xu Qiu shouted as he launched a punch. The opponent raised his blade to block, but with a resounding clang, the blade shattered. His chest caved in, bones fractured, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, creating a massive crater upon impact. The man, now separated from his martial soul fusion, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. What? Defeating a marquis with a single punch? How did he manage that? Zhao Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at Xu Qiu in disbelief. He realized that Xu Qiu was using an extremely advanced martial technique, likely of S grade. Such a level of technique was exceedingly rare in Xia, and even the Zhao family only had one, which no one had managed to master over the years. The secrets surrounding Xu Qiu were overwhelming, filling Zhao Yu with deep unease. Xu Qiu's strength far exceeded expectations. When people thought he had only one martial soul, he summoned SS-grade martial souls like the Thunder Dragon, White Tiger, Hell Phoenix, and Kuanpeng. When they believed he was only at the 5th tier of strength, he combined his martial souls and instantly defeated 6th and 7th tier warriors. When they thought he couldn't break the golden prison, he used 5 thunderstorm spirit beads to shatter a high-grade spiritual weapon into pieces. His hidden cards seemed endless and unfathomable. Kirin's step. Xu Qiu's figure flickered, and in a flash, he appeared above the crowd, stomping down fiercely. Spiritual power gathered into a massive footprint descending from the sky. Several marquee-level experts joined forces to resist, yet they were forcibly stomped into the ground. Xu Qiu immediately followed with Kirin Claw, his 5 fingers forming a claw, unleashing a fierce, dominating force that transformed into 5 giant blades slashing down. The marquee-level experts dared not be careless, responding with their full strength. Heaven-shattering fist, sky-tearing slash, rock-breaking hammer. Various martial techniques clashed with Xu Qiu's claw. The void exploded repeatedly, and the ground was torn with 5 massive cracks. The 5 marquee-level warriors crouched on the ground, panting heavily. Everyone was astonished by Xu Qiu's power, declaring him the greatest prodigy in centuries. The fact that one person could contend against an entire noble family was simply astounding. It turned out he hadn't even used his full strength in the martial arts tournament. If he had, no combination of the tournament's warriors could have matched him. Just as Xu Qiu was about to strike again, a slight tremor ran through the Zhao family estate. A peculiar force spread, whipping up a fierce wind that scattered Xu Qiu's attack. A green light enveloped the entire Zhao estate, transforming it into a world of wind. Xu Qiu realized this was the power of a king, a domain. An elderly man in a green robe, leaning on a cane, approached slowly. After reprimanding Zhao Yu and the others, he turned to Xu Qiu and said, "Young man, if you kneel and apologize, I'll pretend this never happened." "How about that?" Xu Qiu sneered. "I did nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? This is your own doing." He explained that he was there to deal with a soul-sucking demon lurking in the Zhao family. The green-robed elder, enraged, retorted, "Boy, do you really think talent allows you to do as you please? Today, you'll witness the might of a king." With that, he clawed at the air, unleashing a whirlwind within the domain. The power of the king's domain was on full display. The elder in the green robe summoned fierce winds around him, conjuring blades of wind in the void and sending them slashing towards Xu Qiu. With a sharp glint in his eyes, the elder made a subtle motion with his hands, unleashing a downpour of wind blades. Xu Qiu's expression was grave as he spun his Panlong Pajun spear like a windmill, shattering the oncoming blades. Yet, a sudden attack from behind nearly caught him off guard, forcing him to swiftly dodge. The elder chuckled lightly upon seeing this. "Interesting. It seems this isn't your first encounter with a king." With that, he clenched his fist, gathering spiritual energy into a massive scythe that he swung down. Xu Qiu advanced instead of retreating, thrusting his spear forward. The Thunder Judgment Spear clashed heat with the wind scythe, causing both to recoil from the impact. Using the momentum, Xu Qiu leaped into the air, executing a Qilin kick. The elder snorted, forming a wind vortex above his head to effortlessly block the strike. The vortex erupted with air currents filled with wind blades, swirling towards Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu clawed through the air, ripping the currents apart with his powerful finger strength, carving deep grooves into the ground. Impressive martial skills. But not quite enough, the elder remarked, raising his hand to reveal the Shrank martial soul, the storm scythe. He teleported in front of Xu Qiu, the scythe descending like the reaper's claim. Xu Qiu blocked with his spear, but was still sent flying. The elder pressed the advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of wind blades from all directions. Xu Qiu inwardly acknowledged the elder's strength, grateful for his sparring experiences with the regiment leader. While shattering the wind blades with his spear, he activated his dual martial souls. The Kuanping and Ghost Qiulan souls emerged and instantly fused. With the fusion of 5 great martial souls, Xu Qiu's aura surged, even causing the elder to feel a hint of pressure. "Is this your true strength?" the elder exclaimed in surprise. Before he could finish, Xu Qiu vanished. He first delivered a Qiulan kick from above, which was deflected by the elder's wind vortex. Then he instantly reappeared in front of the elder, launching a Qiulan punch. The elder countered with another wind vortex, but Xu Qiu pressed forward, extending a finger. Qiulan finger. This strike, imbued with immense penetrating power, pierced through the vortex's center. Although the elder managed to dodge in time, his shoulder was still pierced, leaving a bloody hole. His body trembled slightly, the long-forgotten pain reminding him he was injured. As a king, he was actually injured by a young upstart? The elder was furious, letting out a low growl. "You're courting death." His spiritual energy surged, conjuring tornadoes within his domain that swept towards Xu Qiu from all directions. Xu Qiu felt an unprecedented force within the domain and took a deep breath, deploying the strongest move from the Qiulan's 7-word technique, the seal. He executed a series of strikes and maneuvers, conjuring a fearsome Qiulan shadow in front of him. Qiulan seal. Xu Qiu thrust his palms forward, and the power of the Qiulan clashed fiercely with the surrounding tornadoes, causing the entire domain to tremble violently. In the intense impact, both were knocked back, sustaining injuries. The elder, seeing himself injured once more, was livid, his face flushed with anger. As a king, failing to defeat a young junior in his own domain was utterly humiliating. "You forced my hand," the elder roared, his wind scythe dissolving into light and merging into his body as he activated his martial soul fusion. Simultaneously, his domain power erupted fully, unleashing both 7th and 8th tier abilities. Clearly, the elder was determined to go all out, willing to pay any price to crush Xu Qiu. Seeing this, Xu Qiu took a deep breath and flipped his hands, bringing out 7 thunderstorm spirit beads. He thought to himself that using 3 beads earlier destroyed the golden prison, so using 7 together should have no problem destroying this domain. Just as both sides were pushed to their limits, ready to make their final moves, the azure sky above suddenly trembled violently. The air currents within the domain erupted, shattered by an immense force. A figure descended like a meteor, shaking the entire Zhao family estate and stirring up clouds of dust. Olay, wielding a spiked club, emerged from the dust, her kingly aura sweeping across the area. She looked at Xu Qiu with a grin. "Kid, you're not playing fair. How could you have a fight and not let me know?" Xu Qiu was slightly surprised to see Olay. "Captain, what brings you here?" Although her arrival was unexpected, it was reassuring. With Olay present, this battle was in the bag. Whatever the Zhao family's patriarch had in mind, he'd have to get past Olay first. The appearance of Olay brought a sense of relief to Xu Qiu, but it sent a chill down the spine of the Zhao family patriarch. The patriarch's eyes narrowed as he sensed a powerful force tearing through his domain. Olay approached, walking on air, with an arrogant smile. "Old man, can those old bones of yours handle this?" she taunted. Before her words faded, countless vines erupted from the ground, creating a patch of greenery within the stormy domain. The patriarch was shocked. This was clearly the domain of a king. To achieve such power at such a young age marked Olay as an extraordinary prodigy. Even more alarming, her domain seemed stronger than his own. Before he could dwell on it, Olay swung her spiked club, charging forward. The patriarch hastily defended himself, only to be struck and sent crashing through several walls. Struggling to his feet, he shouted angrily, "Stop! The Zhao family still has its trump cards." Olay dismissed his threat with disdain and attacked again. The patriarch was forced back, barely able to defend himself. The two powerful domains clashed fiercely in the void, with gales and vines continuously colliding. Just as Xu Qiu was about to intervene, a loud crack resounded from the sky. A golden streak of light descended like thunder, landing between the two domains. The overwhelming spiritual energy it released threatened to collapse the patriarch's domain. Xu Qiu looked closely and realized it was no lightning bolt, but a golden halberd. He recognized it as the weapon of the mighty King Jun Han. Indeed, Jun Han descended, standing atop his divine halberd, exuding authority. He spoke calmly. This battle ends here. If anyone wishes to continue, they will face me. Olay, brimming with fighting spirit, was ready to accept the challenge. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyun and Su Xiaoshuang arrived, one glaring to stop Olay, the other checking on Xu Qiu with concern. Su Xiaoshuang surveyed the wreckage of the Zhao family estate and marveled. Brother, did you do all this? She exclaimed in surprise, giving him a thumbs up. Wow, you took on an entire family by yourself? That's incredible. The members of the Zhao family turned grim upon hearing the words. The Zhao family patriarch furrowed his brows, a flicker of anger in his eyes as he looked at Jun Han and spoke in a deep voice. King Shenwu, Xu Qiu has attacked our Zhao family, killing and injuring people. This crime is unforgivable. How do you intend to deal with this? Xu Qiu remained calm and began to speak slowly. There is a reason for this, allow me to explain. He briefly recounted the incident involving the soul-stealing creature, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. The dead can't speak for themselves. You can say whatever you want. The Zhao family patriarch snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Jun Han's expression was impassive, his voice icy. Though the people are dead, their bodies remain. I will take them back to the research institute to seek clues about the soul-stealing creature. As for Xu Qiu, he paused, his gaze piercing. I intend to take him with me now. I asked the Zhao family to grant me this favor. Though phrased as a request, Jun Han's tone carried an undeniable authority. The Zhao family patriarch's expression fluctuated, but in the end, he did not dare to oppose. After all, the man before him was not only the foremost ruler of Daxia, but also commanded the formidable Shenwu hunting group. The Zhao family patriarch took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Since King Shenwu has come personally to request, I must oblige. You may take both the person and the bodies. I only hope for a satisfactory explanation in the future. Very well. Jun Han nodded slightly, putting away his Shenwu spear, and then turned to Xu Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang. You two, come with me? As the three left the Zhao family residence, many Zhao family warriors watched them depart, their eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and a hint of fear. Xu Qiu's display of strength, taking on an entire clan single-handedly, was truly astonishing. In front of the Zhao family estate, a transport helicopter slowly descended. Once Xu Qiu and the others boarded, the helicopter flew off in a certain direction. Inside the cabin, Xu Qiu learned that Olei's sudden appearance at the Zhao family was orchestrated by Su Xiaoshuang in secret. He affectionately ruffled the young girl's hair, praising her. You're quite the clever little one. But why had King Shenwu Jun Han come to the Zhao family in the first place? Sensing the gazes of Xu Qiu and the others, Jun Han said calmly, your battle was so intense that I felt it from afar, so I came to check it out. Besides, Xu Qiu, I have something to discuss with you. Jun Han looked serious, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. After briefly explaining his purpose, he added, this matter concerns the Grand Leader. Upon hearing this, Xu Qiu's expression became solemn, and he furrowed his brows slightly. What do you mean? He asked. Jun Han shook his head and replied simply, you'll know when we get there. Without further explanation, he turned and headed towards the helicopter. Zhao Xiaoyun, standing nearby, glanced thoughtfully at Xu Qiu, sighed softly, and followed in Jun Han's footsteps. Soon, they arrived at the leader's residence by helicopter. The soldiers patrolling the area looked serious and vigilant. Jun Han led Xu Qiu straight to a room inside the building. As they pushed the door open, they saw an emaciated old man lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by machines emitting a faint glow. Xu Qiu immediately recognized him as the pillar of Dazayeth Grand Leader, Xian Yuanjing. Jun Han spoke in a grave tone. Xu Qiu, I brought you here to see if you could use your martial soul to attempt to heal the Grand Leader. Xu Qiu nodded in agreement, walked to the bedside, and grasped the old man's frail hand. Hellfire ignited instantly, enveloping the old man entirely. However, Xu Qiu quickly frowned, saying, the Grand Leader doesn't have any injuries. A flash of disappointment crossed Jun Han's eyes, and he sighed. It seems that even an SS-level martial soul is powerless. Xu Qiu pressed for more details. Jun Han explained that the Grand Leader had fallen into a deep sleep 3 months ago after visiting Sakura Nation and had yet to awaken. Although there were suspicions of a conspiracy from Sakura Nation, there was no evidence. As everyone fell into contemplation, Su Xiaoshuang suddenly raised her hand and said, I might know what's going on. Everyone looked at the young girl in surprise, finding it hard to believe that she could know the answer to a mystery that top physicians couldn't solve. However, Xu Qiu's eyes lit up with interest. Su Xiaoshuang, whose body houses the Empress, is not from this world, just like the Empress herself isn't from Blue Star. A glint of insight flashed in Su Xiaoshuang's eyes as she pondered for a moment before speaking. The symptoms of the chief are not due to an ordinary illness, but rather a curse that targets the soul. This revelation shocked everyone present, prompting someone to question, Young lady, you shouldn't speak such things lightly. Su Xiaoshuang remained calm and replied, you can examine the chief's pupils. You should notice a faint purple glow. Upon hearing this, Jun Han stepped forward to check and indeed found a weak purple light flickering in the chief's pupils. He was astonished. How could this be? Why didn't we notice this before? Su Xiaoshuang explained. This purple glow is a sign that the curse has reached a certain stage. If it spreads to cover the entire pupil, I'm afraid the chief's condition will become irreversible. No longer doubting her words, everyone turned their hopeful gazes towards Su Xiaoshuang and asked, since you know it's a curse, do you have a way to break it? Su Xiaoshuang frowned slightly as if in deep thought, and after a moment, she slowly said, if we can use a psychic stimulant to enhance the chief's mental strength, he might be able to expel the curse himself. However, such substances are exceedingly rare, and to my knowledge, they can only be found in a few psychic zones. The Empress Qiong Xiao has reviewed records from your blue star, and only a very few psychic zones might be capable of producing such substances. Su Xiaoshuang relayed Empress Qiong Xiao's words to the group. Hearing them, they fell into deep thought. Jun Han furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the table. Xu Qiu squinted, mentally sorting through information on various psychic-related medicines. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This level psychic zone, the Nether Cave. There's the legendary Wangshuan grass there. It might save the chief. Hope ignited in everyone's eyes. Jun Han stood up, his voice low and resolute. Issue the orders. The Shenwu team is to prepare for deployment. Our target is the Nether Cave. Su Xiaoshuang quickly approached the chief's bedside, carefully examining him before speaking with a grave expression. You only have 10 days left? 10 days, Jun Han murmured, a determined glint in his eyes. Even if it costs me my life, I will bring back the Wangshuan grass. Suddenly, Xu Qiu spoke up. I'm going too. Seeing the surprise in everyone's eyes, he explained. I know what Wangshuan grass looks like, and I have a spirit weapon to control phantoms. I can help. Jun Han pondered for a moment, then nodded solemnly. All right, you come with us? Xu Qiu quickly returned to his dorm to pack. Su Xiaoshuang watched her brother's departing figure, sighing helplessly, stubborn brother. Always trying to be the hero. Jun Han approached Su Xiaoshuang and promised earnestly, I guarantee, as long as I'm alive, I won't let Xu Qiu get hurt. Su Xiaoshuang nodded. I trust you all. In the meantime, I'll do my best to protect the chief. Jun Han looked gratefully at the group and reminded Olay and the others to take care of the capital. As Xu Qiu hurried back to his dorm and packed his things, he ran into Li Yunfeng and others. Curious, they asked, Captain, where are you headed? This level psychic zone, the Nether Cave. The group was instantly taken aback by his words. How did it suddenly escalate so quickly? Xu Qiu's words made Li Yunfeng swallow hard. He advised, Captain, how about we first transition within a level psychic zone before tackling this level? People's lives are at stake, there's no time. Xu Qiu replied tersely, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. The fewer people who know about the chief's matter, the better. He quickly packed up, summoned the Kuanpeng, and left instantly. Li Yunfeng and the others exchanged glances, silently admiring the captain's courage. What does people's lives are at stake mean? They wondered, puzzled. Inside the chief's residence, aside from Jun Han, 13 individuals had gathered, all elite members of the Shenwu Corps. Xu Qiu recognized Li Shanhe, and the other 12 were not lacking in strength. To save the chief, the entire team of Shenwu Corps captains was mobilized. Li Shanhe warmly greeted Xu Qiu. I heard you're coming with us to the Netherworld Cavern, aren't you afraid? Xu Qiu smiled. With the Shenwu King and all the captains here, what's there to fear? His words reassured everyone. A young captain wearing glasses suggested, Xu Qiu, after graduation, why not join the Shenwu Corps? You could lead your own team. Xu Qiu politely declined. Let's talk about it later. At this moment, Jun Han stepped out, his expression solemn. You're all aware of the dangers of this mission. If anyone wants to back out, now's the time to step forward. Anyone who wants to back out, now's your chance. Jun Han declared, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a sharp blade. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, but no one stepped forward. Instead, everyone straightened their backs, their eyes shining with determination. Li Shanhe even let out a scoff. Why worry, Captain? There's no coward in our Shenwu regiment. Yeah, Captain. Are you the one getting cold feet? Another teased. Jun Han's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He turned to the middle-aged man wearing glasses. Zhang Qing, get ready to move out. Zhang Qing nodded, and suddenly a dazzling light burst from him. Xu Qiu's eyes lit up, thinking, is he summoning his martial soul? As the light faded, a gleaming Boeing 747 appeared in front of everyone. Xu Qiu couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was even more impressive than the Gatling gun soul he had seen before. Zhang Qing chuckled, patting Xu Qiu on the shoulder. How about it? My class Boeing plane soul? Isn't it cool? Absolutely cool. Xu Qiu gave a thumbs up, though internally he was shouting, who could have seen this coming? Once on board, Xu Qiu was amazed to find the interior identical to a real airplane. As he looked around, the leaders of the Xinwu regiment were already comfortably seated, as if this was routine. Strap in. We're taking off. Zhang Qing commanded, and the plane soared into the sky, heading towards the Netherworld cave. Through the window, Xu Qiu watched the imperial capital shrink rapidly, realizing that this soul plane's speed was supersonic. Even more astounding, the cabin was completely stable, with no hint of turbulence. During the flight, the group gathered to discuss tactics. A holographic projection displayed various information about the Netherworld cave. 3rd-tier ghost monsters, 4th-tier skeleton soldiers, 5th-tier blue soul grass, 6th-tier netherhounds, 7th-tier bull demon beasts. Finally, the projection showed a massive humanoid beast wielding a giant axe, exuding a ghostly aura. Just the image was enough to send chills down one's spine. This is the most powerful beast in the Netherworld cave, the 8th-tier king-level Netherworld bull demon king. Jun Han said gravely, they possess intelligence comparable to humans, and there might be more than one. This will be our biggest obstacle in finding the Wangshuan grass. As the group engaged in animated discussion, Xu Qiu took out a drawing board. On it was an illustration of a peculiar yellow herb, its 3-part leaves tipped with dewdrops like pearls. This is the Wangshuan grass, Xu Qiu explained. There's very little historical record of it, so I drew it from memory. Everyone looked at Xu Qiu in surprise. Someone couldn't help but ask, with so few records, even top-tier doctors don't know about it. How do you? Xu Qiu smiled slightly but didn't answer directly. This only piqued everyone's curiosity further. This sibling duo had knowledge surpassing even that of archaeologists and top professors. Having read a wide variety of books over the years, these things naturally leave an impression, Xu Qiu said, touching his nose. Everyone understood and refrained from asking further. Clearly, this involved Xu Qiu's secrets, but rescuing the chief was the priority, and they couldn't afford to miss this one chance. The roaring sound pierced through the sky as the Boeing aircraft Spirit carried the group toward their destination. The blue sky gradually became shrouded in dark clouds, and an unsettling aura filled the air. Zhang Qing's expression was serious, sensing the corrosive power affecting the aircraft Spirit. No wonder it's in class zone, Zhang Qing said gravely. We've barely entered and are already surrounded by this ghostly aura. Jun Han warned, everyone, be careful. Only use the potions and pills you brought for replenishing your energy. Do not absorb the local spiritual energy. Letting that ghostly aura into your body is no joke. Xu Qiu was deep in thought. With the ghost Qilin, he could control spirits and even gain power from the ghostly aura. Perhaps he could absorb it for his own use? At the very least, he had the Taotai spirit, which could devour all forms of spiritual energy. But these were just theories that needed to be tested in the ghostly cavern. Captain, prepare for landing, Zhang Qing commanded as the aircraft Spirit descended rapidly. A few hundred meters from the ground, the Spirit vanished, leaving them exposed in midair. Each person demonstrated their abilities. Some summoned their spirits, others used their skills, while Xu Qiu plummeted straight down. Thanks to his 6th-tier physical strength, he landed with a crash but remained unscathed. As the ghostly aura swirled around him, Xu Qiu's eyes gleamed as he attempted to activate the Taotai spirit to absorb the local spiritual energy. As the nether energy seeped into Xu Qiu's body, he immediately sensed that this energy, harmful to ordinary people, was being refined by the Taotai and transformed into pure spiritual power. Xu Qiu furrowed his brows slightly, feeling the changes within him. The Taotai greedily devoured the nether energy, converting it into pure spiritual power that flowed into Xu Qiu's body. Although the process was slower than usual, it was undoubtedly good news. Xu Qiu felt a sense of relief. With the Taotai, he could replenish his spiritual power in the nether cave and wouldn't be reduced to an ordinary person without strength. At that moment, the ghostly Qilin in Xu Qiu's martial soul space opened its eyes, observing cautiously. Seeing the Taotai successfully refining the nether energy, it closed its eyes again, seemingly ready to assist at any moment. Xu Qiu's heart stirred as he thought, with the Taotai and the ghostly Qilin, the threat of the nether cave is greatly diminished. His gaze was resolute, as if he could see a new world unfolding before him. The group continued onward and soon arrived at a massive cavern entrance. The opening was pitch black, with nether energy continuously pouring out. Jun Han's expression was grave as he reminded everyone. This is the true class spirit energy zone, the nether cave. Check your gear and set your alarms. We only have 10 days. Following his instructions, everyone proceeded into the cavern. The intense nether energy hit them, causing even Li Shanhe and Zhang Qing, both 7th-tier marquises, to feel uneasy. Suddenly, a bright moon appeared overhead, and only then did they realize that this so-called cavern was actually an interdimensional space. Just then, a beastly roar echoed, and a horde of ghostly creatures surged forward. Li Shanhe swung his mountain and river axe, cleaving a few, but more continued to swarm in. Xu Qiu smiled calmly and stepped forward. A flash of black light, and the ghostly Qilin appeared, letting out a thunderous roar that resonated through the sky. Countless ghostly creatures trembled and prostrated, voluntarily clearing a path. The members of the divine martial group were amazed, and even Jun Han gave Xu Qiu an approving glance. However, a spectral general, clad in armor and mounted on a warhorse, remained unfazed. Xu Qiu's eyes narrowed as he sensed this was a 7th-tier marquee-level powerhouse, far exceeding his own strength. Yet he remained unflustered, instead wearing a confident smile. In the nether cave, the ghostly Qilin was in its element, wielding the power to command countless ghosts, which could clear many obstacles for the divine martial group. With a single thought, the spectral creatures around surged like a tide towards the ghost general, leaving him utterly bewildered. The ghost general stared wide-eyed in disbelief as his own troops turned against him. He tried to wield his weapon, but was quickly immobilized by the countless spectral creatures binding his limbs. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xu Qiu and his companions swiftly retreated, leaving the general to watch helplessly as their figures vanished into the darkness. Fortunately, Xu Qiu's group was solely focused on finding the Wangchuan grass. Had it not been for this, the mere 7th-tier general might have already been obliterated. With the assistance of the ghost Qilin, they traversed the underworld grotto with ease. Whenever they encountered spectral beasts, the ghost Qilin's roar effortlessly subdued any creature below the 7th tier. For those at the 7th tier, it commanded the spectral horde to swarm and overwhelm them, like ants taking down an elephant. In this underworld grotto, spectral creatures were everywhere. Xu Qiu was accompanied by a vast army of specters, making him seem like the ruler of this desolate land. Jun Han silently watched Xu Qiu leading the way, inwardly grateful to have brought him along. The ghost Qilin's abilities provided the team with immense convenience, saving them from numerous troubles. Suddenly, a massive black skeletal soldier rose from a nearby dark hill. Its eye sockets burned with ghostly flames, locking onto the group with an aura even more powerful than the golden skeleton king Xu Qiu had encountered before. This was at least a high-grade 7th-tier beast. Xu Qiu's eyes flickered with astonishment at the extraordinary nature of the underworld grotto. In less than a day, they had already encountered several 7th-tier beasts. Such creatures were rare even in a-level spirit zones, yet here, they seemed almost commonplace. He couldn't help but ponder the terrifying prospects of an S-level spirit zone. At that moment, Jun Han spoke calmly. "Leave this one to me." He stepped forward, wielding his divine weapon halberd with a mighty swing. This was the first time Xu Qiu witnessed the god of war's prowess firsthand. As the divine weapon halberd descended, it unleashed a torrent of golden energy, like a beam of light, obliterating the black skeletal monster into dust. The mighty strike of the divine martial halberd unleashed a burst of golden light. With a single swing, Jun Han sent a torrent of golden energy surging forward like a cannon blast. The force was overwhelming and unstoppable, easily shattering the black skeletal soldier of the 7th-tier marquis state. Xu Qiu silently marveled at the power of the divine martial king, far surpassing that of ordinary rulers. The group pressed on, delving deeper into the nether abyss. 3 days later, Jun Han's expression grew increasingly urgent. Xu Qiu crouched down to examine a red flower and remarked calmly, "This is a red spider lily. We are nearing the river of 3 crossings." Before he finished speaking, roars erupted around them. A pack of nether hounds, their bodies engulfed in black flames, charged out, including some at the kingly level. Xu Qiu summoned spirits to confront them, but they were reduced to ashes by the nether fire. At Jun Han's command, he was the first to strike. The divine martial halberd danced like light, and with each swing, a nether hound fell. Other captains quickly joined the fray. Xu Qiu, having completed a martial soul fusion with the ghost Qilin, saw his strength greatly enhanced, matching the efficiency of a marquee-level fighter. Working together, they swiftly repelled the pack of nether hounds. Not long after, the sound of rushing water reached their ears. Crossing over the hills, the river of 3 crossings finally came into view. The river was wide and murky yellow, its source and end unseen. In the water, spirits struggled to climb ashore, only to be swept away by the erratic current, unable to escape. Looking at the peculiar river of 3 paths before him, Xu Qiu couldn't help but marvel. So this is the legendary river of 3 paths. It's truly spectacular. Jun Han spoke in a deep voice. "We've located the river of 3 paths. Let's split up and follow the original plan. One team will go upstream, the other downstream. Signal when you find the Wangchuan grass, and we'll regroup." He turned to Xu Qiu. "You'll be with me?" However, Xu Qiu shook his head. The Wangchuan grass might grow in the river. It would be more effective for me to scout from above on the Kuanpeng. Jun Han frowned. "It's too dangerous to go alone. Zhang Qing and Li Shanhe, you two will accompany him. The group began their mission. Xu Qiu rode the Kuanpeng, surveying the river from above. Countless lost souls floated and struggled in the water, roaring in anguish, yet unable to reach the shore. Inside the aircraft, Zhang Qing exclaimed, "This river of three paths is truly eerie. The current is unpredictable, sometimes rushing, sometimes calm. What would happen if someone fell in?" Xu Qiu replied calmly, "They would die. The river has three states of flow, hence the name. But the most terrifying aspect is the ghostly aura within the water, which corrodes the flesh, combined with the resentment of the lost souls that assaults the mind. Even an 8th-tier king would struggle to survive if they fell in." Hearing this, Zhang Qing and Li Shanhe felt a chill down their spines and silently prayed that the Wangchuan grass wouldn't be growing in that dreadful river. Xu Qiu, Li Shanhe, and Zhang Qing were circling above the river of three crossings, searching for the Wangchuan grass. Meanwhile, the restless souls and strange beasts in the river were roaring at them, as if venting their grievances and hatred. The trio was flying low over the river on their Boeing aircraft martial spirit, their ears filled with the relentless roars of the tormented souls and beasts. The hatred in those sounds was almost tangible, sending chills down their spines. Zhang Qing and Li Shanhe wore grave expressions, while Xu Qiu frowned slightly, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, the Boeing aircraft began to plummet uncontrollably. Xu Qiu reacted swiftly, stepping forward and giving Zhang Qing, who was piloting the plane, a sharp slap. "Snap out of it," he commanded. Zhang Qing jolted back to awareness, hurriedly maneuvering the aircraft upward, narrowly avoiding the souls in the river. "What happened?" Xu Qiu asked sternly. Zhang Qing, still shaken, replied, "It felt like my consciousness was being stripped away, caused by the voices of the souls." Xu Qiu glanced thoughtfully towards the river, his alertness heightened. Moments later, a melodious and haunting song drifted towards them. Following the sound, they saw a stunningly beautiful female ghost perched on a rock, singing. Her skin was like porcelain, her hair cascading like a waterfall, but her completely white eyes were eerie. Just as Xu Qiu was about to warn them, the aircraft began to descend again. He sighed helplessly and delivered another slap to Zhang Qing's face. This time, it was the right cheek, perfectly matching the red mark on the left. Zhang Qing snapped back to reality and chuckled wryly. "Thanks. Without you, we'd have ended up at the bottom of the river." Noticing Li Shanhe, who was also in a daze, Zhang Qing's eyes sparkled with mischief. He swiftly moved forward and slapped Li Shanhe, then nonchalantly returned to piloting the plane. Li Shanhe came to, initially thinking Xu Qiu had hit him, then realized the truth and glared at Zhang Qing. "You jerk! How dare you hit me?" The two immediately started to scuffle. Xu Qiu was about to intervene but was surprised to find they were no longer affected by the song. It turned out this was their way of resisting the eerie melody. Xu Qiu realized this, took out his Panlong Pajun spear, and pretended to threaten them with it. The two instantly stopped fighting, looking at Xu Qiu in alarm. Just then, Li Shanhe suddenly pointed downward and exclaimed, "Wait, Xu Qiu, look there!" Following his direction, Xu Qiu saw a rock with a yellow plant growing on it. Its leaves were divided into three parts, each bearing dewdrops that resembled pearls. That was precisely the goal of their journey, the Wangchuan grass. Xu Qiu and his companions lit up with excitement, unable to contain their emotions. Li Shanhe and Zhang Qing couldn't help but embrace each other, their joy evident. After 5 arduous days of searching, they finally found the elusive Wangchuan grass deep within the Yuming cavern. However, after the initial joy, the harsh reality set in. The Wangchuan grass grew on a reef in the middle of the Sunta River, surrounded by wandering ghostly creatures. The rushing waters frequently sent waves crashing over the fragile herb, making its collection no easy task. Li Shanhe took a deep breath and fired a flare into the sky. Instantly, brilliant light sliced through the dark sky. Members of the Shenwu group upstream and downstream saw the signal and began converging on their location. Junhan and his team were the first to arrive, eagerly asking, "Did you find the Wangchuan grass?" He paused as he noticed something. "Wait, what happened to your faces?" Li Shanhe and Zhang Qing sported bruised and swollen faces, each marked with a distinct slap print, looking rather comical. "Were you attacked?" Junhan frowned. Li Shanhe awkwardly scratched his head. Sort of." He briefly reported the discovery of the Wangchuan grass and then looked around, asking, "Where are Lao Wang and the others?" Just then, a bloodied figure stumbled toward them. Everyone rushed to help, exclaiming, "Lao Wang, what happened?" Gasping for breath, Lao Wang explained, "We were attacked by the Nyo Mo Magwai. It's a 7th-tier beast from the Yuming cavern. Lao Yu and the others sacrificed themselves to protect me." With those words, silence fell over the group. Although they had mentally prepared for such outcomes before setting out, facing the actual loss of comrades still weighed heavily on their hearts, casting a pall over the group. "Damn it! Li Shanhe punched the ground in frustration. Damn it! Li Shanhe punched the ground in frustration, causing a crack to form in the earth. As the leader, Jun Han quickly regained his composure and instructed Yun Yi, who had short hair and wore white, treat Old Wang first. Yun Yi nodded in agreement and approached Old Wang. From his palm, green vines extended and wrapped around Old Wang, emitting a life-giving glow. Seeing this, Xu Qiu stepped forward to assist, but Old Wang waved him off, saying, "Save your strength. Securing the Wangchuan grass is more important." Upon hearing Yun Yi's report on Old Wang's injuries, Jun Han immediately decided, "Zhang Jun, by Fei, stay and look after him. The rest, follow me to the river of three path." The group followed his orders. At the riverbank, the waters surged violently. Jun Han instructed Lu Xian, "You'll need to safeguard everyone's spirits later." Lu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Jun Han leapt into the air, wielding his divine weapon, a halberd that unleashed a torrent of light, splitting the river to create a massive passageway. Zhou Ding then acted, slamming his palms to the ground as his earth dragon spirit roared behind him. Immovable wall. Two earthen walls rose up, blocking the returning river waters. Xu Qiu silently praised the official first hunting team. Leading the charge, Jun Han plunged into the river to confront the attacking ghostly creatures. Xu Qiu followed closely, his ghost Qilin manifesting to intimidate the myriad of spirits. The higher-level ghost creatures were unfazed, their haunting song assaulting the group's minds. Lu Xian quickly played his jade flute, the melody countering the song and protecting their spirits. Seeing this, the group pressed on toward the location of the Wangchuan grass. "Get lost, all of you!" Li Shanhe roared, swinging his massive axe with the force of splitting mountains. The sheer power sent the ghostly creatures flying, clearing the path of any lingering spirits. The anger from losing his comrades fueled a strength far beyond his usual limits. Not far away, Yuni focused his mind, and an ancient tree appeared behind him. The tree had a human-like face, and its surrounding vines lashed out like steel whips. This was his class martial spirit, the hundred-handed tree demon. 100 vines moved like arms, effortlessly crushing the spectral beasts. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu commanded his ghostly Qilin to lead the spirits, clearing the way for the group. The three of them worked in perfect harmony, cutting through obstacles as they approached the forgetting river grass. Soon, they spotted the rocky outcrop where the grass grew. Only a seemingly weak, ghostly creature stood guard. At that moment, the ground shook violently. A group of scaly, mermaid-like beasts burst from the earth. Xu Qiu recognized them as merman spirits, led by one exuding a strong aura of the underworld, its power at the 7th tier. "Anyone who stands in my way of the forgetting river grass deserves to die," Jun Han declared coldly, hurling his long spear through the air. A golden light surged like a torrent, obliterating the merman spirits and showcasing the dominating power of the great Xia's foremost ruler. After swiftly defeating the merman spirits, Jun Han dashed to the rocky outcrop. Only a ghostly woman in a red dress remained, seemingly weak. Everyone felt assured of their victory. Yet, Xu Qiu's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was amiss. Xu Qiu observed the woman standing by the Wangchuan grass and sensed something was off. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the ghostly figure before him. Unlike the other faceless phantoms in black robes, this woman wore a red dress, her features distinct and striking, combining grace with a hint of fierceness. If not for the ghostly aura surrounding her, Xu Qiu might have mistaken her for an ordinary beauty. "Be careful, Shunwu King," Xu Qiu shouted, his voice full of caution. Jun Han, too, noticed something amiss and swung his long halberd directly at the woman in red. Surprisingly, she neither dodged nor flinched, merely raising her hand to form a shield of ghostly energy. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. Unexpectedly, Jun Han was pushed back several steps. The woman in red looked impressed. "An 8th-tier king. To reach such a level at your age, if you were born in my era, you would surely have been a ruler of your own domain." Jun Han remained expressionless. "Even in the present, I am a ruler." He positioned his halberd. "From Daxia, Jun Han. May I know your name, elder?" "As for me," the woman chuckled softly, "I was once known as General Hua, but now I am merely a ghost guarding the Wangchuan grass." Everyone frowned at her words. The name seemed familiar. Xu Qiu's eyes widened with realization. 1800 years ago, the first female general of the Dayu dynasty, the legendary General Hua in red. He quickly explained, "When Dayu unified the land, she fought across the south and north, always wearing a red military outfit, hence the name Red Attire Legend. Due to her great achievements, she was given poisoned wine and died. It is said that at her death, her resentment was so strong that ghostly soldiers passed through the capital, and the wailing of spirits lasted for 3 days. Ah, someone still remembers me." General Hua gently waved her sleeve, shattering the surrounding phantoms into pure soul energy, which gathered into red armor. A flaming spear appeared in her hand, her presence overwhelming, shaking half of the river of three paths. Jun Han's expression grew serious. General Hua spoke calmly. I died unjustly and became a ghost here at the river of three paths, where I found this Wangshuan grass. Ancient texts say this grass can reshape a ghost's soul, offering a second chance at life. This is crucial to me. I can't let you take it. Jun Han tightened his grip on his divine halberd. This is to save the Grand Leader. He has dedicated his life to Daxia, and I cannot watch him die. Even if it costs me my life, I must take it back. The Grand Leader. Is that what you call your ruler now? General Hua's eyes flickered with complex emotions. I once gave my life for my ruler, only to die unjustly. Is it worth it for you? The Daxia of today is not the Dayu of old. The Grand Leader is not the ruler who wronged you. Jun Han stated firmly. It seems we both have reasons we cannot abandon. General Hua sighed softly. In that case, we must fight. Before her words could settle, she vanished, reappearing instantly before Jun Han. Her spear, like a wildfire, struck with unstoppable force. Jun Han swung his divine halberd, barely blocking the blow. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of moves, their weapons clashing, sending energy rippling, causing the waters of the river of three paths to surge violently. Damn, she's holding her own against the captain? Li Shanha cursed. I thought only the Netherworld Bull Demon King was eighth tier? Xu Qiu said gravely. The river of three paths is full of mysteries. Anything can happen. As for General Hua, she was a renowned general 1800 years ago, and few in Daxia's long history can compare to her. It's not surprising she can battle Shenwu King. Xu Qiu, just how strong was General Hua in history? Li Shanha asked. They had only a superficial understanding of history, so they turned to Xu Qiu for answers. Xu Qiu paused for a moment before slowly revealing the astonishing power of General Hua was a ninth-rank emperor. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Xu Qiu explained that this was General Hua's level of power when he was alive, but now, in his soul state, his strength must have diminished. The group breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, a swarm of spectral beasts approached. After fending off a few, Xu Qiu set his sights on the Wangshuan grass perched on a distant rock. Seeing Jun Han locked in a fierce battle with General Hua, he decisively took action. Kirin, step. In a flash, Xu Qiu traversed hundreds of meters. Just as he was about to pluck the Wangshuan grass, General Hua suddenly turned, thrusting his spear directly at Xu Qiu's chest. In the nick of time, Xu Qiu executed the phoenix dance of 6 illusions, creating 6 simultaneous images of himself. Yet, as if anticipating this, General Hua's spear unerringly pierced Xu Qiu's chest. Illusory techniques are useless against me, General Hua remarked coolly. Xu Qiu coughed up blood but managed to grin. General, I've got you. Witnessing this, Jun Han's eyes widened in horror. Xu Qiu. Jun Han's eyes widened in shock. Images of his promise to Su Xiaoshuang before leaving flashed through his mind. As long as I'm alive, I won't let Xu Qiu get hurt. Yet now, Xu Qiu stood before him, a spear piercing through his chest, blood gushing out. The mighty king had failed his promise. Xu Qiu. Jun Han roared, unleashing his king's domain instantly. The terrifying power clashed against the immovable walls on either side, rapidly depleting his spiritual energy. He had been reluctant to do this, firstly because spiritual energy was hard to replenish, and secondly, fearing the walls might break, causing river water to flood in. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. In a flash, Jun Han appeared behind General Hua, his mighty halberd crashing down. General Hua attempted to dodge but found her spear tightly gripped by Xu Qiu. In her moment of surprise, she was sent flying by the strike. Jun Han let out a low growl, his fingers clawing the air. Instantly, countless starlights bombarded General Hua from all directions. Under the continuous assault, her movements were hindered. Jun Han reached Xu Qiu, only to see the spear dissolve into flames, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole in his chest. A mortal wound for most, yet Xu Qiu's body was enveloped in black hellfire, rapidly regenerating his flesh. Luckily, I dodged aside from the heart, or it would have been trouble. Xu Qiu sighed in relief. Jun Han was secretly amazed but relieved nonetheless. Glad you're okay? General Hua emerged from the energy, calmly stating, even domain attacks can't kill me. Jun Han shielded Xu Qiu. Take the Wangshuan grass and go. Xu Qiu nodded and quickly left. Come on, General Hua. It's an honor to battle a renowned general of 1,000 years. Jun Han charged again, their powers clashing explosively within the domain. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu, carrying the Wangshuan grass, rushed towards the riverbank. Everyone. The immovable wall is about to collapse. Move. Though reluctant, the group understood that escorting the Wangshuan grass was their primary mission. They sprinted towards the river, pursued by frenzied ghostly creatures. At the riverbank, Zhou Ding gritted his teeth. Hurry up, I'm about to give out. With a thunderous crash, the immovable wall shattered, water flooding in. In a critical moment, Xu Qiu grabbed Li Shanhe and the others, leaping 1,000 meters back to the shore. The group lay on the ground, panting, yet none felt joy. They gazed at the raging river of 3 crossings, eyes filled with worry. The captain, the divine martial king, is still in the river. Within the river of 3 crossings, the air was thick with ghostly energy. The moment the river's current reversed, Jun Han felt his domain begin to crumble. The power of the Sanzu River was overwhelming. Jun Han was swept away by an irresistible force, his domain shattering like fragile bubbles. The might of the Sanzu River exceeded his expectations, making even a king seem insignificant in its presence. As his domain collapsed, Jun Han was engulfed by the raging waters. His already depleted spiritual energy was no match for the corrosive nether aura. Jun Han felt his body rapidly deteriorating, his consciousness being dragged into an endless abyss. A final thought crossed his mind. Am I going to die here? Did Xu Qiu and the others make it to shore? I hope they can take the forgetting river grass back to the capital and save the Grand Leader. The future of Xiao rests on them. Just as Jun Han's consciousness was about to completely fade, a flash of red appeared before him. To his surprise, he recognized General Hua. He managed a bitter smile, thinking, even drowned in the Sanzu River, she still comes to kill me? Unlike the now spirit-like General Hua, Jun Han was powerless in the Sanzu River. He didn't even need to face General Hua. The nether aura alone was enough to kill him and potentially transform him into a spirit like her. However, General Hua spoke, young man, I thoroughly enjoyed this battle. You shouldn't die here. Your lord still needs you. Before she finished speaking, she grabbed Jun Han and flung him towards the riverbank. Meanwhile, on shore, Xu Qiu was preparing to dive into the Sanzu River to rescue Jun Han. Taking a deep breath, he handed the glass case containing the forgetting river grass to Li Shanhe and said, hold this, I'm going down to save the god of war. Xu Qiu was confident. I have the ghost Qilin and Taotai to protect me. I'm not afraid of the nether aura. Plus, with mental fortification, I can withstand the impact of vengeful spirits. I'm the only one who can enter the Sanzu River and save the god of war now. Just as Xu Qiu was about to leap into the river, a figure was thrown out from the water, landing heavily in front of them. To their astonishment, it was Jun Han, the god of war. Soon after, General Hua's figure emerged on the river's surface. She tossed the god of war's halberd towards the bank, where it embedded itself in the ground. The group was shocked. She saved the god of war? Though puzzled, they remained on guard. General Hua looked at Xu Qiu and the others in front of her without making a move and said calmly, the forgetting river grass has already been plucked. Everything is settled. Even if I retrieve it, it can no longer grow and is of no use to me. You needn't worry about me taking action. Her tone was composed, yet it left the group skeptical. Everyone instinctively glanced at Xu Qiu, given his extensive knowledge. Xu Qiu nodded slightly and explained, that's true. Only a fully matured forgetting river grass can help a wandering soul take shape. Since this one was picked before it matured, it has lost the possibility of growth. Despite this, the group remained cautious. They wondered silently. How could she not be angry or resentful after a treasure she guarded for years was taken? More puzzling was how she retained complete rationality, unlike other spirits. Facing their wariness, General Hua was not annoyed, but rather showed a hint of appreciation. You are all excellent warriors. I hope the lord you serve is worthy of your dedication. She paused and added, just a reminder, the forgetting river grass is the treasure of the Nether Cavern. It used to grow in the river of 3 crossings, under my watch, and no one dared to covet it. Now that it has left this place, you take care. With that, she turned and vanished into the river of 3 crossings, no longer paying attention to the group. The group exchanged puzzled looks. Did she just leave like that? What did her parting words mean? Xu Qiu pondered aloud. Legend has it that General Hua was unmatched in bravery and martial prowess. Perhaps, as a true soldier, she admires formidable warriors and decided to spare us. Li Shanhe proudly lifted his head. General Hua's good taste. Truly a renowned general. Xu Qiu and Zhang Qing exchanged a glance and rolled their eyes in exasperation. Xu Qiu quickly checked on Xinwu King, his brow furrowed. The nether chi has invaded his body. Recovery might be troublesome. The group's hearts sank. The nether chi in the river of 3 crossings was vast and endless. They knew that if they were submerged, they would be eroded and perish in less than 10 seconds. Jun Han had been in the river for over a minute, so the extent of the invasion was unimaginable. What should we do? Can the captain be saved? They all looked at Xu Qiu, realizing that this youngest student had somehow become their pillar of support. Xu Qiu took a deep breath. Let me try. He grabbed Jun Han's hand and activated his Taotai soul. Instantly, a large amount of nether chi was drawn from Jun Han's body into Xu Qiu's. Mixed with it was Jun Han's residual spiritual power, and the two forces tore at Xu Qiu from within, nearly ripping him apart. Damn, it's strong. Xu Qiu was secretly shocked. The domineering nether chi, combined with the residual spiritual power of an 8th level king, surged in, making him feel as if he would burst. The Taotai within him roared with all its might, trying to absorb the energy. But due to his insufficient cultivation, he struggled to fully absorb it. In the critical moment, the ghost Qilin opened its eyes and let out a low growl. The vast nether chi immediately changed direction, diverting from the Taotai to itself. The two powerful souls worked together, one absorbing and transforming the residual spiritual power of the 8th level king, the other refining the nether chi. The others held their breath, afraid to disturb Xu Qiu. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Qiu finally released Jun Han's hand. Jun Han slowly opened his eyes and, seeing the nether chi dissipating from Xu Qiu, understood what had happened. He sat up, looking worriedly at Xu Qiu. Foolish child. Why did you do that? Don't worry, Xinwu King. I can refine a bit of nether chi. It's just that your spiritual power is intertwined with it, inseparable. So I had to absorb it as well, Xu Qiu explained. That's fine. You focus on refining it. Jun Han nodded, and then took a pill to restore his spiritual power. Over an hour later, Xu Qiu had returned to his original state. He clenched his fist and smiled slightly. I've made some progress in my cultivation, just a small step away from the 6th level. A 10 to half-month retreat should secure the breakthrough. Looking at Jun Han, though not fully recovered, he was able to move freely. Captain, why did General Hua save you in the end? Someone couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Jun Han pondered for a moment, recalling General Hua's final words. Your lord still needs you. He sighed softly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. She is a pitiful soul, Jun Han murmured. A lifetime on the battlefield, only to be abandoned by her lord in the end. As for why she saved me, perhaps she saw a reflection of her past self in me, or maybe it was a camaraderie shared between soldiers. Hearing this, the group decided not to dwell on the matter. Xu Qiu scoffed. That ruler of the Great Yu is truly despicable. To abandon such an outstanding female general so easily? Exactly, Zhang Qing agreed. If he was worried about her overshadowing him, he could have just married her and made her empress. As soon as these words were spoken, the waters of the River of Three Crossings began to surge violently. Startled, they realized that General Hua might have overheard their conversation. Let's head back, Jun Han whispered. Xu Qiu nodded. I'm fully recovered. Let's go. They collected the forgetting river grass and wasted no time in starting their journey back. Zhang Qing summoned his airplane spirit, and they boarded it. However, the dense aura of the netherworld cave made it impossible for the spirit to sustain for long. After a short flight, they were forced to land and continue on foot. 2 days and nights passed, bringing them to nearly 8 days since entering the cave. As the exit came into view, their vigilance only increased. Xu Qiu used his spirit to scout ahead, proceeding with extreme caution. Suddenly, Xu Qiu frowned. It's too quiet, he whispered. There isn't a single beast near the exit, yet there's an eerie sense of pressure in the air. The group tensed, realizing they might have wandered into the territory of a high-level beast. It was too quiet. The area near the exit was unnervingly silent, with not a single beast in sight. Yet the air was thick with a strange, oppressive feeling. It was as if they had intruded into the domain of a formidable beast. Something's definitely off. It's eerily quiet here, not a single ghost or monster in sight. The air was thick with an unsettling pressure, as if they had stumbled into the territory of a high-level beast. Xu Qiu and the others were on edge, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps approached, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. A 10-meter-tall minotaur appeared before them, its muscles bulging, wielding a massive axe, and snorting white mist from its nostrils. Its blood-red eyes locked onto them, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. An 8th-tier netherworld bull demon king. They gasped, shocked to encounter such a formidable foe just as they were about to leave the netherworld cave. Leave the Wangshuan grass. The bull demon king's voice thundered. Without hesitation, Li Shanhe charged forward with his mountain river axe. The clash of axes sent a terrifying shockwave through the air. In the next moment, Li Shanhe was flung back like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a small hill, blood spewing from his mouth. Jun Han was about to join the fight, but Xu Qiu pulled him back. A system notification chimed, offering 3 options. Xu Qiu unhesitatingly chose to cover the retreat of his teammates, earning the reward of the supreme martial artifact, the Azura battle armor. He swiftly summoned 4 powerful spirits, Kuanpeng, White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, and the Undying Hell Phoenix. His energy surged, surpassing everyone in the Divine Martial Squad. Divine Martial King, you've got it wrong. Right now, I'm the strongest one here. Xu Qiu grinned, his formidable aura bursting forth like a flood, forcing everyone to step back. The Bull Demon King's attention shifted to Xu Qiu, its killing intent intensifying. Human, today I will not only reclaim the Wangchuan grass, but also end you right here. Xu Qiu stopped Jun Han and the others who wanted to stay. Go. Think about the chief. Do you still want to save him or not? And if you stay now, you'll only hold me back. Xu Qiu, you better come back to me. Jun Han shouted loudly before leaving. Xu Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes flashing with determination. Don't worry, I have no intention of dying here, he thought to himself. Becoming a 10th level supreme being, leading Xia to the pinnacle of the world, dominating Blue Star, sweeping the battlefield of alien beasts, and exploring the wonders of the galaxy, these goals were far from complete, and he wouldn't stop now. Just as Jun Han and the others were about to turn away, the Netherworld Bull Demon King suddenly charged forward, its massive body looming like a mountain. Xu Qiu immediately stepped in front, his slender frame bursting with terrifying power. He thrust his spear, clashing with the giant axe, forcing the Netherworld Bull Demon King to stagger back a couple of steps. Attack! Xu Qiu shouted coldly, striking again. His spear, infused with wild lightning, unleashed dozens of moves in the blink of an eye, from the A-level Thunder King spear to the S-level Thunder Judgment spear. Yet, the Netherworld Bull Demon King's body was as hard as meteorite iron, and Xu Qiu's attacks barely made a dent. Damn, this 8th level Beast King is tough to handle, Xu Qiu thought to himself, facing an 8th level Beast King alone for the first time. Puny human, even with the fusion of 4 SS level martial souls, you're no match for me, the Netherworld Bull Demon King roared, swinging its axe with a force that seemed to shatter space. Xu Qiu was sent flying by the immense power, crashing through a mountain and breaking several bones. Hellfire ignited instantly, healing Xu Qiu's injuries. Rising from the rubble, he fixed his gaze on the Netherworld Bull Demon King, his fighting spirit blazing like wildfire. It's not over until it's over. The fusion of the 4 martial souls had already pushed Xu Qiu to his limits. Xu Qiu knew that if he were to add another martial soul to the fusion, he could only sustain it for a few minutes at most. The idea of fusing all 6 martial souls was pure fantasy, would struggle to last even a single minute. After all, he was working with an SS-grade martial soul, and achieving this with a 5th-tier cultivation was already miraculous. However, when facing the Netherworld Bull Demon King, just a few minutes wouldn't be enough to ensure Jun Han and the others could escape danger. A small smile played on his lips as he decided to try out a secret weapon. With a thought, a close-fitting purple and red battle armor materialized on his body. The armor exuded an imposing aura, with shoulder guards resembling dragons and a breastplate akin to a tiger, interwoven with purple and red tones. As the armor enveloped him, an overwhelming murderous aura erupted, making Xu Qiu appear like an Azura descending upon the world. An endless stream of power surged from the armor, and Xu Qiu clenched his fists, whispering, "What a magnificent Azura battle armor!" He twirled his Panlong Brojun spear with a flourish. With a supreme spiritual weapon, the fusion of the 4 martial souls, and his 6th-tier physical strength, Xu Qiu felt an unprecedented surge of power. Looking at the Netherworld Bull Demon King, Xu Qiu grinned. "So what if you're 8th tier? I've changed my mind today. I'm taking you down." The Bull Demon King was taken aback by Xu Qiu's sudden surge in power, unsure of what to make of it. But Xu Qiu, like an arrow released from a bow, lunged forward, his spear striking like a dragon, unleashing a fierce bolt of lightning upon his opponent. Forced to retreat, the Bull Demon King barely regained his footing when Xu Qiu executed the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions, creating 6 simultaneous illusions. Faced with this bewildering technique, the Bull Demon King couldn't discern which figure was real. Xu Qiu seized the opportunity, his spear shadows raining down like a storm. The clanging sound was relentless, each strike leaving a bloody mark on the Bull Demon King. Though only flesh wounds, they enraged the demon. "How dare you hurt me?" the Bull Demon King roared, allowing Xu Qiu's spear to pierce his body, then suddenly contracting his muscles to trap the spear. At the same time, he raised a massive axe, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. But Xu Qiu, seasoned by countless battles, was prepared. He swiftly abandoned the spear, moving in close to the demon. His hands unleashed a flurry of strikes in level martial technique, known as the 108 Dragon Subduing Palms. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of palm strikes pounded the Bull Demon King like a rainstorm. His massive form was like a punching bag before Xu Qiu, driven back and coughing up blood. Seizing the moment when the demon's body stiffened, Xu Qiu grasped the Panlong Brojun spear embedded in the Bull Demon King and unleashed his full power. Thunder Judgment Spear. With a mighty shout, the Thunder Dragon roared, and the ultimate power of lightning surged forth. The spear exploded within the Bull Demon King, blasting him away. Panting slightly, Xu Qiu looked at the Bull Demon King, who lay on the ground, his flesh scorched black by the lightning, emitting the acrid smell of burnt meat. The horn on his forehead glowed faintly, and the surrounding nether energy surged toward him. The netherworld Bull Demon King's horn emitted a shimmering light, drawing the nether energy around him like a tidal wave. Having initially fallen, he quickly rose, brandishing his axe with a sinister grin. "Not bad, kid, but you still can't kill me." Xu Qiu remained calm and responded indifferently, "Then let's go again." Before his words faded, a powerful suction force erupted around him, drawing in both spiritual energy and nether energy. Hellfire ignited, mending his injuries. A hint of surprise flickered in the Bull Demon King's eyes. "You can absorb the nether energy too. Looks like this is going to be a long fight." His eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Killing you would definitely be one of the most memorable achievements of my life." Boom. Both vanished from their spots, with terrifying shockwaves exploding in the air. As both could absorb nether energy to restore their strength, the battle reached a stalemate. Xu Qiu thrust his spear, and the Bull Demon King didn't dodge, allowing the spear to pierce and lodge in his body. He swung his massive axe at Xu Qiu, who remained unmoved. In an instant, lightning surged from Xu Qiu, channeling through the spear and into the Bull Demon King. The spear of thunder judgment detonated within the Bull Demon King, blasting him away. Simultaneously, the massive axe struck Xu Qiu heavily. Despite having 6th-tier physical strength and the protection of his Azura armor, Xu Qiu was slammed to the ground, coughing up blood. In their mutually wounded state, the nether energy gathered once more around the Bull Demon King, healing his injuries. Hellfire blazed around Xu Qiu, rapidly mending him as well. In just 2 seconds, both stood again. Like two indomitable beasts, their fighting spirit even more intense. Bang bang bang. Xu Qiu and the Netherworld Bull Demon King were locked in a fierce battle. Their figures flickered through the air as fists and feet clashed, causing shockwaves to ripple outward. Xu Qiu unleashed the full power of the Qilin, with each strike carrying immense force. The Bull Demon King was equally relentless, wielding his axe with the speed of the wind, the sound of his strikes echoing like thunder. The two fought with no regard for defense, each seeking to land a decisive blow. The terrifying aura spread for miles around, causing mystical beasts to retreat in fear. Even the most formidable among them dared not approach a battle of this magnitude. "Qilin, stomp!" Xu Qiu shouted, delivering a powerful kick from above. Caught off guard, the Bull Demon King was driven into the ground, creating a massive crater in an instant. Leaping out, the Bull Demon King laughed heartily. "What a thrill!" Again. The two resumed their clash, exchanging blows. Xu Qiu launched a series of attacks, the Qilin's claws tearing through the Bull Demon King's body, with the Qilin's finger piercing his heart. Yet, the netherworld aura flowed, and his injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Xu Qiu's heart sank as he realized he needed to find his opponent's weakness. As he pondered, the Bull Demon King sneered, "You think stalling me is enough? In the netherworld cavern, I'm not the only 8th-rank existence." These words sent a chill through Xu Qiu. If there truly was another 8th-rank beast, the Shenwu group could be in grave danger. Distracted, the Bull Demon King seized the opportunity to land several heavy blows. Xu Qiu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He focused intently on his opponent, and suddenly noticed that each time the Bull Demon King healed, his horns would glow. Could that be the weakness? Seizing the moment, Xu Qiu roared, startling the Bull Demon King. In an instant, he closed the gap and thrust his spear with all his might at the horns. With a resounding clang, the Panlong Pajun's spear vibrated violently. Xu Qiu was shocked to discover that the horns were indestructible and completely unharmed. "Damn, they're tough," Xu Qiu thought, astonished, as he looked at the trembling Panlong Pajun spear. The hardness of these horns is comparable to that of a top-tier spiritual weapon. As Xu Qiu stood in astonishment, the Netherworld Bull Demon King laughed maniacally. "Ha! You've discovered my weakness? Unfortunately for you, these horns are both my weakness and my strongest defense. You'll never break them." Despite the Bull Demon King's arrogant words, Xu Qiu remained unfazed. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the Panlong Pajun's spear in his hand, his resolve growing stronger. "There is nothing in this world truly indestructible, and your horns are no exception," Xu Qiu thought to himself, recalling how he had once shattered the supposedly unbreakable Zhao family's golden prison. The battle resumed with renewed intensity as Xu Qiu launched a series of fierce attacks, his spear tip relentlessly targeting the horns. Yet, despite several strikes, he failed to make even the slightest dent. The Panlong Pajun spear is a top-tier spiritual weapon, unmatched in power. The reason I can't damage the horns is that I haven't fully unleashed its potential. Xu Qiu realized, focusing all his attention on the spear. As the fight continued, Xu Qiu gradually forged a deep connection with the Panlong Paojun spear. He became acutely aware of its weight and length, and could even discern every line and groove on its shaft. It was as if he could hear the spear breathing. Amidst the swirling spear light, a sudden dragon's roar echoed. In the next moment, Xu Qiu thrust his spear forward with a resounding clang, finally creating a crack in the horn. The Netherworld Bull Demon King was utterly shocked, hastily swinging his axe to force Xu Qiu back, incredulous. You actually managed to damage my horn? That spear. You've unlocked the full power of a top-tier spiritual weapon. The higher the grade of a spiritual weapon, the more challenging it is to wield. Typically, only top-tier marquises or kings can fully harness the power of a top-tier spiritual weapon. Yet now, Xu Qiu had achieved it. Xu Qiu wielded the Panlong Paojun spear, which emitted a faint glow. The dragon image on the spear seemed to come alive, vivid and lifelike. Xu Qiu felt the spear become an extension of himself, wielding it with ease. With a slight flick, he created a dazzling flourish, a confident gleam in his eyes. He provocatively glanced at the Netherworld Bull Demon King and beckoned with a finger. Come on, you dumb bull. Let's go again. The Bull Demon King roared and charged. Xu Qiu took a deep breath and unleashed the Qilin roar once more. The sound waves reverberated, leaving the Bull Demon King dizzy and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Qiu's spear struck like a thunderous dragon, hitting the bull's horn. With a resounding crack, the seemingly indestructible horn broke off. The Bull Demon King howled in agony, and the nether energy surged around him. Xu Qiu pressed the advantage, his spear techniques as precise and relentless as a meteor shower. The Bull Demon King retreated, covered in wounds. Noticing the enemy's slowing recovery, Xu Qiu smiled and said, with one horn broken, you can no longer absorb the nether energy. You won't be able to protect the remaining one either. Enraged by these words, the Bull Demon King flew into a frenzy, channeling nether energy into his axe. He roared, Netherworld, heaven-splitting slash. A dark axe light tore through the air. Xu Qiu didn't dare to be careless and countered with the Qilin seal. The clash of forces unleashed a storm of energy. As they reached a stalemate, the Bull Demon King used the remaining horn to absorb nether energy, his power surging. Seeing this, Xu Qiu was about to summon the union of the 6 martial spirits. Suddenly, a fiery red spear descended from the sky, precisely severing the Bull Demon King's last horn. Deprived of both horns, the nether energy went berserk, and the dark axe light disintegrated. The Qilin seal pierced through like a knife through butter, crashing heavily into the Bull Demon King. Amidst a chilling scream, the Bull Demon King was left covered in scales and unable to rise. Xu Qiu looked at his barely breathing opponent and marveled. Wow, even after taking a hit from my Qilin seal, he's still got a breath left. That's insane, but he's only got one breath left. No longer a threat. I refuse to accept this. You resorted to a sneak attack. This battle isn't lost. It's not lost, roared the Netherworld Bull Demon King, glaring resentfully at the fiery red spear lying on the ground. Xu Qiu glanced at the spear, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Wasn't this General Hua's spear? He had been pierced by this very weapon before, so how could he not recognize it? I once struck you with this spear, and now I return the favor. General Hua's voice echoed from afar, as the fiery red spear dissolved into points of light and disappeared. Xu Qiu secretly admired General Hua, who, even from within the river of 3 crossings, could deliver such a fatal blow, breaking the Bull Demon King's horn. Truly, he was the strongest presence within the Netherworld cavern. As for why he helped, Xu Qiu understood. General Hua had once saved King Xinwu, so aiding him was not surprising. Though now a ghost, in life he had been a hero who fought for humanity against beasts, and naturally, he wouldn't want to see a promising human fall here. With a slight smile, Xu Qiu strode towards the dying Bull Demon King. Without a word, he thrust his spear with all his might, piercing the creature's head. Thus, the 8th-tier Beast King fell. Having completed this task, Xu Qiu bowed deeply in the direction of the river of 3 crossings, then turned to find Jun Han and the others. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, General Hua sat alone on a rocky outcrop, with surrounding spirits keeping their distance. She gazed into the distance and softly murmured, a promising talent of humankind. Your era is just beginning. Work hard. On the rock, a small plant, indistinguishable from the river Forget-Me-Not, peeked out from a crevice. General Hua watched this seedling, her eyes full of hope. Though just a sprout, with careful nurturing, it would one day grow into a towering tree. At the entrance of the underworld cavern, an intense battle is unfolding. The Xinwu squad, while escorting the Wangchuan herd back, is ambushed by a large number of beastly creatures with bull and horse heads. These formidable 7th-tier bull demons and horse monsters wield various weapons, making them formidable opponents. The Shenwu squad fights fiercely but suffers heavy losses. Li Shanhe and Old Wang are severely injured and unable to continue fighting, leaving them in a perilous situation. Zhou Ding slams his palms to the ground, raising 4 walls to protect the wounded. Li Shanhe hesitates to speak, but Zhou Ding shouts sternly, "Shut up! I won't lose another comrade." His resolute gaze leaves Li Shanhe speechless. Lu Xian holds a jade flute, and its melodious sound echoes across the battlefield, restoring the squad's strength. Yuan Yi surveys the scene coldly as the 100-handed tree demon lashes out with its vines, striking the steel-like beasts. Gu Jianfei wields the ancient sword Seven Slayers, its sharp aura cutting through everything in its path. In the sky, Jun Han is locked in fierce combat with the 8th-tier Netherworld Bull Demon King. This female Demon King rides a flying beast, swinging her hammers with ferocity. Jun Han, his spiritual power depleted, struggles to hold his ground without accessing his domain. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoes from afar. Both sides pause, sensing the terrifying energy wave. The Netherworld Bull Demon King sneers. "Your team isn't bad, but they won't escape death." Jun Han's expression darkens, worried for Xu Qiu's safety, yet he dares not lose focus. Lu Xian's flute abruptly falls silent as he is struck by a horse monster, leaving the squad without support and in even greater danger. Gritting his teeth, Jun Han silently vows, "No matter what, I must get the Wangshuan herb out." Behind him, a phantom with wings appears, resembling an angel's descent. This is an S-grade light martial soul, the divine light soul. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and a resolute look flashed in his eyes. He knew this was his last chance. Gathering all the remaining spiritual power in his body, he prepared to perform a martial soul fusion and make a desperate attempt. At this critical moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the distance. Everyone looked up to see a massive storm cloud surging towards them, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling within. Even more astonishing was the sight of a thunder dragon coiling within the clouds, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Everyone, get behind the wall of immobility." A familiar voice rang out across the sky. It was Xu Qiu. The crowd instinctively trusted Xu Qiu's command and quickly took cover behind Zhou Ding's wall of immobility, feeling both anxious and hopeful. The bullhorse demons wanted to pursue them, unaware of the impending disaster. In an instant, a thunderous roar filled the heavens, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Lightning fell like torrential rain, causing the ground to tremble under the terrifying force. The bullhorse demons screamed in agony. Some died on the spot, while others fell severely injured. The members of the divine martial group peered from behind the wall, utterly shocked by the scene. They could scarcely believe that those formidable 7th-tier beasts were half annihilated with a single strike. The survivors were left battered and on the brink of death. A pillar of lightning descended, and Xu Qiu appeared like a divine warrior. He glanced at the fallen bullhorse demons and smiled slightly. "The power of the myriad thunder spirit beads didn't disappoint me." It turned out this was one of his trump cards, using 3 of the 10 myriad thunder spirit beads he had acquired from the Zhao family to unleash such devastating destruction. The remaining bullhorse demons retreated in fear, too terrified to make any rash moves. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Netherworld Bull Demon King saw Xu Qiu and its eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! How are you still alive? And where is my husband? Impossible! How are you still alive? Where's my husband?" Upon seeing Xu Qiu, the Netherworld Bull Demon King's eyes narrowed sharply, and she screamed. A sense of impending doom surged through her. Xu Qiu was momentarily taken aback, but then responded with a grin, "Your husband? I broke his horns. He's already dead." These words struck the Netherworld Bull Demon King like a heavy hammer, shattering her last hope. A furious rage erupted on her face as she roared, "I'll kill you." She had no doubt about Xu Qiu's words. After all, he knew the Bull Demon King's weakness, and if her husband were still alive, he would never have allowed Xu Qiu to be here. Everything pointed to a horrifying truth: her husband had been killed by Xu Qiu. Overcome with fury, the Netherworld Bull Demon King leaped from her flying beast, wielding a copper hammer in each hand, and descended upon Xu Qiu like a falling meteor. Faced with this formidable attack, Xu Qiu neither dodged nor evaded, instead meeting it head-on with his spear. Amidst the thunderous clash, both were forced to retreat. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Netherworld Bull Demon King's eyes. She hadn't expected Xu Qiu to possess such power. The rest of the divine martial squad was equally surprised, especially noting the impressive armor Xu Qiu wore. That armor must be an extraordinary spirit weapon, right? Indeed, extraordinary spirit weapons are rare. This guy has quite a few aces up his sleeve. Xu Qiu stood firm, surrounded by swirling lightning and hellfire. Clad in his Azura battle armor, he resembled a hellish war god, causing even the Netherworld Bull Demon King to feel a tinge of fear as she stepped back. "I killed your husband. I don't mind sending you to join him, Xu Qiu said coldly. The Netherworld Bull Demon King hesitated for a moment before turning to flee. Xu Qiu snorted and gave chase. As he passed by Jun Han, he signaled with his eyes, and Jun Han understood immediately, leading the others to quickly withdraw from the Netherworld cavern. Across the wilderness, the two figures raced one after the other. Xu Qiu unleashed a thunder judgment, which pierced through a mountain. The Netherworld Bull Demon King barely managed to deflect it, realizing she couldn't face Xu Qiu in battle. She stomped the ground and accelerated her escape. Xu Qiu shouted, "Don't run," but in truth, he turned back quickly once she disappeared from view. He knew he was running out of strength and needed to leave with the Forget River grass. The Netherworld Bull Demon King reached a mountain peak and, seeing Xu Qiu no longer pursuing, realized she'd been tricked. She roared in fury and hurried back, but it was too late. The Divine Martial Squad had already boarded the Boeing soul plane summoned by Zhang Qing. Xu Qiu was the last to jump aboard, shouting, "Go!" The plane lifted off, leaving the enraged Netherworld Bull Demon King roaring on the ground. "Blast it! Humans, I will remember you, and I won't let you go." Standing on the plane, Xu Qiu flipped a middle finger towards the distant figure, then collapsed into his seat. The others lay down as well, exhausted but relieved to have finally escaped danger. Damn! This Netherworld cavern is scarier than a regular S-class spirit zone. Yeah, it could almost be S-class. I don't want to come back here. Everyone shared their thoughts, still shaken by the harrowing battles in the Netherworld cavern. The Divine Martial King caressed the storage ring in his hand, satisfied. No matter what, the mission is complete, and the chief is saved. Li Shanhe sighed. But old you and the others won't be coming back. His words plunged everyone into silence. Xu Qiu stood up, saluting towards the direction of the Netherworld cavern, and the others followed suit, paying their respects. For those who die on the battlefield for their country, there's no need to return wrapped in horse hide. Upon returning to the capital, Jun Han wasted no time in delivering the Wangchuan herb to the city's research institute, instructing them to develop it into a potion. Jun Han handed over the herb to the director with a serious expression. The director, upon receiving it, furrowed his brows and said, "This herb is unlike anything we've seen before. It will take at least 10 hours to analyze its components, and another 24 hours to produce the potion." Jun Han paused, a hint of urgency in his eyes. "The sooner, the better. Once it's ready, send it immediately to the leader's residence. This matter is of utmost importance and must remain confidential." The director nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Xu Qiu and the other leaders of the Xinwu team were being treated at the hospital. The expedition to the Yuming Cavern had drained their energy, and they needed proper rest to recover. In the hospital room, Su Xiaoshuang, Olay, and others came to visit. Olay patted Xu Qiu on the shoulder and asked with a grin, "Hey, how was the trip to the Yuming Cavern?" Xu Qiu smiled slightly. "It was good. Dangerous, but exciting." Olay's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Seems like I should give it a try too," she thought to herself, considering that conquering the cavern might prove her strength surpasses Jun Han's. Xu Qiu looked around and noticed Jun Han was absent. Curious, he asked, "Where's the Xinwu king?" Zhao Xiaoyan explained. "He took the Wangchuan herb to the research institute and will probably stay there until the potion is made." Xu Qiu shook his head and sighed. "He's really pushing himself, especially when his spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered. That's why he's called the Xinwu king." Olay laughed heartily. Xu Qiu then inquired about the current situation in the capital. Olay confidently assured him that everything was fine. Zhao Xiaoyan added that the Battle King had been dispatched to Tianhai City to deal with the Void Cult's activities. Xu Qiu listened thoughtfully as Zhao Xiaoyun detailed the evil deeds of the Void Cult and the deep-seated hatred the Battle King held for them. As they conversed, a man in white entered the room, looking for Su Xiaoshuang. He requested her assistance at the Research Institute to help analyze the Wangchuan herb. Zhao Xiaoyun volunteered to accompany her. Su Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement, thinking to herself that she would follow the Empress Qiongxiao's instructions in all matters. It seemed like Xu Qiu had a thought and turned to the researcher, asking, "Recently, was a corpse delivered to the Research Institute?" "It was a body possessed by a dementor. Have you discovered anything?" The researcher nodded in confirmation, a glint of professionalism in his eyes. "Yes, we did examine that corpse. We detected faint soul fluctuations of a dementor within it, proving that the person was indeed possessed. The report has already been submitted to the Zhao family." Su Qiu frowned slightly and pressed further. "Faint soul fluctuations? When did you start the research?" "We began the research immediately after the corpse was delivered and found the dementor soul fluctuations lasted no more than 24 hours. The researcher replied succinctly. Su Qiu's frown deepened, and Olay, noticing the unusual expression, asked softly, "What's wrong?" "If the dementor died within that body, the soul fluctuations in the corpse shouldn't be so weak." Su Qiu slowly expressed his doubt. Olay's eyes sparkled as she picked up the thread of conversation. "You mean, There are only two possibilities. Either the time of death was too long ago, and the soul's power has dissipated, or the Dementor quickly left the body after its death, leaving only some residue. Xu Qiu nodded, his expression serious. Considering the research time was less than 24 hours, it's likely the second possibility. The Dementor is probably still alive. He continued his analysis. The Dementor's intentions are unclear, yet it repeatedly possessed Zhao family warriors and lurked at Yanlong University. Its target is likely related to these two. Olay lightly tapped Xu Qiu's head, her tone laced with concern. You're already bedridden, and you're still thinking so much? Let me handle the investigation. Xu Qiu's face showed a peculiar expression, thinking that having Olay investigate something so intricate might be beyond her capabilities. Soon after, Xu Qiu was left alone in the hospital room. Bored, he stared at the TV on the wall when suddenly an emergency news broadcast interrupted. Just moments ago, an unknown white fog appeared in District 14 of the imperial capital. We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. A mysterious white fog has appeared in District 14 of the capital and is rapidly spreading. The Xinwu hunting team has been dispatched to investigate. Residents of District 14 are advised to stay indoors for their safety. Xu Qiu lay on the hospital bed, his brows furrowed as he focused intently on the television screen. The broadcast showed aerial footage from a drone, revealing District 14 of the capital shrouded in an eerie white mist, with skyscrapers faintly visible and deserted streets. His heart tightened. District 14 wasn't far from here. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Xu Qiu White Mist City, that a level energy zone near Tianhai City, once a bustling metropolis, had become a forbidden zone due to the mysterious white fog. Rumor had it that parasitic monsters lurked within, capable of controlling humans, sending chills down anyone's spine. Xu Qiu's eyes flickered with thought as he tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the bed. White Mist City was thousands of kilometers away, so how could it suddenly appear in the capital? Was this another supernatural phenomenon? What concerned him even more was that Battle King Luoao was currently on a mission in Tianhai City. Unable to shake off his doubts, Xu Qiu picked up his phone and dialed Uliai's number. As soon as the call connected, he asked urgently, Captain, do you know about the situation with the white fog in District 14? I've heard. The 4th squad of the Xinwu team has gone to investigate, Ole replied, just as a loud noise erupted from the phone, making Xu Qiu's ears ring. What happened? Xu Qiu asked anxiously. Nothing, just got into a scuffle with the Zhao family's patriarch, Ole replied casually, as if discussing the weather. Xu Qiu's mouth twitched. Why are you provoking the Zhao family again? Ole sighed. Didn't you say the soul-seizing monster might still be alive? I came to check it out, but they tried to kick me out, so I fought back in anger. Xu Qiu rubbed his forehead, about to say something when Ole added. The worst part is, they accused me of stealing their spiritual artifact. What spiritual artifact? Xu Qiu caught onto the crucial detail. Something called the breaking seal all? Ole recalled. Xu Qiu quickly searched on his phone, scanning the information on the screen. The breaking seal all, a top-tier spiritual artifact capable of breaking various seals, was auctioned off to a mysterious family at a high price 26 years ago. A family? The Zhao family. Xu Qiu's brow furrowed. How could such a precious artifact be easily stolen? Suddenly, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind, connecting the dots of previous clues. Captain, Xu Qiu said gravely, asked the Zhao family when they noticed the breaking seal all was missing. Ole agreed, and Xu Qiu could hear her questioning the Zhao family's patriarch. The patriarch roared, stop pretending. The breaking seal all has been missing since you last caused trouble here. Who else could have stolen it but you? Upon hearing this, Xu Qiu's eyes sharpened. All the clues aligned the soul-seizing monster had been possessing Zhao family martial artists, clearly after something. Last time, he hadn't completely eradicated the monster, and it had planned ahead. After their chaotic encounter with the Zhao family, the breaking seal all vanished. Xu Qiu suddenly understood. The soul-seizing monster had lured him to the Zhao family not for protection, but to use him as a distraction to steal the breaking seal all. The seal breaking all, a top-tier spiritual artifact. It can break through various seals. If the Dementor has this treasure, it must be planning to break some seal. But what could it be? Xu Qiu furrowed his brow, thoughts racing through his mind like lightning. The Dementor, the Zhao family, Yanlong University. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him. The Dementor wasn't just possessing members of the Zhao family. It had been lurking at Yanlong University for a long time. This couldn't be a coincidence unless the seal it wants to break is at Yanlong University. Captain, hurry to Yanlong University. There might be danger. Xu Qiu sprang up from the hospital bed, urgently shouting to Ole. Within the Zhao family, Ole's eyes sharpened at the news, and she replied seriously, all right, I understand. As she was about to leave, the Zhao family patriarch roared, blocking her path, Ole, hand over the seal breaking all. Ole frowned. having no time for distractions. On an ordinary day, she might have been eager to clash with this king. But now Yanlong University was in imminent danger. Clutching her Tianya staff tightly, she shouted, "Martial skill, sky shatter." Boom. The space seemed to shatter, and a massive force instantly broke through the Zhao Patriarch's defense, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Olay said coldly, "I don't have time to continue this fight." With that, she leapt into the air, speeding towards Yanlong University. The Zhao Patriarch lay in the rubble, watching Olay's retreating figure, swallowing hard. This person possesses such power? Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Xu Qiu felt uneasy even after hanging up the phone. He was about to head to Yanlong University himself when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing around, a chill ran down his spine. The hospital had become eerily quiet. Something's wrong. This hospital, at some point, had become unnaturally silent. So silent it was almost eerie. Silence. It was too silent. The hospital was eerily quiet, which was certainly not normal. Xu Qiu dressed cautiously and tiptoed out of his room. A dense white mist enveloped him, spreading through the corridor. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the distinctive fog of Baiwu City. It was alarming how quickly it had reached the 14th district, several kilometers away. In the corridor, medical staff lay unconscious in disarray. Xu Qiu crouched to check on them, finding they were merely unconscious but not in any life-threatening danger. He exhaled in relief but remained tense. The sudden appearance of the white mist was no coincidence. The Dementor's plot to seize the spirit weapon, the Grant Leader's poisoning and coma, the Shinwu group's recent return from the Netherworld cave, all these events couldn't be random. Someone was orchestrating them. Are they trying to prevent the Grand Leader's treatment? Or seize the opportunity to harm Xia? Xu Qiu muttered, his eyes fixated on the approaching mist. He decisively smashed open the emergency gas mask box on the wall, donned a mask, and stepped into the fog. Even with the mask on, Xu Qiu could feel the neurotoxins in the mist seeping through his pores. Fortunately, his exceptional constitution allowed him to resist for the time being. He quickly made his way to the rooms of the other Shinwu team leaders, finding 10 of them in a deep sleep, except for one missing. Xu Qiu slapped their faces, trying to wake them. Only Gu Jianfei and Yun Yi groggily opened their eyes. Gu Jianfei instinctively swung a punch, which Xu Qiu dodged. "It's me, Xu Qiu," he said, handing them gas masks and briefly explaining the situation. Yun Yi waved his hand to cast out vines, shattering the window in an attempt to disperse the mist, only to discover that the entire 14th district was shrouded. As the three pondered their next move, a group of black-clad figures appeared outside the window, armed and exuding a murderous intent. Gu Jianfei summoned his S-class weapon spirit, 7 kills, while Yun Yi called forth the 100-handed tree demon. They exchanged a glance, understanding that these assassins were targeting not only the Grand Leader and Yanlong University, but also intended to eliminate them while the Shinwu group was vulnerable. The leader of the black-clad figures spoke in broken Xia language. "I heard the Shinwu team leaders just returned from the Netherworld cave and haven't fully recovered. How much strength can you muster?" "Attack!" The opponent shouted coldly, the word resonating with chilling precision. In an instant, dozens of shadowy figures surged from all directions, targeting Xu Qiu and his 2 companions, as well as the unconscious team leaders on the bed. Xu Qiu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his 7-kill sword was unsheathed in a heartbeat. The fierce sword energy sliced through the air, leaving the surrounding walls in ruins. Gu Jianfei's 100-handed tree demon vines whipped and bound the approaching figures with ease, while Yun Yi stood guard by the bedside, unwavering. With a thunderous crash, 3 terrifying forces of spiritual energy erupted. Xu Qiu flickered and appeared before the leading figure in black. "Kirin, step," he muttered, as a lightning-encased hand shot out, grasping the man's neck like a helpless chick and slamming him into the wall. "Even if we can't unleash our full power, dealing with you small fry is more than enough," Xu Qiu said coldly. Behind him, Gu Jianfei and Yun Yi had already vanquished the remaining attackers, turning the hospital room into a scene of chaos. The 7th-level assassin, now pinned, had a flicker of fear in his eyes, clearly not expecting such strength from the trio. In desperation, he shouted, "Martial soul, unite!" A giant black raven appeared, merging with him. This newfound power allowed him to break free and rapidly circle Xu Qiu, leaving afterimages in his wake. "Kid, let's see how you catch me now. Kid, let's see how you catch me." The figure in black moved like a phantom around Xu Qiu, astonishingly fast. Xu Qiu watched coldly, understanding the situation. An rank martial soul, the blood-eyed crow, renowned for its speed. Impressive. Since you know about this martial soul, despair and die under my speed. The man in black sneered, a flash of his blade slicing towards Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu easily sidestepped, the blade barely missing him. His exceptional dynamic vision made the opponent's movements crystal clear. The man in black was shocked, hastily retreating while executing an intricate footwork, his blade intent sweeping towards Xu Qiu like a storm. Xu Qiu moved gracefully, like a magnificent phoenix dancing through the storm of blade energy. The man in black grew increasingly alarmed. While Xu Qiu spoke indifferently, competing in speed with me is like showing off your sword skills in front of Guan Yu. Before he finished speaking, Xu Qiu's figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the man in black, his fingers clamping down on the man's head like a vice, slamming it into the ground. With a resounding bang, the ground cracked, leaving a pit, and the man in black lay there, head bloodied, his fate uncertain. Not far away, Yun Yi and Gu Jianfei watched the scene unfold, their expressions calm. Gu Jianfei, holding the 7-kill sword, remarked softly, "I knew his strength was formidable back in the underworld cave. Defeating a 7th-rank opponent is nothing to him. Even I might not be his match." Yun Yi nodded in agreement. "Even if we joined forces, we might not be able to beat him. Such a promising talent must be recruited into the divine martial corps." His eyes gleamed with determination, then he sighed. "With all the recent troubles, once things settle, I must ask the captain for a raise." Gu Jianfei raised an eyebrow. "You're really something, not inviting me when asking for a raise?" "Hey, let's do it together," Yun Yi chuckled. Xu Qiu searched the man in black and found only a tattoo on his back in English. "Man is born free, unrestrained, destined to soar high. He's an assassin from the wings of freedom," Gu Jianfei explained. "A well-known international assassin organization, rumored to be led by an 8th-rank king." Xu Qiu frowned slightly, realizing the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. He was about to speak when he noticed their communication was being jammed. Yun Yi and Gu Jianfei exchanged a glance, speaking in unison. "Xu Qiu, we're ready for your instructions." "Xu Qiu, given the unclear situation and unknown number of enemies, what's your plan?" Xu Qiu pondered for a moment. Although the exact number of enemies was unknown, their objectives could be roughly deduced from the situation at hand. Xu Qiu furrowed his brow, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. He slowly outlined the 3 possible targets of the enemy. Creating chaos with the white mist to divert the capital's military forces, preventing the Xinwu king from treating the Grand Leader, and targeting Yanlong University. After listening, Yun Yi nodded thoughtfully and added, "If the Grand Leader is their target, the presence of the Ghost King as a guardian would deter them from making any reckless moves. However, the Forget River potion is a different matter." His gaze sharpened. The Research Institute not only houses the potion, but also contains a wealth of scientific data. If the enemy can destroy it in one fell swoop, it would be a double blow. Xu Qiu's eyes gleamed with determination as he made a swift decision. "We'll split up. The 2 captains will head to the Research Institute, and I'll handle the white mist." He then turned to Yun Yi, "But there's another issue. What about the other captains who are unconscious?" Yun Yi and Gu Jianfei exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea struck Xu Qiu, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Let's hide them in the hospital morgue." Both Yun Yi and Gu Jianfei were momentarily stunned by the suggestion, then they both gave Xu Qiu a thumbs up, impressed by his cleverness. The hospital morgue is a place where deceased bodies are kept. The 3 exchanged a look and then sprang into action. They carefully moved the unconscious captains to the morgue and placed them in the storage drawers. While moving them, Yun Yi suddenly frowned. "Where's old Wang?" Gu Jianfei waved his hand dismissively. "He probably went home to be with his wife. Don't worry about him. Finding the leader is more important." After settling the captains, the 3 split up. Xu Qiu watched the other 2 leave, standing alone on the street, gazing at the city shrouded in white fog. The skyscrapers, streets, and alleys were eerily silent. He took a deep breath and stepped into the fog. As he walked, Xu Qiu saw many citizens collapsed on the ground, unconscious, with some still showing expressions of terror. Suddenly, a few figures with strange behavior approached him. Their movements were erratic, eyes glazed, and they lunged at him with growls. Xu Qiu noticed bulbous growths on their necks, with tendrils burrowing into their bodies. They were parasitic beasts. Xu Qiu frowned. Even the parasitic beasts have been transferred here? Who has such extensive power? Electric arcs flickered around him as he precisely struck down the charging citizens. The parasitic beasts, stimulated, detached from their hosts, and Xu Qiu swiftly incinerated them with hellfire. Venturing deeper into the fog, Xu Qiu encountered a group of people wearing gas masks. Their leader introduced himself as Zhang Rolin, the deputy captain of the 4th team of the Shenwu hunting group. Xu Qiu remained cautious but inquired calmly, "How long have you been in here?" Zhang Rolin replied, 3 hours. "Have the investigations revealed anything?" Zhang Rolin's expression was grave as he slowly explained, "The white mist here is identical to that found in an 11th psychic zone. The military has reported that there's a massive source of spiritual power deep within District 14, which might be linked to the formation of the mist. Worse still, parasitic beasts are lurking within the mist." Hearing this, Xu Qiu frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, "My abilities might be of use." Zhang Ruolin's eyes lit up. "That's great. We plan to venture into District 14 to locate and neutralize the source of the spiritual power. If successful, we might be able to resolve this crisis." Xu Qiu nodded slightly. "That suits me well. Let's proceed together." With their agreement reached, Zhang Ruolin, holding a detector, led the group forward cautiously. Suddenly, strange noises echoed from a distance, and several parasitic beasts, resembling balls of flesh with numerous tentacles, floated in the air. "Attack!" Zhang Ruolin ordered decisively. Members of the Shenwu team unleashed their martial skills, summoning their martial spirits, and swiftly wiped out the parasitic beasts. However, this was just the beginning. Soon after, a large number of citizens from District 14, who had been parasitized, surged forward, including some martial artists. The situation quickly became dire. "Vice Captain, what should we do?" someone asked urgently. "Target the parasitic beasts on them." Zhang Ruolin replied firmly. "No, we can't." Another person objected. "The parasitic beasts are almost completely fused with their hosts. Attacking the beasts is the same as harming the citizens." Zhang Ruolin's eyes turned cold as he made a decisive call. "Then we attack the citizens. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. I'll take full responsibility for everything." He's certainly one to make tough decisions. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.